Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and by grabbing one of my free ebooks. You can find the link in the upper right hand corner and in the description to my website so that you can check out my free ebooks. Now to today's video. In today's video, we'll be listening to both parts of How to Frame a Murder. We'll be listening to part 1, Cat Painting Mystery, and part 2, Household of Death Mystery. These books are part of the Ronin Have Sword Will Travel mystery series. If you would like to purchase these ebooks, I'll leave a link in the upper right hand corner and in the descriptions. These are an Amazon exclusive, and if you have Kindle Unlimited, you can read them for free. These ebooks are illustrated so that if you would like, you can purchase them and read along in them and see all the pictures that go along with the story. This YouTube audiobook includes a bonus book at the end. So now sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
How to Frame a Murder, Part 1, Cat Painting Mystery, part of the Ronin Have Sword Will Travel mystery series, by Christy Lynn Higgins, copyright 2020, prologue. The world of Magi fused East and West cultures during an era before the emergence of the steam engine. In this world, the sword was the ultimate weapon and brought order to the planet under the emperor of the Kenjin Empire. The shogun was the highest-ranking military officer who was just under the emperor in power. The shogun, along with the shogunate, military officers with the title of overlords, reigned supreme over the citizens of the One World Empire. Each overlord ruled a clan, and each clan was made up of samurai houses. Each samurai or lord and their house owed their allegiance to only one overlord who was their master. The samurai were the military nobility and officer caste, and they ruled over a province for their overlord in this social class system. Below each samurai were many wealthy families who governed their own estates and were scattered about the towns of the samurai's province. One family could have many estates, and each family was under their family head. The families supported their samurai house with honor gifts of crops, animals, material, and or coin, depending on their size and their own wealth. And the samurai houses, in turn, gave tribute to their overlord out of the same materials. Taxes were collected by governors of each town, and the taxes went to road and irrigation maintenance and or other projects. The Kenjin Empire was broken down into regions, which under the authority of the emperor and shogun were ruled by the overlords. Regions were made up of provinces under the rule of the samurai lords. Provinces were further broken down into towns governed by governors. A governor was placed in charge of each town, but no family, house, or clan owed their allegiance to them. The governors owed their allegiance to the samurai of their province, and the overlord the samurai served. Magi was enjoying a time of peace and prosperity. Rivalries between overlords were fought with words and speeches on the floor of the shogunate house, and not on the battlefield. Bandits were still a problem, but usually only in the remote areas. Peace seemed a thing of everlasting existence, and war was perceived as a mythical beast that only lived in the legends of the past. The soul of tea. I was alone. I was wandering. Now I have a companion. Now I have a direction. And now I can really taste the tea. Chapter 1. Horo-sha, the great Ronin detective. The Ronin, Horo-sha, the precocious little girl who had grown into an intuitive young woman of 17, and her companion, Riko, a streetwise boy of 10, traveled by foot along a dirt road through the town of Yukon. They were heading toward the town next to Yukon. The town of Yukon was part of the Kai province, and the town was where her sister was the governor's wife. They walked the outskirts of Yukon, leaving to start their new journey, a voyage of discovery and danger that would shape future journeys. She and the boy had left her sister's estate in the wee hours of the morning, even before the sun had cracked over the horizon like the yellow of an egg. The sun had peeked over the edge of the nearby mountain by the time she arrived at the town postings to see if she had any work. She had found work on the postings and had started for the client's estate. Horo-sha and Riko both held a small baked fish on a stick and were happily eating them for breakfast as they traveled. She wanted to have tea with their small meal, but decided for the sake of not having to stop during their travel and relieve herself, she would wait and have tea later during their mid-travel break. They neared the last few buildings of the town of Yukon, and a few peddlers of different wares shouted after them. A woman, holding vegetables as her little boy held onto her kimono, yelled, 5 white radishes for 3 zinc. Hot dumplings here. A man selling food shouted from his stall. Hot dumplings, 4 zinc. Spend your coin here. Hot dumplings. A man, standing at the end of an alley with a woman just behind him, yelled, Ronin, 8 copper for her time. Fans. A different man shouted, silk fans, 8 zinc apiece. The Ronin waved them all away as she and the boy kept walking, eating their baked fish. A vendor selling knives and swords did catch her attention, and she went over and bought a unique knife that had a snail design on its sheath. Why did you buy that little dagger? The boy questioned as they walked on. You have the tanto that I gifted you. I also wanted a small blade that I could cut vegetables and meat while we travel. He removed the gifted tanto from his sash, and the longer knife had a koi design on its bamboo sheath. Riko insisted as if he had been insulted. I don't use your brother's tanto to cut vegetables. I would only use the knife to protect you or myself. As you should, Horo-sha told him as she grabbed hold of the tiger claw necklace around her neck, which also once belonged to her older brother. They left the town, looking forward to their new destination. It was to be their first official case working together, and Horo-sha had become restless, or at least her mind had. Her body enjoyed the hot spring and endless tea and rest. Her sister, Sakura, showered her with at her estate. Sakura had her baby sister back in her life, and she doted on her. Horo-sha grinned as she thought of the love her sister had for her. As much as she adored the attention, her mind needed stimulation, and since there were no mysteries to solve, Horo-sha had to go back to work. She glanced at the boy beside her. Horo-sha had taken Riko under her wing, for he reminded her so much of her older brother, who had died in a tragic fire. The Ronin had received the name Horo-sha from the boy when they first met, and the name meant wanderer. She made a living by leaving an advertisement at different town postings, offering her services. A town postings was an erected sign, usually at the entrance to a town, made of wood for people or the empire to issue announcements and job listings. Her ad was very simple. Have sword, will travel nearly said it all, and word of mouth had also spread her fame. Though she was still fairly unknown as a detective and problem solver. Tea haiku. A yellow sunrise. A southeast refreshing breeze. Early summer tea. Chapter 2. Forward toward a new case. The air was cool when they started out and grew gradually warmer. They traveled for an hour, seeing the different sights of the countryside. The journey would take another 2 hours to complete, including the time she had set aside for a break. They would arrive at their destination at about 11 a.m. Horo-sha was still getting used to the new name that the boy had given her. She had gone by Ronin for some time but liked the name Horo-sha. She also liked the nickname the boy gave her, Horo, which meant abacus and was his way of saying that she was very clever. She was glad for the companionship the boy offered. Horo-sha had been alone for so long, and Riko was eager to learn from her. The day grew especially hot and the wind very scarce as they traveled on foot. She was in a very good mood and hummed a tune to herself. Horo-sha greeted everyone they met and took in the sights all around them as Riko stayed on guard and was wary of everyone they came across. She wore her favorite hat, a Ronin gasa, a conical hat made from bamboo with a tuft of bamboo sticking straight up like a tassel. It was large and kept the sun off of her face and shoulders. She loved the bamboo hat that her teacher, Sensei Hanju, the crying samurai, had given her. Though, if one heard it told from the crying samurai's point of view, she had stolen his favorite hat and refused to give it back to him. The crying samurai had taught her nearly everything she knew about the sword and the code of the samurai. Her katana had a red crown crane decorating its white scabbard, and the sword was tucked in her sash. The sword belonged to her father, and it was the same sword her brother used to defend her and her sister when ninjas infiltrated their home long ago. The hat and the sword were among her treasured items and each held fond memories. Horo-sha wore a simple dark blue kimono and black hakama, traditional Japanese trousers. She also wore zori, sandals made from straw. The boy wore yukata, a light cotton kimono, and he was barefooted. Horo-sha enjoyed her life of wandering as the Ronin detective, but she had also found it a bit lonely. Riko was just the person she needed. A companion who enjoyed her company, didn't mind traveling, and also had a mind for mystery. Life lessons from tea, martial arts and brewing tea, both art forms unto themselves. Chapter 3. Martial Arts and Tea. Along the dirt road. Their journey continued, and 10 minutes later, they stopped at a roadside eatery for their mid-travel break. They would grab some tea and rice balls and some well-needed shade. The eatery's table section was uncovered. Horo-sha removed her sword from her sash and placed it on a wooden table. She untied her Ronin gasa and set the hat on a bench, and then she sat beside it at the table. Her violet black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She fanned herself with her hand. Riko noticed her doing so and left and came back sometime later. Several people had walked by the eatery on their own journeys by the time he returned. Here, Riko said. She looked at the folding fan the boy offered her, and then Horo-sha asked, "Where did you get it?" I bought the sensu from a man who is selling them from his shop that is next to the eatery. The workmanship is exquisite and the watercolor. Horo-sha spoke after taking the paper folding fan and paused as she smiled at the red-crowned cranes that decorated it. The bird was her family's crest. She smoothed her hand over the image and then finished with, ... is very beautiful. You should not have spent your money on me. You are supposed to spend your coins on yourself. In a way, I did spend the coins on myself, Riko stated and then explained. If your mind becomes overheated, you will begin to whine and not focus on the case we are about to take. If you cannot focus on the case, you will not get paid. If you do not get paid, I will make no more money. I understand. I will accept your gift as it will be helping you in the future. She gladly fanned herself with the sensu as she said, I have been thinking. We should come up with some rules that we follow when taking cases. I hear that the great samurai detective has his own set of rules. Are you comparing yourself to that old man again? The boy questioned. I am not comparing. I am only emulating sound practice as one should do when creating a new martial art. She turned around on the bench so better to face the boy and leaned back and rested her back on the table as she continued to fan herself. One should incorporate the best qualities and practices from already great martial artists. Are you saying that detective work is like martial arts? I am, Horo-sha answered. Both take skill and practice and dedication. You would be wise to learn this. Martial arts is like brewing tea. The more you practice at it, the better the tea tastes. The soul of tea. I made a connection. A tea leaf of flavor. I will walk this new path and see where it takes me. Chapter 4. A change in status for a certain boy. The eatery. A cool breeze that had escaped the heat of the day swept through the kiramatsu, the black pines that shaded the eatery, and the breeze brought the pleasant smells of early summer and refreshing evergreen. Horo-sha closed her eyes as she took in the sounds and scents. A bubbling brook was a short distance behind the eatery, and an insect was buzzing about somewhere in the eatery. She opened her eyes and spotted the usukashiba, the hummingbird hawk moth, a day-flying moth fluttering by a pink flower. The insect seemed a bit picky, for it moved to a different flowering plant. I was lucky that you took me as your apprentice, Riko spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. I will never forget what you have done for me in one day. I hope to repay your generosity. Do good and help others and you will have repaid me, she told him. I see that you enjoy helping others as I do. I don't know about that, Riko said. I like helping myself. I help you and you help others, and in turn, you end up helping me. She told him, you might be cautious and wary of others, but I still believe you find satisfaction in helping. Riko muttered, I like helping you, Horo. She heard his comment but said nothing about it. Instead, Horo-sha lifted her bamboo hat that had been hiding something. I was busy while you were gone. I also bought you a non-gift, she told him. I believe they are your size. A pair of zori sat on the bench. Riko got all teary-eyed as he stared at them. Shoes. Horo-sha was giving him a pair of shoes. He would no longer be the barefoot boy but had gained a little status as he would be wearing shoes. He turned around and faced away from her as he wiped his eyes. Horo-sha didn't expect this reaction out of him, and she wasn't sure how to react. Riko, it is nothing, he said as he turned back around. I got a little dust in my eyes. Let me try them on. The boy grabbed the sandals made from straw and went to the other side of the table and sat on the bench. He cleaned off his dirty feet as best as he could, and then he put on the sandals. They fit perfectly. Good, Horo-sha said as she turned around on the bench and faced him. Now we can eat once the owner comes out with our order. Rice balls and green tea. Food, drink, pleasant company. Time spent quite wisely. Of vices and addictions. Some time later, the owner of the eatery came out with their order, and the two of them began to eat. Horo-sha sipped on the green tea before she started on her meal, while Riko immediately started to devour his. What sort of rules should we have? Riko inquired as he started on his second rice ball of 3. Horo-sha glanced at her plate of the same amount of rice balls and said, let us start with 3 rules and then build on them as needed. He asked, do you have any rules in mind? Yes, the first one should include these 2 things. Once I take a case, I stick with it until it is solved, whether or not the client wants me to continue with it. The client should also agree to my rules before I take on their case. Why did you pick those 2 things to be your first rule? Riko inquired. I'm like a tiger with a bone in that sense, she replied. Once I hear a mystery, I have to solve it no matter where it takes me. Riko questioned, what should our second rule be? I don't know. Do you have a suggestion? Since I am in charge of the financial part of the business, I think rule number 2 should incorporate the needs that you have for taking the case along with what you will charge by the day. Oh, like we talked about when we were leaving my sister's estate and heading here. He nodded. Okay, that will be the second rule, but also remember that I charge by the day what the client can afford. Your sliding scale of daily wages is why you are so poor. the boy told her. You take on too many non-paying cases. I can't help myself, she told him. I can't pass up a mystery no matter how small. The boy suggested, maybe you should think of your stomach more often, and I am talking about how you are going to fill it if you have no coin. I promise to be more considerate of our needs now that you are with me and I am responsible for 2 stomachs. Riko was so much like her older brother who had the same name. The boy might only be 10, but by what she could surmise, Riko had been raising himself for at least the last 2 years. She did need to be more responsible. More Horo, one who uses her brain, and less like Horo-sha, one who wanders without a care in the world. She took another sip of her tea. What about the 3rd rule? She asked. I don't know, Riko replied. Maybe we can make that one up as we go through this case. You know, as the need arises. I like that plan, Horo-sha said. Make it so. Tea that is planned is nice, but so is tea that is a surprise. He stared at her for a few moments, and then Riko said, Sometimes I wish I knew what you were talking about. She chuckled and suggested, Just think about what I do say, and the more you get to know me, the more what I say will make sense. And speaking of tea, go see if this place has a specialty or a rare blend for me to try. I believe you are an addict, the boy told her. Why do you say that? Riko told her, tea always seems to be on your mind. Life lessons from tea. Worry and trouble should be strained from life as tea leaves are strained from tea. Chapter 6. The Gaku Estate. In the Kenjin Empire, a family was those who were related by blood or adoption. A household was those who lived together under one roof like an estate, so a household included all the servants and the main family. An estate was the entire area of a wealthy family's home, which included anything within its wooden or stone walls like the grounds, the gardens, servants' quarters, and the manor. The manor was all the buildings that made up the family's main home and was usually in the center of the estate or at the front. The Gaku estate was the largest one in the town of Kiramatsu, where Manzo was the governor. It was within the Gama province and very close to the border of the Kai province. The estate had been built over the decades and centered around a tall 7-story building, the tallest building on the estate, and the tallest building in the town. The Yellow Lotus studio was where the master painter worked, as it had a grand view of the surrounding lands. One could stare out at nature and soak up the life and spirit of things and then put those feelings to paper. The Gaku family belonged to the Lotus Frog clan, who was ruled by the Lotus Frog samurai house. The Gaku estate was square and had several buildings along with the buildings belonging to the manor. The front entrance, which was the south gate, had a large wooden gate big enough that a 2-horse-drawn carriage could easily enter through it. The gate remained shut even during the day to help safeguard the precious items within the estate. The walls around the entire estate were 10 feet high and made out of stones. One other entrance entered the estate from the west side and was only large enough for 2 people to enter side by side. It was also guarded. The south gate opened into a large courtyard where a stable was positioned off to the east. Another wall closed in the south courtyard, and the courtyard gate opened into the peacock garden, where 3 pairs of the large green and blue birds lived alongside a dozen bonsai trees in their own individual planters. A single cherry tree stood in its center. A walkway snaked around the garden and ended at a short covered walkway to the manor. Both the walkway in the garden and the short covered walkway were made of white-gray gravel. One of the few doors on the estate was at the front entrance of the manor and was made of redwood and engraved with a frog sitting on a lotus pad, and the lotus was in full bloom. Anyone entering the manor by the front did so through the main hall. The manor had all wooden floors except for a few rooms that had dirt floors like the tiny kitchen. The main hall was decorated with hundreds of paintings that the Gaku family, past and present, had created over the course of 60 years. Tatami and the shoin. A tatami was a type of mat used as a flooring material. Tatami were made twice as long as wide, and the standard size was 3 by 6 feet. Tatami were covered with woven soft rush straw, or was made from rice straw. The long sides were edged with plain cloth and only purchased by the wealthy upper class, and regular tatami had no edging. The term tatami was derived from the word tatamu, meaning to fold or pile. Tatami was a luxury item for the nobility. The lower classes had mat-covered earthen floors. The ruling nobility and samurai slept on tatami or woven mats called goza, while commoners used straw mats or loose straw for bedding. The shoin was a large rectangular drawing room and the largest room within the Gaku manor that entertained guests. The shoin stretched out like a banquet hall with only one entrance and could easily hold 50 people. The master and mistress of the manor were always positioned at the far end of the shoin, as if they both sat at the head of a table, and they looked over their guests and other family members who sat with their backs facing each side's length of the room. The guests and other family members faced one another in the center of the room. On the right side's length, that was to the master and mistress, sat in order the person with the next highest rank in the family under the master, and so on. On the left side's length sat guests in order of their rank in society. The shoin was usually only used on special occasions such as banquets. The center of the room was left clear for entertainers of dance and other types, and servants walked the back walls as they brought in food and drink. A floor tray was common in the shoin. It was a small single-serving tray-like table with short legs that one sat at and ate from. The person would sit on a tatami, or if the family was wealthy, they would sit on a floor pillow on the tatami and enjoy their meal. Time was kept by most by the position of the sun and then later the moon, depending on the season. Clocks and pocket watches did exist, but only for the wealthy. Morning rise equals 6 a.m. Midday tea equals 12 p.m. Evening hour equals 6 p.m. Money. There was no paper money. All currency was in metal coins. A zinc coin had the smallest coin value. 10 zinc coins equaled a copper coin. 10 copper coins equaled a nickel coin. 20 nickel coins equaled a silver coin. 20 silver coins equaled a gold piece or gold coin. Zinc coin equals penny. Copper coin equals dime. Nickel coin equals dollar. Silver coin equals $20. Gold coin equals $400. The standard size coins listed above were the size and thickness of a quarter with a square or round hole through their center so that they could be carried on a string or metal loop. Most people dealt with zinc, copper, and nickel coins. Only the wealthy and merchants dealt with silver and gold. Other coins were created that were larger and thicker and had a higher value. 3 zinc equals 3 pennies. 8 copper equals 80 cents. 8 nickel equals $8. 5 silver equals $100. 5 gold equals $1,000. The soul of tea. I obsess over mysteries. I obsess over tea. I obsess over hot springs. And I really enjoy all three. Chapter 7. Forward to the client's estate. The eatery. Horo-sha enjoyed herself, sitting in the shade. The boy had left on a short errand for her, one she hoped he would find much success at. Her tea was warm, but that didn't bother her. Tea at any temperature was good for the taste buds. She noticed a path nearby that wound through some trees, and beyond it was a field full of sunflowers. Horo-sha thought about walking back there and smelling them. She had never smelled the flower before, but she decided to let her lazy body indulge itself some more. I am sorry, but they don't have a specialty tea or a rare blend here, Riko said after he returned from talking to the owner of the eatery. Horo-sha sighed as she spoke. I would only be spoiled if every place we stopped at did have such a potentially tasty treat. Let us rest here and enjoy our food and tea that we do have for a little longer, and then we should be on our way. The boy nodded. Horo-sha continued to sip on her green tea that was half gone as she looked around at their beautiful surroundings. Some might say that the black pines were somewhat twisted and misshapen, but she found beauty in their unique forms and growths. She thought this would be an excellent place to sit forever and lounge about, but her mind would start to grumble over indulging her lazy body too long. I love the sounds of summer, Horo-sha spoke as she closed her eyes and envisioned a past. I used to play with my brother on the shores of a stream that ran by our home. We would hunt frogs and bugs. I loved him so much. He is the one who also bears my name, the boy stated, knowing how she sometimes looked at him as if she saw a beloved ghost. Riko asked, Are you sure you can just give up your revenge? My older sister, Sakura, is alive, so my family was not completely wiped out. I also have you, the priestess, and the crying samurai. I do not need to risk my life to find who murdered my father and my brother. I can focus on helping people. I have to let go of my hatred. Have you? He asked. Have you let go of your hatred? She stared at the dark green liquid in her cup and changed the subject by saying, Today, I can tell. Today is going to be a very good day. Today, we have our first official case together. Horosha and Rico, the master detective and her apprentice. The boy understood that she didn't want to talk about it, so he asked, Now you are a master detective. I am, she said. I see all, hear all. Nothing slips by my apt mind. She declared, I am Horo-sha, the Ronin detective. Evildoers beware. Horo-sha chuckled to herself, amused by her own declaration. She had a long way to go before she would be a master detective. Experience was all that she was lacking, and she had been gaining that the year she had been traveling as the Ronin. Riko, I have never asked, but can you tell me about your family? I only know that you were living on the streets and hustling. I was not hustling, the boy corrected her. I was only offering my services to anyone who could use them. You mean you offered your services to anyone you thought had coins and would not mind parting with a few? I have connections and I can get things done, Riko said. At least that was true in the town we left. I do not know many people in Kiramatsu, but you do know a few, Horo-sha spoke. You are a very resourceful and clever boy. I imagine you still will be very useful in my cases. What do you know about our current case? Riko inquired. I only know that something was stolen. Most of my cases involve missing or stolen items. Horo-sha and Riko finished their rice balls and green tea and continued on their journey. Tea haiku. Dusty roads. Small towns. Tea with a hint of lemon. Makes dry throats refreshed. The town postings chief. The town postings chief was a person whose job it was to collect messages left by those replying to a town postings. It was customary to tip the town postings chief when he relayed or received a message. It was also the job of the town postings chief to post announcements from the empire and to put up wanted posters. Chapter 8. Placing her ad. The Ronin allowed herself to daydream while they traveled the last tract of their journey. The boy knew the way, so she could allow, or more like force, her overactive mind to take a break and rest before she would fire it up like the forge of a swordsmith. Horo-sha soaked in more of the sights and sounds of summer as a cicada chirped from a nearby tree. She had learned that the male cicada made the loud, shrill droning noise by vibrating two membranes on his abdomen. Some people thought the sound was an overpowering hum, but she loved the whir the insect made in coming across the shells they molted. Horo-sha also loved studying all types of sciences. The road took them through a valley that was covered in rice paddies. Travelers like themselves were moving one way or another, most by foot but a few by horse or by norimono, also known as a litter. Riko's attention was mostly to his feet since they had left the eatery. He was very proud of his new sandals and couldn't help but look at them. He was still wary of those they passed. They entered the town of Kiramatsu, and she immediately went to the town postings. Horo-sha placed her ad. Have sword. Will travel along with a message that she could be contacted at the Gaku estate, or they could leave their information with the town postings chief. She and Riko then headed for their destination. Life lessons from tea. Tea is like painting. Each tipped cup and sip, like the stroke of a brush, bring happiness to the wielder. Chapter 9. Arriving at their destination. The town of Kiramatsu. Horo-sha was impressed with the town as it had several shops she might peruse later, looking for special and rare blends of tea. First, she would have to make some money. They traveled to the outskirts of the town, and once they were in sight of the estate, the boy ran ahead of her and then knocked on the main gate. Before they arrived, she saw a tall building that the estate seemed to be centered around. Horo-sha thought the building would have a great view of the surrounding areas. A Gaku estate guard opened the gate. He was dressed in a black uniform trimmed in yellow, including his boots. He was armed with a spear and a long dagger was sheathed to his belt. Riko told him, Horo-sha, the great Ronin detective is here. By then, Horo-sha had joined the boy. She folded her fan and tucked it into her sash beside her new knife. Come in, the master and the mistress are expecting you. The guard led them through the courtyard, next through the peacock garden, across the short walkway, and finally into the main hall where the housekeeper waited on them at the entrance. As was customary in entering a building with a non-dirt floor, a jenkin was there. A jenkin was an entranceway where one removed their shoes. The shoes were left there until needed to return outside. The jenkin was lower than the floor of the main hall and allowed one to sit on a raised ledge while removing and putting on shoes. The guard left as Riko and Horo-sha removed their sandals. The housekeeper led the two of them to where the family had gathered. Along the way, Horo-sha noticed many watercolor paintings decorating the manor. Each one was of a different type of animal. These are very nice, Horo-sha said. All the paintings you see within the manor were created by the Gaku family, the housekeeper pointed out. The master is also a renowned painter of Animaru style of watercolor. I am not familiar with this style, Horo-sha spoke and asked, what sort of style is it? It is a genre and a style of watercolor that breathes life into animals. If you notice, all of the creatures in the paintings seem to be alive, as if they will jump right off the onion skin paper at any moment, Horo-sha commented. You know a lot about the Animaru style. I have been housekeeper here since the master's father was master of the manor, and the Animaru style of watercolor was created by the Gaku family. Very impressive, Horo-sha stated. Almost as impressive as Emerald Dragon Empress tea. Emerald Dragon Empress tea, the housekeeper repeated. Horo-sha's face lit up as she spoke. Yes, I have only had it once, and it was exquisite, like flying above the snow-capped Mount Fuji on a dragon's back. Not that I have ridden on a dragon or that they exist, but it is the only way that I can describe the green tea. She sighed as she added, I have had a few opportunities to drink the tea again, but circumstances have prevented me from doing so. It eludes me, and it irks me to have it so close and it is snatched away. She looked up from her daydreaming of dragons and tea as all three of them had paused in the main hall. And Horo-sha noticed that both Riko and the housekeeper were looking at her as if the imaginary dragon was sitting on her head. She questioned the boy, did I go too far again about my tea obsession? He nodded, I will try not to in the future. I also know that there is no time for tea dreams right now, Horo-sha said. And then she asked as they started walking again. I see that there are many paintings hanging in the main hall. Are there others? I do not know the exact count. I do not know if anyone knows how many paintings there are. The painting room houses many of them. Which ones are your master's paintings? Horo-sha questioned as she motioned to the ones they were passing. I also hear that he has 2 sons. Where are their paintings? I never thought I would come across a family of painters. Does the master's wife also paint? The housekeeper paused and turned to the Ronin as she said, women are forbidden to paint in the style. I did not know that. Is it because women are better at it and the men to not want to be? Riko elbowed her and told her, you can't say things like that. Horo-sha peered at the boy and questioned, I can't. I thought I just did. What I mean is that what you were about to say would have been rude. Oh, I do sometimes speak before I think, she stated. Thank you, Riko. The housekeeper wasn't sure what to say, so she spoke, trying to answer the Ronin. None of these paintings are Master Eshi's. All the paintings you see are either his grandfather's or some other ancestor. I do not think any of his paintings are on display. Why doesn't he display any of his paintings? I do not know why the master does not display any of his work. They are all quite good in my opinion. I have seen them when I have gone into his studio. The housekeeper replied. I believe the steward and myself are the only ones who have seen them. His studio. Would it be the 7-story building we saw behind the manor? It is, the housekeeper replied. The Yellow Lotus studio is the center building of the estate and the tallest. All of the master's paintings are within. She then added, now as to his sons. Neither of them paints. In this whole household, your master is the only one who paints. I am very surprised to hear that. It sounds like this Animaru style of watercolor is a style that is passed on. Who does he pass it on to if not his sons? I believe the steward told me that Eshi's father had no talent and it was expected. It is said that the Gaku family is cursed as the talent skips every other generation. Because of this curse, Master Eshi never had the heart to teach his sons. Master Eshi urges his sons to marry so that Eshi can teach the next generation. I do not see the sons marrying anytime soon. Lead on, Horo-sha said. We shouldn't keep your master waiting. The soul of tea. I once thought I could be an artist until I tried my hand at painting. I now watch others paint while I drink tea. Chapter 10. The Gaku family. Gaku Eshi was the master of the manor. He held no title like the governor, nor did he earn his wealth as a merchant. His family's paintings were sought after the empire over. His estate was vast and included the manor, several gardens, the servants' quarters, the stable, 3 hot springs, the barracks, and several other buildings and residences. Gaku Eshi was also the Gaku family head in its entirety, which included an uncle, 2 aunts, and several cousins that lived on other estates. Gaku Riko was his wife and the mistress of the manor. She was a very beautiful woman and his second wife. His first wife died nearly 20 years ago after giving him 2 sons. Riko had given him no children. Gaku Sora was the eldest son, 28, and unmarried. He was the young master of the manor and the heir. Gaku Itsuki was the youngest son, 24, and also unmarried. He was also the young master of the manor but would only inherit half of what his older brother would inherit, and he would not attain the title the master of the manor unless something happened to his older brother. Eshi called the family together and requested that they all meet in the shrine. He had received word that the Ronin would arrive sometime between 10:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. He and Riko waited in the shrine and each was sitting on their own floor pillow. A floor tray was set up in front of each of them but there was nothing on them. Eshi and Riko were waiting on his sons to arrive. She inquired of her husband, why are we meeting in the shrine? Would not one of the smaller tatami rooms be more suited to meeting the Ronin? Eshi told her. The tatami rooms are not available right now. You mean they were wrecked by your older son and his lady friends and have yet to be cleaned? Riko corrected him. You should not let him run so wild. He is destined to take over as master and yet he has not learned any responsibility. You should, he interrupted, you should mind what is yours, and I will mind what is mine. Sora is not your son. You have never been a mother to him. If you would have let me be a mother to the 2 boys, maybe they would be better men now, Riko snapped. I tried to love them as my own but you would not allow it. They were too old to be mothered. They had to learn to be men, Eshi told her. Riko frowned as she said, and fine men the 2 of them have become. The house physician, Samba, came in, and then she went and stood beside Riko. I hear we will be having a guest arrive shortly, the house physician spoke, sensing the 2 had been arguing again. I have requested that the Ronin detective come, Eshi told her in his usual calm voice, and then he asked her, why are you here? I did not summon you. Nor I, Riko added as she glanced at the woman. Can I not go where I please? The house physician questioned. Can I not check on my lady? Riko peered at her as if she was perturbed with Samba but did not want to scold her and bring her vengeful wrath upon her in case she needed her medicines. Riko said, return to your residence. This matter does not concern you. It is over the painting that was stolen. I will go, the house physician said. I will go, but I will not be ignored. She left just as their youngest son, Itsuki, arrived. He bowed before them, sat at his floor pillow that was the second one in line on the right side, and then asked, "Are you sure we need to bring in an outsider to find the painting? If you will allow me, I will look into the matter." As she peered at his youngest son and questioned, "Why do I need to give you permission to look into this? It has been a week since the painting went missing. Maybe your youngest is afraid of stepping on his older brother's toes," Riko suggested. "Sora can be quite the bully," Itsuki stated with no warmth for the woman who took his mother's position in the household. "Riko? I doubt my brother has any interest in finding anything besides a warm bottle of sake and an even warmer bed to crawl into." Sora, the eldest son, entered and asked his father, "Why have you called this meeting? I have plans for tonight and still have preparations to make." As she glanced over his oldest son's shuffled attire and said, "It looks as though you have already entertained your evening plans." "Some of them, but the day is still young," Sora replied. He peered at his father and his father's wife, and then he asked, "Are we all gathered here to talk about giving me more responsibilities in running the estate?" Itsuki scoffed. "If you are to receive more responsibilities, should you not be responsible for more than counting the gold in the treasury? Father has let me nowhere near the treasury." Sora insisted and then asked, "How can I count the gold? Or pocket a few pieces?" Itsuki muttered. Sora walked over to his sitting brother and kicked him, toppling him over. "Enough!" as she yelled as he slammed his fist on his floor tray. It was very rare for him to raise his voice in anger, but with the missing painting plaguing his thoughts, he yelled, "You will act civil." Sora pointed a finger at his quivering brother, warning him of future reprisals. Itsuki slowly sat up as his older brother went and sat on his floor pillow closest to their father. "If we are not to talk about my new responsibilities, why have you gathered us here?" Sora questioned. As she answered, "I have hired someone to look into the missing painting. The Ronin detective will be here at any time. I want you to give him your full cooperation." "The painting," Sora spoke. "You mean the one with that cat on it? Your oldest son is so astute. My husband," Riko stated, and then her frustrations got the better of her. And she spoke uncharacteristically snide. "You should reward him and allow him to do what he wants when he wants." "No, wait. He already engages in such actions. You should not pick on me or make me angry," Sora threatened. "I am to be the future master. I could make you homeless and penniless. I am the mistress of the manor. Would you dare bring dishonor to this family by doing such a thing to me?" "Enough, Riko," as she said in a firm voice that wasn't raised. "I believe Sora has been picked on enough for today." "Picked on enough?" Riko questioned as if her husband had no clue what went on in his household, and then she stated, "He is a bully. Do you not see how he treats his brother and the servants?" "I see," as she answered. "I see many things, my loving wife. Tea haiku. My apt mind needs work. Mystery. Oh, mystery. Spiced tea seat my thoughts." Chapter 11. The Ronin is presented. The main hall. The housekeeper continued to escort them to the shoin. The family turned as the housekeeper entered with a boy and one who appeared to be a very young man. The Ronin was not at all anything like the family expected. The Ronin was much younger and presented himself not as refined as one like the samurai detective. Horo-sha had removed her bamboo hat upon entering the main hall and held it in front of herself. She looked all around, taking everything she could into memory from the structures they walked through, the people who worked for the household, and the animal paintings they passed. The housekeeper introduced their guests to the master and mistress. "This is Horo-sha, the Ronin detective, and his companion, Riko." Most people saw Horo-sha as a young man, and she never bothered to correct them. She found it made it a lot easier, when it came to certain things, for most people to believe she was a young man for as long as they decided not to look too close. "Greetings, Horo-sha," as she said. "Do you know why you have been summoned here?" "I only know that you are in need of my help," Horo-sha replied after she bowed to them, "and that something is missing." The housekeeper took the Ronin's hat as the Ronin and the boy would be staying for a while. The housekeeper then left the shoin. "I am in great need of your keen deductive reasoning. My wife tells me that you are a well-known detective," Riko stated. "Yes, Otsudai-san, the governor's housekeeper of the neighboring town, had high praises for you and your apt mind. I am very pleased that my name is known to you, but I will admit that I am still quite unknown," Horo-sha spoke. "No matter," as she said. "If you can find and return my stolen painting to me, I will reward you handsomely." Horo-sha glanced at the boy and nodded. And then Riko stepped forward as she told them. The boy manages that part of our business. Riko lifted his fist to his mouth, cleared his throat to get everyone's attention, and then said, besides the reward you offered, our fee includes a daily rate along with. Well, Horo-sha has special needs. Riko questioned, do you have a hot spring? We actually have a few, as she replied. I will make sure that your residence is one of the ones connected to the hot spring. Is there anything else? There is, Riko replied. Horo-sha is a connoisseur of tea. I will put the cook in charge of your tea needs, as she said. You can speak to her about it. And as I said before, we also charge a daily fee, Riko spoke. A silver coin per day with a 3-coin minimum to be paid up front. You will also provide us with a minimum of 3 days lodgings and board. As she inquired, is there anything else? We have a rule that we adhere to, Riko stated. Once Horo-sha takes the case, the Ronin detective will stick with the case until it is solved whether or not you as the client wants Horo-sha to continue with it. You must agree to this rule before the Ronin detective takes your case. I agree to your terms, as she spoke. Life lessons from tea, work. Staying busy balanced with rest are both essential as the sun rising and setting is to green tea leaves. Chapter 12. The case accepted. The Shoin. Horo-sha was very pleased that the master agreed to all her terms. She was also very proud of how Riko did his part. They worked exceptionally well together. To the mystery then, Horo-sha said, hardly containing her excitement as Riko told them their terms. First, the tea must be selected. As she stated, I am a little confused. Do you want me to tell you about the painting or do you want to have tea now? Riko spoke up. As I said before, Horo-sha is a connoisseur. An actual addict of tea, and uses it as a means to express, well, things. She leaned to the boy and whispered, I don't know if you should have said that. An addict sounds unprofessional. I say them as I see them, Riko replied. I guess I cannot fault you, Horo-sha spoke. As she still wasn't sure what the boy was talking about, so Horo-sha stated, you can tell me about your missing painting. I come from a long line of painters, and the painting in question is one my grandfather painted and personally gave to me when I was a boy. The painting is valuable, so I had it under lock and key in the vault along with other valuables. About a week ago, I entered the vault and discovered the watercolor painting was missing. Was anything else taken? Horo-sha questioned. No. What was the painting of? She inquired. It is called Staring Feline and is of a calico bobtail cat in the Animaru style of watercolor. My grandfather's grandfather created the style which the Gaku family has perfected over the generations. Tell me about the vault, Horo-sha requested. It was carved right out of the cliff that is to the rear of the estate. The door has a green fish padlock on it, and I have the only key. A guard is positioned just outside the vault at all times. Tell me about this green fish padlock, she requested. I had it special ordered, as she started. They are of a unique design that makes them hard to pick. Horo-sha asked, do you know of anyone who would steal the painting or has the skills to pick the lock? No, as she answered. I would first like to eliminate your family and your household, Horo-sha said. I need your permission to interview everyone and to have access to your entire estate. Granted, as she replied. Show me the vault, Horo-sha said. The first step in brewing tea is, of course, the selection of the tea. The soul of tea. I found there are hundreds, no thousands of teas in the world. I must hurry and taste them if I am to try them all. Chapter 13. The vault. The vault building. Horo-sha took careful notice of the structure that was separate from the manor and took some time to reach. It was the northernmost point of the estate and nearly in the center of the north wall. The vault building was one of several buildings connected by a covered wooden walkway. The vault building was rectangular and had a covered wooden walkway that covered both lengths and the front part's width. The front part's width and the east side's length were open-air walkways. A gate that led to the vault garden and the garden's only entrance was positioned at the front part's width. The garden took up most of the space of the building. The vault garden had a tranquil setting of a rock garden. The rock garden was made up of carefully arranged rocks, water features, and pruned miniature cherry trees. The white gravel had been raked to represent ripples in water. A brown stone path curved around the area, and 3 benches were set up along the path, and each bench had a unique view of the garden. The west side's length of the vault building had an enclosed walkway with only one entrance, and the walkway was the only entrance into the vault room where a guard station was in the door to the vault. The vault room was completely carved out of the cliff and was cave-like. Torches and candles lit up the room where one guard was on duty. A table and chair were in the back of the room for the guard to have his meal. The table was carved out of a large rock and looked to have been recently moved. A wooden door protected the vault, and the green fish padlock was securely in place. Tea haiku? Copper coins are nice. Some money has its uses. Tea is much better. Chapter 14. The Impregnable Vault. The Vault Room. As I said, this treasury was carved right into the rock of the cliffside, as she explained after leading Horo-sha and Riko to the cave-like room. There is only the one entrance. One guard is always on duty standing watch in the vault guard station, and only I have the key to the green fish padlock. Who knew that the painting was in the vault? Horo-sha questioned. As she answered, every member of my household. How many members are there? My family, the housekeeper, the steward, 6 male servants, the head guard and his 12 guards, the cook, the groom. No, he retired from keeping my horses. A new groom is on his way. Who else? The house physician and 2 housemaids, as she replied. Anyone outside of your household? Horo-sha questioned. The governor of our town, Manzo, and Hoshi the broker? Governor Manzo was a friend of my late father and a great admirer of my grandfather's work, and Hoshi the broker is a collector who is greatly interested in acquiring the staring feline from me. I have already turned down 3 offers from him for the painting. How good were the offers? Horo-sha inquired. Very tempting, as she admitted. I paused and considered each offer, and the moments I took to consider whether or not to sell it greatly increased with each offer. I would have sold the painting if it did not hold such sentimental value to me. The steward appeared and said, Master, the merchant who purchased the onion skin paper has sent a messenger to inform you he will be arriving earlier. His business in Nagoya concluded early. The merchant will be here within the week. I placed his order within the vault, as she stated. I did not want any of this order mixing in with my personal paper. When he does arrive, tell me and I will unlock the vault. You are then to gather all the paper within the scroll shelf. Kipa will need to assist you since you will be working in the vault. The steward nodded. Was there anything else? As she inquired. Yes, the new kitchen girl is here. Would you like to see her before she begins her work? I have her letter of recommendation here with me. She served in the Nakamura family for 2 years under their cook. And she, no need, as she interrupted. Send her to the cook. The steward left. I will now interview your household, Horo-sha told Eshi, and I will start with this guard who is currently on duty. She walked over to the guard and inquired, What is your name? Tell me what you know about the stolen painting and where you were when it was stolen. I am Gado. I do not know who stole the painting or where it is now. I was on guard duty here outside the vault the night it was stolen. Horo-sha inquired, Were you alone while guarding it? I was. Guarding throughout the night must be tiresome. Have you ever fallen asleep on duty? Gado started, glanced at the master, and then replied, I have never fallen asleep. I see, Horo-sha spoke, went over and examined the door to the vault, examined the padlock, and then said to the master, Show me the vault. He removed a key from his kimono and unlocked the padlock. The vault inside was the size of a small cave. She was given a candle, and then Horo-sha walked around the room and noticed different valuables within. Horo-sha saw a large vase in which she looked inside. She saw several statues made of jade, ivory, and gold and a honeycomb-like shelf with rolled-up scrolls occupying most of the holes. A few katanas were displayed on stands and there were many paintings within all hanging up. Horo-sha pointed to an empty spot on the wall next to the scroll shelf and inquired, Was this where you had the staring feline on display? It was, as she replied. She walked around one more time, taking in all of the sights, and then she said, Allow me to interview the rest of your household alone. I can uncover more truth if you are not present. I understand, as she spoke. Life lessons from tea. Truth is like tea. The hotter you brew it, the more of the flavor of veracity comes out. Chapter 15. Buildings, Structures, and Doors. Building and Structures. The female servants' quarters was located directly behind the manor, and the male servants' quarters was directly behind their building with a commons area between. Unless going about their daily duties, servants were to stay in their servants' quarters or the commons area. The barracks was located near the center of the estate. The guards were also to stay in the barracks unless on duty. Guard stations were set up throughout the estate. The guard stations were simple and included a small structure called a sentry box. The sentry box was large enough for one guard to stand in if he needed to get out of the rain or cold. The guards were armed with a spear and a long dagger. Several residences that housed guests of the family were scattered about the estate. Currently, only the house physician occupied one of the residences. Her residence also served as the dispensary and was full of dried herbs and potted plants. Doors. In the traditional architecture of the Kenjin Empire, fusuma were vertical rectangular panels that slid from side to side to redefine spaces within a room or act as doors. Fusuma were painted with scenes from nature such as mountains, forests, or animals. Shoji was a sliding outer or inner door made of a lattice screen covered with white paper. The soul of tea. I love the smell and warmth of a kitchen. It can tell you everything you need to know about a home. Home, hearth, and tea. Chapter 16. Interviewing the household. Komi. The cook. Komi, your name means having a small smile, Horo-sha stated as she and Riko stood in the tiny kitchen that had a dirt floor. There was a larger kitchen within the manor, but it was only used if a banquet or other type of gathering was planned or a large number of guests were staying overnight on the estate. The old shorter woman glared at her as if she had better things to do than listen to some crazy detective prattle on about names and their meanings. Riko leaned to Horo-sha and whispered, maybe her name should mean no smiles. Horo-sha tried not to laugh and covered her mouth with her fist as she coughed to hide her snicker. She focused on her duty and asked, were you in bed all night on the night in question? I was asleep, the cook replied and then spoke to the kitchen girl. You need to wash the rice first before you start to cook it. Did no one teach you anything? Horo-sha inquired, do you remember seeing or hearing anything that night? The old cook snapped, didn't you hear me? I said I was asleep. How could I see or hear anything? Riko leaned to Horo-sha again and whispered, maybe her name should mean yells a lot. They walked out of the tiny kitchen into a small courtyard, and Horo-sha noticed where the wood was stacked for the kitchen. Bamboo was part of the piles, and she noticed several of the bamboo pieces had clear lacquer on them. She picked up one of the bamboo sticks that was twice the thickness of her finger, examined it, and noticed it had been broken and not cut. Horo-sha went back into the tiny kitchen. Komi, who supplies wood for your kitchen? The steward keeps me stocked, the cook replied. I'll be taking this, Horo-sha stated as she waved the lacquer bamboo, turned, and headed for their next destination. Kipa, the head guard. Horo-sha moved on to the barracks and interviewed 5 of the guards, who had come off of duty, and they said that they had been sleeping the night of the theft. She found Kipa getting in some spear practice within the practice range and questioned him. He wore a black uniform trimmed in red as he was the leader of the estate's guards. I had evening patrol that night as I do every night and was on duty until dawn, the head guard told her. I made my round starting at 11 p.m. I saw the eldest son and the house physician that night. No outsider came into the estate that day, and the south gate and west gate were both secured and were never opened that night. Emery, the housekeeper. I got up about 3 a.m. The guard on fire watch had just called out the time. Riko and Horo-sha followed the housekeeper as she went to check on the 2 maids who were cleaning one of the tatami rooms. Horo-sha questioned, why did you get up? I heard someone whispering outside of my room, the housekeeper replied. She motioned with her head to one of the 2 women tidying up the room as the housekeeper said, it was one of the housemaids, and she was well. Speaking to one of the guards. The other housemaid, who had not been accused, giggled, overhearing the conversation. And then Emery continued, I shooed her into her room and told the guard not to come back to our part of the estate or I would report him to the head guard. Have you ever had problems with the guards before? Horo-sha inquired. Never, Kipa. The head guard always kept his men in line, making sure they were at their guard stations or in the barracks. He does not tolerate any of his men being where they should not be. Horo-sha asked her, what did you do after you shooed the wayward guard away? I checked to make sure both housemaids were in their room and in their beds, and then I returned to my room. The 3 of us stay in the female servants' quarters along with the cook. The cook was also in her room. I know this for I heard her snoring. The housekeeper turned to one of the maids and said, go to the tiny kitchen and tell the cook to prepare the mistress berries and then take them to her room. Mistress Nico requested a snack. The steward ordered them from one of the merchants who goes to Nagoya. They should have arrived by now. I heard the merchant return yesterday. The housekeeper turned to the Ronin and inquired, was there anything else? House physician, Samba. Horo-sha and Riko went to one of the residences on the estate. The house physician was there alone as if no one ever visited her. Samba was tending to some plants in the dispensary. The building was called the Red Clover Residence for the pinkish flowers grew wild around the residence and were often found drying within the dispensary. I was tending to the mistress around midnight in her room in the manor. Samba spoke. Nico had a bad headache. She has severe ones about once a week. I was with her until about 1 a.m., and then I returned here. I saw the head guard and the eldest son on my way back. I saw nothing suspicious. Hakairo, the steward. Horo-sha and Riko went back into the manor and came across the steward in his office, keeping the books. The steward's office was located across from Eshi's office and at the end of the main hall. It was a corner room. Eshi's office was also a corner room. I believe I was up around 12:30 a.m. Our groom had quit and the replacement has yet to arrive, so I had to tend to a horse that was sick. I saw the oldest son sneak in one of his lady friends through the south gate. He didn't exactly sneak her in as he normally does. The guard on duty let them in. The steward adjusted his stance before continuing. Sora usually takes his company to one of the residences on the west wall that he is able to sneak into without being seen. It is like he is a ghost. He paused and then added, I was up with the horse until about 7 a.m. And then I went to bed. Horo-sha told him, I found this lacquer bamboo among the wood the cook uses in her fires. Did you place it among the wood piles? The steward took the clear lacquer bamboo and examined it, and then he answered, I did not place it there. But it is not uncommon for wood that is to be thrown away to end up in her wood piles. Though, this piece would smoke with the lacquer on it. It should not have been placed in the woodpile. Thank you for your time, Horo-sha said as she turned and headed for her next interview. One moment, the steward called after the Ronin. A runner arrived some time ago and had a message for you. He removed a paper from his kimono and held it out. She took it and read the message. What is it? Riko inquired. Horo-sha replied, we already have a second job. There are no details, but the message urges us to visit the town postings chief as soon as we are done with our current case, and more information will be given to us. She turned to the boy and smiled as she said, this is a good sign, a very good sign. In no time, we will have lots of work. Tea haiku? Tea is on my mind. A shrewd clue will have to do. Until next tea time. Chapter 17. The Center. The back of the manor. Horo-sha and Riko went to the tallest building on the estate, the focal point on which the estate was built around. She and the boy walked into the building, which was mostly empty. They were waiting on the steward to arrive so that he could announce their arrival to the master of the manor. She decided to explore while they waited. The first level had crates stored there but nothing else. They walked up to the second level and there was paper in different sizes. Horo-sha walked around and studied the blank papers, and they all appeared to be onion skin paper for the Anamaru style of watercolor. They went up to the third level and there were herbs and material gathered to be grounded down to create watercolor paints. She walked around and looked at all the materials that had been gathered, and she was surprised by a few. They went up to the fourth level and there was a place set aside to rest and to partake of food, a place to take a break from work. They went up to the fifth level and there were many paintbrushes, including those whose bristles were being created from the hair of deer, goat, or horse. They went up to the sixth level and paintings hung all around the room. She went and looked at each and by the signature that was on them. They had all been created by Eshi. She wondered why they were here where few would see them and not in the manor. Horo-sha went up to the seventh level, the highest level in there. A signal paper with not one stroke upon it laid out on a floor desk. Brushes and paints had been set up beside the rolled-out onion skin paper, but it was as if Eshi had sat there day after day waiting for an image to speak to him, waiting on an image that would request he bring it to life. The steward arrived, but Eshi was nowhere to be found, so the steward went in search of him. Some time later, you are here? Eshi spoke as he walked up the stairs and entered the seventh level. The steward said you had come here looking for me. How goes the investigation? I believe I'm close to solving it, Horo-sha replied. I was wondering if you could help me with a few things. I want to get a feel of this household, so I thought first I would get a feel of the Gaku family. Tell me about your father and your grandfather. Why do you want to know about them? Eshi inquired. She replied, the painting was created by your grandfather, and I have noticed, so far, that your father has no paintings hanging anywhere within the estate. My grandfather spent a lot of time with his family and still managed to paint hundreds of paintings. His face, which had hung sternly like some grim painting, brightened as Eshi spoke of his fond memories. I can remember fishing with him when I was a boy and climbing the nearby mountain, exploring nature. My grandfather had a way with the paint and paper that I envy even to this day. He brought life and vigor to each of his creations, from the small snail to the mighty leopard. He breathed life into each of his creations. My paintings seem dead compared to his, as she stated. My father had no gift for painting, and his lack of artistic ability was blamed on the Gaku family curse. Horo-sha said, your housekeeper mentioned something about the curse. Is that why I have seen no paintings created by your sons? It is, as she replied. I have devoted my life to perfecting my own craft so that when they have sons of their own, I might teach their sons our family legacy so that they may carry on the Anamaru style. Are Sora and Itsuki like your father? Do they have no gift for painting? As she thought about the Ronin's question and then answered, Sora has more interest in women and drinking. And Itsuki? I do not know what interests him. She noticed he didn't answer her question but decided not to linger on it and asked instead, do you spend a lot of time in your studio? As she replied, nearly every waking hour if there are no matters for me to attend to. Does your wife like to paint? Does she like to paint? As she thought about it and then answered, Nico does have a gift for calligraphy. She sighed and then said, my calligraphy is atrocious according to my sister. Sakura. Horo-sha peered at her finger at the paper cut that would scar her forever as the other scars. she had received from other would-be takers of her life would scar her forever. One small scar marked her forehead and another her cheek, and she had quite a few of them marking her forearms. But none of them was as important as the paper cut she had received. When she was still a baby, her family took in a disgraced priestess named Keikenna. Keikenna was very grateful to her family and very devoted to them. The priestess had been away when the fire and massacre occurred and had returned the next morning and rescued her. The priestess, along with the crying samurai, raised her. Keikenna had a rare and very special gift of blessing, and the priestess blessed her with a blessing Horo-sha called One Cut. One Cut had been intended to aid Horo-sha. She sought the one person responsible for killing all of her family. Horo-sha abandoned her revenge once she discovered her older sister, Sakura, was not dead but alive. Horo-sha smiled as seeing the scar from the paper cut, though it was like a double-edged blade. The part of her that was Yoke remembered what her sister had tried to do to her not that long ago. She never thought her own flesh and blood would. Riko noticed she was distracted and asked the master of the manor a question of his own. Are you saying you see your family very rarely? Don't you at least have a meal with them once a day? As she looked to the boy and replied, outside entertaining guests, we have not had a meal together in many, many years. Horo-sha pulled from her thoughts and said, you should really come out of your turtle tower. My turtle tower. The place you pull into like a turtle who does not want to face the world or the people around it. We are not turtles, Horo-sha told him. We are humans and we need one another. She thought about her own family and stated, what I have observed of you so far. You have become indifferent to your family, or maybe you were always this way and hid it better, but I see a man who is unhappy with the way his paintings have been coming out. The Ronin piqued his curiosity, and though claiming to have no artistic talent, the Ronin cast an artist's view on his immediate world. So as she inquired, why would you say that about my paintings? I have not seen one of your works on display. They are all hanging in your studio where no one but you, the housekeeper, and the steward have seen them. Horo-sha said, maybe if you paid as much attention to your family as you do your work, your paintings will come out more to your liking. How do you mean? You said it yourself when you talked of your grandfather. He spent as much time with his family as he did his work. One must experience life before they can paint it, Horo-sha informed him as if he hadn't figured out this point on his own. She said this as if it had taken her a long time to figure it out herself. Circumstances, a restless mind, and a heart-seeking retribution, and justice forced her to grow up faster than any child should. Revenge lingered within her thoughts, but optimism had sprouted in her heart, and she wanted to water the fledgling plant of hope while putting out the flames of retaliation. Horo-sha thought of this as she said, just like I must taste, see, feel, touch, and learn about the world around me to be a successful detective. She left him with one final thought as she said, think of your grandfather. Did he hide away or did he experience life? Life lessons from tea. Loyalty is like tea. The longer one brews in hot water, the more the flavor of devotion comes out. Chapter 18. More interviews. Around the estate, Horo-sha interviewed the remaining guards, who were manning their posts at the various guard stations scattered about the estate, and 5 of them told her that they saw no one that night after 11 p.m. The guard, who manned the south gate that evening, said he saw the steward. He also let in the eldest son and a lady friend of his. The lady friend kissed the eldest son for a long time in the south courtyard. But then she left the estate. Do you report everyone who comes in and out of the gate to Kipa? She questioned the guard at the south gate. I do, the guard replied, and then he made a face as if he just realized something. When he makes his rounds every evening, I report if anyone came or went through the gate. Thank you, she said. You were very helpful. Horo-sha turned and headed back to the place where they started the investigation. Riko questioned her. Where are we going? Back to the vault, she replied. There is something I would like to check on. Gato, the guard. Horo-sha returned to the vault room and found the same guard on duty. First, she walked around the stone table, and next, she went over and inspected the wooden door that led to the vault. And then she questioned him. When I asked you before if you have ever fallen asleep on duty, you hesitated answering me. Was it because your master was here? Did you lie to me? What did you want to tell me but was afraid to say in front of Eshi? I did not lie to you, Gato replied. It was just, I did fall asleep that night, but I don't remember being tired. I just woke up on the floor. Do you believe you were drugged? I believe it is a strong possibility, Gato replied. My head was very fuzzy when I did wake. Before you passed out, what was the last time you remember being awake? Gato replied, I know I was awake at about 1 a.m. I did not regain consciousness until 5 a.m. Horo-sha turned and headed out of the vault room. Where are we going? Are you going to interview one of the sons? Riko inquired, not sure what Horo had picked up on, but she did have something that she was focusing on. No, she replied. I am going to re-interview someone. Kipa, the head guard. Can you tell me again everyone you saw that night after 11 p.m.? As I said before, besides my own men, I saw the eldest son and the house physician that evening. Did you see anyone else or heard of anyone coming onto the estate? Think very carefully. It is very important. I did not, the head guard replied. Near the barracks, Horo-sha turned and headed toward the manor. She and the boy entered the kitchen courtyard and headed for the gate within the small wall that divided the kitchen courtyard from the area around the front door of the manor. Horo-sha spotted the kitchen girl coming out of the tiny kitchen and inquired of her, "Have you seen Eshi?" "I have not seen the painter," the kitchen girl replied. "The master might be in his office," the cook spoke up as she came out of the tiny kitchen after the girl. And then the cook said, "Musum, make that 5 white radishes instead of 4. I hear we will be having guests tonight for the evening meal." The kitchen girl nodded and continued on her way with a basket in hand. The cook turned her attention to Horo-sha and added, "I suppose you're one of them. Do you eat like a horse?" "Like 2, Horo-sha replied with a grin. "Oh, I did want to talk to you about tea. The soul of tea. I find that teacups have a beauty all to their own. An ugly cup cannot take away from the taste of tea, but a beautiful one can enhance it." Chapter 19. The name of the culprit is Yunomi the handless teacup. Yunomi was a handless teacup. Yunomi was a common type of teacup made for daily or informal tea drinking. The cups came in many forms and were usually cylindrical in shape. Yunomi came in many varieties of pottery styles, and the most common styles for Yunomi were Hagi, Shino, Karatsu, and Mashiko. The manor. At about 3 p.m., Horo-sha, with a handleless cup of green tea in hand, called through the shoji, and when no one answered, she slid the shoji to the side and entered the master's office. They had passed the steward, and he informed them that the master had been in his office about 10 minutes ago. She and Riko waited within the office until Eshi returned almost an hour later. While they waited, she sipped from the Yunomi, indulging in her favorite pastime. Horo-sha's mind drifted as she thought about what might be their next case. She had no idea, but she was eager to go see the town postings chief. The case was probably in this town or maybe a town close by. Her daydreaming was interrupted when Eshi came in. "I was about to leave and come look for you," Horo-sha said when the master of the manor finally showed up. "The cook and the steward both said I could find you here." Riko told her, "You were only going to leave because you finished your tea and wanted more." She ignored the boy but grinned as he was correct. "A matter came up that I had to attend to," Eshi replied and then questioned, "Have you already finished interviewing all of the household?" "I have not interviewed your wife or your 2 sons. But I believe I do know who stole your grandfather's painting," Horo-sha answered. "Who is it, and how did you discover the culprit so quickly?" Eshi questioned, and then he said, "You have not had time to interview any of the people I mentioned who live outside of this household. A member of your household committed the crime," Horo-sha spoke with certainty. "Come with me and let me explain." She turned to the boy and ordered him, "Riko, go find the rest of the family and have them meet us at the vault room. Sometime later at the vault room. First, let me explain what I believe happened." Horo-sha began as the master of the manor and Gato looked on. As she questioned, "How was the green fish padlock broken into?" "The lock was never picked and the lock was never opened," she replied. "I don't understand," as she said. "Please explain." Horo-sha bited. "Come over with me to the vault door. See the hinges here. See how they are on the outside instead of on the inside of the room." The thief merely lifted the door off of its hinges, using some sort of lever. "See these marks on the stone floor where something heavy like a boulder had been moved to this point? I believe the stone table was used as a fulcrum to support a lever, but I have not figured out what was used as the lever. If the lever is important to you, I can look into it further." "No need," Eshi replied. "We know how they broke into the vault, but who was it and what did they do with the staring feline?" Eshi questioned and then turned to Gato and gave him an accusing look. "Gato is not the one who stole your painting," Horo-sha stated with certainty. "I believe someone drugged Gato, perhaps in his meal, before he went on duty, and then when he fell asleep, the culprit came in here and had nearly the whole night to remove the door and put it back in place. I believe the theft took place between 1:30 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. If not Gato, then who and where is my painting?" Eshi inquired. "Please unlock the vault and let me inspect it again," Horo-sha requested. He took the key and unlocked the green fish padlock, and then the 3 of them walked into the vault. Horo-sha walked over to the honeycomb-like shelf, and then she went over and inspected the back of the door that faced the vault. "Who would do such a thing?" Eshi questioned for the 3rd time. "And where is my painting?" A guard rushed into the vault and said, "Master, please come with me. There is something urgent that needs your attention." "Of course," Eshi said and then rushed out of the vault. I have everything now, Horo-sha said with a large grin on her face. She questioned as she had not been paying attention. Where is Eshi? He had to leave on an urgent matter. Gato replied, a little worried about the reason behind the urgent request of the master's presence. Oh, I am ready for the reveal, she said and asked, do you know how long he will be? Gato replied, I do not. Horo-sha started to get antsy as she wanted to blurt out all she had learned, and after a few minutes went by, she said, I should really wait until Eshi returns. He should be the first to discover all that I have found out. She glanced at the door, hoping the master of the manor would return, and when he never walked in, she said, I will tell you as long as you promise not to tell your master, but allow me to make the reveal. I promise. Good. I know where the painting is and I know who stole it. I will show you where the painting is, but first, she lifted a finger and started to divulge. The one who stole the painting is... Riko burst into the vault and shouted, the head guard. Anticipation haiku. I know the answer. My tongue cannot stand so still. I must blurt all I. Chapter 20. Not exactly the moment she hoped for. The vault. The boy burst in and shouted, the head guard. Riko? Horo-sha uttered when her moment was taken from her, as if a tiger had pounced on a mouse right when the mouse had gotten the cheese. She was upset. No one had ever revealed the culprit before she was able to reveal them. Horo-sha felt cheated, but she couldn't be mad at the boy. She had never told him how things worked, not that there were set rules for such a thing. Horo-sha turned to the boy and said, trying not to sound upset, yes, you are correct, but how did you know? She couldn't help herself and grumbled, I guess you are a smart kid, but that doesn't mean you should ruin my moment. One of my favorite parts of solving mysteries is the reveal. How did I know what? Riko asked as he looked terrified, as if he might have pounced on a mouse that could swallow a tiger. She was a little confused by his question, so she reiterated, how did you know that the head guard stole the painting? How long did you know? You should have told me earlier that you had figured it out. It would have saved me a lot of time, and I could be enjoying the hot springs and another nice cup of tea. Riko looked even more confused than how she felt, and he also appeared white as an apparition as he spoke. I didn't know he was the one who stole the painting. Are you sure? I would never have guessed that he was the thief. He is the thief. I started to suspect him when the housekeeper told me she spotted one of the housemaids with one of the guards. She also told me that the head guard usually kept his men in check, so why didn't he that night? Why did the head guard also not mention the lady friend the eldest son brought home? If the head guard had done his usual rounds that night, the guard watching the south gate would have reported the woman's entrance and exit of the estate. I believe the head guard was not diligent about his job because he was busy doing other things for about 3 hours. Without his ever watchful eyes, one of his guards snuck over to see the housemaid. She peered at the boy and then said, how did you know he was the thief? I did not know, Riko admitted, as if something serious was on his mind, distracting him from their conversation. She hoped her earlier statements had not been taken as scoldings. Horo-sha didn't mean them as scoldings. She was just upset that her moment, that she always looked forward to, had been taken from her. The boy kept peering at the wall of the vault room as if he could see into the vault garden that was on the other side. She wasn't sure why he was doing so, and she also realized he had been doing this since he came into the room. It was as if he wanted to tell her something that immediately needed to be said, but he wasn't sure how to just come out and tell her. Her mind went back to their conversation and the boy's statement claiming he didn't know the head guard was the culprit. Now I am very, very confused, Horo-sha spoke. I was in the middle of the reveal when you came barging in here declaring his name. Why would you do such a thing if you didn't already know that he was the thief? You never let me finish. I wasn't declaring him the thief, Riko answered. I was declaring that the head guard was dead. Found murdered. Emotions, she usually kept guarded since the day the fire took everything away, slapped her in the face. A concussion caused by surprise immobilized her mind for a few moments, and she was stunned to silence. The moment slowly moved forward, and her mind shook off some of the effects so that a little thought returned. Dead. How could Kipa be dead? Her mind was stuck in a mire of bewilderment, and she slowly proceeded through the sludge of uncertainty and astonishment, but the more she thought about it, the more she was pulled into the chasmic, perplexing mud of abasement. He was dead. She fell ever deeper into the cerebral quicksand. So Horo-sha forced her mind to stop thinking of Kipa. She completely abandoned any thoughts pertaining to the head guard and turned her attention elsewhere. Her attention immediately landed on the boy. Horo-sha now understood his terrified expression. Riko was not afraid that he might have overstepped his part as her apprentice. He was showing signs of post-traumatic shock. The soul of horror. I cannot tell what I am looking at. Something I am seeing is not right by anything natural. Chapter 21. The Thief's Shoe. The Vault. The head guard is in the vault garden, Riko managed to tell her. Her first instinct should have been to help the boy, But Horo-sha was experiencing her own post-traumatic shock. She turned and rushed out. Horo-sha, Riko, and even Gaku, abandoning his post, raced out of the vault and through the vault room. The four of them hurried through the west side enclosed walkway that led away from the only entrance into the vault room. Horo-sha was in the lead when they entered the vault courtyard. She immediately turned left and raced to the gate leading into the vault garden. She entered the rock garden and saw 3 guards standing in the distance along with Eshi. Horo-sha hurried over to them, staying to the path as not to disturb the currents of gravel. She arrived by their side and peered at the ground as they did. Riko joined her and then Gaku. "What am I looking at?" Horo-sha questioned as she and the others couldn't take their eyes off of the spot on the ground. A horror rose from the pit of her stomach and increased in its intensity as it neared her mouth as if it would scream forth. The scream never came. Horo-sha continued to stare at the ground as if she would be frozen in that moment forever. Riko stood beside her as they both gaped at the oddity in the ground. He broke through the seized moment of time and allowed it to flow forward as he answered. "The head guard's boots. What is wrong with what I am looking at?" Horo-sha questioned as her mind couldn't wrap itself around what they were looking at. She knew that they were looking at black boots trimmed in red, but it couldn't be possible. She couldn't have allowed a thing to happen. "The head guard's shoes are sticking out of a mound of dirt," Riko spoke, not sure how else to explain it. He completed his mission and had no other purpose, so Riko stood there as the horror of the man's death sunk in. She questioned, "So that means?" Gaku replied as the boy had gone mute, by the marks left around his feet in the dirt and gravel. "It looks like the head guard was buried alive head first." He turned to one of the guards there and ordered, "Sound the bell and have the estate sealed." The guard immediately ran off. "Are we sure he is dead?" Horo-sha questioned. "He could still be." One of the 2 guards, who had already been in the garden, stated. I grabbed his foot as the other guard began to dig with his hands and well, there was no response. "We can all assume." She didn't believe him and went and knelt by the head guard and grabbed his boot. Kipa didn't react to her yanking on his foot. It was as the guard had said. The head guard was dead. "I can't believe it," Horo-sha spoke as a sensation she had never felt before. When dealing with mysteries, made it even harder to think. The bell sounded as 2 of the guards, who had left to retrieve shovels, re-entered the vault garden and handed a shovel to the 2 guards who were there. And the 4 of them started digging out the body. She continued speaking as a sort of panic set in. "Someone killed the thief. Why would anyone kill the thief? I had the head guard working alone. Does this mean he had a partner?" Horo-sha considered the possibility and then said, "No, I am so sure he worked alone." "I don't know," Riko replied. "A man is dead. A man has been murdered." And in a horrible and bizarre way, Horo-sha pointed out as if she had to. The sensation she was experiencing was growing stronger as the horror that had started in the pit of her stomach mingled with the sensation and created a terrifying new beast. She said, still in shock, "I was here in the estate. I never suspected that someone would kill Kipa. I was here when he was murdered. I could have saved this man if I had only deduced that he was in danger." She reviewed all the details and clues she had observed and heard and went over them all in her mind again. What did I not see? How could I have not foreseen this murder and stopped it? Riko went over, took her hand, and said, "This is not your fault. You did not kill this man. Someone else killed Kipa. But I was here," Horo-sha stated, coming to the defense of herself flogging. "I spoke to this man just today. How could I not have foreseen this? I should have deduced that he had a partner that wanted to silence him. Horo, all you can do now is find justice for this man. You can discover who murdered him," Riko told her as he sensed her great distress over failing to prevent the death. "Find justice." She spoke softly. "I can find justice for Kipa unlike I was able to find justice for my family." Horo-sha pushed down the sensation, the terrifying new beast, a sensation of failure and blindness to the presented clues. The boy was right. She couldn't save the head guard, but she could find his murderer. She turned to Gaku and told him, "Have one of the guards man your post. I want you to come with us as we go to Eshi's office." Horo-sha turned to the master of the manor and said, "Our talk should take place in your office." Eshi nodded and immediately headed there. She started to head for the manor when Horo-sha caught sight of something in the dirt around Kipa's feet. It was a ribbon, a red ribbon made of lace. Horo-sha unburied the ribbon and took it with her as they headed for the manor. Life lessons from failure. Failure can be a noose, but it can also be a tool. Let it choke you with guilt, and it will hang you. Learn from it, and you can build towards success. Chapter 22. The meeting in Eshi's office. The manor. It was nearing the evening hour as Horo-sha, Riko, and Gaku sat in front of Eshi, who was sitting behind his desk. They were all silently waiting on the Ronin detective to speak. She found it hard to slay the terrifying new beast or even restrain it, So Horo-sha found a labyrinth within her mind to keep it imprisoned long enough that she could focus on the murder. She had just managed to place the beast there when the master of the manor broke the silence. "Tell me, who stole my painting? Was it Kipa?" "It was," Horo-sha replied. As she spoke, "It does not bode well for your reputation to have someone murdered under your watchful eye." His statement was true, but she replied, "A man was murdered. A man who guarded your family has died, and that is all you can say, as this might not bode well for my reputation." As she inquired, "Did Kipa not steal from me?" "He did." "Why do I need to have sympathy for a thief?" As she questioned. "People who wrong us sometimes have reasons for wronging us. A reason for the misdeed. Don't you want to know why he stole from you?" "It is enough for me to know that he stole from me," as she replied. "I do not need to know the reason. I have more important things to worry about." He questioned the Ronin, "Do you know where my painting is?" Riko was very upset by then, and he started to blurt, "Of course." Horo-sha quickly held out a hand to silence him, and she answered the master of the manor, "I have a few ideas about where it can be." She glanced at Gato to see if he would go along with what she was saying. Gato peered at her with this confused look but remained silent. Horo-sha continued, "The case has taken a drastic turn. I am not only trying to determine the whereabouts of the missing painting, but now I must solve the murder of Kipa." As she asked, "Why are you telling me these things as if I do not know already?" "My verbal contract with you must be changed," she informed him. "I see. You want more money." "No," Horo-sha replied. "The monetary fee you agreed to with Riko will not change. What will change is my position in your household." "Go on," as she spoke. "I will have unbridled access to your entire estate, and my authority will be second only to you. I need for you to immediately agree to this, or I will drop your case and accept the black mark that comes with breaking one of my own rules, and the black mark that comes with abandoning a case." As she peered at the Ronin with the eyes of a painter, one who lets no detail go unseen, the Ronin detective had a secret. No, had something that she was hiding. He thought about revealing her secret, letting the entire empire know of her true gender. As she debated it some more within the confines of his anger, and then he paused. He had vowed long ago not to let his rage rule him as it had ruled his father. As she took a deep breath and then let it out slowly, Horo-sha was still the Ronin detective, man or not, and she had several solved cases under her sash. She would have to do since the samurai detective was far away on another case. As she spoke in a calmer voice, "I can agree to your first term. You must have at least one more." "I do," Horo-sha replied. "I want 2 members of your household to assist me, and I will pick the 2 who will work for me while I investigate. Their loyalty must be to me even above their loyalty to you." "I can agree to your second term," as she told her. Horo-sha said, "Gato will be one and the other will be determined at a later time. You should appoint another as your acting head guard while Gato assists me." "No need," as she replied. "I trust he can run my guards and still assist you." Horo-sha nodded. "Do you have a third condition?" as she questioned. "Not at this time, but I insist on the right to stipulate this third condition if the situation arises." "Done," as she replied. "Now find my painting. I need to inform the town magistrate of the murder." Horo-sha started out, and then she paused and asked the master of the manor, "Did you ever suspect that Kipa had stolen the painting? Or maybe you overheard me tell Gato and Riko." "What if I did?" as she inquired. "In that case, you would be my prime suspect," Horo-sha answered and gauged Eshi's reaction, which was one of notable irritation, but not guilt, and then she turned and headed out as Riko and Gato followed her. Gato asked once they left the office and were walking through the main hall, "Why did you tell the master you had not found the painting?" Eshi doesn't care about who killed Kipa. He only cares about the painting. It might be the only thing he really cares about. "I care who murdered Kipa, and I will solve this new mystery, or I do not deserve to be the great Ronin detective." T haiku? T. I thirst for joy. Nothing else compares to you. Fire up my mind. Chapter 23. A new direction in the investigation. The main hall. Riko questioned Horo-sha as they continued walking toward the front door. "Do you have any idea who could have killed Kipa?" "No, not even a clue," she admitted. "I must interview everyone again. We go to the kitchen first. Gato, make sure the guards have sealed the estate. None may go and none may enter except for the town magistrate. Once that is done, see if everyone is accounted for. The murderer could have fled. If anyone is missing, immediately report to me. If everyone is accounted for, go see to the removal of the head guard's body. Have him laid out on the ground beside the hole along with anything that might be discovered upon his unearthing." Gato nodded and went on his way. Some time later, Riko and Horo-sha paused some distance from the tiny kitchen. "Why have we stopped?" the boy questioned. The kitchen girl passed them going into the tiny kitchen. She was eating a strawberry and carrying a basket full of white radishes. The kitchen girl tossed the strawberry stem before going in. I am thinking again about the evidence we have been collecting, Horo-sha told him. Go find the steward and request a satchel we might have. I am going to put you in charge of safeguarding the large items like the piece of lacquer bamboo I'm holding. It will be a very important job to safeguard the clues. Riko nodded and hurried off to find the steward. It didn't take him too long, and he shortly returned. They entered the tiny kitchen and found the cook with her arms folded, peering down at the kitchen girl who was sitting cross-legged on the floor. A basket of white radishes was sitting in front of her, and the kitchen girl was preparing them to be cooked. The cook scolded, "Musum, look at your nails. Go scrub them before you handle any more of the food. You should wash your hands after being in the garden digging." Riko leaned to Horo-sha and whispered, "Look, the kitchen girl has dirt all over her hands. Could she have dug the hole that entombed Kipa?" She whispered back, "A hole deep enough for Kipa's height would have been dug by a shovel. Not by hand, or it would have taken too long and have been discovered. Her nails are dirty from her radish digging. And besides, Musum just arrived on the estate today. She would not have been involved in the theft of the painting and so could not have been Kipa's accomplice. But maybe we should be sure of it." Komi, the cook, turned as the two of them entered, and the cook griped, "What do you want? Tell me your whereabouts for the last 2 hours," Horo-sha requested. She glanced at one of the few clocks on the estate and added, "It would have been between 3:20 p.m. and 5:25 p.m. "I've been here," the cook answered. "Can anyone verify it?" Horo-sha inquired. "Musum has been in and out. Also, the housekeeper was here over 2 hours ago. I believe it was around 3:35 p.m. "What about you?" Horo-sha began as she questioned the kitchen girl. Musum turned, looked over the Ronin, laughed, and then said, "I heard a great detective was here. One from a samurai family, but I see you. You are not Lord Tante, the great samurai detective." Horo-sha felt her face redden with anger as the girl, who was only slightly older than her, mocked her. Usually, her emotions didn't attain the better of her, but the shock over Kipa's death left her less guarded over them. She needed to do something about them or she would be useless as a detective. Life lessons from tea. Anger is like boiling tea. It is hot and can burn, so it is best to handle with care. Chapter 24. Restraining her emotions. The tiny kitchen. After taking a moment to once again restrain her emotions, Horo-sha peered at the kitchen girl who had just insulted her. Horo-sha had been insulted by many over the last year as the Ronin detective. She was too young. She was too inexperienced. She was a woman. Horo-sha never let those things bother her before, or at least outwardly showed that they bothered her. She grew accustomed to expecting the ridicule, but with Kipa dying under her usually observant eyes, everything stung more. Even the kitchen girl's words. "You avoided the question," Horo-sha said once she pulled herself together. "Are you guilty of something?" "I am guilty of many things," Musum replied from her seated position on the floor. The older girl stared at the Ronin, trying to figure out something about the disgraced samurai. Musum knew there was something, but she couldn't work out what it was just yet. She wasn't about to give up as she said, "I have mostly been here in the kitchen. I went to the vegetable garden and dug up white radishes and then came back here." "Where is the vegetable garden located?" Horo-sha questioned. "Right next to the orchard," Musum half answered with a mischievous grin. "I knew the moment I laid eyes on you that you would be a troublesome girl." The cook spoke and then told the Ronin. "The orchard and the vegetable garden are both located in the back of the estate in between the grain warehouse that is in the northwest corner and the tool storage house." Horo-sha questioned, "What is next to the tool storage house?" "The vault building," the cook replied. Horo-sha questioned the kitchen girl. "Did you immediately come back once you dug up the radishes?" "No," Musum answered, glanced at the cook, and then replied, "I took my time walking back, and I also wandered around the estate." "Did you see anyone on your stroll?" Horo-sha asked. 5 people, the kitchen girl replied. "Lady Evening Vanilla, the thief, and mistress of the household on my way to the vegetable garden, and the young fox and the painter on my wanderings." "Those names," Horo-sha began as she tilted her head, thinking about what the kitchen girl said. "You have created your own names for many of the household." The cook grumbled. "I told her how rude it was to do so, but she does not listen to me." Horo-sha thought some more on the small puzzle presented before her and said, "The painter is Eshi. The mistress of the household could be Emery, the housekeeper, and the thief is Kipa. The young fox could be one of the sons, and Lady Evening Vanilla. I am not sure. I have just arrived today, and do not tell me the great Ronin detective cannot figure this out." The kitchen girl spoke. "I heard you arrived before me, and I should be able to figure this out." Horo-sha spoke, finding she was grumbling this time. "You said Lady Evening Vanilla would be Gaku Nico. Am I right?" "You are. Why do you call her Lady Evening Vanilla?" Horo-sha questioned. I have never smelled vanilla around her. I have walked by her room within the manor several times already and have smelled a perfume of hers, the kitchen girl explained. Oh, so, Horo, you have gotten off track, Riko pointed out in a whisper, knowing her mind couldn't ignore a puzzle even if it had nothing to do with their case. I have gotten off track, she agreed. Horo-sha put the puzzle aside and said to Musume, you saw 5 people, and they were Mistress Nico, Kipa, and the housekeeper on your way to the vegetable garden. Let me guess that you saw the youngest son, Itsuki, and Eshi on your wanderings. Do I have this correct? The kitchen girl nodded. You saw the head guard, Horo-sha began and then asked, would this be the head guard who was murdered or do you speak of Gato? He was the one who went swimming in the dirt, the kitchen girl replied as she giggled. Musume, the cook scolded her. You should not speak of the dead in such a way. I was only answering the Ronin's question. Horo-sha asked, where did you see Mistress Nico and at what time? I saw Lady Evening Vanilla near the tool storage house, Musume answered. It was sometime before 5 p.m. I had dug up 2 radishes and needed a break, so I explored the buildings that were closest to the garden. Horo-sha thought about the time and asked, I don't believe there are any clocks in the buildings over there. How did you know the time? There is a clock somewhere in the center of the estate that I can hear chime. It had not chimed yet. It might have been 4:50 p.m. She would have heard the barracks clock. The cook spoke up. It is located in the barracks courtyard. It was set up there so that all the guards could hear the time and change shifts as needed. You can barely hear it inside a building, but you can hear it anywhere on the estate if you are outside. Horo-sha questioned the kitchen girl. Where did you see Marie, the housekeeper, and at what time? I saw the mistress of the household walking into the orchard from my spot in the vegetable garden. A small fence separates the orchard and garden, so even though I was kneeling, I could see her. It was at 5 p.m. I know this, for I did hear the clock chiming. Where did you see the head guard? I saw him before I saw Lady Evening Vanilla, the kitchen girl replied. He was heading toward the vault building. I don't know the exact time. The soul of tea. I breathed in and I breathe out. Tea has such splendid aromas when my soul needs them. Chapter 25. Scents and Clues. The tiny kitchen. The aroma of the next meal filled the small area as Horo-sha considered the people and the places and times the kitchen girl had seen them. She smelled fish and rice cooking, and a hint of ginger and garlic permeated the air. Her mouth watered as she considered everything she had heard and decided she would speak to the housekeeper and the mistress of the manor next once she finished interviewing the cook and kitchen girl. She noticed Riko holding the satchel, so she gave him the lacquer bamboo stick and red ribbon to hang on to. She questioned the kitchen girl. Where did you see the youngest son and at what time? The young fox? I am not sure of the time. I believe I saw him before I went to the garden. I saw him going into a building that is against the west wall and next to the grain warehouse. I believe she is talking about the paper mill, the cook stated. During the spring and early summer, the paper, the estate uses for the year, is created there. Seasonal workers are hired to create what we will need. The work was finished about 2 weeks ago. Horo-sha inquired, is the paper used in the Anamaru style of watercolor also created in this paper mill? The cook answered, yes, special artisans are brought in to create the special type of onion skin paper used in the paintings. Horo-sha questioned the kitchen girl, where and when did you see Eshi? I saw the painter after I finished digging up the other 3 white radishes. It was a short time after 5 p.m., maybe it was 5:15 or 5:20 p.m. Horo-sha considered all she had learned, and while she was doing so, Riko decided to try his hand at questioning and stretching his mental muscle. So he asked the cook, why was the housekeeper here and how long did she stay? Emery was here about 20 minutes. She had come to inform me that she heard we would be having guests tomorrow or the next day. The master's uncle and his new wife will be coming to stay for a few weeks. The uncle has certain dietary needs, so she wanted me to make a special menu for him. Now, if you will excuse me, I have an errand I must run. The cook left the tiny kitchen. Horo-sha once again considered everything she had heard and seen, and then she said, Musume, you have lied to me. You saw at least one other person on your wanderings. The kitchen girl peered at the Ronin, not in anger at the accusation but in pleased surprise. Musume said, I was also lied to. I was told you were from some samurai family, but you are a Ronin, a samurai with no master, a disgraced warrior. You might carry a sword, but you are far from a great samurai. Horo-sha was no longer angry with what the kitchen girl was saying. Horo-sha was listening to the little things that Musume did not say. The girl, who was slightly older than her, was harsh, but so must have been the life she had led up to that point. Musume couldn't help herself and asked, how do you know that I met at least one other person? The strawberry you were eating. It is a very expensive treat, and I believe Mistress Nico's favorite snack. You must have come across the housemaid who was put in charge of picking up and delivering the strawberries to the mistress. I could have snuck in Lady Evening Vanilla's room and stole one, or I could have stolen one while the cook was preparing them, Musum said. I believe you wouldn't sneak into the mistress' room to steal a strawberry. I also don't believe you stole one while the cook was preparing them. Komi is very observant and would not have allowed you to get away with eating one. She lets you get away with other things, but not something that the mistress might miss. The kitchen girl asked, "What are you saying?" The mutual fondness you have developed for one another in the short time you have been here has, well, given you an opportunity to find a family, a place to belong. Fondness, the kitchen girl repeated as she laughed. Horo-sha noticed a smile she had seen before as she stated, "Yes, a fondness. All she does is yell at me," Musum insisted as if she had the answer and not the Ronin. "She yells at you so that you will improve. I believe Komi sees her free-spirited daughter in you, or maybe her son. If this was not true, she would have fired you by now. You are lazy and do as little as possible when it comes to your job. Why would the cook put up with such things?" Musum thought about it and was going to argue the point, but the cook returned. The kitchen girl stared at the older woman in a way she had never done before. "Musum, I will finish the radishes. Go and bring in some more wood," the cook ordered. The kitchen girl immediately stood up and raced out the exit. Komi questioned the Ronin. What got into her? I didn't have to tell her 3 times. Horo-sha grinned but only shrugged, and then she also turned and headed out of the tiny kitchen. Riko followed after her, but then she upped and stopped just outside. She started thinking again. "Why did you ask the cook and kitchen girl where they were for the past 2 hours? The boy inquired. "It is the window of time I believe the murderer dug the hole and killed Kipa," she replied, paused once more in thought, and said, "The head guard was killed sometime after we last saw him. We do not know how he was killed for sure until his body has been dug up. We should have enough time to interview another group of people before that grim task is completed. I will interview the housekeeper next, and then—" "What is bothering you?" Riko interrupted. "You are a very clever and observant boy," she told him, and then answered, "The hole. How could one person dig a hole that deep in less than 2 hours? I am missing something." The small clock in the kitchen started to chime. "It is now 6:30 p.m. We have much to do in the next hour before dark," Horo-sha said. "Tea haiku? Round and round it goes. My apt mind cannot stand still. Green tea will calm it." Chapter 26. The Dead Cherry Tree. Near the servants' quarters, Riko and Horo-sha headed to find the housekeeper and came across the steward. "Excuse me, Hakairo? Do you have any work going on in the vault garden?" The steward replied, "I do. A cherry tree had died, so I had one of the male servants dig it up today. It was a miniature version of the tree, so the roots didn't run too deep. Do you know if he filled in the hole once he was done?" "He did not," the steward replied. "A new cherry tree is supposed to arrive in the next few days. I told the male servant to stake up ribbons around the hole so no one would hurt themselves." "The ribbon?" Horo-sha repeated. She considered the item, then went to her next question, and asked, "What can you tell me about Kipa before he came to work here? Were you here when he first came to work for the Gaku family?" "I was," the steward replied. She waited on him to answer the other question, and when he didn't, Horo-sha repeated, "What can you tell me about Kipa before he came to work here?" The steward peered at the Ronin for a few moments as if debating something, and then he answered, "I cannot say. You cannot say as you do not know, or you cannot say because someone has ordered you to keep quiet about Kipa's past." The steward didn't reply. "I take it the latter is correct, but who told you to keep quiet?" "I don't think it was the master of the manor. It could have been one of the 2 sons or the housekeeper," she stated, searching for a reaction. "The mistress of the manor could have." Horo-sha found the reaction she was waiting for and stated, "Why would Gaku order you not to talk about Kipa's past?" The steward looked worried as if he had betrayed the mistress even though he had kept silent. "You are a good servant," Horo-sha told him to reassure him. "And you care about the Gaku family and this household. You also seem like a man of integrity since you did not outright lie. Do not worry. You did not betray your mistress." She turned and headed off as she said, "Come, Riko?" The boy asked as they walked, "What is it?" "I believe we can now remove the red ribbon from our list of clues. Its mystery has been solved." "It is no longer a list then," the boy commented. "The bamboo stick is the only thing on it." Horo-sha thought about Kipa's past and why it needed to be kept a secret, and she stated, "I imagine the list will grow just as tea leaves grow in the spring and summer." Life lessons from tea. Even darkness falls on tea leaves. Chapter 27. The near quiet of evening. The manor. It was quiet as the hours of the evening were starting to set in. Horo-sha didn't hear any servants about as she and Riko entered through the front door and walked all the way to the end of the main hall. They passed the steward's office, turned left, and paused at the entrance to the housekeeper's office. The shoji was open, and the housekeeper was within. "Come in," the housekeeper bided them. Emery, can you tell me what you were doing between 3:35 p.m. and 5:25 p.m. today? Horo-sha questioned as she entered. The housekeeper answered the Ronin. I went and spoke to the cook about guests we will be having in a day or two, and then I returned to my office. Mistress Riko wanted to meet me at the orchard at 4:45 p.m. to discuss the new guests, so I busied myself with some bookkeeping and then headed for the orchard. I arrived at the orchard on time. About 5 minutes later, the new kitchen girl, who was in the vegetable garden, told me she saw the mistress near the tool storage house. I went there and saw the mistress go into the building. I followed her in. We talked about the guests and made arrangements for which of the empty residence they would stay in and which housemaid would take over duties for that residence while they are here. What was the mistress doing in the tool storage house? It looked like she was inspecting a shovel, the housekeeper replied. Some time later, the Ronin learned of the location of Gaku and walked to the residence of the house physician, Samba. The house physician's residence was located in the northeast corner of the estate. Horosha and Rico walked right in. Red Clover residence. Gaku, tell me your whereabouts between 3:25 p.m. and 5:25 p.m. The mistress was sitting in a chair while the house physician performed acupuncture on her face and arms. The mistress had her eyes closed and didn't open them. You came in unannounced, Riko spoke. Horo-sha turned and looked around, and then she said, there is no one here to announce us. I will forgive you this one time, Riko replied and opened her eyes, and then she answered the Ronin's question. I was in the koi garden from 3 p.m. until about 4:30 p.m. It is located next door. I enjoy feeding the fish and sitting in the stillness of nature. I planned on staying for another hour, but the housekeeper wanted to meet me in the orchard. What happened when you arrived at the orchard? Horo-sha questioned. I never arrived. I came across a shovel in the vault courtyard as I made my way to the orchard. I didn't want anyone to trip over it, so I picked it up and put the shovel in the tool storage house, and by the time I finished, the housekeeper came in. We had our meeting there. We were there until we heard the bell to seal the estate. Horo-sha paid close attention to the mistress' reaction as she asked, did you know Kipa before he came to work on this estate? Samba yelled, how dare you ask the mistress a question that implies? I am not implying anything, Horo-sha interrupted. No, that is a lie. I am implying that. She turned her attention away from the house physician and focused on Riko as she continued. ... You do not want me to discover something about Kipa's past. Horo-sha paused, trying to gauge her reaction, but there was nothing to gauge, so she asked, who was Kipa before he came to work for your family? Samba, I am tired, Riko spoke. The house physician moved over to the Ronin, crossed her arms, and said, I believe it is time that you left. The mistress needs her rest. She started to protest when someone called out her name. Horo-sha, Gato shouted. He waited until the house physician invited him in, and then he came in and said, we finished unburying Kipa and have removed most of the dirt from his body without washing the body. She turned to the mistress and informed her, I will continue this interview once I have looked over Kipa. Horo-sha turned to Gato and said, let me examine the body. I believe I am starting to see the hot water turn into tea. The three of them left. The Ronin is a ruffian, the house physician said as she rolled up her sleeves as if she would chase after Horo-sha and give him a good beating. I believe you are more of a ruffian than the Ronin, Riko stated, forcing a laugh not to slip through her lips. Samba gave up on her anger and went and washed her hands in a bowl of water. She dried them and then returned to her mistress' side. Samba said, we should be wary of the detective. Riko closed her eyes once again and told her, the Ronin is a very interesting character, but I do feel as though he is hiding something from all of us. Samba asked, would this something he is hiding possibly hurt you in any way? No, Riko replied. I feel as though this secret is harmless and it is more of an omission than a secret. I believe in our next meeting I will discover what he is purposely excluding. Tea haiku. Bamboo strikes a stone. Tea flowers the summer air. Bamboo strikes again. Chapter 28. Fountains and Town Magistrates. Shishiodoshi. Shishiodoshi or bamboo tube fountain was a type of water fountain that consisted of a segmented tube made of bamboo. They were first created to frighten animals away from the garden but then became a part of garden style throughout the empire. The tube of bamboo moved up and down. When it was empty, its heavier end was down and rested against a rock. Water trickling and accumulated in the upper part of the tube, and once it was heavy enough, the accumulated water caused the tube to dump out the water. The heavier end would then fall back against the rock and make a sharp sound, and the cycle would repeat. The bamboo tube fountain broke the quietness of any garden and yet brought a tranquilness all its own. Enforcement of the emperor's law. A town magistrate was the head police officer over each town, and they were second in authority over law enforcement and punishment. The governor was the only one who could outrank a decision made by them, but governors rarely meddled in the enforcement of the law. The town magistrates were under the authority of the province magistrate, who held his power under the samurai lord. The region magistrate, who held his power under the overlord, had authority over the province magistrates. Lawyers did not exist in the Kenjin Empire, but advocates could represent a person who was sent before a judge, who in small towns was the town magistrate. The soul of tea. I linger on tea as it fills my thoughts and lips with its dark brew. Oh, that I never run out. Chapter 29. Looking over the next set of clues. The vault garden. Gato informed the Ronin once the three of them stood before the head guard. It looks like Kipa was hit over the head, gagged, and then buried. Horo-sha examined the body and said, "But was he dead when he was buried, or was he buried alive?" She checked the body's nose and found that the head guard had inhaled dirt. Horo-sha removed the gag, which was a silk scarf, and 3 silver coins fell out of his mouth. "Are they coins for the ferryman?" Gato questioned. "I hear that a Western religion believes one needs to pay a boatman to take them to the afterlife. I have also heard of this, but they use 1 or 2 coins that are usually placed on the eyes. I have never heard of them using 3 or silver coins." Horo-sha spoke. "There may be another meaning behind the coins. Did you find anything in the dirt or on the body?" "Just this," Gato replied as he handed the Ronin a dirt-covered earring. Horo-sha took the earring and then went and washed it in a nearby bamboo tube fountain. The earring was of a carp-shaped streamer and made of silver. She moved back over to Gato and asked him, "Do you recognize this earring?" He remained silent. "You know, tell me who this belongs to." "The mistress of the manor," Gato replied. "I still need to re-interview her," Horo-sha stated. "It looks like I will be doing it much sooner." Gato, clean the dirt from the head guard and prepare him for burial, and then take his body to the vault room. It is cool in there. I may need to examine his body again, and the guard who is guarding the vault can make sure no one disturbs his body. Horo-sha turned and left the vault garden as Riko followed her. She was back on the hunt like a tiger who would not relent in her pursuit. The prey was close. All she had to do was pick up their scent. Life lessons from tea. One could paint with tea, but that would be a waste. It is better to color water with other things less tasty. Chapter 30. Scheme of the painting. The vault courtyard. "I see you," Riko spoke as he caught up to the distracted Ronin. "I see you, Horo." She paused, turned to him, and asked, "What do you mean?" "The Horo-sha I first met at the postings. You are back, the you who will not let a mystery go unsolved. I do feel a little better now that I see a pattern," she told the boy. "What do you see?" Riko questioned. "Someone is painting a picture for us," Horo-sha answered as her light green eyes lit up with the excitement of the mental hunt. "They are creating a picture stroke by stroke, image by image. What bothers me is that I see so little of the painting right now. I see only wisps of images." Riko closed his eyes, also trying to see the painting Horo spoke of. He could almost make out what she was seeing, but it was shrouded by darkness. She stated as she peered at the earring, "We have to only figure out where these items fit in the scheme of the painting." Riko opened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean? Maybe everything we are seeing is a symbol for something." Horo-sha replied, "The earring is of a carp, the magnificent koi, and the carp or koi is a highly respected and very symbolic fish that is closely tied to the empire's identity. It is also a symbol of luck, prosperity, and good fortune. I don't know that any of those 3 is what the murderer is wanting us to see." "Us?" Riko repeated. "You keep referring to us when you speak of the killer and what he is doing." She spoke as Horo-sha pulled from her deep thoughts. "Us? Yes, I have been. When I say us, I mean anyone who is paying attention. A painting can be created for one's own enjoyment, but this concealed painting's brushstrokes are out for anyone to see." She re-entered her thoughts as she spoke. "But why create the painting? Is it being created to be seen so that the murderer will eventually be revealed? Why reveal the artist and the subject, the reason for the murder? Why point it out? Why not just kill the head guard and be done with it? There's so much here that I can't see. Maybe I need to stop standing so far back, trying to see the entirety of the painting. Maybe I need to move in closer and look at something small." She removed a silk handkerchief from her kimono and placed the 3 silver coins in it and the earring. Horo-sha gave the gag that had been tied around Kipa's mouth to Riko so the boy would put it in his satchel. She peered at the 4 items she held, then focused on one of the items, and said, "Luck, prosperity, and good fortune. I can't see how any of those fit the earring. The fish must have another meaning." "It is actually a carp-shaped streamer," Riko corrected as he peered at the earring and the silk handkerchief. "You are correct," Horo-sha said as she took another look. "Maybe we should focus on what this streamer could symbolize. What about Tango no Seku, Boys' Day?" "I have never heard of this," she stated and then asked, "What is it?" "You haven't heard of the festival?" Riko inquired, surprised by the fact There are 2 festivals that celebrate children, and one of them is called Tango no Seku and is a festival for boys. Are you sure you haven't heard of Boys' Day, or what about Hinamatsuri, Girls' Day? She shook her head. I would have thought your family would have celebrated. Maybe they did, Horo-sha interrupted him as her gaze became distant and reminiscent of a life taken from her. A life she could never get back. I was so young when the fire destroyed my home and my father and brother died. I was only 5 at the time. Horo-sha remained in her thoughts for a long while as she remembered how happy her family was. And then she pulled from them and asked, why did you bring up Tango no Seku? Riko knew so little about Horo's past and what had happened to her family. She only recently discovered that her sister, Sakura, was actually alive and had not perished in the fire that drastically changed her life so long ago. Tango no Seku celebrates boys, and families with boys fly huge carp-shaped streamers called koinobori outside the house and display dolls of famous warriors and other heroes inside. You and your family must have celebrated, she said as she saw the gleam in his eyes when Riko spoke of the festival. He frowned when she pointed it out and changed the subject by saying, maybe the earring has something to do with Boys' Day. Riko's pain was similar to her own pain, so she didn't press the issue and moved their conversation forward by saying, I will keep Tango no Seku in mind. Horo-sha turned her attention to the 3 other things on the handkerchief and said, the silver coins were placed in the mouth. If not for the ferryman, could it be a payoff for the head guard's silence over something, or a payoff for something that he had done, or both? The soul of tea. I watch as the ebony sky approaches. Soon it will be time to drink again. Chapter 31. Emerald Dragon Empress Tea. The vault courtyard. Night was approaching as the Ronin left. They had less than an hour of light left. Horo-sha was not familiar enough with the estate to do an investigation at night, and she was also growing tired. She had Riko go in search of the housekeeper so that she might show him where they would be lodging. Horo-sha reminded him of the conditions of their employment there and to make sure before he left their lodging that everything had been set up, including a meal. Horo-sha walked alone to the back northeast corner of the estate. The Gaku estate was very large, not as large as her family's castle estate. She paused beside a willow tree and closed her eyes, listening to the sounds of the day as it departed and to the sounds of the approaching night. She continued to her destination and discovered Nico had left the residence of the house physician. Actually, no one was there. Horo-sha turned and headed to the manor, not upset at all. Her stroll would be lengthened. She arrived at the manor some time later. Horo-sha explored much of the area around the main hall. Most of the rooms on the left side, as one entered the manor through the front door, were empty. She did come across a room directly across from the shoin, also known as the drawing room. That was as large. The room was full of paintings, she guessed, that were by past and present Gaku family members. She also guessed that she was in the painting room the housekeeper had spoken of. Horo-sha walked around the painting room and noticed a few interesting things as she examined the paintings. She left the room and started on the right side of the main hall and explored those rooms. The room on the other side of the shoin closest to the front door was a sitting room. She opened the shoji and went in. The mistress of the manor and the house physician were inside enjoying some tea. Nico looked up when the Ronin slid the shoji to the side and just entered without an escort or any word. And Nico questioned without raising her voice, why have you entered unannounced? You also did so when you entered Samba's residence. I was deep in thought and didn't hear anyone in here, Horo-sha replied as if she was a child trying to figure out an excuse. I could go look for the steward or the housekeeper. She looked behind herself as she added, I haven't seen anyone since I sent the boy to look for the housekeeper. A certain kitchen girl gave me an idea, and I have been wondering about your grand estate. She took another step into the sitting room and the most amazing aroma hit her. Horo-sha immediately recognized the heavenly scent. It was the elusive Emerald Dragon Empress tea, which was a blend of sencha and Ceylon black tea combined with marigold, violet, rose, and guava. She rushed over to the table the 2 women were sitting at and saw the dry leaf blend sitting in a bowl. The potpourri-like mixture was truly beautiful with its dried purple violet, pink rose, and yellow marigold flowers along with scattered dried golden amber guava pieces against the darker tea leaves. Horo-sha nearly squealed out in glee. She was very distracted as she stated, I am re-interviewing everyone and as I said before, I have some special questions for you. She glanced at the tea after recognizing the familiar scent and asked, already knowing the answer, is that Emerald Dragon Empress tea? It is, Nico replied. I would offer you some, but since you showed no manners entering unannounced, I will show no manners that are customary in hospitality. Horo-sha realized the great treasure she had missed because of her unthoughtfulness, and she unconsciously pouted. Nico noticed this and grinned. The tiny trap, she was hoping to spring on the Ronin to discover his harmless secret, had sprung early. Riko knew Horo-sha's omission. She only had to decide what to do with this harmless secret. Horo-sha thought about what the mistress had told her and spoke. I apologize for my rudeness and will make every effort in the future to respect your position in this household. Do you believe I should now offer you tea? Riko questioned her, tempting the one whose tiny secret she had learned. I do not, Horo-sha replied. My penance for my rudeness. She sighed as she continued, ... and such a heavy and grievous punishment it is. If you had not noticed, tea is a vice of yours, Riko interrupted her. You are starting to know me, Horo-sha said with a grin. But maybe vice is not the right word. Tea is a passion of mine. Bear your punishment, Riko told the Ronin. If you should return my husband's painting to him, maybe I will reward you with some Emerald Dragon Empress tea. A reward to greatly look forward to, Horo-sha spoke. And with that said, if you will grant me, I will proceed with my questions. Riko nodded. She had discovered a secret belonging to the Ronin. Would Horo-sha uncover what the mistress was hiding? Tea haiku? Elusive dragon. Flying by with roar and grin. Emerald tea wish. Chapter 32. The 3 silver coins in the carp earring. The sitting room. The Emerald Dragon Empress tea's heavenly scent continued to attack Horo-sha's nose with a reminder of what she had lost. She kept eyeing the cups the 2 women were sipping from. Horo-sha dreamed of one day having the tea again. Before I question you about Kippa, can you tell me a little about your sons? Horo-sha inquired, forcing her mind as much as she could from her loss. Sora is a bully and takes all that he can get out of life over the expense of others. His greatest strength and weakness is that he sees what he wants and goes after it. He has a hidden talent that he uses only when he sees it will gain him wealth. Sora could be so much more. Sora is so much more if only someone would guide him to his potential. Riko replied, and then she stated, Itsuki does not stand up for himself, and it comes across as cowardly. He is very smart and has a way with numbers that is brilliant, but his talent is also ignored. Though, it is my hope that he has discovered his talent and is nurturing it on his own. You sound like you deeply care for these men who are not your true sons, Horo-sha stated. They are my sons in my eyes, Riko stated with immense motherly conviction. I have been restricted from showing it, but I deeply care for each of them as if they were my birth sons. I only wish I had more say in their growth and development. So, true sons or not, they are my sons. The house physician turned and peered at the mistress with compassion as she made the statement. Horo-sha thought she also saw a tear come to Samba's eye. Thank you for being honest with me, Horo-sha said. You have painted a more complete picture of your family. A picture I did not see before, and with that said, I need to ask you some questions about the head guard. Horo-sha stated as she removed the handkerchief and showed the mistress of the manor and the head physician the 4 items. A few items were found on Kippa's body. Do you recognize any of them? Horo-sha could tell that they both recognized something, and most likely it was the earring. The house physician answered, We recognize none of those things. Please, do not lie to me. And when I say lie, I also mean keeping silent when a lie is told. How dare you? The house physician snapped. I will have Kippa come in here and... Her face flushed as she had spoken the name of a dead man. She corrected herself by saying, I mean Gato. I will have Gato come in here and... It is fine, Samba, Riko said. The house physician quieted herself when the mistress spoke her name. Riko stated, I imagine the Ronin has already learned that the earring belongs to me. I have, Horo-sha admitted. As I had said, the items were found on his body. The 3 silver coins were found in his mouth. She waited for some sort of reaction from the 2 women, and Horo-sha did detect a slight hint of surprise from the mistress and a deeper shock from the house physician. The 3 silver coins seemed to mean something to Samba, but what about the earring? Did it have any other significance than that it belonged to the mistress? I believe these items have some sort of meaning behind them, Horo-sha began. For now, I believe the coins show that Kippa was paid to do something and keep quiet about it. The house physician's eyes widened, and Horo-sha doubted Samba would tell her why she reacted in this way even if she asked her. Riko never reacted to the news. I also believe the carp earring means something. My apprentice, Riko? Horo-sha said as she glanced at the boy who seemed to know his name was called and walked through the shoji on cue. Riko smiled when she called him her apprentice, and she was very pleased that he was very pleased. Horo-sha continued, believes the earring might refer to Tango no Seku. Boys' Day. Samba reacted only slightly when the bribe was mentioned, but when Tango no Seku was spoken, The house physician looked ill, as if a sudden bout of guilt had afflicted her. Horo-sha studied Nico's reaction, and she didn't seem to have any, as if the house physician was the only one who held on to this secret. Horo-sha also figured out something else. Nico and Samba didn't want the others of the household to know, but they were inseparable. Samba took care of the mistress as if she was her younger sister. They were very close, so it was curious. Most curious that Samba would have a secret that Nico didn't know. Life lessons from tea. Secret ingredients work for tea, but secrets in life can haunt one until their dying day. Chapter 33. The deputy of the town magistrate. The sitting room. Guilt. There was no doubt about it. Samba had reacted only slightly when the bribe was mentioned by the Ronin, but when Horo-sha spoke of the Tango no Seku, the house physician looked stricken by an illness of guilt. Horo-sha was about to ask her about it when the steward entered the sitting room. Mistress, a deputy of the town magistrate has come, and the master has requested that you greet him, as the master is busy with his work. Eshi, do not hide away from the world. Nico spoke softly, and then she said, have the deputy come? The deputy of the town magistrate entered and greeted the mistress. Horosha and Riko moved to the side so that the man could talk to the mistress. Nico asked, why have you come without the town magistrate? My husband requested him, as the situation warrants his expertise. The town magistrate went up to the temple on the mountain. He will be at least another day or two before he returns. Is there anything I can help you with? Nico started to reply, but then she turned to the Ronin and said, Horo-sha, please excuse me while I speak with the deputy. I still need to ask you about Kipa's past before he came to work for your family. Samba got angry and said, the mistress has asked you to leave. Are you refusing? Horo-sha was about to protest, but decided against it, and said instead, I will leave, but I will return. She thought of how the mistress had been treating her the last few minutes and added, I will leave the boy behind the next time we speak. Maybe you will feel more comfortable speaking. She glanced at the steward and deputy and said, when there are no men around. Horo-sha paused for a few seconds, turned, and left as Riko followed her out. Nico took a good look at the Ronin before Horo-sha left, as her guess was confirmed. She looked forward to the Ronin's return, but right now, she needed to get rid of the deputy. Do you know why the town magistrate was summoned? Nico inquired. I do not, the deputy replied. I was only told to come. What has happened? Why did you need to see the town magistrate? You will have to ask my husband, Nico replied. It must not be that important, since he did not see you when you arrived. You can go. Have the town magistrate come when he returns from the temple, Nico told him. The deputy nodded, then turned and left. The steward followed him out. The house physician waited a few moments, and then she questioned, why did you not tell the deputy about the murder of the head guard? I must figure out something before we involve the town magistrate or any of his deputies, Nico replied. Who could have put the coins in Kipa's mouth, and what do they have to do with the missing painting? I heard it from the housekeeper that the Ronin believes Kipa stole the painting. I can only think of one time that 3 silver coins were ever used. It might be best that we not speak of this when we are not sure we are completely alone, Samba suggested. You are correct as always. We do need to keep an ever-watchful eye on the Ronin. She may be getting too close to a moment better left buried. I will follow the Ronin and keep an eye on him and the bee. Samba spoke, paused, and asked, did you say she? Yes, Samba, I do believe that the Ronin is actually a young woman, Nico stated. The Ronin herself confirmed it before she left, as if Horo-sha guessed I had discovered her. Omission. How do you know she is a woman? Nico put her hand over her mouth as she chuckled, and then she replied, did you see how she pouted when I refused her any of the tea? I see now. Not your usual reaction from a samurai, masterless or not. Nico spoke. Maybe Horo-sha senses my disdain for most men and thought I would be more open to speaking to a fellow female. If she is a woman, she is a fraud, and maybe you should inform the master. No, Nico answered. We will not tell my husband. Let him figure it out himself. Anyway, I want to see if this young woman has as apt of a mind as she boasts and finds the painting. Though, I do take the risk that she will uncover my closely guarded secret. You should not take the risk, Nico, and I will make sure the Ronin does not tarnish your name. The mistress said nothing for a few moments as she considered the new situation she was in, and then Nico said, and as for the Ronin being a fraud, I never remember her telling us she was a young man. Nico picked up the teapot and poured herself some more of the tea as she commanded. Do keep an eye on her and see what else this Horo learns. If she becomes a problem, I might need to eliminate this problem as I have eliminated past problems. The soul of tea. I had to abandon you. I have to leave you behind. I will one day have you again. Emerald Dragon Empress Tea. Chapter 34. Night falls. The main hall. The aroma of the Emerald Dragon Empress tea lingered within Horo-sha's nostrils. Its hints of guava and marigold mixed with the distinct scents of green and black tea delighted her senses. She must have this tea once again. She would have this tea once again. Now what? Riko questioned after they left the sitting room. Shortly we will go eat and rest. Sleep is also on the agenda, but not until after my bath. Tomorrow after breakfast, we will interview the sons. Horo-sha replied as the deputy and the steward left the sitting room. But first, I will speak to the steward before we retire for the night. She turned and followed the steward out of the manor. Just outside the manor, night had set in, and the male servants were about their duties of lighting and setting out the paper lanterns across the estate. Riko ran over and requested one of the lanterns that was on a long pole, and he brought it back to light their way. The four of them walked through the peacock garden and then through the south courtyard as the steward escorted the deputy to the front gate. A man Horo-sha had never seen before was by the front gate along with one of the guards. The deputy left as the guard told the steward, "This is Akino and here are his papers. He has come to fill the position of the groom." The steward took the papers, stood under one of the lanterns, and said, "I thought you would have been here before sunset." The new groom smiled and answered, "It took longer to walk here than I anticipated. Follow me, Akino," the steward spoke, "and I will show you to the stable." The steward noticed the Ronin and the boy and asked Horo-sha, "Was there something you needed?" "Yes, I need to speak to you again about the missing painting and kippa. We can speak once I show Akino where he will be staying in the stable." The steward quickly walked Akino to the stable and showed him a room in the back where he would sleep to keep watch over the horses. Horo-sha and the boy followed them. The steward finished, and the groom turned and petted a white-maned horse in one of the stalls. The steward headed for the manor, and the Ronin walked after him as she started her questions. As head guard, Kippa kept track of who came and went. As the steward, "Did you also have access to these records?" "I did," the steward replied. "In the past week, had anyone come onto the estate or left like one of the servants?" Horo-sha questioned. "Only the old groom had left. It was odd though. What was—" "The old groom was taking the day off, and by the end of that day, I received a letter stating that he had to return home for his mother was gravely ill," the steward replied. The letter also stated that he most likely would not be returning as he had to take care of her. "Why did you find it odd?" "The old groom was so reliable, and I expected he would have told me in person that he was leaving. And I also thought he had told me long ago that he was an orphan." Yes, most odd," Horo-sha agreed. "Thank you again for speaking to us." They arrived at the front door to the manor, and the steward went in. She and the boy remained outside. Horo-sha glanced up at the dark sky. The rest of the investigation would have to wait. It was time to eat and sleep. Tea haiku, freshly brewed, dark, sweet. Tea of evening refresh me. Night guest indulge me. Chapter 35. Sweet comfort. Just outside the manor's front door, the day was completely gone, and the active apt mind needed its rest and relaxation. Her stomach also had some requirements to satisfy it. She would put the 2 cases on hold and start anew in the morning. Horo-sha turned to Riko as a new focus came into being, and she asked, Well, what? Where are we staying? Is it nice? You will be very pleased, the boy told her. Are we heading there now? Lead on, she told him. We will be staying at the Red Lotus residence, Riko told her. It has a private path, and as you ordered, it has a hot spring. She let out a delighted squeal like a little girl, and then she said, Let's hurry. Riko led with his pole lantern. The boy took her back through the peacock garden and into the south courtyard. Beside the stable was a private gate that opened onto a path that ran along the south wall. The private path ran all the way to the southeast corner of the estate and then turned and went along the east wall. From the time they entered the gate near the stable, they were surrounded by a stone wall on one side and tall bamboo on the other. The lantern the boy held lit up their path but cast everything else beyond a 6-foot circumference into their shadow counterpart. Horo-sha could hear the bamboo swaying in the gentle breeze and make out their silhouettes dancing in sync. Riko had been in the lead, but he slowed his pace until he was slightly behind her. He also kept glancing back. He started in a whisper, Horo, I feel like... I know, she whispered back. We are being followed. I believe by Samba. If the mistress of the manor is having her follow us, you must have hit on something with either the coins or the earring. I believe you are right, but do not worry about her. She is only watching us. Horo-sha looked ahead to their residence and said, We have the first fruits of our fledgling case to enjoy. So let us go enjoy them. Life lessons from tea. Tea with lavender is like indulging thoughts of serenity. One must enjoy each sip as one enjoys tiny remarkable moments in life. Chapter 36. Enjoying the first fruits. Dishes. Yakitori. Yakitori was a type of skewered chicken. It was prepared, skewering the meat with kashi, a type of skewer made of bamboo. The chicken was grilled over a charcoal fire. During or after cooking, the meat was seasoned with tare sauce. Tare sauce varied from cook to cook but was mostly made out of soy sauce, ginger, vinegar, brown sugar, scallion, garlic, rice wine, and chicken broth. Dishes: daikon salad, also known as white radish salad. The basic daikon salad was made from daikon and sesame seeds. Other things like nori seaweed, cucumber, and tomatoes could be added. A dressing made from soy sauce, rice vinegar, sesame oil, and sugar was mixed in. Dishes: takwan. Takwan was pickled daikon radishes and was enjoyed at the end of meals as it was believed to aid digestion. The private path. The natural music of the day dwindled to silence as the harmony of the night began its part of life's chorus and slowly increased until it dominated the sounds. Horo-sha and Riko continued to their destination. The path ended near the middle of the east wall and at the Red Lotus residence. A new path led them to their own private hot spring. Horo-sha wanted to strip right there and go in, but she restrained herself and went into the residence through the back entrance. A meal had been set up for them. Komi prepared the yakitori, which was cooked with mushrooms, daikon salad, takwan, and green tea flavored with lavender. They ate and enjoyed one another's company as they talked about what they had seen and experienced outside of investigating the case. After their meal, Horo-sha had the boy go outside and take his bath first while she thought about the case so far and enjoyed another nice cup of tea with lavender. She also knew she would be taking a very long bath. Riko came back inside, wearing a night robe the housekeeper had furnished for him. "Why don't you go ahead and go to bed while I get my bath?" she urged him. "You must be exhausted. Don't you think one of us should stand guard?" he asked, looking a little frightened. "Someone did murder the head guard. Maybe they want to murder more people. I do not think the murder or the victim was random. Someone intended to kill Kipa. I just can't figure out the connection between his death and the stolen painting," she replied, noticed how worried the boy looked, and then said, "I will take first watch. Sleep while I have my bath. I see that the cook also left some black tea. I will brew some and stay up through most of the night. I will wake you toward the morning and then you can stand watch." He nodded and did as she requested. Horo-sha had her bath and then boiled some water and had a few cups of tea. She let Riko sleep from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m. Then she woke the boy and slept until 10 a.m. Bedtime haiku. Greetings, soft darkness. My head heavy and weary. Sweet long dreams take me. The soul of tea. I open my eyes and try to focus on a new day. It does my soul good to have a hot cup of tea to greet the sun. Chapter 37. The older and the younger. The Red Lotus residence. It had been a long time since she slept so late in the day. When Horo-sha woke, breakfast had already been delivered and Riko had a cup of black tea ready for her to drink. She had a second cup of black tea and finished her breakfast. And then the two of them dressed and headed for the manor. Riko whispered as they walked the private path, "Did Samba spy on us all night?" "I don't think so, but I do believe she has taken on her duty once again." Horo-sha and Riko went back along the path that exited through a gate at the stable. They walked through the south courtyard, then into the peacock garden, and started toward the manor. Riko said, "I feel as though we lost our shadow." "I believe you are correct, and we lost her back near the stable." Horo-sha spoke. Heated words could be heard in the direction they had come from. "We should return to the stable," Horo-sha said. "I have a feeling someone or something has kept Samba from her mission." They returned to the south courtyard and spotted Samba yelling at the groom. She was very upset with him. Horo-sha and Riko couldn't make out what they were saying. "Did not the guard, manning the south gate, say that the groom just arrived last night?" Horo-sha questioned. "And did not the steward show the groom to the stable as if he had never been there?" Riko replied, "They did. Samba seems to know the groom, and she is very angry at him over something. I believe she knows him." The house physician turned in their direction and stopped her argument with the groom when she spotted the Ronin and the boy. Samba whispered something to the man and then went and walked past the Ronin and the boy, and she said nothing to them. She did seem very upset. The groom went back into the stable. "What do you think that was all about?" Riko asked. "I don't know, but let us continue to our next interview." Inside the manor, Riko and Horo-sha arrived at the steward's office, and once they were bided to enter, she asked the steward, "Could you make arrangements for me to interview both of the sons?" "Both sons are in the shoin," the steward stated. "The eldest invited the youngest to a luncheon since they are restricted from leaving the estate." "Please announce us," Horo-sha requested. Some time later, the steward escorted them around the corner and through the main hall to the shoin. He announced the Ronin and the boy and then left them in the shoin. The eldest son, Sora, was drunk and dancing about the room as Itsuki. The younger son watched with contempt. A housemaid would come in every once in a while and deliver a new dish or bottle of sake. Sora danced for a few moments more as if he had not heard the steward announce their arrival. He went over to pour himself some more sake and finally noticed them. You are the Ronin from before, Sora spoke as he stopped dancing and sat at the floor tray. I am? Are you wondering if we stole the staring feline painting? He asked. It is one of the questions that I came to ask, Horo-sha replied. I didn't steal that painting, Sora slurred out. She turned to the younger brother, waiting for him to answer the same question. I have stolen no paintings, Itsuki replied. I have no reason to. What is your reason? Horo-sha asked him. Itsuki spoke. I do not understand your question. What is your purpose on this estate? She restated. You are the second son. You will not inherit the estate. You also do not seem to paint. Why has Eshi never attempted to teach either of you the Animaru style of watercolor? Our father seems to think there is truth in the Gaku family curse, so he has never tried, Itsuki replied. I begged him when I was much younger to teach us, but my pleas landed on indifferent ears. I guess my father thought he would not be able to handle it if he was not able to pass on the style to us. Instead, he urges us to marry so that he can teach the next generation. Neither of you paint? She questioned, and then when they didn't answer her, Horo-sha inquired. What do the two sons of a painter do if they do not paint? One whores around, Itsuki replied. And the other plans? What is this other plan? She inquired. Riko asked, does he plan on becoming the master of the estate himself? Itsuki glanced at the boy and then told the Ronin, I plan on proving my worth. Did proving your worth have anything to do with why you were spotted by the paper mill yesterday? Itsuki questioned. Who said they saw me there? The kitchen girl, Horo-sha replied. What time were you there yesterday? He thought about not answering the Ronin, but then Itsuki replied, I went there around 4:30 p.m. I was there until I heard the bell sound the alarm. Horo-sha studied the youngest son, and then she said, I heard that you were smart, especially smart with numbers. Who said such a thing? He inquired, surprised anyone had taken notice. Your mother. Nico is not my mother, he insisted. By birth, no, she is not your mother, but I do get a sense that she cares for both of you. If this is true, and I doubt it, why has she not shown any love toward us? Itsuki inquired. If I were to guess, the reason is your father. He does not seem like the one to coddle young children, and when Nico became his second wife, maybe he didn't want her coddling you two either. Maybe deep down he couldn't see anyone being your mother than the woman who gave birth to you two. Our father is very strict, Itsuki stated. Maybe what you have said is the truth. If everything I have said is true, tell me, one who wants to prove himself, what you were doing in the paper mill. Itsuki glanced at his older brother, and then he said, I think it would be better that I show you. Follow me, he said as he stood, and then he told his older brother, Sora, I will be back shortly. Continue the party without me. A cast iron teapot is like a dragon. It can heat up and spout brew that is hot as a flame. Dragons protect their gold, and teapots protect the dark liquid treasure within their rounded belly. Paper, washi. Washi was a type of paper made from local fiber, processed by hand, and made in long-held traditional methods. Washi was made using fibers from the inner bark of the gampi tree, the Mitsumata shrub, or the paper mulberry bush. Washi was tougher than ordinary paper made from wood pulp and was used in traditional arts like origami. Paper, onion skin. Onion skin was a thin, lightweight, strong, translucent paper. It was not made from onions, but it resembled the thin papery skins of an onion. Onion skin paper was durable and lightweight due to the high content of cotton fibers. Paper, Animaru-style onion skin paper. The Gaku family created a special onion skin paper for their paintings. It held watercolor paint without bleeding and held the vibrant colors used in the Animaru style with little fade. Chapter 38. Paper dragons. The shoin. Paper fluttering about. Paper fluttering about like origami dragons. That was what Horo-sha saw in her mind as she followed the youngest son out of the large room. Itsuki had been doing something on his own, something no one else knew about. He wanted to prove his worth, so what had he been up to? Riko and Horo-sha followed Itsuki to the main hall. He told them to go grab their shoes from the jenkin. After they returned from the entranceway, he led the two of them to the back of the manor. They went outside and traveled through the estate until they reached the paper mill. It was close to the northwest corner. The three of them entered the paper mill, and Itsuki showed them around. My family is known for our paintings, and the sale of the paintings has maintained this estate, but I believe we could do so much more. I have a few ideas to expand what we do here. We employ several local people and a few special artisans, but only in the spring through early summer. We create paper needed for this estate, but the paper we make is unique, from the smudge-resistant letter paper we manufacture to the highly specialized onion skin paper for the Animaru style of watercolor. We could employ people year-round and sell off what the household does not use. We could even start making washi. I was also thinking that my father could start a small school and teach the Animaru style of watercolor. Why should it remain in our family? Why not teach a select few and expand our family's influence on the art world? I thought I might bring this idea to my father, and maybe he would allow me to manage the paper mill. And if he also likes the idea of the school, maybe I can also manage it, and Sora could also be one of the instructors. It would not cost us much to start the school, and it would cost us nothing to expand production of our paper line. You have a very good idea, she told him. When do you plan on asking your father? I don't know, he admitted. I am almost afraid to ask. What if he says no? What purpose would I have besides siring the next generation of potential painters? The only thing I can say to that is, either live in fear of rejection and never ask, or ask, Horo-sha replied, as she might just accept your offer to start a paper business. He might also reject it, but then you can move on. Standing in fear is a harsh way to go through life. I should know. I see now what others see in you who have sung your praises. Ronin detective, Itsuki said. You see things that most don't. I try, but something still eludes me, she admitted. Riko leaned to her and told her, you can be so wise, Horo. She thought of the crying samurai and Keikenna, the disgraced priestess who had been her nanny. And then she stated, no, I just had very good teachers. She looked all around the paper mill, and then she told the youngest son, why don't we go see if the cook will whip us up some tea? Once we have gathered liquid reinforcements, we can go back to the shoin, and I can continue my questioning. Tea haiku? Eye-opening brew. Strike. Kill the drunk within him. Sobering black tea. Chapter 39. The paintings in the painting room. Some time later, the boy, the Ronin, and the youngest son arrived back in the shoin and found Sora asleep. Itsuki went over and woke his older brother. Here, drink this, Itsuki told him as he handed him an extra tea that he had brought. Sora took the cup and sipped on the dark brew and made a face as he asked, what is this? It is not your usual drink, but drink up. Father wants you to answer the Ronin's questions. Father wants me to. Sora eagerly took the tea and said, then I will. He sipped on the tea as he continued to make faces as if he was battling a foul beast. Itsuki, the Ronin, and the boy all sat on the floor cross-legged. Sora, Horo-sha began after giving the oldest a few moments more to get some tea in him. Tell me about the painting. There are hundreds of paintings on our estate, he began. How can anyone keep track of them? Any painting my father finds valuable to him is in the vault. The rest of the paintings are just... He turned to his younger brother and asked, what is the word I am looking for? Trivial like we are to him, Itsuki replied. Horo-sha said, I believe we have gotten off track. I am talking about a particular painting, the painting that was stolen. Sora was all glassy-eyed as he said, the stolen paintings. Horo-sha started to answer, but then remembered her trip through the painting room, and stated instead, I did notice as I was admiring your family's collection of paintings that there were spots here and there where the paintings seem fresh, like they were just painted this year and not decades ago. Do you know anything about the paintings I am talking about? No, Sora shouted, spilling some tea. I never painted any paintings and replaced the originals with my own, and I never sold the originals. I would never do a thing like that. She turned to his younger brother and inquired, did you know he was doing this? No, I don't think anyone did. Nico might have known, Horo-sha stated. She mentioned that Sora had a hidden talent that he used only when he saw it would gain him wealth. I wonder if she knew Sora was painting replicas of his family's original paintings and then selling off the originals. Did Eshi know? If Eshi knew, why did he not think Sora stole the staring feline? That is father's favorite. The eldest son slurred out. He loves it more than anything. He loves it more than us. She asked, did you help Kippa steal the painting, or were you going to help Kippa sell the staring feline? No, not me. Sora spoke, and then he began to weep as he asked, how could I ever compare to that stupid cat? Itsuki went over and put his arm around his brother, and Sora continued to cry. Itsuki asked, do you think my brother was working with Kippa? No, I still believe Kippa was working alone, Horo-sha replied. In your brother's mind, the painting represents the love his father is capable of but never gives to him, to any of you. In a way, he idolizes the painting and could never do anything to it, including having someone steal it. She added, in my mind, I have cleared you two of stealing the painting. What about Kippa's murder? Itsuki inquired. I am almost certain neither of you had anything to do with his death, Horo-sha replied. She paused and considered all the information she had gathered so far, and then she asked, Sora, the steward thinks that you are a ghost. Are you talking about how I sneak in the ladies from town? I am, she replied. How do you do it? Is there a secret entrance onto the estate? Onto the estate? No, but I do use a secret way known as a courtesan wall. It allows me to enter from the back and not use any of the doorways. I see. I had hoped the secret way had allowed a murderer to come and go onto the estate without being seen. I am back to the murderer as someone within the household. She sighed as she stated, I thought one or both of you would make good suspects, but now I am left with seeking another. Horo-sha stood and headed for the exit as she spoke. The tea I selected this time has no taste. I need a little tea with spice. Life lessons from tea. Truth is always best as freshly brewed tea is always best. Chapter 40. The Mistress of the Manor. The main hall. Horo-sha came across one of the housemaids and inquired of her the whereabouts of the mistress. The housemaid said that she believed she was back at the house physician's residence. Horo-sha and Riko headed there next. The boy said, Horo, you seem bothered. I am, she admitted. Something has been bothering me about the interviews we have conducted so far. Oh, and here is someone I was wanting to talk to again. The housekeeper passed them. Emery, a few quick questions. Horo-sha called out to her and waited for her to turn and face her. Horo-sha spoke. You said that Riko wanted to meet you in the orchard yesterday. How do you know this? The mistress left me a note on my desk, the housekeeper replied. Is it a common practice of hers to write you notes? It is, the housekeeper answered. Do you still have the note? I should in my office, the housekeeper replied. Please go find it and keep it on your person. Horo-sha spoke. I would like to look at it the next time we meet. The housekeeper nodded and continued on her way. The Red Clover residence. The Ronin and the boy arrived at the front entrance to the residence. She remembered her manners, and since there was no one there other than Riko and Sanba, she sent Riko in to request that they continue their meeting. Riko granted her request, and Horo-sha entered the residence. Before you question me, I have a question for you, Ronin. Go on, Horo-sha said. Riko questioned her. Do you purposely hide that you are a woman, or do you just not correct people who believe you are a man? I find it easier for others to believe a detective is a man until they are ready to accept that I am a woman. Do people always accept you? No, Horo-sha answered. And then she asked, which type of person are you? I am the kind of person who will judge you by your results as to whether or not you are a good detective. Riko replied. As for lying to me by omission, I can forgive it this instance. She turned and motioned to the table both she and Sanba were sitting at, and then Riko said, You made me a promise the last time we met. Will you keep it? Horo-sha wasn't sure what she meant until the mistress glanced at the boy, and then Horo-sha said, Riko, go to the cook and let her know we are ready for lunch. You pick this time what we will have if the cook gives you the option. I will meet you at our residence when I am done here. The boy nodded and left. I thought you had forgotten, Riko stated. I had until you reminded me, Horo-sha admitted. Tell me, Ronin, what is your real name? Surely it is not Horo-sha for Wanderer. Riko also likes to call me Horo. I do not believe your mother called you Abacus. What is your real name? My mother named me Yoke, she replied. Riko said, It means breaking dawn. Horo-sha nodded, and then she thought about it and added, I think my mother named me Yoke. She died giving birth to me. Maybe my father named me Yoke. No, it was your mother, Riko spoke with certainty. Her gaze became distant as if she was thinking of something dear that happened to her in the past. And then she said, she would have seen you in her arms and named you on the spot. Horo-sha felt her face flush, embarrassed to have someone say such a nice thing about her. She was embarrassed, but she was also happy to hear the compliment. She believed now more than ever that her mother loved her very deeply, even though they spent little time together. I always wanted a baby girl of my own, Riko spoke as she withdrew into her thoughts. I would have named her Ai. It means love, Horo-sha stated, feeling the warmth and care the older woman had for a child she never had. Riko nodded and then got all teary-eyed as she said, I was unable to get pregnant and provide Eshi with another child. Sanba reached out and grabbed her friend's hand and squeezed it, knowing the sorrow her friend endured. Riko wiped away a tear as she requested, Can I call you Yoke, when it is just the three of us? I would like that, Horo-sha said. I would like that very much. Chapter 41. Winter Tea. The Red Clover residence. Riko motioned to the table both she and Sanba were sitting at, and the Ronin joined them. Horo-sha noticed that Riko had been enjoying strawberries again, for the stems were on a plate. A housemaid came in and cleared the table of the plates, cups, and teapot. The housemaid noticed the Ronin sitting there, and when she returned a short time later, she set out 3 teacups along with a fresh pot of already brewed tea. You had some more questions for me? Riko inquired once the housemaid finished with her duties, and it was just the 3 of them again. I did, Horo-sha spoke. You said that the housekeeper wanted to meet you in the orchard yesterday. How do you know this? One of the housemaids delivered a note from the housekeeper while I was in the koi garden. Riko replied. Do you still have the letter? I do not. I left it in the garden. Horo-sha turned to the house physician and asked, Sanba, would you mind going to the garden and looking for the note? When did I become your servant? She questioned. Sanba, please. Riko spoke. Fine, but my price is that I can also call the Ronin Yoke. I don't want to feel left out. Horo-sha nodded as she coyly smiled. The house physician stood and left the table. Riko asked, "Would you like some tea, Yoke?" Horo-sha felt herself blush again, and then she asked, even though her nose had already told her the answer, "Is it Emerald Dragon Empress tea?" "It is not," Riko replied with a smirk. "Does this mean you do not want any?" "No," Horo-sha replied as she picked up the cup that was in front of her and handed it to the mistress. "I never pass on tea." Riko took the cup, set it down, and poured some of the hot liquid into it. She handed it to the Ronin. Horo-sha took it, breathed in the black tea's citrus aroma, and then sipped on the dark brew. "What do you think?" Riko inquired. "It is my own blend." Horo-sha breathed in its scent again, filled with hints of orange, cinnamon, anise, and clove. She took another sip and then replied, "It is very good, almost as good as the Emerald Dragon Empress tea." "Thank you. It is a very high compliment you have given me," Riko said. "I created the blend for winter, but I was craving the flavors, so I had it made." Life lessons from tea. Tea enjoyed with friends is the best tea of all. The soul of tea. I indulged myself, partaking of a winter blend of tea. The smell and taste of the brew drew me into the snowy landscape and crisp, refreshing air. A seasonal time of family. Chapter 42. Written words. The Red Clover residence. The two of them enjoyed the spicy tea, finding a budding friendship, a mother-daughter facsimile in the making. The silence was quiet, but it was also filled with sentiment. Riko waited a few moments, and then she asked, "Is there anything you would like to ask me while Samba is gone?" "Yes, I have 2 questions. The first one is, why did you have your friend follow us?" "Do you mean Samba?" "I do. I have observed that she watches over you like an older sister. I also see the care you have for her. What other term than friend is there to describe your relationship?" Horo-sha asked, waited on a reply, and when none came, she added, "Friends are hard to come by. Cherish them while you can. I had her follow you, for I do not trust you. Do not get me wrong, Yoke. I like you. I see a child I could have had in you, but I do not trust you when it comes to my family. You are hunting for the truth, and I fear when you find some of those truths, you will hurt my family. Do you speak of your older son creating replicas of your ancestors' paintings, replacing them with his own, and then selling off the originals?" Riko stared at the young woman, amazed by what she had uncovered already. She asked, "What will you do with this truth?" "Do with what truth?" Horo-sha questioned. "I have not uncovered anything to report to Eshi concerning the missing painting he hired me to find." She took another sip of her citrus tea and said, "I am curious, though. Why do you allow Sora to continue?" First, Riko thought about Yoke holding on to the secret of Sora's wrongdoing. A crime had been committed against the one who hired her. Why would Yoke not tell Eshi? Riko considered the character of this young woman. She had just met her yesterday, so to gauge one after only a few hours of interaction might not completely show one's character. She did know that Yoke would seek the truth concerning the staring feline and keep his murder. "At first, I was hoping my husband would find out on his own and then finally discipline Sora," Riko answered. "Now, what does it matter what Sora does? He needs a hand to guide him. Eshi abandoned that responsibility long ago. I am not even sure if he ever took responsibility for his son's growth." "Maybe you should step up and take on the duty," Horo-sha suggested. "How can I? Sora and Itsuki are both men. They would never listen to me, and besides, Eshi would never allow me to guide them." "Maybe you should just do it without your husband's permission," Horo-sha told her. "It seems to me he has locked himself in his studio and away from life. He might be so absent from his life that he will not notice." Riko thought about what Yoke had said, and then she stated, "You had a second question for me." "Yes," Horo-sha replied. "I saw Samba arguing with the new groom today. Do you know what the argument was over?" "I do not," Riko replied, and then added, "She never mentioned arguing with him. What would they have to argue about? He just arrived yesterday evening." "I wondered the same thing," Horo-sha said, and then took another sip of her tea. She smiled as the tea was very good. The house physician returned empty-handed and said, "I looked everywhere in the garden, but I didn't see a note." Horo-sha questioned, "Are you sure the letter was in the housekeeper's handwriting?" "I couldn't tell you," Riko replied. "I didn't pay much attention to the writing, only what it relayed." Horo-sha stood and said, "Thank you for the tea. I will be going now." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Riko questioned. "Did you discover something?" "No, not really. I just realized how hungry I was. I need to go eat. Please excuse me." The Ronin left, and Samba came and sat at the table. She poured herself some tea and began to sip on it. Riko thought about what had been said, then turned to the house physician and stated, "Yoke tells me that you were arguing with the groom." "Was I?" Samba spoke, turning her gaze from the mistress. "I don't remember." "How can you not remember? And how do you know the groom?" "He just arrived last night." "I don't know the groom," Samba said as she stood and headed for the exit. "I just realized I am also hungry. I am going to see what the cook has. She rushed out as she asked, "Do you want anything?" "I want you not to lie to me," Nico answered her friend as she fled from her. "I want you to stop hiding things from me." Tea haiku. Tea leaves sprout harsh truth. Disillusion wind sweeps them. Truth hidden by fear. Chapter 43. Whisper in the Koi Garden. Outside Red Clover residence, Samba headed for the tiny kitchen to find herself a bite to eat and to escape Nico's interrogation. She could never lie to the mistress, so it was best that she avoided the questions she didn't want to speak untruths about. Samba had left her residence and walked some distance toward the manor when she heard a noise coming from the koi garden. She paused but didn't hear anything, so she continued toward the manor when she heard the noise again. Samba walked back and then went into the walled koi garden through its gate. She didn't see anyone there, so she started to leave when she heard someone whisper, "Can you see it?" "Who is there?" Samba asked. "Can you see it?" The person whispered again. Samba walked deeper into the garden and spotted something floating in one of the ponds. It looked like a stick with a red ribbon tied around it. The house physician walked over to the edge of the pond and recognized the knife completely made out of bamboo. She put a hand over her mouth to stifle a gasp. Samba looked all around again and saw no one in the garden, so she knelt and reached her hand out to grab the floating bamboo knife. But it was just out of reach. Samba scooted closer to the edge, mudding her kimono around her knees as she stretched further. Her fingertip touched the edge of the knife, and she pulled it closer until she was able to grab it. A blur of material fluttered in front of her face, and then the material wrapped around her head as someone pushed her face first into the pond. Samba struggled to free herself of the material as she started to drown. She fought for her life as she knew she only had seconds more to free herself of her watery grave. She tried desperately to pull the material off of her face as she held her breath. Samba remembered the bamboo knife she held and cut across the person's forearm, but the blade made of wood didn't penetrate their clothing. She fought and fought as the seconds ticked by, and then the inevitable happened. Samba inhaled water. Life lessons from tea. Drink tea and be merry when life gives you opportunities. Chapter 44. Another victim. The Red Lotus residence. There was a lightness in the air, or maybe a lightness to her steps, as Horo-sha entered her residence and found Riko there setting up their lunch. Usually, she would marvel over the different types of dishes, but she was distracted by many things and a sense of happiness. Nico might not have known what she had done for her, but Horo-sha felt a deeper connection to her mother than she had ever had before. Her mother, Suisen, had named her, and she was her mother's breaking dawn. Horo-sha felt the love of the woman she had never known, and this love was very precious to her. "I'm so hungry," Horo-sha said, ready to dig into the food. "I could eat a tiger." "Not if the tiger eats you first," the boy told her. They began their meal, and Riko observed her. He noticed how she seemed much happier than the last time he saw her. "You like Nico, don't you?" he questioned. "I do. She reminds me of my sister, but just older." "So you are saying you see your mom in her?" "My mother, maybe. Or at least the person I thought my mother would be like." "I never knew Suisen." They enjoyed a few more minutes of eating, and then someone shouted her name. "Horo-sha! Horo-sha!" Gato yelled as he burst into their residence and shouted, "Quickly, come with me. Someone has murdered the house physician." She raced after the new head guard as he ran to the koi garden. "What happened?" she inquired. "I heard a commotion like violent splashing and went into the garden. I saw someone flee over the wall but did not see who. I saw Samba face down in a pond with some material wrapped around her face. Someone drowned her. I dragged her out and removed the material, but she was very still." The koi garden. Horo-sha ran faster than Gato and Riko, and she entered the garden before they did. She entered just as Nico came running in. Horo-sha noticed that Nico's kimono was covered in mud around her knees. Nico ran over to her friend, knelt, and lifted her into her arms. She embraced her and wept over her. "Samba. No, not you. Don't go. Samba, Samba." She rocked her friend back and forth. Horo-sha felt powerless to do anything but comfort the mistress. She put out her hand to touch her shoulder and noticed a white hair. Horo-sha paused, and then Samba spat up water and started to cough. "Turn her on her side," Horo-sha told Nico. Nico laid her down on her side and said, "Samba. Samba." The house physician spat some more water and then opened her eyes and coughed some more. Her eyes then rolled back in her head, and she was out. Gato knelt down and then said, "She is breathing, but I think she fainted." "Carry her to her residence," Horo-sha ordered him. Gato lifted her into his arms and hurried off, and Nico followed by his side. Horo-sha started to follow after them when she spotted the floating bamboo knife with a red ribbon tied around it. It was at the edge of the pond, so she easily fished it out. "What is that?" Riko asked. "I'm not sure," she replied. "A knife of some sort, I believe, but it is made out of bamboo. What would such an instrument be used for?" Horo-sha thought about it but realized she couldn't focus on the mystery when someone was so close to death. We need to hurry. Riko, go find the steward or the housekeeper and see if anyone else has medical training who is on the estate. Tell them what happened to the house physician." The boy quickly ran out. Horo-sha grabbed the wet material that had been around Samba's head and raced to the house physician's residence that was next door. The soul of tea. I yearn for tea, but my soul aches for my friend to wake up. Chapter 45. Samba. The Red Clover residence. Minutes ago, a happiness Horo-sha couldn't put into words encompassed her. She found a deeper connection to her mother, but the happiness she experienced had been taken away. Someone tried to murder the house physician. A second death had nearly occurred under her usually observant gaze. What was really happening in the Gaku estate? And what did these murders have to do with the missing staring feline? How is she? Horo-sha asked as she entered and found Riko holding Samba's hand as the house physician laid on her bed. She hasn't moved since she coughed up the water outside. Gato answered since the mistress was unable to through her sobs. Gato, tell me again what happened. Think about what drew you to the koi garden. Horo-sha spoke. Violent splashing and I called out to see if anyone was in the area. I heard what sounded like running as I headed for the gate of the koi garden. I heard someone climbing a wall in the distance, and by the time I entered the garden, he or she was gone. I believe you saved the house physician by calling out, Horo-sha told him. The killer was interrupted and had to flee the scene so that they wouldn't be caught. Samba owes you her life. If she wakes again, Riko sobbed, and then she whispered to her friend, you have to wake. You are the only one who has made my life bearable. Horo-sha once again noticed the white hair on Riko's shoulder, and she removed it without the older woman noticing. Horo-sha examined the hair that most likely came from the white-maned horse she saw earlier in the stable and felt something sticky on it. She smelled the substance and discovered it was pine sap. Horo-sha thought it was odd to find pine sap since she hadn't seen any pine trees on the estate. She removed her snail knife and cut a small piece of the seam off her black hakama, traditional Japanese trousers, and placed the hair in the black material. Horo-sha then placed the black material in the silk handkerchief. She didn't want to ask any more questions of the woman who was so worried about her friend, but it needed to be asked. Riko, have you been to the stable today? No, why would I? She replied in a sob and then said, Samba, don't leave me. Minutes later, Riko entered with the steward and one of the male servants. The male servant rushed over to Samba and started to check over her. The steward introduced the man. This is Asakwe. He used to be a pig farmer and saw to all their needs. He knows a little about medicine. You brought Samba a man who has only worked on pigs? Riko cried out. Just for now, the steward said. I sent one of the servants by horse into town to bring back the doctor. It will take him at least an hour to return. Asakwe looked over the house physician, and then he said, I believe she has entered Kansui. The deep sleep. Kansui is serious, Horo-sha stated. She may wake in hours or days or... Why won't she wake? Riko questioned. She opened her eyes after she spat up the water. Asakwe answered, I do not know. Horo-sha pulled Gato aside and told him, I want you to guard Samba. Don't leave her side. I fear she is still in danger, especially if she wakes. Where are you going? Gato inquired. I am going to question the groom. He and Samba had a very heated discussion this morning. Horo-sha answered. But first, she took the wet material she had in her hand and examined it, and then Horo-sha spoke. I believe this is a blanket. She hung it over a nearby chair to dry and said, Gato, make sure no one takes this. Riko, here, put this in your satchel, Horo-sha said as she handed the boy the bamboo knife. He took it and started to place the knife in the satchel, and then he said, Horo, the red ribbon matches the ribbon that was found next to Kipa. Why do you think it is around this wooden knife? I am not sure. Maybe it was tied around the knife so that Samba could see it in the pond, Horo-sha speculated. If it did not have the ribbon, she might have mistaken it for a stick and not gone after it. Riko questioned, do you believe the house physician was trying to retrieve the knife from the pond? I do. I believe someone set a trap so that they might sneak up behind Samba and drown her. Drown her as if there was meaning behind the drowning as there is meaning with the knife. Horo-sha started for the door and said, Come, we hurry for the stable. Tea haiku? A horse dark as tea. I would like to ride on you. A horse just for me. Chapter 46. The would-be murderer. Sometime later, the stable. Riko and Horo-sha ran all the way to the stable and noticed the guard that was supposed to be on duty at the south gate was not there. She paused at the entrance to the stable and looked in. Horo-sha heard the horses within but no one moving about. Akino, are you here? Horo-sha called out to the groom. Akino? She paused to see if he would answer, and when he didn't, she entered the first section and said, Riko, see if any of the horses are out of their stalls. He raced through the first section that housed the horses, checking the stalls with hay in them, and then reported, only the one the servant used to go retrieve the town doctor. She headed to the second section of the stable where the tackle and saddles were stored. Horo-sha upped and stopped when she entered the next area, and then she turned and left. Riko, I need for you to immediately go to the barracks and bring back 3 guards. Tell them the Ronin detective has need of them. What is it? He questioned. Did you find the groom? I did, she replied. Akino is dead. Riko started to go into the next room, and she told him, do not go in. You do not want to see. You will not be able to unsee. Please go to the barracks. He wanted to go in and look, but he obeyed her, turned, and ran off. Horo-sha waited until she heard him running in the distance, and then she went back into the tack room. The groom was lying on his back with his arms spread out in a cross. Ropes were around his wrists, and the ropes had been tied to nearby posts. A wound was in his stomach, and a bloody spear laid beside him. He was also gagged. Horo-sha stared at him, and since she was alone, she allowed herself to feel emotions of failure, shame, ineptness, and sadness. She allowed herself to feel these, and a tear ran down her face. She wiped it away before it had a chance to fall off of her cheek, and then she pushed those emotions down. Horo-sha tucked them away so that she could do her job. She walked around his body, making sure not to disturb it. Where he was pierced, it looked as though he bled slowly and died equally as slow as if death had been measured out to him. Would the killer have watched him die? Or would they have left and abandoned him to die alone, die knowing he couldn't save himself? She went over and removed the gag and found nothing in his mouth, but did notice that he had a wound on the back of his head similar to Kipa's head wound. As with Samba, the killer was committing the murders in different ways and leaving behind different items. Different clues as to why they were doing what they were doing. Horo-sha still didn't understand why they would leave intentional clues. Did they want to be caught, or were they leaving behind a message that was intended for her or someone else? Maybe the items had no meaning, or maybe they were part of a larger picture. She still couldn't see the painting, only the deliberate strokes of depth and shape. It was almost as if the painting was larger than she thought. The area she was meticulously looking at would never take shape as she was too close to see it. She needed to take a step back. Horo-sha walked around him again. Was the groom killed before the attempt on Samba's life, or after, or a little of both? Did the murderer run him through with the spear, go attack the house physician, and then return later? She walked around him once more and discovered something in his right hand. A coin was there, an 8 copper. She picked it up and saw that the coin left behind a brand of itself in his palm. Someone had superheated the coin and branded the groom's palm with the 8 copper symbol. It looked like the brand was placed there after he died. He never struggled as the mark was branded cleanly with no double marks. Maybe she was right. Maybe the killer tied him up, ran him through with the spear, and then returned sometime later. Maybe after they tried to kill the house physician. Horo-sha removed the silk handkerchief from her kimono and added the coin to the other items. 8 copper. She spoke softly. 8 copper. What could it mean? Life lessons from tea. Tea is simple, flavorful, and direct in its taste. Life can be complicated, bland, and indecisive in its approach. Chapter 47. The groom. The tack room. It seemed like hours had gone by, but it was only a few minutes as Horo-sha continued her inspections. She searched the groom's body one more time before Riko returned with 3 guards. The 4 of them all breathed heavily as they had been running. They were in the first section of the stable. Horo-sha came out of the tack room and told them, the body of the groom is in the next room. I need for 2 of you to take him in the ropes to the vault and set him beside Kipa in case I want to inspect his body later. She focused on the 3rd guard and said, I need for you to find the guard who should have been on duty at the south gate. If you find him alive, bring him to me. I will be either at the house physician's residence or the Red Lotus residence. The guards went about their work. Horo-sha, while deep in thought, headed for the back of the estate. The boy followed after her. 8 copper, Horo-sha repeated. 8 copper. What are you saying? Riko questioned her. I found a coin in the groom's hand. It had actually been branded in his palm. It was an 8 copper. 8 copper should mean something. It's right on the tip of my brain, but I can't snatch it. I saw something or heard something recently that should mean something, but I either ignored it or never truly grasped its meaning. The boy kept in pace with her as he thought about what she meant by a deeper meaning. A coin was a coin. A coin was a piece of metal. It had value and could be traded for something. I know one thing the coin might mean, Riko spoke up. It is the standard rate for one night. Standard rate for one night of what? She asked. You know, the boy said, hoping she would catch on and he wouldn't have to explain it. Riko used his head and pointed behind them as if there was something there to see as he said, one night of, no. I don't know, Horo-sha said as she peered behind them as if there was something to see. You will have to explain what you mean. Riko thought about how to tell her without going into details. And then he said, do you remember the man who shouted at you in the town of Yukon as we were leaving? There were a few male peddlers shouting at me, Horo-sha stated. Riko said, this particular man shouted, Ronin, 8 copper for her time. 8 copper for her time. 8 copper for her time, Horo-sha repeated. And then her light green eyes widened when she finally understood. Her time. The woman with the man in the alley was a prostitute. Riko nodded. So 8 copper for her time meant. Oh, Horo-sha looked at the coin in the handkerchief. If this coin represents a knight with a prostitute and it was branded in his palm, maybe the coin and the brand represent his passion, an unquenchable lust, or someone he wronged or... I don't know. Maybe I'm stretching its meaning. Maybe the coin has no symbolism. Horo-sha sighed. She was exhausted mentally, physically, and emotionally, and she was nowhere near solving the mystery. 2 people were dead and a third. Samba could still die. Horo-sha walked faster as she wanted to check on the status of the house physician as she continued thinking. One murder could be connected to the theft, but someone tried to kill 2 more people who had no connection to the painting, and this person succeeded in killing the groom. Maybe that was it. Maybe the murders had nothing to do with the stolen staring feline. Maybe she had been wrong all of this time. Maybe she was not examining 1 puzzle but 2. She would have to start over. No. She would have to take all the clues from the murders and start a different investigation. An investigation not into a thief but an investigation into a bloodthirsty killer. The soul of tea. I looked into the depths of tea and it peered back at me. What did it see? Chapter 48. Checking on the house physician. The Red Clover residence. Samba was still in the grip of Kansui when Horo-sha and the boy returned. Nico had stopped crying, but she was still holding her friend's hand. Gato stood guard over them. The steward had left to tell Eshi about the attempt on the house physician's life. Asakui was still there, but all the once pig farmer was doing was taking Samba's pulse. Nico turned as the Ronin and the boy entered, and then she questioned, what did the groom have to say for himself? Horo-sha glanced at Gato, and then she answered, the groom is dead, murdered. Horo-sha walked over to the wet blanket and examined it more closely without taking it off of the chair. And then she said, this looks like a baby blanket. She had asked for the bamboo knife from Riko on their walk back to the residence and looked over its edge as she questioned, and what sort of knife is this? The knife you have is a knife a midwife would use to cut the umbilical cord of a newborn. A man answered as he came in followed by a male servant. I am Gyro the town doctor. What can you tell me about my patient? Nico and Gato started to explain the situation to the doctor, and their voices faded in the distance within Horo-sha's mind. A knife for an umbilical cord and a baby blanket. An earring that represented Boy's Day. 3 silver coins paid to silence Kipa for something he knew or something he did. And the last clue, the 8 copper. The painting, whose strokes had taken no form, was starting to take shape. Horo-sha turned and left, heading for Eshi's studio. She needed to talk to Eshi. She needed to talk to the man who had hidden himself away in his turtle tower. Life lessons from tea. Tea can be served hot or cold, but a temper always runs hot. Chapter 49. The Turtle Tower. The Yellow Lotus Studio. Confusion mixed with a dash of anger whirled within her mind. Horo-sha had never had a case where things eluded her so. Her emotions were more active than usual, but she didn't think that was the reason for her incertitude. Something else was at work here. Someone who was painting a picture. Riko and Horo-sha arrived at the center of the estate, and she didn't worry about protocol or respecting his position as master of the manor. Horo-sha barged in without anyone announcing herself and found Eshi talking with the steward on the 7th and highest level of the studio. The master of the manor turned and told the Ronin, it would seem I should have gone with the samurai detective. 2 are dead and the house physician will most likely never wake up. I would not give up on Samba so easily, Horo-sha told him with vexation thick in her tone. Why have you come to see me? Eshi questioned, mirroring her outrage but for a different reason. The Ronin was taking an air of indignation against him, and he didn't like it, especially coming from a young woman. Eshi questioned as if he had nothing to be wrong about, are you here to tell me that this case is too much for you? Are you here to tell me you will be abandoning it without retrieving my painting? 2 people are dead, she told him with growing contempt, and someone who has taken care of your family was nearly killed. How can you talk about the painting? Someone is murdering the people around you. You are wasting my time and yours if that is all you came to tell me, Eshi spoke, waving the Ronin away as if Horo-sha was one of his housemaids. She said, already knowing her failures, I am not giving up, and I am not here to tell you any excuses as to why I have not solved these cases yet. Cases? Yes, I believe the murders have nothing to do with the stolen painting, Horo-sha told him. Someone has come to your estate for a purpose I cannot grasp yet. I need to know if there is a reason that anyone would try to hurt you or your family. Does anyone have a grudge against you? A grudge? No. I also know of no one who would want to hurt me or my family. Tell me about your family, Horo-sha spoke. You asked me this before. Answer me with the knowledge you have gained since last we talked, Horo-sha told him. I do not understand your request. Tell me who your sons are. What kind of men are they? And tell me the person your wife is, Horo-sha rephrased. My sons, Sora and Itsuki are. They are? I don't know what kind of men they are. A fault you need to own up to, Horo-sha told him. Tell me about Nico. Nico. What first attracted you to her? Horo-sha questioned, urging him to explore his past. Her smile, as she replied as a distant memory grabbed hold of him and kept him a willing prisoner of the bygone years. It did not matter how dark my mood was. Once I saw her smile, it was like sunshine had burned away the night. Tell me more. My first wife had passed, leaving me with Sora and Itsuki to raise on my own. I was lonely and my grief caused me to seek companionship, someone to comfort my sorrow. I thought I had found someone during my first days of mourning, a bird with beautiful plumage, but she was not the one. As she peered at the Ronin as he debated telling her a secret that could take down his entire family, he turned to the steward and said, "You can leave us. I will continue my conversation with the Ronin alone. Love haiku. My heart is aflame. My thoughts long for my dear love. My heart, turtle dove, the soul of tea." I thought I saw a man who only indulged in his art, a man consumed by his work as I am consumed by mysteries and tea. I saw another side to him, a side with a beating heart. Chapter 50, Crimson-Lit Streets. The Yellow Lotus Studio. Horo-sha sensed the master of the manor wanted to divulge something to her, something of a sensitive manner. So she had Riko leave with the steward. She ignored the protocol that dictated a woman should not be left alone with a man who was not her husband or family member. Time had become a nuisance. A nuisance that might grow into something far worse if she didn't quickly solve these cases. As she continued, once it was just the two of them, but he was sidetracked by the empty paper on his desk and said, "The painting will not speak to me. I have let too many things distract me." She glanced at the empty painting that was waiting on the first stroke to begin its journey to completion, and then she said, "Your sons are not a distraction. Of what I hear, you hardly see them." "I am not speaking of them," he replied. "Are you speaking of your wife, Nico has become?" As she began, as his face bore the weariness his wife's accusations had placed upon him. "Her words weigh heavily on my mind," he admitted with contempt. His expression became grim as he declared with no emotions, "So much so? I had to do something to alleviate myself of her distraction." His words concerned Horo-sha, so she asked, "What sort of words bothered you?" "The very thing that I wish not to do," as she replied. "Nico wants me to turn my attention away from my work, my family's legacy, and devote my attention to my sons. She claims that they need my guidance. They are men, not boys. What sort of guidance do they need from me?" Horo-sha sensed he wasn't asking her advice. The master of the manor did not want to change the course he was on. He wanted to remain in his turtle tower. She decided to move her investigation forward instead and asked, "What did you do to alleviate yourself of her distraction?" "I did something no husband should ever do to his wife. As she spoke and then pulled from his thoughts a split second before his complete confession. A hint of guilt. That was all she saw. Only a hint. He did seem to feel guilty about something, but as she was more determined to move forward with whatever he had set in motion than any reversal of deeds. Horo-sha knew he would say no more on that matter. Not at this time. She would have to figure out a way to come back to his deed in this discussion at a later time. She remembered the reason as she sent the steward away. And she said, "You were talking about the time after your first wife passed." I was, as she spoke, eager to leave the current conversation. He paused and then began. "As I said, I was lonely and my grief caused me to seek companionship. And I sought this companionship in a faraway town. The crimson-lit streets were all aglow as if cherries had set the night ablaze, and that first evening was the night I saw her. I never looked at another once I found her. I immediately fell in love with her, and I found in Nico someone equally lonely, but she also had He smiled as he stated, warmth and cheerfulness about her that I wanted in my life. I made sure no other man could have her, but it wasn't enough. She was not free as I, but she was also not completely trapped. Money could solve all our problems. I eventually asked her to marry me, and once I eliminated her debt and she took care of a family matter, we left her town. We married in a town I had never been in before, and then we came back here. Do any of your servants or your sons know of her origins?" Horo-sha questioned. "I don't think so. If her origin ever got out, her reputation would be ruined. The whole Gaku family's reputation would be ruined. And yet you still took her as your wife," Horo-sha mumbled, considering the character of Eshi. And then she stated, "Reputation is very important to everyone, including me." Do you know of anyone who might know? Samba knows. She came with her. The house physician's place of business was close to where Riko worked, and they had become good friends. What about Kipa? He would have also known, though we never spoke about it. Kipa worked at Riko's place of business as a bouncer. Kipa saved my life one night as I was leaving and 3 men jumped me to steal my money. Kipa drove them away before they could kill me. I told him I owed him, and later, he came to work for me as a guard and then later became the head guard. What about the groom? She asked. The groom? Are you talking about the new groom, the one who was murdered? As she questioned, and then he answered, I have not seen him. The steward was in charge of his hiring. He moved across the room, sat on a floor pillow, and then said, It has been so long since I thought about what Riko means to me. She had meant so much to me, and I let those sentiments drift away. I let them drift as if I self-weaned myself from the dependence I had for her love and at the same time suppressed the love I had for her. What have I done? The things I have set in motion. Can I stop them? He noticed her peering at him curiously as if the Ronin was trying to snatch the answers from his face. As she turned from her, as he also turned the conversation away from Riko and asked, What have I done to this family? My sons, I have also let them down. I had let them fade into the background as images of their sons they have not had yet, came into the foreground. She waited to see if he would say any more, and when he didn't, Horo-sha informed him, I will not stop until I have figured out who killed Kipa and the groom. But I can do nothing about the relationship that you once had with your family, a relationship that you murdered. Talk to your family. Tell them what? As she asked. I don't know, but you need to start talking to them before words and sentiment are too late. Master? The steward called out. What is it? As she inquired. Your uncle and his wife will be arriving soon along with the town magistrate and one of his deputies. Your uncle sent one of his guards by horse to inform us of their arrival. I will greet him at the south gate. As she spoke. I will tell my uncle what has happened, and he can decide whether or not to stay on this estate that has become a household of death. Tea haiku. Dark brown citrus scent. Floating yellow goodness wedge. Lemon in my tea. Chapter 51. Uncle Tadao and Lady Rai. The south courtyard. 5 more of his uncle's guards on horseback entered through the south gate as they escorted a carriage. The town magistrate and one of his deputies were also on horseback. The carriage stopped and Eshi's uncle, a man in his 70s who was going blind, and his new wife disembarked. A lady's maid accompanied the new wife and had exited first. She shaded her mistress with an umbrella. His uncle had a cane, and Lady Rai wore a black veil that covered her face. Horo-sha guessed by Lady Rai's movements that she was not a young bride. She was at least in her late 40s. Welcome, Uncle Tadao, and this must be your new wife, Lady Rai, as she spoke as he bowed. I had not heard that you married again. I have had my new bride for over a year now, his uncle told him. Congratulations, though my good wishes are late. It is good to have a new member join our family, as she spoke with a smile. Lady Rai bowed her thanks to her nephew. Your trip must have been long, as she said. I have set up refreshments for you and all those who have traveled with you. It was long, Uncle Tadao spoke, but I enjoyed hearing the sounds of nature in the different towns we traveled through. He reached out his hand, and Lady Rai took it. And then he said, My poor wife. She did seem bored for several days, but then on the last leg of our trip, the town magistrate joined us. He played several games of Go with my wife as her lady's maid looked on. I rode his horse with the guidance of one of my guards. I don't get to ride much anymore. It was exhilarating. I heard that your eyesight is fading, as she spoke with a hint of concern. It has, but it has not stopped me from getting around, Uncle Tadao replied. I am becoming accustomed to using a cane to find my way and the occasional guiding hand of my lovely new bride. Lady Rai, are you originally from the Gama province or some other province? As she inquired. The woman didn't reply. Please excuse my wife, Uncle Tadao spoke. We found out yesterday that her mother died, and she is observing Chinmoku, days of mourning. Her Chinmoku is more strict than the ones we observe. She is not permitted to speak for 10 days. Her lady's maid will act as a surrogate and speak for her if my wife wishes to engage in conversation. You have my condolences, as she told her. Lady Rai bowed her head, acknowledging his polite gesture. Uncle Tadao asked, What is this I hear about needing the town magistrate? We came across him and his deputy as they were heading down the mountain from the temple. I asked them to join us since we had the same destination. As she informed his uncle and the town magistrate what had happened on the Gaku estate, he told them about hiring Horo-sha, the Ronin detective, and about the deaths and attempted murder of the house physician. Some time later, the staring feline has not been recovered. Uncle Tadao inquired, more shocked over this news than any of the other startling news. No, Uncle, it has not, as she replied. "You, Ronin," Uncle Tadao called out in the direction he believed Horo-sha was standing. She had moved several times as Eshi explained the situation to the men. Horo-sha lifted her hand as if the uncle could see her and said, "I am here." Uncle Tadao turned in her direction and said, "You sound young. How old are you?" "I am 17. "You are young for a detective." Uncle Tadao spoke, then turned his attention back to his nephew and said, "Eshi, you should have hired the samurai detective. He would not be available for another 2 weeks." Eshi told his uncle as if it explained everything. "Horo-sha was available, so I hired." He turned to her, debating whether or not to divulge the Ronin's small secret, and decided against it. It would be interesting to let his uncle figure it out on his own. So Eshi said, him. "How long has he been here?" Uncle Tadao inquired. Eshi turned to the Ronin and then informed his uncle, "Almost a full day now." Uncle Tadao grumbled something incoherently, and then he stated, "Show us to our residence. I will be staying until this situation with the staring feline is settled." "Are you sure, Uncle? There is a murderer on the loose." "I have 6 of my own guards with me," Uncle Tadao spoke. "I will be fine." An estate guard approached Eshi and said, "We found this among the groom's belongings. It appears he was writing this letter to give to someone." Eshi took the letter and read it. Horo-sha moved up behind him so that she might read it also. The groom's letter. "Samba, if you don't want me telling anyone about your mistress' past, you will pay me 5 pieces of gold. I will take the money and leave, but if I am not paid, I will go straight to the governor and tell him what sort of woman Gaku Riko really is. Meet me behind." "The writing is smudged," Horo-sha stated. "It is smudged as if the groom was interrupted and he never finished the letter. Maybe this is how someone was able to sneak up behind him and hit him over the head as Kipa had been hit over the head." "May I see the letter?" the town magistrate requested. Eshi hesitated, but then he handed him the letter. The town magistrate quickly read it over, and then he tucked the letter inside his uniform. The town magistrate told Eshi, "While you tend to your guests, I and my deputy will begin our own investigation. We will not stop until we have captured the killer and the proper punishment has been dispensed." The town magistrate and the deputy headed off. Eshi told his uncle, "I have the White Daffodil residence set up for you and your wife, and those with you." Horo-sha was unusually quiet, for the most part, as she observed the new guests and the town magistrate and his deputy. She headed off toward their own residence as she said, "Come, Riko, we need to hurry. Time that had once been a nuisance has transformed into a monster." The boy quickly followed after her as she entered the private path beside the stable, and then he asked, "Where are we going and why do we need to hurry?" "I can't explain my reasoning just yet, but I have a feeling something as tragic as another murder is about to happen, and I need to interview Riko again. I believe everything is starting to revolve around her. We will go this way to our residence and then make our way to the house physician's residence." Riko whispered, "Do you believe that she is the killer?" "I don't know," she replied. "I hope to have a better sense of things after I have spoken with her." Life lessons from tea. Water has to boil before hot tea is made, just as the embers of danger are stoked by mayhem. Chapter 52. Guilt by Reputation. The Red Lotus Residence's courtyard. The Ronin and the boy hurried past their residence toward their destination. Horo-sha noticed the housekeeper and called to her. "Emery, did you ever find the note the mistress of the manor sent you requesting you meet her at the orchard?" "No, I returned to my office and it was not on my desk," the housekeeper replied as she turned and waited on the two of them. "I looked all over the office, but it was not there." "Thank you," Horo-sha said as she rushed to see Riko again. The Red Clover Residence. Riko was still by her friend's side when Horo-sha and Riko arrived. The town doctor, Jiro, had finished examining Samba. "How is she?" Horo-sha inquired. Jiro told her, "Samba is thankfully breathing on her own. Sometimes those in Kansui are unable to breathe and usually die while in the deep sleep. She will have to be monitored through all hours of the day and night. For now, there is nothing more that I can do. I am returning to town. I have other patients to attend to." Horo-sha walked over to Gato as the town doctor left, and she questioned him, "Have you heard anything about the guard who was supposed to be watching the south gate?" Gato answered, "I just received a report that he has not been found." She nodded and then walked over to the mistress of the manor and said, "Riko, I need to talk to you about something of a sensitive nature." "I thought this might be the case," she spoke and smiled, turning in her seated position next to her friend. "I am beginning to discover that you see things that most do not. You have been asking me about Kipa's past. I can tell you about him." "No need," Horo-sha replied. And then she thought of Eshi and said, "Sometimes people feel at ease around me and divulge things they might not with others." She looked to Riko and thought about telling him to leave, but he was her apprentice. She should not keep things from the boy that had to do with the case. She said, "Gato, could you please step outside?" The new head guard went outside, knowing the Ronin wanted to talk to the mistress alone. Horo-sha waited a few moments and began. The clues I have been gathering have been pointing towards someone or something. I believe, Nico, they have been pointing at you. Do you believe that I am the killer? She questioned. Do you actually believe I am capable of committing these atrocious crimes? Riko wasn't sure what Horo was up to. He knew whatever she was doing, it wasn't easy for her. She had come to care for the Gaku family. No, the Gaku household. Horo-sha didn't answer the mistress but stated without her manner giving anything away about how she felt. I must ask you a few things. Nico wanted to question her again if the young woman believed she was the culprit, but instead, she stifled a sob and nodded. The short time Horo-sha, that yoke had been there, Nico had grown to like this unusual young woman with an apt mind. Now this young woman was questioning her as if she was the killer. Now this young woman seemed to be seeing her with different eyes. I have discovered that you are a... Horo-sha spoke and then whispered, former prostitute. She stated in a normal voice, as she came across you, and Nico put a hand over her mouth, shocked to discover that Yoke had uncovered her closely guarded secret. She had thought Yoke wanted to know about Kipa's past, but the young woman must already know and know how they were linked. Nico feared how this young woman would see her now. Horo-sha paused in her interrogation as she noticed the unintended reaction to her statement. The matter they were speaking about was more sensitive than she realized. Sometimes she could be so blunt, a double-edged trait, a trait that could help and hurt. Horo-sha thought about taking back her statement, somehow rephrasing it, but she needed to stay on task, not give in to her emotions. She decided to move forward. Horo-sha began again, as she came across you and fell madly in love with you. He didn't care what you were and eventually proposed and then settled your debt with the brothel. He brought you back, not as a courtesan or a concubine, but as his wife. As she made you a lady and mistress of the manor, he loved and cherished you. He might have back then, but he no longer cherishes anything but his art and the art his family once created. Nico spoke with contempt of things that were not flesh and blood. What you say was true, and because of that, I believe it is a possibility that you became jealous of his art. Do you believe I killed Kipa and the groom and tried to kill my friend to somehow get back at my husband? Nico inquired. And then she set her friend's hand on the bed and stood to face the Ronin detective on more equal ground. Do not forget about the painting he cherished, staring feline, was stolen. Horo-sha added to the list of crimes and then gauged the older woman's reaction. Tears streamed down Nico's face as she spoke. Tell me why you believe I killed those people. I have another question for you before I answer any of yours. Horo-sha replied and went right into her interrogation. When Samba was drowned in the koi garden, I noticed as you entered the garden that your kimono was dirty around the knees. I see that you had a housemaid bring you new clothes and you changed out of that kimono. How did the other kimono get dirty? I fell. I fell after I tripped, Nico replied. It is as simple as that. Horo-sha studied her reaction to her inquiry, and then she said, for most, it would be a simple matter. But I believe in your case, it is not. Why did you fall? I said I tripped, Nico spoke angrily. It is as simple as that. I discern that this subject is very touchy for you, so I will come back to it at another time, Horo-sha said. Tell me about the groom. You are relentless in asking about him. Nico spoke as her usual restrained demeanor unraveled slightly. I have not seen him. I have not been to the stable. I don't know who he is. I did ask Samba why she was arguing with him, but she wouldn't tell me. Nico replied as she looked at the house physician helplessly lying on the bed. Tears streamed down her face as she said, I cannot believe that you think I would ever hurt Samba. She is my friend. Horo-sha paused as she decided she had taken this necessary ruse far enough, and then she smiled and stated with certainty, Nico, I said that it appears, not that I believe that you did all those things. I believe reputation is very important to you, but I believe friendship, respect, and love are much more important to you. Horo-sha decided she could comfort and ease some of the concerns of the older woman and spoke. Nico, your previous occupation does not bother me. I see you no different. You are still the Nico who scolded me for being disrespectful to your position in this household. You are still the Nico who refused to let me drink Emerald Dragon Empress tea. The mistress wiped the tears from her eyes and said, You mentioned 2 instances where I was horrible to you and not at all kind. No, I mentioned those 2 instances because you cared enough not to let me run around like some wild child. I was a stranger to you then, and I am a friend to you now. Why are you telling me all of this? Horo-sha stated. As I said before, the clues I have been gathering have been pointing toward you. I have considered all of the clues, including the unsent letter from the groom. Nico, I believe someone is trying to frame you. The soul of tea. I stare at my new friend. A friend I just interrogated. I would like to have tea with her again, but first, I must remove the assertion of murderer that someone has attached to her. Chapter 53. Framing the prize painting. The Red Clover residence. Riko knew how hard it was for Horo-sha to keep questioning Nico as if she was the guilty party. He didn't completely understand why she seemed so harsh. Riko decided to be quiet about it and observe. He was Horo's apprentice, and he was there to learn. Nico, I believe someone is trying to frame you. Trying to frame me, the mistress exclaimed. Two thoughts wrestled within her, and Nico focused on one, the doubt she thought the young woman had concerning her. She started to say, so you do not believe that Yoke, I thought you saw me as a friend killer. I see you as a fourth victim, Horo-sha informed her. Nico's mind calmed down enough to focus on the second thought wrestling within her, and she asked, do you believe someone is trying to blame me for the murders? Yes, I believe someone is trying to frame you in more than one way. Please explain, Nico requested. Someone wants me to believe that you committed the murders, but they are also framing you as if you are a prized painting that must be displayed to the whole world. You said, someone wants me? Are you saying someone wants you to believe me, or maybe more like the samurai detective? Horo-sha started to explain. If he had not been busy with another case, he would be here. She paused and then stated, a scheme has been set in motion, and one of the parts has to be the samurai detective or someone looking into the crimes. I just happen to be playing that part. Tell me more about this framing that seems to have two meanings. Certain clues are pointing at you, Horo-sha said. Your muddy knees are one example, and the white horsehair I found on your shoulder is another. She removed the black material from the handkerchief and showed her the white hair. And then Horo-sha continued, normally, I would consider you a suspect, but those 2 out of the 3 clues seem forced. Or maybe contrived is a better word. She paused to allow those thoughts to sink in. And then Horo-sha said, you do not want to tell me why you really fell, but if you were the one trying to drown Sanba, it would be more likely that your kimono would be wet, not muddy as you held your friend's head underwater. I also found this horsehair on your shoulder as if you had been to the stable, but the horsehair was sticky with pine sap as if someone wanted the hair to stick to your clothing and be discovered. Nico looked at the white hair and the black material and then spoke. You said 2 out of the 3 clues. I believe someone went to great lengths to have you come across the shovel that was most likely used to bury Kippa. It was the shovel you found near the vault courtyard. You picked it up and placed it in the tool storage house just as the housekeeper came in. I don't understand, Nico said. You and the housekeeper both told me when I interviewed you about Kippa's death that the other had sent a message. You were both right, and you were both wrong. I don't think the housekeeper sent you a message to meet her in the orchard, and I don't believe you sent her a message to meet her in the orchard. Nico thought about it and then stated, someone else sent the messages. Horo-sha nodded. I get it now, Riko spoke excitedly. Horo, you are saying someone planned for Gaku to come across the shovel and have it in her possession just as the housekeeper came across her. But that would mean, it would mean that we are dealing with someone who has engineered a complex plan. A mastermind, Horo-sha interrupted. What I don't like is that I have no clue how deep into the plan we are or what the ultimate goal is. She paused and then focused on what she had been saying before, and then Horo-sha told Nico. The shovel, your muddy knees, and the white horsehair link you to what happened to Kippa, Sanba, and the groom. It would be enough for any magistrate to arrest you. She glanced at Riko, thinking about what she had said about time, and then Horo-sha informed Nico. If you haven't heard, I should tell you that the town magistrate is here along with Uncle Tadao, and his wife, Lady Rai. Nico considered what the Ronin had said and asked, who would do such a thing and why? I don't know, Horo-sha replied as she glanced at the table and noticed one of the housemaids had brought in some tea, perhaps when she brought the mistress a change of clothes. A tray was on the table with a cloth over it to keep the heat in. Nico, I will make you some tea. You should rest. You have not left your friend's side since the incident. Horo-sha urged her. Come drink some tea. Life lessons from tea. Tea. Easily shared as a conversation. Chapter 54. The scheme moves forward. The Red Clover residence. Tea was in order, so Horo-sha didn't wait on a reply and removed the cloth from the tray. She found a reddish-pink cast iron pot decorated with a cherry tree in full bloom. Also on the tray were 4 matching cast iron cups. She removed the lid with the aid of the cloth and added tea leaves from a canister. Steam came out of the pot for the water was still very hot. 5 minutes went by as the leaves brewed, and then the tea was ready. Nico, I misspoke before, Horo-sha stated as she poured for the older woman. As she didn't need to make you a lady. You were always a lady? She wasn't used to saying such things to people or interacting with people beyond solving mysteries for them, so what she said. It made herself blush. Horo-sha was still very socially awkward but spoke from her heart. I mean to prove your innocence. I believe Eshi will also stand behind your innocence. He has finally remembered his family and how important all of you are to him. The Ronin poured the boy and then herself a cup of tea. Horo-sha knew why she loved tea so much. It was something easily shared and provided time to spend with others. She remembered the time she spent with the crying samurai and the priestess over a hot cup. She easily asked questions back then, for she was a very curious child, but Horo-sha found socializing beyond tea was a very hard task. Tea brought an ease to conversations, and over the years, she learned to talk to others as if she was always having tea. Riko sipped on her black tea, and after some time had gone by, she said, I started to suspect my past might have something to do with the murders when the town doctor explained what the bamboo knife was used for. I heard you tell the boy that you believe the bamboo knife was used to lure Samba to the edge of the pond so that someone could drown her. Horo-sha nodded, and then she thought of a question and asked, what did Samba do before she came to live on the estate with you and became the house physician? She was a midwife, Riko replied as another secret was hinted at, and then she realized something that was spoken earlier, and stated, you said before that what I said about Eshi only caring about art was true as if it was in the past. I did because it is no longer true, Horo-sha spoke. I had a long talk with your husband. I believe he realizes that he can only have one important thing in his life that trumps everything else. I believe he realizes he must choose between his family and his obsession with the Animaru style. He can't be devoted to both. One must take precedence. Are you saying that he has decided which should take precedence in his life? I am, Horo-sha replied. It will take time. He must change habits that he has developed over the years. They sipped on their tea some more, and in the quiet of the residence, Horo-sha found clarity and a certainty of her mission she had lost when the first murder occurred. She had no doubts about what she needed to do. Horo-sha also knew that outside forces were working against her. I mean to prove your innocence, Riko, but I need time, and I am not sure how much I have. There seems to be something or someone at work behind. Horo-sha, Gato yelled as he ran in. She asked, what is it? Before the head guard had a chance to answer, the town magistrate barged in and declared, Gaku Riko, I am here to arrest you for the murders of Kipa, the head guard, and Akino, the groom, and for the attempted murder of Sanba, the house physician. He put a hand to his sword and stated, and by the authority granted to me as town magistrate, I am also here to administer your punishment with a swift beheading. Haiku, traitorous file scheme, crime. Punishment also swift. Tea of truth come out. Chapter 55. Judge, jury, and executioner. The Red Clover residence. Horo-sha moved and positioned herself between the town magistrate and Riko, and then Horo-sha asked, how could you have come to a conclusion and verdict so quickly? You have not been on the estate 2 hours yet. Unlike you, Ronin detective, I can work quickly and put all the clues together. The town magistrate replied as he had not predicted the Ronin's interference. I had the steward round up the household and the guards, and I spoke to each of them. I inspected the bodies of the groom and Kipa, and I even heard about the clues you managed to gather. It was not hard to figure it all out after reading the blackmail letter the groom had started. The town magistrate paused as she entered the residence, and then the town magistrate continued. I believe Gaku Riko had Kipa steal the staring feline. I believe she wanted the head guard to destroy the painting, but instead, he was going to sell it. In a fit of rage, she hit him over the head, then tried to bury her mistake. The silver coins were what she would have paid him if he had destroyed the painting, so she still paid him even in the afterlife. He tapped the tip of his hilt, preparing at any moment to draw the sword as he explained. Riko thought she got away with the perfect murder, but one of her earrings fell into the hole. When the earring was discovered and the inept Ronin detective was still unable to put things together, Riko thought she had gotten away with the murder. Later, the groom shows up. The groom knew nothing about Riko being a psychopathic killer, but he did know a secret about her that he thought he could profit off of. It is a secret I still have to figure out. He along with Samba were going to blackmail Riko, but Riko eliminated them before they had a chance to bring to light her secret. I mean, she has almost eliminated both of them. She is waiting for an opportunity to finish off the house physician. All of that is a lie, Riko declared. I killed no one, and I never hired Kipa to steal the painting. You have done everything that I have stated, the town magistrate told her, and then he directed his attention to the Ronin and ordered, move aside. I am here to administer her punishment. Panic set in. What motivation could be behind this new ploy to swiftly take Riko's life? Horo-sha could barely think. The cat painting. No. Maybe. What could be the ploy? What would? Revenge. Someone was out for revenge, and Riko's life was the focal point of this retaliation. Time had become a monster, an ogre of reprisal and quick retribution. The terrifying beast that represented a sensation of failure and blindness had taken the form of a large, hideous monster. It had escaped the labyrinth of her mind and was rampaging through her heart. Horo-sha had to think in haste, and she told Eshi, "If you love your wife, quickly take your fastest horse, ride to town, and have the governor hold off her execution. Quickly go, Eshi. I will safeguard your wife until then." The master of the manor just stood there as if he believed in his wife's guilt. Horo-sha thought he would immediately rush off, but maybe she misgauged his love for his family. Or maybe it wasn't his wife's innocence that he didn't believe in. Eshi doubted her ability as the Ronin detective. Horo-sha had not been able to solve one thing, and in Eshi's eyes, the Ronin was inept because the one he hired couldn't even find his stolen painting. She was forced to use the one thing she had safeguarded as leverage in case she needed to force Eshi to speak the truth to her. "I know where your painting is," Horo-sha blurted, and the confusion on Eshi's face became an expression of outrage and disbelief. She continued, hoping to lure him into doing what was right. "When you return with the governor and the governor has stayed your wife's execution, I will give you the painting." Eshi looked as if he doubted the Ronin, so she added, "On my honor, I know where the painting is." The master of the manor looked as if he still doubted, not the Ronin's word but Horo-sha's ability to solve the mysteries. She would have to set her pride to the side if she was going to save Nico. So she pleaded, "Give Riko enough time to find the samurai detective. Lord Tante owes me a favor. He will immediately come. Please, give the boy enough time to find him so that the samurai detective can prove your wife's innocence." He still didn't say anything to her, and just as she was going to get on her knees to beg, Eshi turned and hurried out. The town magistrate laughed and said, "I know you would have no pride as a Ronin, but I thought at least you would have pride as a detective." Riko started to say something as he put a hand to the tanto tucked in his sash, and she shook her head so he wouldn't draw the knife and come to her defense. Horo-sha knew what she had done, but there was no other way. She would worry about her reputation later. She had to save Nico. "Riko, go borrow a horse from the stable if you are able to ride, and go to my sister's. Sakura should know where the samurai detective is. Find Lord Tante and bring him here. Hurry." She could tell the boy wanted to argue, but he turned and ran for the door. She noticed Riko wiped his eyes with his arm as if he had been crying. Horo-sha turned her attention to the town magistrate as she told Nico, "I was wrong before. I am not playing the part of the detective. It would seem that the town magistrate has taken that position in the scheme." "I am not sure what you are talking about," the town magistrate began, and then he questioned the Ronin, "But I would like to know just how are you going to stop me?" Horo-sha unsheathed her sword as she turned to the new head guard and shouted, "Gato, bar the door and let no one else in." She placed both hands on her hilt and told the town magistrate, "I will do what I have to. You will not be executing Nico while I am still alive. The soul of T. I am blind to the truth. The scheme is prevailing against me. I am afraid my friend will die because my apt mind cannot see. The end." Next, How to Frame a Murder's Conclusion, Part 2. Household of Death Mystery. How to Frame a Murder, Part 2. Household of Death Mystery, by Christy Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2020. Prologue. The conclusion to How to Frame a Murder, Magi. A parallel reality. In a fusion of East and West cultures, the world of Magi existed in an era before the emergence of electricity and the steam engine. The sword was the ultimate weapon and brought order to the planet under the emperor of the Kenjin Empire. The Kenjin Empire had conquered nearly the whole world and had just about succeeded in bringing all of its domain into submission. The Kenjin Empire existed in a delicate balance of power. The shogun was the highest-ranking military officer who wielded command of the world like a well-balanced blade, and he was just under the emperor in authority. The shogun, along with the shogunate, military officers with the title of overlords, reigned supreme over the citizens of the One World Empire. Each overlord ruled a clan, and each clan was made up of samurai houses. Each samurai or lord and their house owed their allegiance to only one overlord who was their master. The samurai were the military nobility and officer caste, and they ruled over a province for their overlord in this social class system. Below each samurai were many wealthy families who governed their own estates and were scattered about the towns of the samurai's province. They supported their samurai house with honor gifts of crops, animals, material, and/or coin, depending on their size and their own wealth. And the samurai houses, in turn, gave tribute to their overlord out of the same materials. Taxes were collected by governors of each town, and the taxes went to road and irrigation maintenance and/or other projects. The Kenjin Empire was broken down into regions, which under the authority of the emperor and shogun were ruled by the overlords. Regions were made up of provinces under the rule of the samurai lords. Provinces were further broken down into towns governed by governors. A governor was placed in charge of each town, but no family, house, or clan owed their allegiance to them. The governors owed their allegiance to the samurai of their province and the overlord the samurai served. Magi was enjoying a time of peace and prosperity. Rivalries between overlords were fought with words and speeches on the floor of the shogunate house and not on the battlefield. Bandits were still a problem, but usually only in the remote areas. Peace seemed a thing of everlasting existence, and war was perceived as a mythical beast that only lived in the legends of the past. Horo-sha and Riko formed a duo of crime-fighting investigators. They were well into their first official case together and were investigating a simple theft of a painting, but the case turned horribly wrong when the suspect started dying. 2 people were dead and 1 was near death. Horo-sha had no idea who the mastermind was behind the scheme to frame one of the members of the household. She would have to put her apt mind against an unknown and crafty foe. Horo-sha had already put her honor on the line, but would it be enough to find the murderer, or would the Gaku estate become a household of death? T haiku? Tea is no swift judge. Tea savors time. Careful thoughts. Tea brings clear focus. Chapter 1. The Swift Judge. Minutes before the end of Part 1. The Red Clover Residence. The town magistrate declared, "Gaku Nico, I am here to arrest you for the murders of Kipa, the head guard, and Akino, the groom, and for the attempted murder of Sanba, the house physician." He spoke with the command of his office as he put a hand to his sword and stated, "And by the authority granted to me as town magistrate, I am also here to administer your punishment by a swift beheading." Little warning preceded the one who had become the swift judge. Horo-sha's apt mind went blank as a whirlwind of rabid reprisal blindsided her. The mastermind behind the complex plan might want everyone to believe that justice had been the hand behind finding her friend guilty, but Horo-sha had figured out that the scheme must be some sort of revenge. For what? She didn't know. Horo-sha had figured out something terrible was about to happen, but the exact plot had eluded her. She had taken the scheme too lightly, and Nico was about to pay for her oversight. Her mind raced again. She couldn't self-flog for her oversight. Horo-sha needed to focus. Someone wanted her friend dead, but not by their hand. They were using another to bring about this third death. No, third murder. The town magistrate wasn't here for justice. He was here to enact someone's will. Did the town magistrate know that he was a pawn, or was he an unwilling instrument of the scheme? Her mind continued to whirl. Were they trying to take their revenge on Nico, or was their aim to avenge themselves on Eshi by slaying Nico? Horo-sha felt so powerless, as there was nothing she could do or say to change the mind of one who had so quickly come to the conclusion that the mistress of the manor was guilty. A quicksand of skepticism and doubt grabbed hold of her feet and started to drag her into discouragement. So many things filled her mind and cluttered it with distraction. The mastermind scheme had struck, but was it the final blow? It seemed there was more to it, but Horo-sha reached for a branch of faith and dragged herself out of the quicksand of skepticism and doubt. Nico needed her and her apt mind. But if she was going to use her apt mind, she needed to rid her thoughts of everything that was distracting her. Life lessons from tea. Tea, like steel, must be heated before its strength comes out. Chapter 2. A bold move. A Dao sword. It was a single-edged weapon used for slashing and chopping, and not of the Kenjin Empire design. The Dao sword was adopted by the Empire's magistrates as a primary weapon. It was shorter than a katana and wider with a curved edge. Minutes after the town magistrate's declaration of his intent, the Red Clover Residence. Horo-sha had to think in haste, so she convinced Eshi to go retrieve the governor, and she had Riko go in search of the samurai detective. She, Gato, and Nico were all staring at the town magistrate. Horo-sha had to bide Eshi enough time to bring back either a stay of execution from the governor, or the governor himself. Her mind was her weapon. The town magistrate questioned the Ronin, "But I would like to know, just how are you going to stop me?" Her mind was her weapon, but she also had another. Horo-sha drew her sword as she turned to the head guard and shouted, "Gato, bar the door and let no one else in." She was a student of the Crying Samurai, one of the most skilled swordsmen of their era. Horo-sha placed both hands on the hilt of her katana and told the town magistrate, "I will do what I have to. You will not be executing Nico while I am still alive." The town magistrate drew his own weapon, a Dao sword, and said, "I did not think a lowly Ronin would try to interfere. Do you still believe you are of nobility? Tell me what samurai house you once belonged to. Tell me the name that once brought you prestige." She wanted to shout her family's name. Horo-sha wanted to declare for all to hear that she belonged to the house of Shakadzuru that once ruled over the Kai province. Her noble house, whose crest was the red-crowned crane, was so magnificent and respected by many. Her heart thundered both in fierceness and in pride as he uttered his challenge. She wanted to declare her family's name, but the priestess and the crying samurai had warned her never to mention it again. If she ever did, those who had massacred her family might come after her and finish what they had started. If this moment had happened several weeks ago, she would have gladly declared the name and await those who would try and take her head. Today was different. They might discover her sister, who she thought was dead along with her father and brother, was also still alive. Sakura lived in the next town. Horo-sha couldn't chance that they would try to kill her older sister. She forced her heart to settle down and allowed its fierceness and pride to be quelled. Horo-sha remained unmoved by his prodding. The town magistrate waited to see if the Ronin would react to his jabbing, and when the detective remained calm, he said, "Look at you. You have not come to the defense of your house's good name. I forgot you Ronin think you are above most people, but you are actually cowardly samurai." He glanced at Gato as if remembering the head guard was there. And then the town magistrate took a step closer to the Ronin and declared, "I will not let you get in the way of justice." She might have quelled her pride and fierceness to defend her house, but Horo-sha would not back down to defend her friend. Before he could engage her in a battle, Horo-sha yelled, "I declare the right of Charanji, soul of tea. I took hold of my father's sword. I took up the honor of my house, but more importantly, I will protect my friend's life." Chapter 3. The Delayed Executioner. The Red Clover residence. The town magistrate halted his attack as he questioned, "Are you officially challenging me to a duel? Why waste your breath? I am about to fight you." "As you know, the right of Charanji is a duel of honor," Horo-sha stated to draw his attention to the challenge and not so much the fight. "Your house holds honor against mine." The town magistrate thought about what the Ronin had said and decided he didn't need to go headlong into the fight. The Ronin might be trying to trick him, so he needed to figure out what the detective was up to. "I accept your challenge," the town magistrate said. Horo-sha demanded, "Pick a spot and we will begin our duel now." "I will pick the spot, but as the challenged, I also select the time," the town magistrate declared after he thought about it. He still believed the Ronin was trying to trick him. So he said, "I will be back within the hour to tell you of the place and time of my choice." The town magistrate sheathed his sword and said, "No, Ronin, Eshi will not be back in that time. It will take him most of the day to arrive at the governor's estate, and even if he does find the governor at his residence, I doubt he can convince him to delay the execution of Gaku Nico. The Gaku family's influence over politics is weak." He turned and started to leave and stopped at the exit as Gato still had it barred. Horo-sha nodded to him, and Gato allowed him to leave. "Gato, quickly go and find 2 guards you trust with your life and have them come here. Hurry, I don't know how much time I have to put my plan into place." He raced out, and then Nico questioned her, "Why did you issue the right of Charanji? If you lose, it will be a strike against my reputation and the reputation of my unnamed house." Horo-sha thought about her past and said, "My house fell in one night. I and one other are the only ones left of our once great house. The good name of my family is nearly all that I have left, but I cannot let injustice prevail." She thought she had said enough on the matter. But Horo-sha saw the worry in her friend's face, so she added, "My honor would be meaningless if I ever let injustice prevail." Nico questioned, "Why did you do this?" "I did this to buy us some time. I had this feeling that something as tragic as another murder was about to happen, but I was unable to stop it. You have been falsely accused. An ogre of reprisal and retribution has been set in motion. I believe I have slowed it down, but I have not stopped it. The terrifying beast, the one that had been a sensation of failure and blindness, morphed into an ogre and broke out of the labyrinth of her mind it was once a prisoner of." Horo-sha had no way of stopping it. "You said that I have been falsely accused with such conviction." Nico spoke and then inquired, "How do you know that I didn't commit the crimes I am accused of doing?" "I believe I know you," Horo-sha replied. "I also believe a mastermind is at work here. So much time and preparation had to go into this plan to frame you." "I still do not understand," Nico said. "You abandoned your pride as an investigator and sent for the samurai detective." "I did, and I did so for 2 reasons," Horo-sha replied and then confessed, "It is getting very dangerous on the Gaku estate. I sent Riko away so that he will be safe." "What is your second reason?" Nico questioned. "If I have not found the mastermind behind these murders," Horo-sha started to explain. She wasn't sure that was the right approach, so she stated, "Even if Riko is able to find the samurai detective, by the time they arrive at the estate, it will be too late for me." Nico interrupted as she understood her role in the scheme. Horo-sha went back to the table where they had been having tea. She had returned to self-flogging, so she didn't allow herself to enjoy her favorite pastime. She did encourage Nico to drink as the mistress of the manor still looked tired. A few minutes later, Gato returned with 2 guards. Horo-sha ordered him, Gato, let none enter the Red Clover residence while I am gone. Where are you going? Nico questioned as the young woman stood. I am going to safeguard my life, Horo-sha answered as she picked up the satchel that the boy left behind and exited without another word. Nico turned to the head guard and inquired, what did she mean by that? She. Gato repeated as he turned in the direction Horo-sha had left. His eyes were opened, and he uttered, the Ronin is a woman. Tea kaiku. Clever as green tea. Use the tools given to me. Apt as orange tea. Chapter 4. Safeguard one's own life. The vault room. A guard said that you wanted to see me. The town magistrate spoke as he walked in and found the Ronin. The Ronin had his back to him as he entered, and the Ronin was looking over the body of the groom. The groom and Keepa's body were both on the floor with straw mats covering them. You brought your deputy with you, Horo-sha stated as she turned and faced them. And then she asked, are you afraid I will do something to you before the Charanji? You are a Ronin, he replied. Maybe you would attack me in secret and claim victory in our duel. You have a great dislike for Ronin, but do you also have a dislike for samurai? Horo-sha questioned. He didn't answer her, so she took his silence as an affirmation. Why am I here? The town magistrate questioned. It is about the cases, Horo-sha said as she held out the satchel. I thought I would hand over half of the clues I have gathered so that you couldn't claim in the future that I had an advantage over you in solving the murders. The murders have been solved, the town magistrate maintained. I remember your declaration from before. You seem so sure, she spoke, and then Horo-sha studied his reaction to her question as she asked, what I don't understand is, do you honestly believe you have solved the cases or are you complicit in the false accusation? The town magistrate remained calm and never reacted to her asseveration. She couldn't tell if it was because she was right or if he just didn't bite when she insulted his honor. Horo-sha gave up for the moment and asked as she lifted the satchel, do you want the clues? The town magistrate motioned to the deputy, and the other man took the satchel from the Ronin. The deputy opened the satchel and peered inside. What do you see? The town magistrate questioned. The deputy told him, I see 2 red ribbons, 3 silver coins, and a broken lacquered bamboo stick. Is that all you wanted? The town magistrate questioned the detective. You never did tell me your name. I am Yashiro. Yashiro, I also want to show you a small dagger that was lying next to the groom. It is a very unusual dagger, Horo-sha said as she knelt and picked up the small knife that was lying on the floor next to the groom. Horo-sha unsheathed the blade. The town magistrate immediately flinched as if the Ronin would attack him. Sorry about that, she said as she turned the dagger around and held it by its blade. Yashiro motioned again for the deputy to retrieve the knife. The deputy started toward her, and Horo-sha pulled back her arm and asked, are you that afraid of me that you can't even take a small blade from my grasp? I am holding it out handle first. She offered it again to the town magistrate and said, be careful. A snail's tooth is known to be very strong. A snail's tooth? Yashiro questioned as he glanced at the knife and saw the snail that engraved the blade. He snarled at the Ronin and then seized the knife as he said, snails have no teeth. She thought about arguing with him about the fact but decided it didn't matter that he was wrong. It only mattered that she had succeeded in her mission, a victory paid for with a trickle of plasma and a paper cut like burn. Yashiro examined the blade and said, it has blood on it. His face wrinkled with perplexity as he added, it is fresh blood. It is mine, Horo-sha told him, hiding the significance of the cut. You nicked me when you took the blade. No harm done. He examined the blade again and asked, the knife is unique but beyond that. I see no significance in it. I also have found no significance in it, but I also didn't want to keep this new potential clue to myself. Yashiro set the knife on the stone table and started to leave the vault room. He paused and said, I have decided our duel will take place in 20 minutes, and it will take place in the south courtyard. I will be there, Horo-sha stated. She muttered to herself once the town magistrate and his deputy were some distance away. I will be there now that I have safeguarded my own life. She went over to the stone table and picked up the knife that actually belonged to her. Horo-sha sheathed the blade as she decided on a suitable name for the knife. All fine blades should have a name, and though it was small, the knife she purchased a few days ago was still exceptionally crafted. She would call the knife Snail's Tooth. Horo-sha had lied to the town magistrate in a way. The knife was lying next to the groom, but only because she had set it there on the ground before the town magistrate, and the deputy had entered the vault room. Horo-sha had safeguarded her life, and now she could face the town magistrate in combat. Life lessons from tea. Violence and tea should never mix, but both are also necessary. Chapter 5. The Duel. The Red Clover Residence. Horo-sha informed Gato and Nico that she was heading to her duel. They were both notably worried for her, but neither of them said anything. What could they say? The rite of Charanji was a duel between two warriors. It settled grievances or proved which warrior was superior, and once it was proclaimed, the issuer was honor-bound to complete it. She issued the challenge, so she would have to see it through. The South Courtyard. Horo-sha arrived and many people had already gathered there. The steward, the housekeeper, the cook, the kitchen girl, the 2 housemaids, a few guards not on duty, some of the male servants, and Uncle Tadao and 5 of his guards. One of his guards stood close to him and told Uncle Tadao what was going on around them as his eyesight was failing. His new wife and her lady's maid along with one of their guards stayed behind at their residence. Yashiro and his deputy arrived a short time later. Horo-sha went and stood in the center of the courtyard, and Yashiro came and joined her. "I am curious about something," Yashiro began. "If I had asked for a reward, then you would also be able to ask for one. Since I asked for no reward and I was the one who challenged, you can ask for no reward if you should win. You do like to use lots of words to get to your point. Are you doubting your skills, Ronin?" Yashiro questioned. The town magistrate didn't wait on an answer and stated, "My deputy heard that you dueled a swordsman named Kaido in the next town. My deputy was impressed that you won against his lightning strike technique, but I am not. I might not have been trained as a samurai, but my sword skills are excellent." "Let us begin," Horo-sha spoke. She was not up for talking to him as she needed to return to her investigation. Horo-sha drew her katana and held the scabbard in her other hand as if it was a weapon, and then she took a defensive position against him. She glanced at her left thumb where she had been nicked by the town magistrate when he took Snail's tooth from her grasp, and then she told him, "We will see how you fare against my technique." Yashiro drew his Dao sword and immediately attacked. He quickly slipped under the Ronin's guard and cut the Ronin across his right side, or at least Yashiro thought he had. The Ronin made some movements with his sword as if he had blocked his attack, and then the Ronin stood there unharmed with only a cut across the material of his kimono. The town magistrate suspected that the Ronin had somehow been able to move his body out of the way of his blade at the last second. Yashiro decided to use the same attack but swipe much deeper this time. It was very apparent to Yashiro that he was a lot faster than the Ronin. The town magistrate attacked again, and Horo-sha waited until he went for her side once more. She didn't worry about defending herself but countered once Yashiro had passed her. She slashed at him and cut him across his right forearm. Horo-sha didn't intend to kill or even maim him but only injure him slightly. Blood trickled from his wound. She used her scabbard while he was distracted by his injury and struck him several times using a weaponized acupressure technique. "I have immobilized your right arm and soon you will lose use of it," Horo-sha explained. And then she declared, "Yield, and I will not strike you down." Yashiro couldn't believe how quickly the Ronin had used some sort of martial arts version of acupuncture or something similar against him. His arm was growing numb, and he was starting to lose use of his fingers. He could barely hold onto his sword. Yashiro snarled at the victor. The Ronin had tricked him into believing he was slow when in fact, the Ronin had to be extremely fast, for he never saw the Ronin block his blade during either of his attacks. "Yield now or the duel will continue," Horo-sha declared one last time as she prepared to strike him with her blade. "I yield," Yashiro said. Horo-sha lowered her sword and sheathed it. Thanks to the blessing the priestess gave to her long ago, Horo-sha was able to survive another duel with an opponent whose skills were superior to hers. She had used her one-cut technique in the past in her pursuit of finding the one person responsible, but since finding her older sister alive, Horo-sha dropped the pursuit of revenge. She was content to help people with her gifts and her blessing. She walked away from the town magistrate as the deputy moved to his side. "You surprise me, Ronin," Uncle Tadao spoke once he heard the Ronin's footsteps approach him. "You are young, but you must be very skilled with the sword." I could not see the duel, and my guard is not the best storyteller when it comes to informing me of what was going on. But for you to force Yashiro to yield is a feat in itself. He asked as if what he had been saying also had to do with his next question. "Why do you defend Nico?" It is apparent by the clues the town magistrate gathered, clues you yourself also examined, that she is the murderer. "How well do you know Nico?" she inquired. "I can honestly say I detested her the moment Eshi brought her home as his bride. She was never rude to me or my first wife, but something about the way Eshi brought her into our family has bothered me even until today. Eshi told me Nico came from a modest family. They had money but no wealth. They did own farmlands. Her family fell on hard times and then both of her parents died. I believe Nico married Eshi only because he was wealthy. I do not dislike her for marrying for money. Many have done so on both sides to attain wealth. Maybe I dislike that she never provided him with any more children. Wives should provide children for their husbands. It is their function to provide the next generation." She had nothing to say to his statement and had no questions for him at that time. So Horo-sha left, heading for the house physician's residence. The kitchen girl joined her as she walked. I can't figure out something, Musume spoke as she walked beside the Ronin. Horo-sha glanced at the kitchen girl but said nothing to her. How did you really defeat the town magistrate? You seem to move slower than him, and yet you managed to block his fatal blow twice. Horo-sha continued to ignore her, and Musume upped and stopped when the cook called after her. I will figure it out, the kitchen girl yelled after the Ronin. I like puzzles. Soul of tea. I defeated the one who would have taken my friend's life. I defeated him, but I have not stopped him. I must gingerly consider my next move as I consider a selection of rare and costly tea. Chapter 6. Looking for the heart of the investigation. The Red Clover residence. Riko had held in her fears and anxieties while she waited to hear the outcome of the duel, and when the young woman returned, Riko couldn't help but snap at her as she asked, "Why did you do such a dangerous thing?" 2 reasons, Horo-sha replied as she never considered the unintended worry she had put her friend through. First reason, Yashiro will not try to convince the guards to side with him and take you by force, not until the governor has decided what to do with you. If he does, it will appear to the others that he is trying to take revenge for his defeat by my hand. It should buy us time until Eshi returns. Second reason, Yashiro should avoid me as much as possible as I wounded his pride more than his arm. I don't wish to tangle with him while I am conducting my investigation. I still do not like that you put yourself in danger for my sake. An injustice was about to be enacted, Horo-sha told her, and then insisted. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. She wanted to change the subject. So she asked, "How is Samba?" Riko wanted to scold the young woman some more, but she allowed the course of the conversation to move on and answered, "There has been no change. I wish she would wake up. Samba has a strong spirit," Horo-sha told her. "She will wake, and when she does, Samba can tell us about the groom and who he was and why they were arguing." Horo-sha noticed the tea she had left behind when the town magistrate had barged in, and she walked over to the table and sat, drinking the now cool liquid. "Yoke," Riko scolded her. "Please allow me to have hot water brought in, and I will make you fresh tea." "This is fine," Horo-sha told her. "Tea cold or hot is still tea." "You are a woman," Gato spoke. "I can see now. I had thought you were a very short man." Horo-sha chuckled and then said, "My sister makes fun of me for being of short stature." She stood, walked over to the house physician, took her hand, and held it for a few moments, and then Horo-sha said, "I will begin the investigation as if from the start." "How will you do that?" Gato inquired. "I will eliminate the cat painting from the equation as if the theft never happened, and once I have done that, I have the murder of Kippa as the focal point. Why was he killed, and was there a reason he was killed first?" Gato stated, "The groom only arrived yesterday. A good reason for him to be first, but Samba was also here," Horo-sha stated. "Kippa was killed first, perhaps because the murderer had discovered he had stolen the staring feline painting. Maybe the killer discovered Kippa would have fled once he sold the painting and had his money. If there had been no Kippa, then there would have been one less victim in the scheme." She thought about it some more, and then Horo-sha said, "Maybe Kippa's murder was supposed to be the crime that would bring the samurai detective here. Lord Tante might not have passed up a murder investigation." Gato spoke. "You mentioned earlier that a detective was needed in the scheme. It is my working theory. I believe someone wants Riko dead, but in a way that brings shame to the Gaku family as a whole, or maybe just to Eshi. For that to happen, she needs to be convicted of the crimes. I need to dive into this some more and find the heart of the investigation." Ogre Haiku. Terrifying beast. Strike with paralyzing fear. Fierce hungry monster. Chapter 7. Ogre of reprisal and retribution. The Red Clover residence. A housemaid brought in a new teapot full of hot water filled with brewing tea leaves. Horo-sha smelled the scent of the familiar and yet soothing black tea. She had insisted she could drink the cold tea, but Horo-sha was glad for the hot brew. Gato left while the Ronin was there to go check on the guards. He was also going to appoint another as second in command. They would see to the guards while Gato guarded the mistress of the manor. The 2 guards that remained were both outside. Horo-sha waited a few minutes at the table in silence, allowing Riko to rest or at least sit quietly. The ogre of reprisal and retribution had not been slowed. So Horo-sha began the case anew. She would come at the new case with different eyes. What did our 3 victims have in common? Horo-sha questioned aloud, glad for any help she might get. Samba and Kippa both worked on the estate for a long time, but the groom just arrived. Samba and Kippa both knew you before you became Lady Gaku, but the groom remains a mystery. She waited to see if Riko would say anything, and when she didn't, Horo-sha stated, "I believe I need for you to see the groom and see if you recognize him. But we won't be able to do that until Eshi returns with a stay of execution." Riko finally spoke, and she didn't hide her fears as she said, "If my husband is able to convince the governor to issue a stay, Eshi will come through for you. I am confident of this. You did not see the look on his face when the town magistrate accused me of the murders, Riko stated as she relived the horrible moment in her mind. I did see, Horo-sha said. I saw a man shocked to hear such an accusation, and then I saw a man who completely disbelieved them. As she loves you, Horo-sha stated. He will quickly return with the stay of execution. I don't believe you, Riko spoke. You are only saying this so that I have some hope to cling to. She started crying again and asked, how do you know without a doubt that I did not kill those men? The clues, Horo-sha began. All the clues point to you and some of them were placed on the bodies. Why would you leave them? Are you guilty of something and must be punished for a past crime? Riko's face ashened, and Horo-sha considered for a moment that she had been wrong. Could her friend be the murderer? Riko was hiding something. Horo-sha considered everything again and decided she was correct. Someone was framing Riko. I believe in your innocence, and I will not give up until I have proven it, Horo-sha swore, and then she found she had nothing else to say. The two of them sat in silence until the head guard returned. Horo-sha finished a second cup of tea and felt refreshed. She stood and told Riko, until I am able to safely take you to see the groom's body, I should investigate other avenues. Did anyone on the estate ever quarrel with Kipa? Gato replied, I came across Kipa arguing with the cook about a week before the painting was stolen. I couldn't hear what they were arguing about, but the steward came along and broke it up. I will begin with the cook then. Keep Riko safe, she stated and started out. Horo-sha paused and tried to think of some encouraging words to say to Riko, but when she couldn't come up with any, she left. Life lessons from gossip. Tongues can wag, and stories can float, and sometimes truth is just on the outside of hearsay. Chapter 8. Something tragic happened. The servants' quarters courtyard. Horo-sha was walking to the tiny kitchen when she happened upon the steward, speaking to one of the male servants, and she called out to him, Hakairo? He turned to the Ronin and said, one moment. The steward finished talking to the male servant, and then the servant left. The steward asked, what can I help you with? She began, Gato told me about 2 weeks ago you broke up an argument between the cook and Kipa. Can you tell me what the argument was about? I only heard part of it, the steward replied. I believe Kipa was bringing up something from the past. What would that be? Maybe the cook's younger sister. Komi had a younger sister, who over 16 years back, had a son out of wedlock. The steward began. I heard it told that back then the cook wanted her sister to come and work for the Gaku family so that she had a place to stay. But Riko would not hear of it. She didn't want any children on the estate besides Sora and Itsuki. What happened to the cook's sister? I heard something tragic happened to her sister, the steward replied. I heard that her sister had to leave town. She and her infant son were never heard from again. The cook must be very upset with Riko, Horo-sha stated and then started to question out loud. Would she be angry enough to frame Riko for her? I need to speak with the cook myself. I am also in need of a cup of tea. The two I had earlier were not enough. Soul of tea. I find that my heart is beating fast. I have to solve this mystery. My mind keeps whirling with what I missed. I need a good cup of tea. Water? Please boil. Chapter 9. A new blend. The tiny kitchen. Komi busied herself in prepping food as Horo-sha guarded over water, waiting on it to boil in a kettle as if it was the last pot of water in all the Kenjin Empire. The steward said that. The cook questioned. He did, Horo-sha replied, not moving from her post. And here I thought all of this time Hakairo never gossiped. Horo-sha asked, what did he get wrong? The cook explained, the mistress didn't want my sister working here. That part is true, but she did find her a place with the priestesses in the next town's temple as a cook. She still works there and her son just married. The way you told it does sound more like Riko. You do keep using the mistress name. Ronin? The cook spoke with a thick warning in her tone. We have become friends, Horo-sha explained. I call her by her first name, and she calls me by my given name. Your given name? What is your given name, Ronin? Horo-sha peered at the cook, wondering if she should tell her. She didn't see why she shouldn't, so she replied, Yoke, but that's a... Oh, I see now. Do you think you are such a clever Ronin hiding who you really are? I was not hiding, Horo-sha insisted. The cook interrupted, never corrected anyone when they thought you were a man. Does the master know? I am not sure, Horo-sha replied. He has been preoccupied with his missing painting and then the murders. Are you not going to ask me if I am going to blab about your secret? As I said before, I am not hiding anything. Horo-sha told her. Speak as you wish. The cook grinned, and Horo-sha saw the reason for her name, and Horo-sha said, You do have a very nice smile. She turned her attention back to the kettle and asked, Komi, what were you and Kipa arguing about? The cook questioned, When did you say this was? About 2 weeks ago. It was not really an argument, but our voices were raised. I had told Kipa that a man had approached me while I was at the market, wanting me to work for him. Not as his cook, but as a spy within the Gaku household. I had told him about the incident 3 weeks prior and wanted to know if he had done anything about it. Kiba told me he had been busy and had not talked with the town magistrate. I was a little upset. It was the 5th time I had spoken to him about it. I was going to give him another chance to talk to the town magistrate, and then I was going to do it myself. It sounds like you never brought it up again. You are correct, the cook replied. A week later, the painting was stolen, and Keeper really did have his hands full. I still cannot believe he is the one who stole the staring feline. Would you recognize this man if you saw him again? I would, though I had a feeling he was working for someone, the cook said. Why do you say that? Horo-sha inquired. His words said he wanted to use me, but he seemed very uninterested in me. Horo-sha said, I think I understand. The kitchen girl entered, carrying a bag of rice. Horo-sha smiled like a child tempted with a sweet as the water finally started to boil. And she declared, the water is ready. What special blend of tea do you have for me today? I heard that you were an addict, the cook said. Connoisseur is a better word, Horo-sha suggested. I will make you a blend that my grandmother would make me. It includes a special mix of things. The kitchen girl stated, I would have thought the Ronin was in too big of a hurry to solve the murders to have tea. I function better when I have tea, Horo-sha insisted, not letting anything get in the way of a new tasty blend. The cook took some of the ingredients and added them to the pot to boil instead of infusing in hot water. Musum, come and watch, Horo-sha urged the older girl as if they were classmates learning a very important skill. I have already prepared the coconut, the cook began. I will add it now. You see, the mixture is prepared with black tea and coconut milk along with some secret ingredients. Horo-sha watched mesmerized by the process and eagerly waited for her cup. The cook handed her the tea, and Horo-sha eagerly took a sip. This is very good, she said as she took a deep breath of the scent. Horo-sha took another sip and then said, I will take this cup with me. I need to go interview the housekeeper. Tea haiku? Tea of sweet flavor. I will take it where I go. Tea with coconut. Chapter 10. Sharing time. Outside, the west side of the manor, Horo-sha left the tiny kitchen with her teacup, and Musum followed her out. She thought the kitchen girl would head off in one direction and attend to her duties, but she followed Horo-sha for a while. Musum questioned, Where is your servant? My servant? Horo-sha repeated as she paused and turned to the older girl. Where is the boy? The kitchen girl rephrased. Riko has gone on an errand for me, Horo-sha replied. She noticed that the kitchen girl was carrying a basket as if the cook had sent her on an errand, but Horo-sha believed it was only a prop so no one would question why she was wandering about. Horo-sha asked, Where are you off to? Looking for a nice patch of garden to take a nap in. Have you been spying on me? Musum questioned, hiding either a mischievous smirk or a suspicious scowl. Horo-sha decided it was both and laughed, and then she answered the older girl. No, but for some reason that was the first thing that popped into my brain. She glanced at the kitchen girl and then asked, Musum, where did you work before coming to the Gaku estate? I worked for the Nakamura family for about 2 years. And before that, the kitchen girl considered the Ronin's question. She never thought anyone would be interested in her past and answered, I worked for someone very dear to me, someone who raised me as her own even though we were not related by blood. I have someone similar in my life, Horo-sha admitted as she thought of Keikenna, the disgraced priestess. Keikenna, or Ki as she liked to call her, had been her nanny for as long as she could remember, and then after the fire and massacre that took her entire family, Keikenna had become a mother to her. Just thinking about her name brought the warmth and care of the woman, and those things encircled her like a hug. She also thought of the crying samurai and added, I actually have 2. No, 3 people who watch out for me. I'm including Riko in my growing family. Musum urged the Ronin, who she had figured out was a girl a little younger than herself. Tell me more about those who love you even though blood does not bind you. Horo-sha started to answer as she had gotten caught up with talking to someone her own age. Growing up, she rarely had any contact with other little girls, and then after the fire, she had even less contact with children as the priestess, and the crying samurai took her into hiding. Musum noticed her hesitation and said, How about I go first? Hado found me, and she took me in. She taught me the ways of the world and how to survive in it. She taught me what loyalty was, and that sacrifice was part of the love one shows to their family, even a family of people not bound by blood. I wouldn't be here without her. She gave up her old life so she could raise me. It is the same with me, Horo-sha admitted. The priestess is the only reason I am still here. She saved my life. Several times. What happened? I haven't pieced everything together yet, but I belong to a samurai house, Horo-sha said, and shivers ran up her spine as she thought about her family's name. The priestess told her never to speak the name aloud, fearing those who had killed her family might try to kill her. Horo-sha didn't fear those who kept to the shadows. She had been actively searching for them to take her revenge on them. Which samurai house? I can't tell you that, Horo-sha stated. Uttering it could endanger those I care about. You dangled a mystery in front of me, Musum spoke. I can't resist games or mysteries. Now I'll have to figure it out. Her eyes lit up with the excitement of the challenge, and she said, Go on. Tell me your story. Horo-sha continued. I believe one of the lords of one of the other samurai houses became jealous of my father's position and wanted his province for himself. I believe this samurai lord hired ninjas too. Ninjas? The kitchen girl exclaimed. I have heard of these elite assassins, but I have never seen one. You never want to see one, for most likely. If you do, they will be the last thing you see. Oh, scary. Go on, tell me more about your family, Musum urged her. Did you ever track down the ones who murdered them? Horo-sha replied, I have tracked down a few who were involved. Did you strike them down with your katana? Musum questioned as she mocked holding a sword of her own and cutting someone down with her blade. No, they are still alive. I did learn from each one and have gotten a step closer to finding the one person responsible. I would have cut them down, Musum said as she again swung her imaginary sword, slaying the evildoers. Her attention was diverted, and she dropped her invisible sword and pointed ahead of them as she said, Look, the mistress of the household. It looks like she might have gone and checked on with wife. With wife? She questioned the kitchen girl as she turned her attention ahead and saw the housekeeper walking away from the Red Clover residence. Why do you call her with wife? Horo-sha inquired as she paused and looked all around. Musum had disappeared. She wondered for a moment if Musum was a ninja, and then she focused on the mission and called out, Imari, I have some questions for you. The housekeeper was about to enter the Yellow Lotus studio, paused, turned to the Ronin, and said, What are they? Life lessons from tea. Water is clear before the tea brews, and so is matters of the heart until a third party clouds the waters. Chapter 11. Another mystery. Outside the Yellow Lotus studio, interviewing the cook was actually very enjoyable, considering Horo-sha was investigating murders. She was rewarded with a tasty treat which she was still sipping on. Horo-sha debated the entire time they looked for the housekeeper how to approach her new line of questioning, and she decided just to come right out and ask, Why do you dislike Nico? The housekeeper was about to deny it, but then she realized who she was talking to and answered, It is nothing that the mistress did. I just adored Eshi's first wife and couldn't accept Nico as the mistress of the manor. Is my dislike for her so obvious? No, you hide it well, Horo-sha replied. Musum seemed to appear right out of the shadows, and she told the Ronin, I have to go. Horo-sha nearly screamed as the kitchen girl startled her. A small shriek did escape her lips, and the housekeeper finally caught on to what others had already guessed. Musum noticed the fright she gave the Ronin, and she was very pleased with herself, and amused. She would have made fun of Horo-sha if the housekeeper had not been there. Musum said, I have vegetables to dig up. Horo-sha nodded as she laughed. Perhaps Musum was a ninja, a kitty cat ninja, and perhaps she was teasing her. A friend her own age. She had never had a friend her own age before. The kitchen girl left as Horo-sha considered what the housekeeper had told her. I believe you have lied to me in a tiny way, Horo-sha accused. Your dislike is not so much feelings of mild hatred toward Nico, but they are manifestations of your sorrow in losing a friend. You and Eshi's wife must have been very close. We were, the housekeeper stated. I still miss her. Maybe it is time you no longer associate Nico with the death of Eshi's first wife. Maybe it is time. I do not think I can do that, the housekeeper interrupted. I do not believe. Horo-sha heard the pain in the housekeeper's voice and urged her. You do not believe what? I do not believe Eshi's first wife's death was an accident. I believe foul play was involved. Horo-sha considered what she had learned about Eshi and Nico's first meeting and inquired, before his first wife's death, did Eshi ever leave the estate and was gone for more than a day? If the master went to town, which was rare, he was only there an hour or two at the most. 2 hours would not be long enough to go to one of the neighboring towns. Horo-sha spoke mostly to herself and then asked, Do you know of anyone who came to the estate who did not have business with the master? The housekeeper thought about it, and then she answered, Not before Eshi's first wife died. A few days after her death, a woman with a parasol, who called herself Lady Bodden, would come calling. She was from the next town and visited Eshi all the way up to a week before he brought Nico home. For about a month, the woman spent time alone with Eshi without a lady's maid or any sort of female servant. She was not concerned in the least about her reputation. As the months went by, Eshi seemed to lose interest in her, but she still came around. I knew the master missed his first wife and was seeking comfort, but go on, Horo-sha urged her. I believe the lady was from a brothel. You saw this lady? I did, the housekeeper answered. I saw her several times. Have you seen her since Riko became the mistress of the manor? I have not, but I believe I would recognize her today. Thank you for your time. Horo-sha spoke and then questioned, would you know where the steward is? Soul of Tea. I am starting to see the painting. More strokes have been added to the paper. What image will manifest? Tea of Curiosity has the better of me. Chapter 12. The mystery deepens. The South Courtyard. The scent of hay and manure permeated the air as Horo-sha approached the stable. She found the steward and one of the male servants within mucking out the stalls. The horse with the white mane neighed at her as she entered. I have a few questions for you, and since I am racing the sun, I will be blunt, Horo-sha began and asked, why do you dislike Riko? The steward glanced at the male servant and then said to the Ronin, why don't we talk as we walk to your residence? Lead the way, she said. They walked through the gate beside the stable and entered the private path. I will ask again, Horo-sha started as the steward had remained quiet. No need, he said. I will answer your question. I have worked on this estate for a long time. I had taken on the position of steward the last year Eshi's grandfather was master of the manor. Was Eshi's grandfather also the Gaku family head? Nashiro was, the steward replied. The position usually falls to the oldest son. You said usually. Eshi's father was the second oldest son, and he took over both the position of master of the manor and the Gaku family head. I don't know why Mashiro didn't pass on the title to his eldest son. Please go on with telling me why you dislike Riko, she urged him. The steward replied, Eshi's father was still alive when Eshi's first wife died, and Eshi, well, sought the companionship of other women. Under his father's orders, I followed Eshi when he started traveling to the other town. I saw the woman Eshi repeatedly visited, and I recognized her as the one he brought home as his wife. You knew Riko's previous occupation since she became the mistress of the manor. Did you tell Eshi's father? It was my job to, he replied. If the mistress' past ever came to light, it would destroy the Gaku family's reputation. So I resented Eshi for bringing her here. She repeated her question. Did you ever tell Eshi's father? I did not. I could tell Eshi loved Riko very much. If his father had known, I do not know what he would have done to Riko. I could also tell that Riko loved Eshi and his sons. I think I understand, Horo-sha spoke. You disliked Riko because you lied to Eshi's father. Your dislike for her stems from your own guilt of omission. The steward said nothing to her observation, so she asked, do you know of anyone else who knows of Riko's secret? I would imagine anyone she worked with at the brothel, but I don't believe anyone else on the estate knows. Horo-sha asked, gauging his awareness, did anyone from the brothel come to work on the estate? Not that I am aware of, the steward replied. If they did, they hid the fact from me. Did you notice anything odd during the time after Eshi's first wife died up until the point he brought Riko back as the new mistress of the manor? No, I had not. Wait, the steward spoke and then paused. I do remember one evening. I believe it was about a week after Riko arrived. The sun had yet to set and there was this woman. I should back up a bit. I had exited the south gate to receive a package I ordered from a merchant. I spoke to the merchant briefly for he wanted to leave before it started to rain. I was about to go back through the gate when I noticed this woman in a white kimono standing across the road. A Noromono was there resting on the ground, and the two men who carried the litter were also at rest. The woman was staring at the estate as if she had lost something. I was about to say something to her, but it started to rain. The woman opened a red wagasa as it poured. I paused under the cover of the gate and turned back. She stared a little longer at the estate, and then she turned and entered the Noromono. I never knew who she was or why she had been standing across from the estate. Would you recognize this woman if you saw her again? I do not know, the steward replied. I did not get that good of a look at her. Is there anything else you think I should know about that time back then that might? Horo-sha began, trying to choose the best words. ... make Riko the target of someone's hatred. He thought about it and then answered, I heard Eshi gave Riko the money she needed to pay her debt from the madam of the brothel. Why did you mention this? I also heard that madam of the brothel was greatly upset with Riko over something. I was a little worried this madam would come after Riko and cause a ruckus, so I looked into it as much as I could. The madam was partly upset because she did not know that Riko had paid off her debt. Riko gave the money to the madam's partner, who was some sort of thug. The way I heard it told, the madam went into a fit of rage and nearly killed one of her own girls. Thank you, this information helps, Horo-sha told him and then noticed they had arrived at the Red Lotus residence. The steward continued on his way as she entered the residence. Hot spring haiku. Do not tempt me bath. Soothing hot mineral soak. Hold your liquid call. Chapter 13. Indulging only one vice. The Red Lotus residence. The hot spring tempted her, but Horo-sha would only allow herself to indulge in one of her vices. She could take a bath once she safeguarded Riko's life. She turned to Riko to speak to the boy, and then Horo-sha remembered she had sent him away for his safety and on an important errand. She had no one to talk to and bounce her ideas off of. Horo-sha was a little worried for him going alone on such a journey, but Riko was probably safer than being on the estate. She considered what new things she had learned. Something was going on, and it had been going on for a while. A man had approached the cook, a lady with a parasol, who cared not about her reputation, frequented Eshi's residence after his first wife's death. There was the Vex Madam, and a woman who stood in the rain with a red wagasa. Were any of these people or events connected? She walked around the residence too restless to stand still. Could one of these 4 people have hated Nico enough to frame her? Horo-sha considered them some more along with the details she had heard about them. She might have been wrong. There might not be 4 people but 3. A wagasa was an oil paper umbrella. Could Lady Botan and the woman in the white kimono be the same person? Maybe Lady Botan had intentions for Eshi. Maybe she discovered that her lover married a woman and brought her home as the mistress of the manor. Lady Botan could have stood outside the estate in the rain, mourning her loss, or she could have been standing outside the estate plotting her revenge. Horo-sha sighed. There were too many unknowns. She needed to continue her investigation. Horo-sha longingly looked at the hot springs once more and then headed for her next destination. Life lessons from T. T is like an army, a battle cry, a call to arms, a need for reinforcements. Chapter 14. Reinforcements. The Peacock Garden. There you are, the kitchen girl yelled. Horo-sha pulled from her thoughts as she entered the garden from the south courtyard and said, Musum, I brought you some of Komi's tea since you seem to like it. Horo-sha immediately perked up and said, Thank you. I needed the reinforcements. She took the coconut milk-flavored tea and started to sip on it. I also need to quiet my mind and think of something other than the case. I need a short break to find the path I must walk in this investigation. If I can do this, if I can find a stillness of the mind, something that has been eluding me might approach me. Horo-sha found shade under the lone cherry tree in the center of the garden and sat, sipping on the tea. She watched a male peacock fan out his tail feathers to impress a female. The birds were so beautiful. The kitchen girl sat beside her and picked up a stick, drawing in the dirt. You were telling me about the ones who massacred your family, Musum stated, breaking up the silence the Ronin wanted to sit in. She wasn't sure if she should tell the kitchen girl, but Horo-sha opened up and said, I didn't go into details before, but someone killed my father. I watched my older brother die right before me as he tried to save us. And I nearly died when our castle estate burned to the ground. Musum's gaze was distant as she murmured, I too had a harsh life and a harsh beginning. She thought about asking the kitchen girl about it, but Musum spoke before she had a chance. You told me you had tracked down a few who were responsible. What about the others? I am no longer looking for them, Horo-sha admitted. Why not? Musum asked. I found my sister. She is still alive. I have no need to take my revenge anymore. It is more important to me to live for my family and not die in taking my revenge. Haven't you worked your entire life in the pursuit of your revenge? How can you drop it so easily? I thought I had been. I thought revenge was my only purpose, but then I realized my gifts and blessing can be used to help people. I enjoy the work I do as the Ronin detective. Horo-sha paused and looked at the kitchen girl's doodle and said, That's a red crown crane. You have one on your sword, Musum spoke. It is quite good, Horo-sha said. I have no knack for drawing or writing. Musum looked up and spotted the steward entering the garden and erased the drawing with her hand. She stood as she said, Better not let the master of the household catch me loafing around. No, you better not, Horo-sha agreed as she also stood. He would not be as kind as Komi. Musum started off, paused, and stated, People have been talking and most of them are saying that Lady Evening Vanilla murdered the thief, and 80. 80? Horo-sha repeated. In its context, 80 refers to the groom, but why do you call him 80? He was paid well as a groom. 80 zinc a day, Musum replied and then asked as she wanted to get back on her topic and not stray. Why do you fight so hard for Lady Evening Vanilla? Why do you go at this investigation with such blind zeal? Horo-sha wanted to ask her what she meant by blind zeal, but then she guessed anyone who had heard the evidence against Nico would think she was guilty. Horo-sha decided to joke about her statement instead and answered, And here I thought I was spending most of my time indulging in my number one vice. No, you might want others to think you are more busy with drinking tea, but I see you Horo-sha, or Horo as the boy likes to call you. I see your mind is working the puzzle. I see that you are working pieces here and there, seeing where they fit. So tell me, why do you fight for Lady Evening Vanilla? I see a painting someone is creating. The picture is taking form, but there are many more strokes that must be brushed. I see this painting, and I also see another painting, a painting of misleads and subterfuge. Horo-sha closed her eyes as she continued. The second painting's picture is nearly complete, and it casts a dark shadow on Nico. If I can see the finished work of the first painting before the second painting is completed, I will have this case solved. I will know who is trying to frame the mistress of the manor and why. I take it back, Musume spoke, impressed by the one she had made fun of. I think it is better that you are here instead of the samurai detective. The old lord has nothing on you. We will see. I do thank you. Your distraction, though not quiet, has allowed me to find the path. I need to hurry down it. Nico doesn't have much time. Soul of tea. I needed to quiet my mind. I needed to let go of worry and distress just for a few minutes. I found conversation, and it was distracting as hot tea on a cold day. Beat red haiku? A question or two. Hot flash of understanding. Redder than a beet. Chapter 15. No niceties. The Peacock Garden. The kitchen girl talked with Horo-sha a little while longer, and then Musume went about her work, or at least the semblance of working. Horo-sha considered again all she had learned and decided it was time to speak to Nico again. The Red Clover residence. How is Samba? Horo-sha inquired as she entered. Gato replied, there is no change. She noticed that Nico had retaken her place sitting next to the house physician. She looked very worried and exhausted. Horo-sha felt helpless to help. All she could do was solve the case. She had to solve the case. Nico, we need to speak, Horo-sha said, and then turned to Gato. And he and the other two guards went outside without a word from her. She waited a few moments and then began. Nico, I need to ask you about your time. Before you became Eshi's wife, tell me about the place you worked, your fellow employees, and your employer. You can say them. The words. It is fine. You can say brothel, my fellow prostitutes, and the madam. Horo-sha peered at her for a few seconds, and then she said, I have been told that my bluntness can come across as callous. I didn't mean to seem thoughtless, insensitive. Horo-sha nodded. She turned to the young woman and said, Yoke, I did not think that you meant them that way. I am just tired and very worried for Samba. I have been told if she does not wake in the next few days, she could. I am sorry. I know what she means to you. She is your best friend, Horo-sha spoke. But time is an enemy to us. I must push forward in my investigation, and I can't adhere to niceties. I have to discover the mastermind behind. Mastermind? Nico inquired. I spoke of this person before, Horo-sha began. Keep his horrible death. Samba's attempted drowning. The groom's brutal murder. I believe they were all orchestrated so that you would be blamed for them. I remember, Nico spoke. I have just been distracted. You do look tired, Horo-sha said. You should go sleep once we are done speaking. She paused and then went straightway into what she had been saying. The amount of work that had to go into this scheme. I don't believe one person carried it out, and because of this fact, there has to be a mastermind. Nico, someone hates you so much that they killed two men and tried to kill your friend. I have asked myself, why not just kill you? The answer, I believe, is that they want you to suffer even more than the 3 victims suffered. Can you think of anyone from your past who would hate you that much? Nico thought about it, and then she said, the woman who ran the brothel. She neither liked me nor disliked me, and Madam treated me as she treated all of her girls. My father owed a great gambling debt, and I was sold to the brothel to pay off my father's debt. Madam was partners with the man who ran the town gambling house. I had only worked there for about 6 months when Eshi started to come. He fell in love with me and purchased exclusive rights, taking them away from another man, who was obsessed with me. What do you mean by exclusive rights? Horo-sha inquired innocently. They are. How should I put them? I cannot be with another man, so I was only Eshi's. Horo-sha's face turned beet red as all she could say was, oh, Nico continued to explain, trying not to laugh at how easily the young woman was embarrassed. The man tried to counter and outbid Eshi, but Eshi's wealth was greater than his. She thought back to those times and admitted, it wasn't as bad. While in exclusive rights, I only worked for the one man, but when Eshi acquired them, it was not a job. It was as if we were a couple. She sighed, thinking how in love they had been back then, and then continued. It was a short time after Eshi started coming that Madam's attitude toward me changed. She became verbally abusive. She even hit me on one occasion, and because of this, I did not tell her that Eshi was going to pay my debt. Eshi strictly worked with the man who ran the gambling house. I snuck out of the brothel in the middle of the night once my debt was paid and never saw Madam again. I never understood why she hated me. Horo-sha inquired. What was Madam's name? Her name? I don't know. I only ever heard her referred to as Madam. I heard that Kipa worked at the brothel as a bouncer. He did, Nico confirmed. Can you think of anyone else? Any merchant or family member who has a grudge against you? Uncle Tadao never liked me. I thought for a while that he knew about my origins. If he does, he has not said anything to me or Eshi. Go rest, Nico. You look like you are going to collapse. Gato will watch over Samba. She started to protest. I shouldn't. What would Samba say to you right now if she was able to? Riko looked at her friend and said, she would scold me and force me to sleep. Go sleep then, or I will tell her when she wakes how you have treated yourself, Horo-sha threatened. Riko would have argued some more, but she was too tired to. She went to one of the guest rooms. Horo-sha moved over to the house physician, sat beside her, took her hand, leaned to her ear, and said, Samba, you have to wake. Riko needs you. She paused and then added, ... and I need to know what you know. Life lessons from an ogre. Ogres are always hungry, and so should our drives be, either in hunting down the truth or bringing evildoers to justice. Chapter 16. Carp Streamer and Coins. The Vault Garden. Horo-sha had wanted to stay by the house physician's side a little longer, but she felt the ogre breathing down her neck. She had left and headed for the place the first murder was committed. The whole keepa had been buried alive and had not been filled in. Horo-sha stared into it, and slowly her mind was pulled into the dirt and roots. The carp-shaped streamer earring was swimming through the dirt and around the 3 silver coins. Keepa had buried some sort of secret, a crime perhaps, and he was paid well to do so and tell no one. The groom might have known the secret crime and was killed to silence him, or the image of the 8 copper dropped into the watery dirt world, sinking past the carp streamer. The coin sunk past the 3 silver coins and rested at the bottom as if it was a foundation. Horo-sha's mind drew her deeper into this world of thought and speculation until an outside force pulled her from her mind churns. You, Ronin, Komi wants to see you, the kitchen girl called and startled her. Horo-sha let out a squeal. She had been so deep in thought that she didn't hear Musum approach. She said, You scared me. You scared me again. The kitchen girl laughed as she peered into the hole and said, I could have done worse. For a Ronin, your guard was down. Where were you? Swimming with Keepa, Horo-sha replied. I was trying to get into the mind of the killer, not in a way that I become the killer, but in a way that I can see his or her reasoning or justifications. What did you see? Musum questioned. I saw a koi swimming in the dirt gasping for air. Horo-sha answered as she once again envisioned the carp-shaped streamer. Fish do not breathe air. Most fish do not. So is the koi a fish? Horo-sha questioned mostly herself. Maybe the koi is a different type of creature, Musum commented. Sometimes you don't make sense, but I think that is why I like you. Your mind. It must see strange and wonderful things. She focused on the kitchen girl and inquired, What about you, Musum? Do you see strange and wonderful things? Me. I guess you could say that. Strange and... Oh, I almost forgot why I am here. The cook wants to see you. About what? Horo-sha questioned. She heard that you have not eaten all day, and she wants me to scold you and insist that you come and eat something. She has prepared several dishes that she swears will fuel your big brain and tiny body. Funny coming from someone who is also small, Horo-sha grumbled. She also said if that doesn't convince you, she has a new tea for you to TR. Lead on, Horo-sha spoke before she could finish. I am famished, and it has been too long since tea has passed my lips. You must really pee a lot drinking so much tea, Musum commented. There is that, Horo-sha replied with a chuckle. But sacrifices must be made in the pursuit of my passion. Soul of tea. I don't mind the cost of drinking my favorite beverage. I don't really think about the cost that much. I'm too focused on tea. Chapter 17. Another name for the Ronin. The Vault Courtyard. The young women walked for a few minutes, leaving the garden. Horo-sha again entered her thoughts, but she didn't stay in them that long as the kitchen girl pulled her right out. What is your name? Musum asked. You go by Wanderer, but surely you have. You can call me Horo. Horo. Nope, that is not your real name either, Musum said. It is only what the boy calls you. Tell me your real name, or is it a secret? You can tell me. I haven't told anyone you are really a girl. Horo-sha grinned and then asked, How long have you known? I knew you had some sort of secret. I just couldn't figure it out at first. I have known for a while now. My name is Yoke. I would never have guessed that was your name, the kitchen girl said. Who else knows? Riko, Samba, Komi, and Riko. The housekeeper and Eshi might know, but I'm not sure. Besides the boy, are the rest of them okay with you being a girl? I believe so, Horo-sha answered. Riko even asked if it was fine to call me Yoke when it is just us girls. Cockeye, Musum muttered as if a scowl had forced out the word. What was that? Horo-sha questioned. Nothing, the kitchen girl replied. She peered at the Ronin as if scrutinizing her. And then Musum said, Yoke might be your name, but it is not you. It isn't? Horo-sha questioned as she imagined her mom naming her the day she was born. No, you are Kaioi, Musum dubbed her. She grinned mischievously and then added, It means marvel and miracle. Horo-sha smiled and then said, You really like giving others different names. Has anyone ever given you a different name? A frown immediately smeared Musum's face as if she had said something horrible to the kitchen girl. Musum had stopped in her tracks, and Horo-sha also paused and turned to her. She had never seen this bleak sadness engulf the kitchen girl, and her mind raced for words to erase what she had suggested. My real mother did give me a name, Musum finally spoke, but Hado named me. She insisted as if she had to eliminate some ill-gotten curse. The name I have now is my name. Horo-sha wasn't sure what to say, so she searched for the right words. The right words took flight like an eagle and soared far from her lips. She reached out to grasp the fleeing eagle. Musum was angry as she stared at the Ronin. She noticed Horo was giving her this confused and yet compassionate look. The Ronin looked like she would say something, but the kitchen girl spoke before she could. Kaioi, we should hurry, Musum stated to change the subject as she walked past Horo and continued toward their destination. We should not keep Komi waiting. Horo-sha watched as the kitchen girl walked on. Musum had been hurt in the past and yet she found a way to live life. Musum was just like her. She had found a way to live life and put things like revenge and hatred behind her. Horo-sha started after her when a thought crossed her mind. She muttered, doesn't Kaioi also mean menace and threat? Horo-sha called after the older girl as she hurried after her. Musum, doesn't Kaioi also mean menace and threat? Can't see me haiku. Invisible me. No one can see me fixed there. I am not Harin. Chapter 18. Heated words. The manor. Musum entered through the back and had started to remove her shoes when Horo-sha entered. The Ronin was out of breath as she had run to catch up. Musum, doesn't Kaioi mean? The kitchen girl lifted her finger to her own lips, and Horo-sha immediately became quiet. Someone is arguing, Musum whispered. Horo-sha quickly removed her sandals at the back door's Jenkin, and then quietly hurried to where the raised voices were coming from. She peeked around the corner into the main hall and spotted Sora arguing with Uncle Tadao. Sora looked very upset and his great-uncle equally upset. Can you hear what Uncle Tadao and the gifted weasel are arguing about? Musum whispered. Horo-sha glanced at her, thinking about the name the kitchen girl had given Sora, and then answered, no, but I did hear the word painting and they are standing outside the painting room. One of the housemaids entered through the front, so Uncle Tadao moved their conversation into the painting room. Horo-sha and Musum quickly walked to the entrance to the room and past the housemaid. They acted like they were going outside as if they had planned it without any words between them, and then when the housemaid went around the corner, they listened in at the painting room. I can't hear anything, Musum said. They are whispering. I do not think we will hear anything else. We should continue to the tiny kitchen. They were going to the walkway entrance for the tiny kitchen, so they started back the way they came. Musum asked, what do you think they were arguing about? The paintings, Horo-sha replied. Are you talking about the missing painting? No, I am talking about the replaced paintings, Musum stated. I don't know anything about them. And I thought only 3 people knew about them, Horo-sha stated. Maybe Sora had a partner, or maybe Sora was only being used. Does this have anything to do with the murders? Musum asked. Not the most recent murders, Horo-sha replied. But I am starting to see a pattern for an old murder. Life lessons from tea. Blind tea tasting is like a question. You never know what answer you'll get. Chapter 19. A new assistant. The tiny kitchen. They went outside to the covered wooden walkway that ran the length of the manor's west side and entered through the side entrance. Komi was busy about her work but did look up to see who entered. The cook set out 3 bowls of udon noodles, and Horo-sha gladly ate with them. They were halfway through their meal when the Ronin started her questions. The town magistrate believes Riko is a murderess. What do you 2 think? I have known the mistress for a long time, the cook began. I can't imagine her doing such horrible things, Musum answered. I have not had that much contact with Lady Evening Vanilla, but if I was to use my imagination, I would believe that someone like her would not do the murders herself. She would hire someone to kill the others. She would not get her hands dirty. Hire someone. I had not thought of that, Horo-sha stated, and then asked, do you have any other ideas about this case? I've been thinking about the painting that was stolen, the one they call the staring feline, Musum began. I have heard that Kippa drugged one of his own guards and removed the door to the vault from its hinges so he wouldn't have to mess with the lock. Kippa then stole the painting, but no one has been able to find it, not in his room. I heard Eshi had a few guards go through his room, and they found nothing. Do you believe you know where it is? Horo-sha questioned, wondering if the older girl had also solved the mystery of the staring feline's location. If I was Kippa, I would hide it in plain sight. Go on. She spoke, eagerly waiting to hear her hypothesis. Where do you think he hid it? In the vault, Musum replied. It would be a perfect place to hide it. Horo-sha was very pleased to hear her guess. She had already surmised that Kippa had hidden the staring feline in the vault. He had done so by removing it from its bamboo frame and rolling it up and placing it in one of the scrolls that was already stored within the scroll shelf. The piece of lacquered bamboo led her to that conclusion, along with one of the scrolls within the scroll shelf was twice as thick as the others. Musum seemed to have a raw talent for seeing things as Riko did. Musum, would you like to help me? Help you with what? The kitchen girl asked. This case, Horo-sha replied, as she granted me permission to have 2 of his household assist me, and Gato is already assisting me. Do you want me to help you? I do, Horo-sha replied. I might have mentioned it before. I will start my investigation with Kipa since he appears to be the first stroke in this painting. Painting? Musum repeated and asked, are you talking about the stolen painting? No, I am talking about a painting that only I can see. Do you mean like you were talking about in the Peacock Garden? Yes, I believe someone is painting a picture, or at least I thought so. The culprit might have just been trying to frame a murder on Nico. Nico, are you calling the mistress by her first name? I am? I believe we have become friends. I want to become friends with you, Musum admitted. I believe that is too late. The kitchen girl became upset as she questioned. Why do you say that? We are already friends, Horo-sha told her. So what about it? Will you help me? I don't know. I already have a lot of work with the cook, Musum said as she glanced at Komi. Can I think about it? Yes, Horo-sha replied, a little disappointed she didn't pounce on the opportunity. Let me know if you decide you want to help. Soul of surprise. I am shocked. What I thought. The reason why I. None of it is true. Chapter 20. It's all about the cat painting. Red Clover Residence. Gato nodded to Horo-sha as she passed him outside. And then she entered. Nico was back sitting next to her friend. Horo-sha had hoped she would still be resting, but she said nothing about it, knowing Nico would be too worried about her friend if she didn't watch over her. Horo-sha walked over to the mistress and was about to talk when Gato came in. The master is back, he declared, and he has the governor with him. As she entered, followed by Manzo, the governor of Kiramatsu, and the governor's 2 guards. Nico immediately stood and uttered in relief, Eshi. He glanced at his wife and turned away from her as if ashamed of her and faced the Ronin, and he told Horo-sha, I brought the governor. Now give me my painting. She had been mistaken. When Horo-sha sent Eshi to acquire a stay of execution, she thought he had done so to save his wife. She had been discouragingly mistaken. The only thing he wanted to save was face and the painting that meant more to him than his entire family. Horo-sha turned to Nico, who peered at her husband in confusion. Horo-sha became enraged. She wanted to scream at Eshi, but she held her wrath-filled tongue. Horo-sha calmed herself enough to speak and turned back to Eshi as anger filled all of her being. Horo-sha spoke 2 words, fearing if she said any more she would let her emotions rule her. Follow me. The Ronin walked past the master and left, and Eshi felt the oscillating rage that had been aimed at him. He glanced at his wife once more and then without a word, followed after Horo-sha. The governor and his 2 guards followed after them. Rage haiku. I am so angry. If my wraith-filled eyes could kill, he would be dead. Chapter 21. The prize above all other prizes. The vault room. Horo-sha kept her anger in check the whole way to the vault building. Her pace was angry and quick, and she arrived before the others and paced the vault room, making the guard on duty a little nervous watching an irate Ronin fume about like a flaming phoenix. Eshi, the governor, and the governor's 2 guards entered a short time later. She wanted to yell at him, but instead, she instructed him, open the vault. Eshi wondered if the Ronin would strike him down the moment she handed him the painting. He glanced at his own guard in the vault room and at the 2 governor's guards. The Ronin might try to slay him, but would probably not do so with the 3 guards there. Probably. Eshi removed his key, unlocked the green fish padlock, and opened the door. The Ronin went in, and the 4 men followed. She went directly over to the scroll shelf, found the scroll that was twice the size of the others, and unrolled it. The staring feline was within. Here, she said as she angrily held it out to the master. Eshi looked at it as if it meant everything to him. But he did not take it. He asked, how did it come to be here? Keeper removed the painting from its frame, rolled it up, and stuck it in this onion skin paper, hoping since the painting was also on onion skin, no one would notice. The merchant, who purchased the onion skin paper from you, paid Keepa to steal the staring feline. Keepa knew that once the merchant came for his order, you would have him assist the steward in removing the paper, and he could make sure the hidden painting was not discovered and was handed over to the merchant. Keepa was smarter than I thought, as she said. Well, she questioned as she jiggled the painting at him. Horo-sha thought of ripping it in half, but she let that thought flutter away. Take the painting. It was the bargain. Bring the governor or a stay of execution and I would produce the painting. It is magnificent, isn't it? As she said as he peered at the work of art he had cherished since he was a boy. Yes, it is the only thing that matters, she replied, letting her anger slip out in bits of glass and bone-like fragments that cut at him a little at a time. You now have your prize that is above all other prizes. Take it. It is magnificent, but as a payment, it is far less worth the prize I purchased with it. Purchased? Horo-sha repeated, as she turned to the governor and nodded to him. Governor Manzo stepped forward and took the painting from the Ronin. 1 week, the governor said. I can grant the Ronin detective 1 week to exonerate Gaku with this and the other payment. Horo-sha could have cried as she said, I thought the painting was more important to you than your wife. I thought you brought the governor here only so that I would give you staring feline. It was half the cost, as she explained. First, I wanted to ensure that you did know where the painting was before I agreed to the governor's terms. Riko cannot be executed for a week. He paused and then stated as if confessing his heart, I once told you that I had to do something to alleviate myself of the distraction that Riko had become. I left our bedroom. I left my wife's side. I will not do that again. You said half the cost. He glanced at the governor, and then as she told her, the staring feline bought Riko 3 days. I must finish a painting of my own and give it to Governor Manzo within 3 days. If I can do that, we will gain an additional 4 days. Horo-sha turned to the governor and said, Your price is a little steep. We went and saw the town magistrate first. Governor Manzo started. I looked over the evidence he has gathered and agree with his judgment. I was good friends with Eshi's grandfather and extended the courtesy. Courtesy? Horo-sha snapped. I see it as robbery, but I still thank you for giving me the time. She turned to the master of the manor and said, I believe my need for your help is not over. There may come a time when I will need you to protect your wife when I am unable to. Is there anything I can do now? Eshi inquired. She answered, No. Eshi bent down to his knees and put his forehead to the ground in front of the Ronin as he begged her, Save my wife. Prove her innocence. She is the prize that is above all other prizes. You have to save her life. I will do my part in paint, for I cannot save my wife any other way. You must discover who is behind this scheme. I will, Horo-sha vowed. You sacrifice the staring feline. I will prove Riko's innocence even if I must sacrifice all that I have. She started for the exit and added, Quickly, go to your wife. Tell her what you did for her so that she doesn't sink into despair, and then tell her I will not stop. I will not stop until I have found the mastermind. Life lessons from the weasel. Weasels are cunning and clever. Avoid snares and you will make out like a bandit. Chapter 22. The eldest son. The painting room. I thought I might still find you here, Horo-sha said to the eldest son as she walked in. Sora had been in deep thought and had not heard the Ronin enter. He asked, Why are you looking for me? I heard father is back. Did you tell him what I did? Is that why you were arguing with your uncle? She asked as she looked around to make sure they were alone. Did you tell him that I learned of your secret? Uncle Tadao was not yelling at me because you learned of my secret. Sora replied. I don't think he knows. Why were the two of you arguing? He glanced at her and then turned his attention back to a painting of a weasel he had been staring at. When he never answered her, Horo-sha asked, Do you know what the town magistrate intends to do to your mother? He started to argue the point of the maternal relationship he had with his father's wife, but then instead, Sora said, I do. Do you hate Riko so much you would let her die? She killed Kipa and the groom. Do you honestly believe that? He thought about it and replied, No. She asked, Do you want Riko to die? Horo-sha waited a few moments, and when he didn't answer, she said, Remain silent and she will. Tell me why you were arguing with your uncle and I might be able to save her. I did not come up with the plan to forge the paintings and sell the real ones off on my own. Uncle Tadao convinced me to do so. He said I could become wealthy and I have, but I have squandered that wealth and betrayed my family. I do not deserve to be the next Gaku family head. What did you say? I do not deserve to be the next Gaku family head. If you don't become the next head, does it fall to Itsuki? Sora replied, Normally it would, but if it ever got out how I was disgraced, the line of succession would bump to the next branch in the family. Would Uncle Tadao be that next branch? He would, Sora answered. Do you believe that he gave me the idea so that I would be disgraced? Uncle Tadao would also be implicated. Would he? Horo-sha questioned. Did he ever steal any of the paintings, or forge one, or sell one? No, but he gave me the idea. She questioned, did he do so in the form of a suggestion? I guess you could say he did. It would be hard to implicate him for that. You should be wary of Uncle Tadao. He might be after your head as someone else is after Riko's. Sora asked, What should I do? I don't know, but until I can solve the old and new mysteries, you should stick close to your brother. Uncle Tadao would be less inclined to get rid of both of Eshi's sons. Safety in numbers and all. Horo-sha peered at the weasel he was staring at and asked, Is this one of your paintings? He nodded. It is very good. You have taught yourself very well, she spoke. And your brother is right. You would make for a good instructor. Sora wasn't sure what the Ronin was talking about. He started to ask him but then thought of something else, and inquired instead, "What old mystery are you talking about?" She thought about whether or not to tell him, and then Horo-sha decided he should know. So she answered, "The mystery of who killed your birth mother. Soul of tea. I am so very thankful. So very thankful. As thankful as I am when I have tea." Chapter 23. Wait no more. The Red Clover residence. "She's awake," Horo-sha exclaimed as she entered the house physician's residence and found Samba sitting up in bed taking a little water. Gato was also in the room. "She woke up about 10 minutes ago," Nico stated. Horo-sha moved over to their side and asked the mistress, "Did Eshi come and visit you?" "He did, and he told me everything, even how he feared for my life. I wanted him to stay by my side, but he explained that he must finish a painting. He is in the Yellow Lotus studio." "What is so funny?" Horo-sha inquired. "Eshi told me you were so mad when you thought, as I had thought, Eshi was only worried about the staring feline. He was afraid that you would strike him down before he was able to tell you the deal he had made with the governor." "I was very angry," Horo-sha admitted. "You should watch that temper of yours," Nico told her. "I watch it very carefully, but I do slip on occasion," Horo-sha stated, and then she bumped shoulders with the older woman and said, "See, I told you, Eshi loves you more than anything." "I know," Nico spoke as she blushed, thinking about her conversation with her husband. Samba looked ill as she stated, "As nice as it might be to talk about romance, will you two not talk about it around me?" Horo-sha glanced at Nico and then told the house physician, "You had us all scared that you wouldn't wake." Samba looked at the mistress and said, "All of you should not have worried. It takes more than some maniac to kill me. I wish there was time to let you rest since your ordeal, but I must question you," Horo-sha said. And then she asked, "What do you remember about the person who was trying to drown you?" "I never saw them," Samba answered. "Not even in the water's reflection?" Horo-sha inquired. Samba shook her head and then added, "I don't remember much about the drowning. Nico told me I had been drowned, but I don't remember anything past the conversation you were having with the mistress about the note the housekeeper had sent. I can remember you leaving, but nothing after that. Maybe your mind only needs more rest, and then you will remember more of what led you into the koi garden." Horo-sha spoke. "Nico told me you were heading to the tiny kitchen to get a bite to eat." Samba looked at the Ronin blankly as she couldn't remember. Horo-sha turned to the head guard and said, "Gato, has the town magistrate or his deputy tried to enter the residence?" "No one has come to the residence," the head guard reported. "Good, then the next thing I need to do is..." "Gato," one of the guards outside the residence called as he entered and stood at the entrance. "What is it?" he questioned. "The housekeeper is here. She says that Lady Rai wishes to greet the mistress. She and her lady's maid is waiting just outside." Nico turned to the Ronin and questioned, "Why would she be here?" "Her husband hates me." "I don't know," Horo-sha replied. "Maybe the housekeeper knows. Let the aroma that precedes the tea speak for it." "Tea haiku?" "Tea in my teacup." Smile. "Tea gone from my teacup." Big frown on my face. Chapter 24. A visit from an unexpected guest. The Red Clover residence. Nico peered at Yoke curiously as she had no idea what the young woman was talking about when she mentioned the tea and aroma. She was about to ask her when the house physician spoke up. "I think you should send Lady Rai away," Samba suggested. "I am ill. Use my illness to your advantage." "We should know why she is here," Horo-sha countered. "It could be important to the case." Nico thought about it, and then she told the guard, "Just have Emery come in. I wish to speak with the housekeeper alone." The guard left as Samba grumbled, and then the housekeeper came in and bowed to the mistress. "I hear that Lady Rai has come to visit me." Nico spoke to the housekeeper. "I am accused of committing 2 murders. Why would she want to come and visit a would-be murderess?" "I do not know," Emery replied. "Should I turn her away?" "I could tell her you are not feeling well. Or you could tell her that I am not feeling well," Samba suggested again as she motioned to herself and said, "Sick person here." Horo-sha turned to the mistress and said, "I heard Uncle Tadao just recently married. Have you ever met Lady Rai before?" "I have not," Nico replied. "Uncle Tadao's first wife disliked me as much as him, and we never socialized." "Maybe you should see her," Horo-sha suggested. Sora spoke up, "Or you could send her away. Sick person here and all." Horo-sha smiled. The house physician could be so funny, and then she thought about what she had learned from Sora and said, "I would like to get a sense of this woman and maybe acquire a sense of Uncle Tadao." Nico nodded and told the housekeeper, "Show Lady Rai in." Emery left and returned with Lady Rai and her lady's maid. Lady Rai was still wearing her black veil. Lady Rai paused at the entrance as her lady's maid folded the umbrella that had been shading her head. Before they entered, Horo-sha went and stood some distance away from Nico and Samba as if to blend into the background. "Gaku Nico," the lady's maid spoke as she and Lady Rai entered. "I am Egazan while my lady is observing Chinmoku, days of mourning. I will be her voice. Nico motioned to the table she had moved to before they entered and said, "Come join me." "Thank you." Iga spoke for her mistress. Lady Rai sat at the table while her lady's maid stood beside her. "One of my housemaids informed me of the passing of your mother." Nico spoke to Lady Rai. "You have my condolences." The lady's maid leaned down to her mistress, and Lady Rai whispered to Iga's, though it sounded more like humming to the Ronin. "You are too kind, Lady Gaku," the lady's maid relayed after she straightened. "Please, call me Nico. We are family," Lady Rai whispered to the lady's maid. "Thank you, Lady Nico. You are as kind as I have heard." "Have you heard about my kindness from your husband?" Nico inquired. "No," Iga spoke for Lady Rai. "He does not speak about you except on the rare occasion he speaks about how he dislikes you. I am not my husband and have decided to reserve my opinion of you until I have gotten to know you better." A housemaid came in and cleared the tray and tea set that was on the table. "Are you hungry, Lady Rai?" Nico inquired. "I could have the housemaid bring us some refreshment." The lady's maid leaned down to her mistress, and then she relayed, "Thank you, but I had refreshment before coming here. I was wanting to talk to you." "About what?" Nico inquired. Iga stated, "Lady Rai relayed much of what she would like to talk about to me, including some answers to some questions you might have." The lady's maid paused and then said, "I see that the Ronin detective is here." Nico started to say, but then paused and said instead, "Horo-sha, I would like to introduce Lady Rai and Igas to you." She approached and bowed to the women and then said, "Greetings. You should join us," Igas spoke. "Maybe we should have that tea and refreshment Lady Gaku offered us." Horo-sha had just eaten, but she said, "I could use a little food." "We will have refreshments then," Nico stated and then nodded to the housemaid, who was still in the room, and she hurried off. "We will eat while we get to know one another as any family should." Life lessons from tea. When pouring tea as in life, one must be aware of where the liquid falls as with our words. In the cup is fine, aiming for the center, but stray in the least and something might slip out. Chapter 25. As any family should. Wagashi. Wagashi were traditional Japanese confections that were served with tea. They looked like little cakes. The Red Clover residence. Lady Gaku, Igas began. "I have found with age that it does not benefit me to circle the point, so I will be plain. Why should I not believe that you killed those two men? Of all the questions to ask my mistress." Samba yelled as she started to get out of bed as if she would beat Lady Rai. Nico believed her friend would have if she had not been so weakened by her near drowning that she couldn't get out of bed. "Samba, quiet," Nico ordered her and then faced Lady Rai, not sure how to answer her question. The lady's maid continued, "I have heard that the Ronin believes you have been framed. Why do you believe someone would have done such a thing? Do you have many enemies? Outside of Uncle Tadao, who I don't consider an enemy, I don't know of anyone who hates me," Nico stated. "Just because you have no knowledge of someone's hatred, it does not mean it does not exist," the lady's maid said. Nico inquired, "If you were in my position, what would you have done?" "I would have hired the samurai detective to clear my name," Iga spoke. "You were forced to settle for an unknown Ronin. If I were you and I was innocent of the crime, I would look at those who profess their love for me." Lady Rai stared at the house physician as the lady's maid said, "I would also scrutinize friends who swear they would never betray me." Samba wanted to yell at Lady Rai, but she remained quiet for her friend as it was her wish. Igas finished with, "And I would doubt a would-be detective could save me in the little time that was given to him." The housemaid returned with tea and a dessert of wagashi and set them on the table. Nico spoke once the housemaid left, "You have given me a lot to think about. How can I repay your wise guidance?" "Allow me to help you further," the lady's maid replied. "Tell me how your investigation goes. Do you have any suspects?" Horo-sha wasn't sure if Nico would answer, but then she said, "As is my luck. We have no suspects? We do not know. If this is a conspiracy, why someone would frame me." "Conspiracy?" Igas questioned. Nico glanced at Horo-sha, wondering if she should say anything. Nico moved forward and stated, "We do believe this is the work of at least two people. We don't think one person could do all the things that were done to frame me." Igas said, "If what you say is true, the Ronin has much he must uncover." Nico played the hostess and poured Lady Rai and then the Ronin some tea. She poured herself a cup last. Nico then offered the two of them the little cakes. They ate in silence a few minutes, though Lady Rai did not eat or drink. Her lady's maid eyed the tea and wagashi as if she was hungry, but Igas never said anything. Horo-sha was full, but the wagashi were so good that she ate 3 of them. She even started eyeing the 3 that remained on Lady Rai's plate. "Lady Nico," Igas began, "we heard that there were clues left with the bodies and—" Lady Rai grabbed Igas' wrist and shook her head, and then the lady's maid dropped that line of inquiry as she stated, "We should not intrude too much into the investigation." Lady Rai stood, pushing her chair away from the table. Igas said, "It would seem that my mistress wishes to retire." If we may, she would like to return at another time and visit with you again. Nico nodded, still a little wary of the reason Lady Rai had come. Lady Rai started for the door with Igas in tow. She paused at the entrance, and the lady's maid went out first and opened the umbrella. Lady Rai stepped out and walked within its shade as she headed for the White Daffodil residence. Samba waited a few moments more, and then she blurted, "What was all that about? I think I would have preferred Uncle Tadao had come to visit." The visit was strange, Horo-sha agreed. It was almost as if Lady Rai was a detective. Gato suggested, "Maybe she is an amateur sleuth. Either way, we all should be careful around her," Samba said. Lady Rai may have lied. She may have the same dislike of Nico as Uncle Tadao. Soul of truth. I have to know no matter what it is. I must know the truth. It is the only thing that will save my friend. Chapter 26. The Groom. The Red Clover residence. Hope had entered Horosha's mind when she entered and found Samba awake. She had prayed the house physician could give at least some clues about the one who attacked her, or maybe even identify them. Samba wasn't able to do either, but hope remained. Lady Rai's visit also concerned Horo-sha. She believed the new arrival had lied to them. Lady Rai already had an opinion of Nico. Horo-sha just wasn't sure what that opinion was. Lady Rai didn't seem to imply that Nico was guilty. She would have to keep an eye on Uncle Tadao's wife and delve into her person and past, but there was something Horo-sha needed to do before that. Something she had been waiting to do. "Nico, it is time," Horo-sha said. "It is time that you went and saw the groom." "She can't," Samba yelled. "He has been dead for a few hours now. His body would be." She couldn't bring herself to say decaying, so Samba stated instead, "Unseemly to see. You should not go." "Why should I not see this man?" Nico asked her friend. "Are you going to tell me who he is and why you were arguing with him?" Samba began as she glanced at the Ronin. She might have told her friend the truth, but the Ronin's presence seemed to quell her desire to be forthwith with what she knew, and Samba said instead, "You should not go." Horo-sha threatened slightly, hoping to coax the truth from her. "Tell us who he is and why you were arguing with him, and then I won't need to show Nico a dead man." Samba began, and then she looked at the mistress as if something from their past prevented her to be honest. Samba turned her gaze away and said, "I'm sorry." "I am too," Nico said. "Come, Yoke. Take me to the groom." Chapter 27. Something unexpected. The Red Clover residence's courtyard. Horo-sha debated how she would prepare Nico for what she would see and the smell. Both Kippa and the groom were starting to reek. Their bodies would have to be put in the ground soon. She decided it would be best to just come right out and tell her. "Nico, I need to warn you," Horo-sha began as she and Gato escorted the mistress to the vault building. As Samba said, the groom has been dead for a while now, and so has Kippa. They are starting to smell. "I know," Nico stated. "I am prepared." Horo-sha went in the vault room first and pulled the straw mat away from the groom's face. Nico looked at him, and she didn't seem to recognize him, but then she gasped as she covered her mouth. Nico quickly turned and ran out of the room. "Stay with her," Horo-sha ordered Gato, and he chased after the mistress. She covered the groom back up and then started after Nico, but when she turned back around, the cook was standing at the entrance to the vault room. "Komi, you look troubled. Did you see the groom?" Horo-sha asked as she glanced back at him. "I forget how people react when they see a dead body. I have seen several in the course of my work. I came to ask you where you wanted to have your evening meal, and I am not shocked at seeing a dead man," the cook replied, and then she shook her head and rephrased, "I am shocked, but I am more shocked by something else." "What is it?" "The man." "He was the groom." Horo-sha nodded. The groom. He was the one who approached me to spy on the household." "What a faulty we have stumbled across," Horo-sha spoke. "Did someone kill the groom to frame Nico, or did someone kill him to also silence him?" Unexpected haiku. A face recognized. A man with connected past. What was his purpose? Life lessons from tea. Trouble can be as unique as tea. Trouble comes in many flavors and degrees of taste. Beware the trouble you can't taste. Chapter 28. The blackmailer revealed. The Red Clover residence. Horo-sha arrived to find Gato outside and Nico within, yelling at Samba. "The mistress is very upset," Gato stated. "She ran all the way back here. She even tripped, and I had to help her back to her feet, but then she once again ran. She didn't say anything to him and went inside." Samba and Nico were yelling at each other, and they both stopped when she entered. "I have to know who he is," Horo-sha spoke. The house physician blurted, "He is an old lover of mine." "Samba," Nico scolded. "Don't say such things." Horo-sha waited for them to clear things up, and when neither one of them said any more, she demanded, "I have to know who he is to you, Nico. How do you know the groom?" "It will get out," Samba spoke as she knelt before her mistress and grabbed hold of her wrist. "It will get out, and then your reputation will be ruined." I have to decide which is more important to me, Riko stated as she looked down at her friend. I can keep my reputation and take it to the grave with me, or... She turned to the Ronin and said, the groom. Aquino was one of my frequent clients when I worked at the brothel. Was Aquino the man that Eshi outbited and took from him the exclusive rights to you? Was the groom the man you mentioned that had been obsessed with you? He was. Aquino knew your secret and had a reason to get back at both you and Eshi, Horo-sha said. It sounds like this was what he would have attempted to blackmail you with. If Aquino only wanted to blackmail you, why did he come to work as the groom? He could have blackmailed you with a simple message. He didn't need to be on the estate. Horo-sha considered all she had learned and then said, Riko, I have some distressing news. What is that? The cook tells me that the groom is the one who tried to hire her to spy on this household. Samba got back on her feet as she said, he is dead. What does it matter now? I believe the groom was working for someone, and if he was, whoever he was working for has to know about Riko's past. Horo-sha replied, they may even be from your past. You mentioned your father had gambling debts and you were sold to the brothel to cover them. Did you completely settle your debt before leaving? I did, Riko answered. You also mentioned that you dealt with the partner and not madam when you settled your debt. Would this madam hold a grudge because you left in such a way? I don't think so, Riko replied. She ran a business. It was not personal. I left as I could once my debt was paid. What about other customers? Horo-sha asked. Would any of them hold a grudge against you for leaving? I can't think of any, Riko answered. I would like to talk about your earrings again, the ones of the carp streamer, Horo-sha began. And then she asked, where did you get them? A messenger delivered them one day. Oh, about 2 years ago. I always thought Eshi had sent them to me as a gift, so I wore them when special events came along. When the one that had gone missing turned up on Kipa, I asked my husband if he had gifted them to me. Eshi said he had never seen them before I started wearing them. Horo-sha nodded as she spoke. I thought as much. Someone sent them to you. 2 years. At least 2 years someone has been planning this scheme. Whoever the mastermind is, they are from your past. Riko thought about what the Ronin said as she glanced out the window. Seeing the setting sun, there was a lot to grasp. She sat in silence a few moments and then said, Yoke, you should go eat. You can't work on a stomach only full of wagashi. Horo-sha smiled, hearing the mothering side of her friend. She was so glad that she took the job with the Gaku family. Horo-sha was able to meet all these wonderful people and gain a few friendships she would always cherish. I will, Horo-sha said as she headed for the door. Komi told me she would set up my meal at my residence. I will go there and eat and allow my mind to quiet itself. She started out, then turned, and said, You two should also eat. Everyone will need their strength to face the new day that promises to bring a unique tea. She left, and then Samba turned to Riko and said, Yoke says the most bizarre things. I don't know. I believe I understood her this time. We will be facing unique possibilities tomorrow. Soul of tea. I turned away from the tea of revenge. I wanted to savor the sweet tea of peace, a peace where my heart is at rest. Chapter 29. New Paths and New Friends. The Red Lotus Residence. Food and rest. That was what Horo-sha allowed herself to focus on as she headed to her residence. She entered and found the kitchen girl there setting up her evening meal. Kaioi, Musum called out as she smiled at seeing Horo-sha. Komi told me to come and set this up for you. She noticed there were settings for two and said, Riko has not returned yet. Komi also suggested that I eat with you if you wanted the company, Musum said. Horo-sha had planned on eating alone and allow her mind to rest from work, but she believed she could still do so with the older girl. Musum could distract her for an hour or two from the case. Komi always has very good ideas, Horo-sha stated. And then the two of them sat and ate. They ate in silence for a while, and then Musum began. You told me earlier that I had an opportunity to find a family here, a place to belong. Why did you say such a thing? You seem like how I was not that long ago, Horo-sha replied. I was going in one direction, but I was actually wanting to go in another. I was wanting to go in a direction where I could find a family to belong to and friends I could depend on. The kitchen girl asked, What direction were you going in? I mentioned it before. I was heading down the path of revenge. What path are you on now? Musum asked. A more peaceful path. A path where I can help others. Do you regret changing paths? No, Horo-sha answered. I found my sister and I have Riko by my side. And because of my new path, I have made new friends. I have chosen the sweet tea as my path and rejected the tea of revenge. Its leaves were very bitter and hard to swallow. I prefer the sweetness of helping others. I think it suits me. Life lessons from tea. Tea can be bitter as one's own heart can become bitter. Ghost haiku. Scary words. Dark thoughts. Stories. Disembodied souls. Set my heart racing. Chapter 30. Ghost on the Wind. The Red Lotus residence. Musum and Horo-sha continued to enjoy their meal. And then the kitchen girl suggested, "We should tell stories." "What sort of stories? Have you ever been told a ghost story?" Horo-sha thought about it and then said, "When I was really young, my brother used to tell them to me. They frightened me so much that I would insist on climbing into bed with them. When I was older, the crying samurai told me a few, but then the priestess scolded him." "Why did the priestess scold him?" Horo-sha laughed before she answered, "Because he frightened me. I couldn't sleep for several nights after he told me each tale. The priestess was the one who had to stay up with me, and she lost a lot of sleep." "Kaioi, you are so amusing. I should tell you a ghost story and see if I can frighten you." "I'll take that challenge." Musum blew out all the candles in the room but one. She took the one lit candle from the table and lifted it to her face to set the mood. The glow lit up her face in a hellish mask as the kitchen girl began. "It is said if you go into the heart of the forest that surrounds this estate right at midnight, you will hear the cries of a baby." "A baby?" Horo-sha repeated as the frights from her past crept up behind her. "Yes, a newborn," Musum replied. "In the heart of the forest, there is a lake, and it is said that a woman went and delivered her ill-gained baby at the lake's edge." Horo-sha picked up one of the floor pillows and held it in front of her as she asked, "Why would someone purposely deliver a baby by a lake?" The kitchen girl moved her torso toward the Ronin, allowing the candle flame to distort her face more. And then she continued, "Why does anyone go to the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night? They have evil intentions." Musum paused and then continued her tale. "The woman lifted her baby as his uncut umbilical cord dangled down from him. The boy opened his mouth and screamed at the moon that shone down on him. The baby was so happy to be alive. Everything was so new. The night, the touch of his mother, breathing the pine-scented air. The woman looked at her son and said, 'I want nothing to do with a man's pride.' She took the baby, drowned it in the lake, and then buried his body in the cold gray mud. What was even more horrible was that she buried her baby alive. He had not died when she tried to drown him." Horo-sha gasped and asked, "How could she? He was her son." The woman believed the baby would stop her from gaining something she wanted more than him. Musum replied and then continued her story. "The baby boy was so enraged that his existence had been stolen before he could experience life that his spirit still haunts the forest. The baby cries, drawing people to the lake, and then the baby drowns them. It is such a sad story," Horo-sha said as she gripped the floor pillow tighter. "It is supposed to be scary," the kitchen girl stated, a little disappointed. And then she asked, "Why do you think it is sad?" "The baby. He wanted to experience life, but his mother, who is supposed to care and protect him, stole that from him. I would be angry too." Musum peered at her for a few moments and then said, "You are not what I expected, one who is not the great samurai detective." "No, I have a long way to go before I can become the great Ronin detective," Horo admitted, and then the two girls laughed together. They finished their meal together, and then Musum left. "Soul of an investigation. I had an idea in the night. A person I should talk to. He knows many things, sees many things. He is a good source for any detective." Chapter 31. Kaioi's Message. The next morning, the Red Clover residence. "Mistress, the kitchen girl is here," Gato spoke as he entered. Riko said, "Send her in." Musum entered and stated, "I have a message from Kaioi." "Who is Kaioi?" "You know her by many names, but the one you are the fondest of is Yoke," Musum replied. "Did Horo-sha tell you?" Riko questioned, implying the Ronin's omission. "I figured it out," Musum answered with a little pride. "You said Yoke had a message for me." The kitchen girl nodded and said, "I wasn't there when she came, but Kaioi told the cook, and then the cook told me. Kaioi said to tell you that she needed to go to town for a few hours. She's going to see the town postings chief about something job-related, I think. She wanted someone to tell you so that you wouldn't worry while she is gone." Riko turned to Gato and said, "You can return to your post." The head guard bowed and left. Musum looked around and said, "I see that your friend is gone." Yes, Samba felt up to taking a walk through the koi garden, though I for one would not want to go back in there. "Good. We are alone," Musum said and then removed an object from her kimono. "I have something special for you." "Is it from Yoke?" "No," Musum replied as she stared at the object in her hand. "This thing is just from me." She held up a glass bottle with a flower pattern on it and asked, "Isn't it pretty?" "It's a very special bottle. I think you will agree." Life lessons from tea. The night is like tea. When it is at its darkest, the flavor is the strongest. Chapter 32. A new source. The previous evening. The Red Lotus residence. Riko had left the paper lantern in their residence, so once Musum left, Horo-sha decided she had time for one more interview before she retired for the night. She lit the paper lantern and headed to where she thought she might find the steward, and he was taking care of the horses. "You have more questions for me?" Hakiro inquired. I do, she replied and then looked around. How long before you hire a replacement groom? I did so today, the steward replied. He should arrive sometime tomorrow. Could you have one of your servants do me a favor tomorrow? Have them go to town and discover where the old groom's mother lives and then have the old groom come to the estate. She removed a coin from her kimono and held it out as she said, have the servant give the old groom this copper for his trouble and also have the servant stay with his mother while he journeys here. I have a few questions for him. I can do that, the steward said as he took the coin. Thank you, she spoke and started to leave. Horo-sha turned back around and said, Hakairo, before I go, tell me, what was the groom making a day? He made 40 zinc a day, not 80. No, not for a groom. If he was a horse breeder, he might have made that much, but we don't breed horses here. Horo-sha considered what she had learned, and then she felt as if someone was tapping her on the shoulder. No one was, but it was just a sensation she was having. One last question. If I wanted to talk to someone who would know a lot about the brothel, who would I see? The steward thought about it and then replied, you could talk to the town postings chief. They do know quite a bit about the goings-on in other towns and in their own town. Tea haiku, morning rise. Tea break, the sun has started its day. Tea before my day. Chapter 33, Town Postings Chief, Kaizuru. Kaizuru was a Japanese smoking pipe used for smoking a small serving of kazami, a shredded tobacco product that was fine as hair. The mouthpiece and bowl were made from metal with a shaft of bamboo stretching in between. The bowl was much smaller than Western-style pipes. Many kaizuru were engraved by skilled artisans and were a status symbol for the owner. The next morning, on the edge of the town of Kirimatsu, the town postings chief's office, Horo-sha entered and found an elderly man smoking a kaizuru. He was alone in his office, poring over messages. You have come back, the elderly man said as he looked up from his desk. I thought you would be in here sooner. My current job is taking longer than I expected, Horo-sha replied, and then she gave him a 3 zinc and asked, can you relay a message for me to the ones who wanted to hire me and let them know it could take me another week before I can come? Sure can, the town postings chief replied as he started writing the note. I was talking to the steward of the Gaku estate, and he tells me that you know a lot of goings-on here and in the surrounding towns. As chief, I do hear a lot of things, he replied as he finished the note. What I'm wanting to know about would have happened about 20 years ago at the brothel in the nearby town. Horo-sha spoke. Madam's place. I know it well, but I haven't been in years. I don't think she runs it anymore. What can you tell me about Madam? Horo-sha questioned. Not much. I don't even know her name. Everyone seemed to like her, even her girls. I thought her daughter would have taken over the place when she did retire, but I heard they both left. Do you know her daughter's name? I don't remember, but it was a short name, he replied. Madam I like, but her daughter had a mean streak and could be ruthless if you ever crossed her. Oh, I remember now. Her name was Hado. The feeling that tapped Horo-sha on the shoulder when the steward told her how much the groom really made seized her shoulder like the fangs of a tiger, a nagging tiger. I can still remember the smell of the place, he spoke, reminiscing as he stood and went to a window and peered outside as if seeing the building in the distance. Madam had all her girls wear the same perfume. I believe it was made from a special orchid that smelled like vanilla. It had a name that had to do with the night. It might have been because the flower was one of those night-blooming orchids. Horo-sha's light green eyes widened as she uttered, Evening Vanilla. No, that wasn't the name, but you were close, he stated. It was. The flower was called Eventide Orchid. Eventide Orchid, she repeated. Yes, that was it, he said as he continued to stare out the window, remembering the bygone years. I can still smell the perfume. It was like... He spoke and then turned around to find Horo-sha had left. Where did the Ronin go? Soul of a tiger. I can't believe what I have heard. Has a clue been staring me in the face, and have I ignored it? Has a nagging tiger been trying to tell me something? Chapter 34, Suspicions. Outside the town postings chief's office, Horo-sha ran out the door and paused in the middle of the town, getting her bearings. She had missed something. Horo-sha raced back to the Gaku estate, and the guard manning the south gate let her in. She ran for the Red Clove residence when the steward called out to her. Ronin, I sent a servant into town as you requested, the steward began. The servant was friends with the old groom, so he went to see a lady friend of the old groom. I was correct. The old groom was an orphan and had no mother. No one has seen the old groom since he went into town that day. I was afraid of that, she said. I fear the old groom will never be found. He is most likely dead. Horo-sha needed to rush off, but she wanted to make sure of her destination. So she asked, do you know where your mistress is? I have not seen her today, the steward replied. The housekeeper walked out of the peacock garden, and Horo-sha hurried over to her and asked, have you seen Riko? I was just coming to see the steward about her, the housekeeper replied. Samba had gone for a walk in the koi garden, and when she returned to her residence, the mistress was nowhere to be found. She questioned Gato. He only knew that the kitchen girl had stopped by. He said the kitchen girl entered the residence and then came out some time later. She talked with Gato for a few minutes and left. He didn't even know that the mistress was gone until Samba told him. They, along with the 2 guards stationed at the Red Clover residence, are looking for the mistress. A distraction, Horo-sha spoke. Musu must have distracted him so that Nico could slip out. But where would she go? And why would she go alone? Samba and Gato came running to them from the private path, and Samba asked, "Have you found Nico?" "No one knows where she is," Horo-sha replied. "Tell me, did you notice anything out of the ordinary when you returned to your residence?" "No, nothing was out of place," Samba replied. "But there was this smell. It was vanilla, the eventide orchid," Horo-sha muttered. "Gato, quickly find the town magistrate and keep an eye on him. Start yelling if Nico is with him. Samba, you and the housekeeper rush to the Yellow Lotus studio and tell Eshi that his wife might be in danger. Nico could be with Eshi, but if that is so, she would not have needed to sneak out." She turned to the steward and told him, "Hakairo, hurry to the tiny kitchen and see if Musume is there." "If I find her, what do I do?" the steward asked. "Have her stay in the kitchen until I arrive. I have some questions for her." Samba inquired, "Where are you going?" "I am going to Uncle Tadao's residence. I don't imagine anyone has looked there for Nico." "Why would she go there?" Samba inquired. "Why indeed?" Horo-sha replied. Frenzied haiku. A desperate search. I worry for my friend's life. Least possible place. Chapter 35. Searching for Nico. The White Daffodil residence was located in the southwest corner of the estate. Horo-sha was halfway there when she came upon Musume. "You looked flustered, Kaioi. Have you talked with Lady Evening Vanilla?" "Not today," Horo-sha replied as she stopped and asked, "Do you know where she is?" "Maybe, but I don't know if I should tell you where she is." "Musume, why did you go to the Red Clover residence?" "Komi wanted me to deliver the message you left for Lady Evening Vanilla." "I had hoped Komi would have delivered the message herself," Horo-sha muttered. And then she spoke. "Samba said she smelled vanilla when she entered her residence." "Was that your doing?" Musume grinned and said, "It was. I showed Lady Evening Vanilla a perfume bottle that had been gifted to me. It has the most filthy sweet smell." She considered the meaning behind the kitchen girl's words and then asked, "What happened after you showed her the bottle?" "She wanted to know where I got it," Musume replied. "I told her I got it from Uncle Tadao. She immediately wanted to talk to him but alone, so I helped her escape. I talked to the guard outside while she slipped away. Guards are good for preventing people from coming in. Not so good at preventing people from going out. Not unless they are looking for them to escape." Horo-sha turned and ran for the White Daffodil residence. The kitchen girl pursued her, and Horo-sha questioned her as they ran. "Why did you lie when you told me why you call the groom?" 80? Musume questioned. "Why would you say I lied? Did you figure out something?" "I believe I have. All the names you give to people, they are clever," Horo-sha spoke as she glanced at the kitchen girl. Musume somehow knew the groom's connection to the 8 copper or his connection to Nico. But how could she? Musume arrived the same day as she and Riko. Horo-sha spoke. 8 copper is 80 zinc. "Do you call the groom 80 because of the 8 copper that was branded into his palm? Or do you call him 80 because you know what the 8 copper represents? What do you think?" Musume questioned her. "What I think?" Horo-sha began as she glanced at her again. And then she admitted, "I don't want to think. It would be so heart-wrenching if what I am thinking is true." She hesitated asking, but she had to know. So Horo-sha began. "Musume, did you?" They entered the White Daffodil residence, and Horo-sha paused. Musume paused beside her. "Why have you stopped? Don't you want to find Lady Evening Vanilla?" Horo-sha drew her sword and said, "Where are Uncle Tadao's guards?" "No one is here." The kitchen girl's smirk vanished as she observed what she hadn't noticed. Musume placed a hand inside the sleeve of her kimono as if she was going to remove something from it. "Gaku Tadao." Horo-sha called to the uncle. She heard no one within the residence, so she called out, "Nico." She leerily proceeded past the entryway after quickly removing her sandals. Musume did the same. Horo-sha entered the main part of the residence as the kitchen girl followed behind her as cautious. Horo-sha found Nico within and relief poured over her soul. She started to go to her friend when she saw a bloody knife in her hand and Uncle Tadao dead on the floor with his throat cut. Horo-sha noticed a glass perfume bottle lying on the floor with an orchid painted on it. Nico. Life lessons from tea. Guilt is like tea. One can believe they are looking at wrongdoing, but until scrutiny, aroma inspection, and careful tasting have occurred, one cannot be sure of guilt. Chapter 36. Who and what was found? The White Daffodil residence. Nico slowly turned to them, her face vexed by the horror before her. The nagging tiger that had sunk its teeth into Horo-sha's shoulder ripped her flesh like a starving tiger. Horo-sha was frozen in the moment until Musum screamed an agonizing scream. She rushed over to Uncle Tadao and cried over his still body. Musum cradled his head in her arms and gave Nico a fierce glare, wishing for her death. Horo-sha hurried over to Nico and took the bloody knife from her hand. Nico turned and looked at her, but it was as if she didn't see the Ronin. Horo-sha examined the blood-stained blade and noticed an engraving. She grabbed a cloth napkin from a nearby table and placed the knife within. Samba, the housekeeper, and Eshi rushed in. They had heard the kitchen girl's screams. Samba, take Nico to your residence. I believe she is in shock, Horo-sha ordered. The house physician rushed over to her friend and grabbed Nico by the wrist. She gently tugged on her friend until Nico followed her. Eshi moved to her side and questioned the Ronin. What happened? Tears streamed down the kitchen girl's face as she screamed the answer before Horo-sha could utter it. She killed him. Lady Evening Vanilla killed Uncle. He started to move to his uncle's side, but Horo-sha grabbed his elbow and said, It is too late for him, but it might not be for your wife. Muster all of your guards that you can find and go to the Red Clover residence. Let no one in until I arrive. Eshi started to inquire why he needed to do such a thing, but Horo-sha spoke before he could. I fear the governor will be forced to allow the town magistrate to deliver his form of justice. The governor will be summoned soon. Hurry, muster your guards and protect your wife. He ran out, and Horo-sha turned and faced Musum as she cradled the older man. She wondered if the kitchen girl was putting on an act. Horo-sha wanted to question her, but she knew she would get no answers. She walked over to the glass bottle that was on the floor and picked it up. The perfume bottle was decorated by a painted eventide orchid. Horo-sha started out when Musum yelled at her. Where are you going? To safeguard the Gaku family, Horo-sha replied. And then she asked one of her questions she had decided she should wait on, but she was fighting against an ogre of time. Did you know when you gave Nico the perfume bottle this would happen? What are you asking? She held up the perfume bottle and rephrased her question. Did you know by giving Nico the perfume bottle the end result would be Gaku Tadao's death? Musum's mind raced as she thought over what the Ronin had implied. She never answered her, but Horo-sha had her answer. She believed the kitchen girl had been used as a messenger. Horo-sha started out and then glanced back. If Musum was only a messenger, how did she know Gaku Tadao enough to refer to him as uncle? Soul of tea. I know in my heart as I know I love tea that no one in the household could have done these crimes. If I am correct, who then is left? Chapter 37. The Two Sons. The Manor. The Shoin. Sora, Horo-sha called out and then slid the shoji to the side and entered to find the eldest son and the youngest son within. A housemaid was delivering food, but Horo-sha noted there was only tea and no sake. Sora stood from his floor table and asked, What is it? How long have you and your brother been in the Shoin? He glanced at his younger brother, and then Sora replied, At least 2 hours. We are nearly finished with our meal. Have you done what I asked of you? She questioned. I have, Sora replied. I have not left my brother's side. What is going on? Itsuki inquired as he also stood. Your great-uncle has been murdered, Horo-sha informed them. The housemaid gasped. Itsuki questioned, Who killed him? Someone wants us to believe that your mother did, she replied. Nico? Itsuki exclaimed. Uncle Tadao would make 3 murders. Nico cannot be doing this. Who would want to do this? He glanced at Sora, and then Itsuki asked, Why did you want Sora not to leave my side? She questioned. He did not tell you. He did not, Itsuki replied. I wanted Sora to stay with you to safeguard his life. I did not know that it would safeguard his innocence and yours. Innocence? You mean in our uncle's death? Itsuki spoke, and then he asked, Why were you afraid that Sora would be killed? I will let him explain, Horo-sha answered. I need to safeguard your mother's life. Scheme haiku. A plan to take down. Treacherous. Sharp knife in back. A plot to hurt. Maim. Chapter 38. The scheme strikes again. The Red Clover residence. Horo-sha arrived, and several of the guards were surrounding the residence. She went inside and found Gato, Eshi, Samba, and Nico within. Has she spoken? Not a word, Samba answered the Ronin. Horo-sha inquired as she unwrapped the knife. Do either of you two recognize this? I noticed an engraving of what looks like the symbol for the Lotus Frog clan. The two of them looked over the blade. Samba replied, I don't recognize it. Horo-sha noticed how Eshi reacted and asked, What about you? It does look like a knife that I once had. My father had gifted it to me, but I lost it about 20 years ago. She set the napkin with the knife on a table and moved over to the mistress. Horo-sha took both of her hands, and Nico looked at her. I am sorry that you had to go through whatever you went through, but I must know what happened. Nico nodded, and then she went and sat at the table after the young woman released her. Horo-sha moved and stood by her side. The kitchen girl came to deliver your message, Nico began. Musum. Something else happened. Horo-sha spoke. urging her to continue. What did Musum do? She gave me a perfume bottle. She gave me my old perfume bottle that I had while I worked at the brothel. Each bottle was hand-painted and each design distinct. What happened next? Horo-sha questioned to move her through the horrible memory. I told her I didn't want it, and then the kitchen girl sprayed a mist of the perfume. The memories it brought. I thought I had put all of those dreadful memories behind me. Eshi went over and took his wife's hand, and Nico found the courage to continue. I asked the kitchen girl where she acquired the bottle. She told me that Uncle Tadao had given it to her. I was shocked and horrified, and then I was enraged. I went over to his residence. How did you get by Gato? Horo-sha inquired. Nico replied, the kitchen girl. She distracted him for me. I went directly to the White Daffodil residence. No one was outside, so I went up to the entrance and called out. When no one answered, I entered. I discovered Gaku Tadao on the floor, but when I went to check on him, a hooded figure attacked me. They had a knife. They tried to kill me with the knife, but somehow I evaded them. They dropped the knife while trying to stab me, and when I picked it up, they ran off. It wasn't that much longer that you and the kitchen girl showed up. Gaku Eshi, the town magistrate, called. Eshi, Gato, and the Ronin all went outside. The town magistrate was there with 4 of his deputies. They were all ready for a fight. Nico, I have seen your third victim, the town magistrate yelled. The governor might have protected you from the murders of a mere groom and guard, but he will not protect you from murdering a member of the Gaku family. I have sent for the governor. He should be here within the hour. Do not try to leave this residence or order or not. I will strike you down. Horo-sha went back into the residence, and Eshi and Gato followed. Eshi asked, what do we do? Stay by your wife's side, Horo-sha replied. I need to go find out why Gaku Tadao's guards were nowhere in sight when we arrived at the residence. Someone had to send them away. But who? She glanced at Nico and had no encouraging words for her. So she told Eshi, the words you could not find before. You need to find them now. Nico needs you. She needs your strength. Life lessons from sorrow. Sorrow can numb your heart and rip it out at the same time. Sorrow is a beast no one should ever have to face alone. Chapter 39. Questioning Lady Rai. The White Daffodil residence. The guards that should have been at the residence when the Ronin first entered were now positioned around the building. Horo-sha could hear yelling from within, but when she was announced, the argument stopped. A guard escorted the Ronin inside where Lady Rai, her lady's maid, and Musum were gathered around the body of Gaku Tadao. Musum was still crying over him in a kneeling position, though her tears had subsided and she no longer cradled his head. A clock on a nearby table chimed the noon hour. Lady Rai turned to Horo-sha, leaned to her lady's maid, and Iga's relayed, you should not be here. Ronin, this is a family matter. Horo-sha looked at Musum, who rested her head on Gaku Tadao's chest, and then questioned, a family matter. Leave, Iga spoke as she raised her voice. Do you know who I am? Horo-sha inquired. You are some lowly Ronin, Iga's answered. She ignored the lady's maid and turned her focus on Lady Rai, and Horo-sha declared, I am the Ronin detective. Gaku Eshi, master of this estate and head of the Gaku family, issued me jurisdiction over this estate. I am second only to his authority. Who are you to tell me to come or go? How dare you? The lady's maid spoke. I have a mind to call in the guards and have them beat you. No one speaks to. Lady Rai lifted her hand and silenced Iga's. The lady's maid leaned to her mistress, and Horo-sha again heard what sounded like humming. The lady's maid nodded a few times, and then she spoke. Musum, is this correct? Iga's asked. Does this lowly Ronin have authority only under Eshi? Kaiwi does, the kitchen girl replied. Lady Rai, Horo-sha started before anyone else could say anything more. Why were there no guards protecting Gaku Tadao? He should have had 1 or 2 with him. No guard was here when I arrived. He was unprotected, Musum cried out. Did you know this would happen? Did you know that Lady Evening Vanilla would kill him? Quiet, child, the lady's maid snapped. Gaku Tadao is none of your concern. Leave. Musum turned to the lady's maid, and Horo-sha thought she would glare at both her and Lady Rai. She saw no disdain aimed at them. The kitchen girl got up and left, purposely running into the shoulder of Horo-sha. As she left, she took Musum hit without complaint. Knowing how angry and upset Musum was, and the kitchen girl had no other outlet to release her sorrow and anger. Where were the guards? Horo-sha repeated. We are looking into it, Iga's relayed for her lady. Lady Rai clapped her hands, and a guard entered. Iga stated, tell the Ronin why you left your post when you were supposed to be guarding the master. The guard looked frightened as he answered, I was guarding the master. Why were you alone? Horo-sha inquired when he didn't relay an answer. Master Tadao sent the rest of the guards with Mistress Rai as she walked the peacock garden she had become fond of. The guard replied, I remained at my post until Master Tadao himself ordered me to leave the premises. Did you see or hear anyone? Horo-sha inquired. I thought I heard a woman within, so I thought nothing of his request to be alone. Iga said, Nico must have somehow convinced the master to send his protection away. Horo-sha questioned Lady Rai, were you ever alone during the time your husband was killed? The guards and I can testify that our mistress was never alone. Iga's relayed, do you know of anyone who would have wanted to hurt your husband? Only Nico? Iga spoke. Her hatred of him was as deep as his hatred for her. Horo-sha started out as she had finished questioning them, and then she paused and added, I am sorry for your loss. I didn't know your husband, but he did seem to love you. I know what it is to lose someone who loves you. Soul of determination. I have to save my friend, and I will put it all on the line to do so. Chapter 40. Any last chances? The manor. On her return, the steward informed Horo-sha that she was to meet Eshi within his office, and by the time she arrived, the governor and his guards were already within. Governor Manzo was talking to Eshi, and the town magistrate was also there. Governor Manzo was notably upset as he stated, another murder under your watch. Ronin detective. She didn't answer his question but posed one of her own. Will you be withdrawing your stay of execution? I was just talking about that with Gaku Eshi, the governor replied. I spoke with the kitchen girl before coming here. We came across her as she left the White Daffodil residence. After hearing her testimony, I have decided to retract my stay of execution. Horo-sha questioned, what did she say? That the two of you came across Gaku Nico, who was holding a bloody knife and standing over the body of Gaku Tadao. His throat had been slashed. When do you plan on allowing the town magistrate to proceed with the execution? Immediately, Governor Manzo replied, Gaku Tadao is too important of a person to let his murderer go unpunished. You have to give me more time, Horo-sha pleaded. Nico is innocent of all of these crimes. Someone is framing her. If you execute Nico and then I find proof of her innocence, what will that say about your reputation? It will not bode well, but I'll receive less ridicule than if I do not issue a swift beheading. You have to give me more time to prove Nico's innocence. Horo-sha insisted. I will stake my honor on it. What sort of honor would a Ronin have? The governor inquired. I will stake my house's name and my honor on this, Horo-sha reiterated. I am of the house of Shakajuru. Everyone in the room turned to her as she declared her family's name. You can't be, Governor Manzo spoke. The house of Shakajuru fell in one night. The entire family was massacred at their castle estate, and even the branch families of Shakajuru were slaughtered in that same night. All of Shakajuru was wiped out, Horo-sha uttered as she had never been told. Yes, so how can you claim to be of the house of Shakajuru? Governor Manzo asked. I was saved, Horo-sha explained. I did not die in the massacre at the castle estate, and I did not die in the fire. I alone live to seek justice for the ones who slaughtered my entire family. How do I know what you say is true? Governor Manzo inquired. She removed her father's katana and held it up, showing it to the governor as she stated, I have my father's sword. I have Lord Shakajuru Haruto's sword. Let me see, the governor requested. She hesitated, disarming herself, but went ahead and handed over the sword. Governor Manzo took it by its sheath, and then he drew the sword. It is the house of Shakajuru's sword, Steel Crane. The governor spoke with awe. Horo-sha didn't know that the sword had a name and was grateful to learn of it. He sheathed the sword and handed it back. Are you sure you want to put the honor of the house of Shakajuru on the line? Governor Manzo inquired. The town magistrate spoke. I don't understand. Why are you listening to this, Ronin? Fallen or not, the house of Shakajuru deserves our respect. They ruled over their province before Lord Gima, the governor stated, and then asked the Ronin again. Are you sure you want to put of honor of your house on the line? It is all that the house of Shakajuru has left. I do, Horo-sha replied with no hesitation. Governor Manzo stood and said, I can only give you until sunset today. Once the sun sets, Nico's head will also fall. Sword haiku? Steel gleaming in light, drawn fast as fiery lightning. Tempered steel. Fierce thoughts. Chapter 41. A temper swifter than a blade. The manor. The main hall. Horo-sha hastily headed for the tiny kitchen after leaving Eshi's office as the one ogre, who was attacking her at every turn, became two. There was the ogre of time and the ogre of reprisal and quick retribution, and they were both harassing her mind. She tried to blot them out, but they were becoming persistent. Eshi was with her, and the town magistrate followed them out. They walked for a few moments in silence, but then, Ronin, the town magistrate called. Horo-sha paused and turned to him as he said, I don't understand the governor granting you any more time. Sure, you spat some nonsense about belonging to the house of Shakajuru. Even if you are a survivor, what does it matter? The supposedly great house of Shakajuru fell in one night. Not such a great samurai house if you ask me. The ogres? They had set her off balance, so her usually controlled emotions erupted. Horo-sha drew her sword with lightning speed and had the blade up against his throat before he could react. She pressed the blade so hard against his neck that she cut him and blood stained her blade. "Never dishonor my family's name again," she threatened. "I will not forgive it again. My father was a very great man. You are nothing compared to him, so you have no right to mention my house and defile its memory with your uninformed opinion. Do you understand?" The town magistrate had been completely caught off guard, and the young man, he thought was some lowly Ronin, had every right to take his life for what he said. He answered, "I do." She shoved him back and continued on her way. As she followed after her, they turned a corner, and as she finally spoke, "I have never seen you so angry except—" Horo-sha glanced at him as she interrupted. "Except in the vault room where you thought I was going to take your head." He nodded. "I was actually angrier with the town magistrate," she confessed. "I have never drawn my sword so fast. I guess I've never been this mad before." They walked on a few moments more, and then she said, "You should go to Riko and stay with her until this day is done. I will go there now," as she spoke. "If there is anything I can do, just let me know. Nothing means more to me than my family." She spoke. "I had told you there may come a time when I will need you to protect your wife. I believe that time is nearing." Life lessons from T. Even T can't be trusted. It could disappoint just like others in your life can disappoint you. Chapter 42. A talk. The tiny kitchen. Horo-sha walked in and found Komi hugging the kitchen girl. Musum had been crying again. For a moment, she thought about turning around and coming back later, but the ogre's breath expelled a hot persistence of time. Time she was running out of. "Musum, I need to talk to you." "I don't want to talk to you, Kyoe." "I know, but you have to. Uncle Tadao is dead, and Lady Evening Vanilla killed him." "I don't think she did," Horo-sha spoke with certainty. "I believe whoever really gave you the perfume bottle used you to set up Riko for another murder. What I don't know is if you have been involved with the mastermind behind this scheme all along, or they just somehow used you in this one instance." "What do you think?" Musum questioned. Horo-sha stared at her for a long time, and then she replied, "I don't know. I would like to think that you were used. I would like to think that you wouldn't purposely help frame someone who is innocent. Lady Evening Vanilla isn't innocent. She is a murderer now as she was a murderer back then." "Back then? Are you referring to Kipa and the groom's murders?" Musum wouldn't answer her. Komi told the Ronin, "Maybe you should talk to her later. Give her time to grieve." "Grieve?" Horo-sha uttered as if it was a sin for the kitchen girl to do so. And then she asked the cook, "Don't you also find it odd that Musum knows Gaku Tadao?" "Come back later, Horo-sha." Komi insisted as if the answer to the Ronin's question wasn't important at that moment. She was going to argue, but then Horo-sha decided she could give Musum some time as she interviewed the others. She turned and started back the way she came in when the kitchen girl called after her. "Wait, Kyoe." Horo-sha turned and faced her. "I know something," Musum proclaimed as she moved out of the cook's consoling embrace. "I know you belong to the house of Shakadzuru. How could you have heard already? Were you eavesdropping on the conversation I had in Eshi's office?" "I figured it out," Musum replied. "The red crown crane on your sword and the story of your family's massacre. It wasn't hard to figure it out." Horo-sha grinned as she said, "You would make a very good detective." Musum, "I only wish I could trust you. Circumstances would have me lean toward being wary of you. You might be in league with the mastermind." Horo-sha, "How could you say such a thing?" Komi scolded her. She peered at the cook, and then Horo-sha stated, "Musum, I have figured out something about you. You only use the given names of people you care about like Komi and Uncle Tadao. You give other names to people you perhaps dislike that have some sort of meaning. I only wish I knew which meaning my name holds for you." "Maybe I will tell you later today," the kitchen girl said. Musum's countenance changed from grief to gleaming reprisal as she asked, "Did the governor change his mind about giving you a week to prove Lady Evening Vanilla's innocence?" "Why would you ask? You seemed frenzied like there isn't much time," Musum replied with a devious grin. Horo-sha glanced at the clock in the kitchen and saw that it was nearly 1 p.m. She thought about the ogre, the relentless ogre, and then she said, "I have until 6 p.m. And then they are going to behead Riko." "No," Komi spoke. "They can't kill the mistress. I won't let it happen," Horo-sha swore. "I will find the mastermind and reveal their scheme to everyone." Soul of desperation. "I need to verify my suspicions. I must ask another a hard question. The mystery I can't let go of. What will it cost my friend?" Chapter 43. Talking to one who knows more. The koi garden. "You wanted to see me?" Samba inquired as she entered and found the Ronin sitting on one of the benches. "I did," Horo-sha answered. She had been gazing at the koi in the pond. "We need to have a talk about this," Horo-sha stated as she held up the bamboo knife. "Why would someone use this instrument to lure you to the water's edge? I know it is a knife used to cut a baby's umbilical cord. I also know that you used to be a midwife. Tell me, When did Nico have a baby? Samba inquired. How did you know? A few things. As she paid all of Nico's debt, but before she came home with him. I spoke to him a few minutes ago, and he told me that Nico went to her sister's estate before marrying him. He was told that her sister was ill, and Nico was there for about 8 months. Enough time for someone who is already a month pregnant to give birth. I know that I am most likely right because Nico told me herself that she is an only child. Nico did have a baby. What happened to the child? Nico knew as she loved her, but she didn't believe that he would accept another man's child into his family. Samba answered. Was the baby a boy? Samba's eyes widened when the Ronin asked the question. I am right then, Horo-sha spoke. I believe Riko discovered that fact when he noticed the earring was a carp streamer. The Ronin stood and said, I believe I have enough before I go and talk to Lady Rai. Horo-sha started out, then paused, and asked, Am I missing anything? The bamboo knife. Does it have any other meaning than you were the one who assisted Nico in the delivery? Samba turned her gaze away and answered, There is nothing else. Mystery haiku. Evil schemes. Coven. Pieces falling together. Mastermind. Artist. Chapter 44. A small light shines down on the scheme. The White Daffodil residence. The Ronin detective is here. Lady Rai, one of her guards, spoke. Lady Rai was sitting on a floor pillow and motioned for the guard to let the Ronin in. Horo-sha walked into a small sitting room within the residence. The body of Gaku Tadao had been removed from the larger room. She glanced all around and asked, Where is your lady's maid? I wish to speak with you. Lady Rai motioned to a floor pillow directly in front of her. I believe I know who you are, Horo-sha began as she sat. I noticed that you like to stay out of the sun as much as possible, so you have your lady's maid hold an umbrella over you. She paused and then said, Long ago, a woman frequented this estate and she always carried an umbrella. I believe the sun will be your undoing. You were Eshi's lover from more than 20 years ago and you were most likely Madam's daughter. Lady Rai laughed a muffled laugh for a few moments. And then she stared at the Ronin as if debating telling him something. Horo-sha waited, and when Lady Rai made no effort to communicate with her, she told her, I usually don't reveal this to anyone. Usually. But I am going to tell you because after I tell you, I am going to remove your veil and see for myself. I am a woman, and I don't want you to be startled as I do touch you. She waited for some sort of response, and when Lady Rai again made no effort to communicate, Horo-sha leaned over and removed her veil. She was horrified by what she saw. Horo-sha expected to see someone around Nico's age, but Lady Rai was much older. Her age nor her appearance was what horrified her. It was the fact that someone had sewn the woman's lips together. Dark black thread stitched her mouth closed. Who would do such a thing? Horo-sha uttered as she removed Snail's tooth from her sash. Hold still. I will cut the thread and release. Lady Rai put out her hand and placed it on Horo-sha's wrist that held the knife. And then the older woman shook her head as a tear streamed down her cheek. You cannot want to stay this way, Horo-sha said. Who would do this to you? Who would want to silence you? She thought about it and then spoke. The one who speaks for you. The lady's maid. You are madam and the lady's maid is your daughter. Lady Rai nodded. I am right then. Your daughter was jealous of Nico when she discovered that the man she had fallen in love with had eyes for another. She must have been planning her revenge for a very long time, maybe even as long as 20 years. What I don't understand is why such an elaborate plan. Why not just kill Nico? Horo-sha paused and considered what she had learned. And then she demanded, Tell me what Iga's real name is. Lady Rai turned Horo-sha's hand over and wrote in her palm. She wrote the name Hado. Your daughter's name is Hado. Lady Rai nodded. Musum told me that the woman who raised her was named Hado. Did Hado raise Musum? Lady Rai nodded again. Musum would have known Gaku Tadao because he is your husband. But you would have kept it from him that your lady's maid is actually your daughter. It was more likely that while Tadao courted you that Musum was with you and they developed a friendship. Musum saw him as her uncle. Horo-sha paused and then asked, Why kill Tadao? Musum acted like it wasn't part of the plan. Was Tadao killed because he had plans of his own for Sora that might have exposed your plans? I keep saying your plans. The scheme must be Hado's. I only need proof. Is there some sort of proof? Lady Rai, the lady's maid, called out. Where are you? Lady Rai quickly put her black veil back on. And then she grabbed a bell next to her and rang it. Igas entered and saw the Ronin. I didn't know we had a guest. You should not be in here with my lady by yourself. Ronin, it is not proper. I thought you would be not that far away, Horo-sha said. I just have one question, and then I'll be on my way. You said that Lady Rai never left yours or the guards' presence. Did you ever leave their presence? Did you maybe sneak back and kill Gaku Tadao? Why would I do a thing like that? Igas asked. Igas, that is an unusual name, Horo-sha stated as she rose to her feet. I've never heard it before. Did you know if you reverse the name you have Sagi? And we all know what Sagi means. She waited to see if the lady's maid would react, and then Horo-sha said, "Sagi means fraud." Iga's face turned red with rage, and then she yelled, "Guards, I will show myself out," Horo-sha said, and then walked by the guards as they rushed in. She paused at the exit, looked at Lady Rai, and then told Igas, "I will see you later today." Life lessons from tea. Tea as in questions can be consumed quickly, but the answers as the flavor was what must be savored. Chapter 45. Choosing Sides. The barracks. Horo-sha went in search of the town magistrate and found him and his deputies laughing it up with the few guards that were off duty. They were all sitting around a table eating and drinking. She glared at the guards, who should have been loyal to their household. As she stated, "I see that while Gato is safeguarding your mistress' life, some of you are getting chummy with her executioner." Most of the guards looked ashamed at hearing the Ronin statement, while a few glared back their contempt for Horo-sha. "Yashiro, I would like to ask you a few questions." The town magistrate inquired, "Are you so desperate that you would question me as if I had something to do with these murders? I don't believe you are the mastermind behind this scheme to frame Gaku Nico, but I do believe you were used," she stated. And then she asked, "Uncle Tadao had mentioned that you would sometimes ride in the carriage and play go with Lady Rai. You would have had quite a bit of time to talk with her lady's maid." "Her lady's maid," he repeated, then thought about the question, and replied, "I did converse with Lady Rai, not her servant." Horo-sha considered his response and then asked, "Who did you play go against? Lady Rai or her lady's maid?" "I did play against her servant," Yashiro admitted. "Let me ask you one final question," Horo-sha stated. "When you agreed to do your part in this scheme, for whatever reason, whether it be for money or favors, who did you believe you were making the deal with? Lady Rai, who never spoke, or the lady's maid, claiming all that she said came from Lady Rai?" Yashiro started to cry out that he had been insulted, but then he considered the Ronin's perspective of things. He would have to rethink everything. Money only lasts so long, and a favor is only good until you use it, Horo-sha started as she turned to leave. She spoke over her shoulder. "Consider whose favor is more valuable. Lady Rai's, whose husband is now dead. Gaku Tadao made the favors very valuable, but with him dead." Horo-sha paused and then added, "Gaku Eshi is very much alive and the Gaku family head. How grateful do you think he would be if you did nothing when the time came?" Soul of tea. I find that I can't think. I can't see the painting anymore. Tea is so simple, but this mystery boggles me. Chapter 46. A light in the darkness. The barracks courtyard. Horo-sha headed for. She wasn't sure where she should go next. She left the courtyard and headed for the Red Clover residence. Horo-sha took a side trip and ended up in the vegetable garden. She looked over all the vegetables and then the surrounding area as she sighed a great sigh. Horo-sha said a simple prayer for guidance as the priestess had taught her, and when she opened her eyes, Igas was there. Horo-sha started to ask her a question, but she couldn't think of any, so she decided to let the lady's maid take the lead. Igas began with guile thick in her voice, "Ronin? Horo-sha. Horo. Yoke. Kaioi. You sure have many names for someone who is not that important. You do have a spy among the household. Musum has been helping you. I had hoped it wasn't true. I have grown fond of her," Horo-sha admitted. "I guess I don't need to keep up the pretense when we are alone." Igas spoke. "Yes, Musum is an instrument that I finally honed. She is my..." The lady's maid paused and said, "Musum told me about the painting in your mind. The one you can't quite see. I will use that analogy and say Musum is my brush. As for fondness, Musum does my bidding, for she is very fond of me." Horo-sha stated, "She has spoken very little about her past. It sounded like she had a grim beginning, but then you came into her life. You became a light in the darkness." The lady's maid seemed surprised by the Ronin statement and insisted, "No, I was never a light to her." Igas paused and then explained, "I was a guide into darkness. I was the painter and she the brush, and with her, I stroked every line and detail of the picture. Musum knows you have been killing all of these people, and she just stands by and lets you." She did seem very shocked over Gaku Tadao's death. "He was not part of your scheme, was he? Tadao did something that made it necessary that you eliminate him." Musum was devastated by his death, Igas admitted. "She must have grown fond of him over the year Lady Rai was married to him." She looked around and asked, "Why are you here, Ronin? There is nothing in this garden that will help you, not unless you plan on uprooting a turnip and eating it." "I was thinking about Kipa's murder," Horo-sha began. "She was here. She must have orchestrated the messages that led the housekeeper to meet with Nico, and vice versa. I still haven't figured out who else is helping you." Horo-sha paused, moving forward through her thoughts, and then stated, "Just today, Musum provided the distractions, and as she did, Nico slipped out of the Red Clover residence to confront Gaku Tadao with the perfume bottle. Who else within the household is helping you? Who killed Kipa and the groom? Iga said nothing, so Horo-sha decided to move things along the track the lady's maid would speak about. We were talking about Gaku Tadao. Yes, the old fool. Iga spoke. He did dote on Musum. She was not a child but very childlike. I guess Tadao saw Musum as a grandchild. He had none, you know. He spoke often of having children, but he never sired any of his own. He adopted a male child, and his son has decided not to carry on the line by producing any offspring. Musum became a substitute that I gladly exploited. Gaku Tadao never knew of your plans, did he? He was going blind so he couldn't see what you were doing within his household. Tadao didn't even recognize Musum when she was standing only a few feet from him during my duel with the town magistrate. One of his past sins caught up with him, Igas told the Ronin. Would this past sin be that Tadao poisoned Eshi's first wife? If he had made a poison from something like the deadly white nightshade, the rarest of the nightshades, and gotten any on him while creating it and never treated himself, small amounts of the poison would have caused his progressive blindness. Musum was right, Igas spoke. You are very good for a Ronin. I also heard that you come from a once powerful samurai house. It would be a shame if certain individuals discovered that a member of the house of Shakadzuru survived. It would be a shame if they discovered that both daughters of Shakadzuru Haruto survived. Horo-sha instinctively put a hand to the hilt, but her anger quickly subsided, and she moved it away from the sword. She said, "Too many no? The tiger is out of the bag. You might be clever, Horo, but you will not be able to save Nico. It is already 2:40 p.m. You only have a little over 3 hours before 6 p.m. Why are you wasting your time in this garden? I am still trying to figure out how you sneaked onto the estate and killed Kipa and then the groom." Igas questioned, "What happened to the theory that someone in the household other than Musum is also helping me? I can't see anyone in the household betraying the Gaku family and murdering 2 people. I have decided it had to be you." I questioned the carriage driver, and he said that Lady Rai insisted that you stay in the town next to this one when you could have easily traveled the last stretch of road in 2 hours. You could have snuck away by horse and come here ahead of the carriage. You killed Kipa and the groom, and you also attacked Samba. Igas laughed as if the Ronin had no clue, and then she told her, "I will not be goaded into confessing. I still don't understand why Musum helps you. It is almost as if your hatred of Nico is her hatred." Igas laughed again and stated with certainty, "No, Musum's hatred of Nico is her own." Horo-sha thought about what she said, and then Horo-sha spoke. "You also have another name. Hado. Musum talked about how you cared for her. Musum loves you, but do you love Musum?" Igas said nothing as if the very thought was ludicrous, and then she headed back to the White Daffodil residence, leaving Horo-sha to ponder some more alone in the garden. Chapter 47. A Threat, the Koi Garden. "Samba, I thought I might find you here again." Yoke, the house physician, spoke as she pulled out of her thoughts. "We need to talk, and this time you can't hold anything back. There is a secret you have been keeping from me. A secret that you have kept from Nico." "What sort of secret?" Nico inquired as Eshi and Gato came into the garden. Horo-sha glanced at the 2 men and said, "A secret she will not reveal if there are too many to hear it." Nico turned to her husband and said, "Please wait outside. Do not come in unless you hear me call your name. Not even if you hear raised voices." Eshi kissed her on the lips and then went out as Gato followed. "What secret have you been keeping from me?" Nico inquired of her friend. Samba turned her gaze from her and said, "There is no secret." "You lie." "I can tell," Nico spoke. "I can't tell you," Samba insisted. "You will hate me. You will hate me and cast me out of the only family I have ever known." Horo-sha said, "Samba, you have to. You have to tell me. I believe whatever you are keeping, whatever secret I have not been able to figure out, is very important. Nico will die if you don't tell me." Samba shook her head. "I don't have time for this." "Nico doesn't have time for this," Horo-sha spoke angrily. She drew her sword and went over and grabbed Nico by the wrist. "Tell me, Samba, or I might as well kill Nico. I can at least make sure her death is swift and she feels no pain. I can't say the same for the town magistrate." "I can't," Samba insisted as she continued to shake her head. "You must," Horo-sha yelled at her. "Tell me or I will take Nico's head." "No, you wouldn't." "I don't believe you would," Samba shouted. Horo-sha yanked Nico by her wrist and caused her to fall to her knees. Horo-sha positioned herself behind her and threatened again. "Samba, tell me now." She raised her sword over her head and screamed, "I will take her head." Nico knelt trembling before the Ronin, and Samba held out her hand and said, "Don't. I will tell you." She rushed over to Nico and placed her body over hers as she said, "I'll confess. I will tell you both everything. Please, don't hurt Nico. Don't hurt her anymore." Violence haiku. Threats. Bodily harm. Blade. Swift action. Posed ready. Harsh repercussion. Chapter 48. Another secret revealed. Horo-sha held on to her anger. She seized it and wouldn't let go, for she knew if she did, she would break down. She had just been very cruel to Samba and even crueler to Nico. They were both her friends, and she treated them like they were her enemies. "Tell me what you have kept from Nico," Horo-sha demanded as she sheathed her sword. "The secret I am holding onto is about Nico's baby boy." Samba began as she moved and didn't cover her friend anymore. She turned her attention to Nico as she continued. "As you know, Eshi paid off your debt, but then you found out you were pregnant, and most likely by someone other than Eshi. Would this other possibility be Akino, the groom?" Horo-sha inquired. Samba nodded and continued. "I told Eshi. Only because I couldn't lie to him," Nico interrupted. "I told Eshi that Nico's sister had fallen ill and she needed to go and take care of her." Samba spoke as she got to her feet and then assisted her friend onto her feet. "He offered to help, but I told him Nico's pride would not allow him to interfere in family matters. And he accepted my word." She brushed her mistress kimono off where dirt had gotten onto it as she said, "I told Eshi Nico would write him every week, and she did. I delivered the messages myself in fear that a messenger would reveal the location of where Nico was staying. Do you remember those final weeks leading up to the birth of your baby?" "I do," Nico replied. "You started to doubt your decision to give up your baby. You knew Eshi would not accept another man's child, so you were going to give away your baby." "I did," Nico confessed. "I said if I had a boy, I would still give him up. Many families are looking for an heir to adopt." Samba said, "You also said if you had a girl, you would keep her? You would tell Eshi about your baby and let fate take over." "I did," Nico said as she remembered those days. "I wasn't sure if we could find a good home for a girl. I thought—" Nico gasped and then she uttered, "Samba, you didn't?" "I did," her friend replied. "I lied to you. You had a baby girl, Nico. I told you that you had a boy. I never let you hold her, and I gave the baby to Kipa. He said he had found a home for her. I paid him 3 silver coins to keep quiet about you." Nico immediately went over to the house physician and slapped her across the face. Samba held her reddening cheek as she had nothing to say in her defense. Nico lifted her hand to slap her again, but then she wrapped her arms around the house physician. "Samba, I forgive you. You did such an unforgivable thing to me, but I forgive you." The house physician started to cry, and Nico cried with her as they both hugged on each other. A few minutes went by, and then Nico dried her own eyes. "And as for you, Yoke," Nico spoke as she went over to Horo and lifted her hand to slap her. "You went too far before. I think you even caused me to bruise my knees." Horo-sha turned her face and closed her eyes. Nico didn't slap her, and when Horo-sha opened her eyes and saw the compassion in Nico's gaze, she fled from the koi garden. Life lessons from swift action. Regret can follow after swift action. It is usually best to carefully consider your actions or sorrow will follow. Soul of tea. I hurt my friend. It is unforgivable. I hurt her and not even tea can console me. Chapter 49. Time is running out. The Red Lotus residence. "I am so glad you are here," Nico spoke as she entered the residence. "I didn't want to traipse all over the estate looking for you." Horo-sha was sitting on the floor pillow with her knees pulled up and her arms wrapped around herself. Nico expected the young woman to be crying the way she ran out of the koi garden, but Horo-sha was very quiet. Yoke, look at me." Horo-sha lifted her gaze. "I also No," Horo-sha shouted. "I went too far, but I would also do it again, so you shouldn't forgive me. I don't have that much time left. I have to prove your innocence, but I don't have a complete picture." Samba was holding back. "I needed to see the section of the painting she was hiding." Nico went over and knelt beside her and wrapped an arm around her. "Yoke, sometimes I have no clue what you are talking about. You did not use tea, so I have no clue." Horo-sha laughed and said, "I am obsessed with tea. Yoke, I forgive you. You treated me harshly in the koi garden. You could have been less physical with me to get your point across, but then again, Samba might not have believed you would have hurt me. No, you shouldn't forgive me. I hurt you. I frightened you just so I could solve the case. Don't lie to me," Nico spoke. "You did this so you could save me. I was just so angry. My rage, my temper got the better of me," Horo-sha admitted. And then she wrapped her arms around Nico and held back sobs that wanted to leak out as she said, "I don't know if I can save you. The scheme was devised well. With more time I could, but time is running out." Nico pulled away from the young woman, put a hand to her cheek, and said, "Yoke, you are the woman I hope my daughter has grown up to be. You are so brave and considerate." "Your daughter," Horo-sha began, ... is why this scheme has worked so well. "Your daughter is very close. My daughter is here." "Who is she?" Horo-sha glanced out the open shoji and saw Eshi and Gato waiting outside. "Nico, I need for you to go with your husband and return to the Red Clover residence. I need for you to trust me, and I also need for you to make sure Samba stays with you. It is not safe for either of you anywhere else on the estate. Promise me you will go directly there. I need to know you are safe so that I can do what must be done. I promise, Riko stated. I promise to do as you have said. A lie, haiku, and truth, small or big, can bring down a huge mountain. Lying lips still hurt. Chapter 50, Dark Beginnings. The tiny kitchen. Horo-sha rushed through the small courtyard, entered through the front, and asked the cook, Komi, I need to speak with Musum alone. Komi protectively glanced at the kitchen girl, and Musum nodded. The cook left. I was very cruel to your mother, not that long ago. I told her I would take her head. Musum asked angrily, You threatened Hado. No, though, she should have been the one I threatened. I threatened your birth mother, Lady Evening Vanilla. You are very clever, Kaioi, to make me think about my adopted mother. But Lady Evening Vanilla is no mother to me. Why would I care what you do to her? Why do you hate Riko so much? Horosha inquired. Why do you hate her so much that you would help Hado in her scheme? Do you know what she did to me? Musum asked. Horosha stated, She gave you up? I could have forgiven her if she had placed me up for adoption. But my start in this world is much darker. Musum stated with venom dripping from her voice. Lady Evening Vanilla gave birth to me and then she ordered with woman to drown me. With woman? Horosha interrupted. I understand the name. With woman is what the name midwife comes from. Musum continued. With woman took me the moment I was born and dunked me in the bucket of bloody water used during the delivery. With woman thought she had succeeded in drowning me and handed me off to Kipa along with 3 silver coins. Kipa took me deep into the woods and buried me alive. Hado had heard my cries when I was born and secretly followed Kipa into the woods. She unburied me from my shallow grave and managed to save me. I owe my existence to Hado. I would do anything for her. The ghost story, Horosha said. The ghost story you told me was your origin story. Musum, Hado lied to you. Riko thought she had a boy and he was going to a wealthy family who wanted an heir. She thought you were going to a family who would care and love you. You are the one who is mistaken. Lady Evening Vanilla lied to you. She didn't want me, and she ordered my death. Lady Evening Vanilla, with wife, the thief, and 80, they all deserved what they got and what is coming to them. Hado is very patient, Horosha began. Don't you see? She raised you and brought you up on a lie so that she could use you in her revenge scheme. Hado loves me, Musum spoke as if that was the only truth that mattered. She saved me. Riko did not order Samba to dispose of you. Her wish was that you be adopted by a good family. Kipa never buried you. He only delivered you to Hado. Somehow she found out that Riko was pregnant. She probably also paid Kipa another 3 silver coins for his silence in the matter. You lie? Musum screamed. Does Riko seem like the person to lie about a thing like that, or does Hado seem more like a person to lie about your origins? Horo-sha questioned. And when she didn't answer her, Horo-sha stated, Think about this. Musum, Hado has used you since you were a child. If she truly loved you, why did she tell you your birth mother tried to have you killed? Would you have not been much happier if she just told you that you were her child? She could have raised you with no mention of your past, but she didn't. Hado told you over and over how your mother tried to kill you. She honed you into a sharp blade, a paintbrush of destruction that she used against Riko and Eshi. The sad thing is, Hado believes that once Riko is out of the way, Eshi will be hers as she thought he was hers so long ago. You lie, do I? What about Gaku Tadao? Horo-sha questioned. Was he meant to die in this scheme? Who killed him? Riko did. She did not, Horo-sha insisted. She had no motive. Gaku Tadao might not have liked Riko, but she didn't hate him. Gaku Tadao had plans of his own for this family. He wanted to take over as the Gaku family head, and his plans were well on their way for him to attain his goal. You already figured out what Sora was doing. You do refer to him as the gifted weasel. Not that long ago, I saw him gazing at a weasel painting. It must have been the last one he forged and replaced, and either you figured it out or caught him selling off the original. Musum asked, What does gifted weasel have to do with Uncle? Gaku Tadao gave Sora the idea, Horo-sha explained. Sora wanted money. He wanted the things it could buy. Tadao saw a way to dishonor the eldest son who was next in line for the head of the family. The title would fall to Tadao if Sora was disgraced. Hado believed Tadao's plan would get in the way of hers, so she killed him and once again framed Riko. Musum said nothing. Horo-sha glanced at the clock and it was 4:28 p.m. She said, There isn't much time. I am going to confront Hado one last time before it is too late. One way or another, I will make her confess to her scheme and to murdering all those people. Life lessons from tea. Tea is dark brown or as green as life or a multitude of other colors, but it is never clear as pure water. Chapter 51. Opposing Forces. The White Daffodil Residence. All the guards around the residence were gone, and Horo-sha walked right in to find Lady Rai sitting on a floor pillow on a raised platform, and Iga standing next to her. They were both in the main room and where Gaku Tadao had been killed. Horo-sha saw no signs that a murder had been committed. "We have been waiting for you, Iga's," Hado spoke. "Are you sure it is we?" Horo-sha questioned as the ogre of time whispered in her ear just to give up. She couldn't save Riko. Horo-sha ignored the ogre, pushed forward, and stated, "Your mother. I will still call her Lady Rai since the only name I do know her by is Madam." She paused to see if Lady Rai would communicate, but she only sat on her floor pillow as if she was a statue. Horo-sha continued, "Your mother does not seem to wish for Riko's death." "My mother wants what I want," Hado confidently stated. "Is that why you sewed her lips shut so that you couldn't hear her agree with you and your scheme?" Horo-sha questioned. "Or was it because you couldn't listen to her counsel that begged you to stop before it was too late?" Hado glanced at her mother, who didn't move or react in any way. And then Hado said, "Do you know about the thread?" "I do," Horo-sha replied. And then she asked, "Do you know your mother would not allow me to remove the threads from her lips? I thought at first it was because she was traumatized or feared you. It was neither of those two things. Your mother wants you to release her yourself. I believe whatever pact you made with her long ago has gone too far. Look what you have done to your mother. You have muted her. You took away her words, her ability to speak." Hado seemed to be deaf to the Ronin's words and questioned, "Is this what you wanted to talk about? Did you not come here for a different reason?" "I did," she replied, a little trounced that her tactic didn't work on the lady's maid. Horo-sha wouldn't allow herself to wallow in defeat. There wasn't time. So she declared, "I want you to confess to the gruesome crimes you committed. 2 of those crimes you accuse me of were committed before I even arrived," Hado stated as fact. "You must have been raking your mind trying to figure out how I could have snuck onto the estate without being seen. You might have even convinced yourself I somehow rode here by horse and entered unseen." Horo-sha considered what the lady's maid had said and then went over to the table with the clock. She leaned on it with her back to the others and insisted, "You have to be the one who murdered Kippa and the groom. You have not been listening, Ronin," Hado scolded her as if she was her student. And then the lady's maid spoke, "Come closer to me." Horo-sha reluctantly moved over to the lady's maid. This was all Hado's game, so she would have to play by her rules for now. The lady's maid whispered, "I crafted my revenge." "My revenge? She is swift and precise. I forged her until she was a lethal weapon. I let her loose on this household days before I arrived. I cannot be accused of any crime that I was not present to commit." Horo-sha angrily denied what she implied. "No, you're the murderer. No one else. Only you. Musum would never hurt anyone. Who has more hatred eating away at them?" Hado asked as she laughed at the Ronin's ignorance. "Who sees the world from a drowning blanket of bloody water and a suffocating cradle of dirt? Who wants to make those who hurt her hurt even more?" She paused, and when the young woman said nothing, Hado continued. "The great Ronin detective. Yoke of the house of Shakadzuru. Kaioi, Musum's friend. Or are you her enemy? Are you a hunter that was ensnared by their prey? I don't need to lie to you. Ask her yourself." Hado pointed and said, "I believe by now she is waiting just outside the residence." Horo-sha was so angry, but she was more afraid that Hado was speaking the truth. She still denied it within her heart. Musum. Her friend couldn't have. She wouldn't have hurt anyone. "Hurry, Horo. See if you can get a confession out of her. See if she will admit it to the town magistrate." Hado glanced at the clock on one of the tables. "It is almost 5 o'clock. Soul of heartbreak. I will not believe it. No, it is a lie. My heart cannot take it. The truth cannot be the truth." Chapter 52. What was ignored? The White Daffodil Residence's courtyard. The second ogre, the one of reprisal and quick retribution, started to laugh at Horo-sha as she fled the truth. She wanted to run all the way to her sister's town. She wanted Sekira to wrap her arms around her like she did when they were younger and ogres were only in her imagination and not manifestations of her fears and worries. Horo-sha couldn't accept that Hado might be telling her the truth about Musum. She quickly put her shoes on in the entryway and rushed outside. Horo-sha wanted to flee the estate, but instead, she found Musum where Hado had said. She was standing just outside in the courtyard as if waiting on her. "Kaioi, do you now know? Tell me it's a lie and I'll believe you," Horo-sha pleaded in desperation. Musum sighed and said, "I told Hado not to tell you. I wanted to be the one to tell you." A big smile spread across her face as the kitchen girl said, "I fooled you, didn't I? All of this time you never had a clue what I did. I did everything right under your nose. Right under everyone's noses. No one ever noticed a kitchen girl holding an empty basket going about her duties. It was too easy." Musum laughed as she added, "You even wanted me to help you solve the murders. You thought I was very clever, but I was more clever than you thought. Horo-sha peered at her as if she was some demon. I was so worried when the samurai detective didn't show up. I thought I would have to put in all of this effort to trick everyone for nothing. I thought no lowly Ronin would even catch on to the clues I was leaving. But you followed them. What did you tell me? The mastermind was painting a picture. Do you see the completed work now? Do you? Kaioi, Horo-sha's heart shattered, and she said, the ghost story you told me. You are the vengeful ghost, the bloodthirsty specter. You do see now. Good. It makes the next steps easier. Horo-sha considered the ghost story Musume had told her and the origin story that the kitchen girl believed happened to her. She thought about the first death, how the head guard had been buried alive. A new fear seized her. A fear that only confirmed with no doubt what Horo-sha had overlooked or had purposely ignored. She hadn't seen the truth, not until now. She accused the kitchen girl. You killed them. You knocked Keep over the head and buried him alive as you believed he had done to you. You tried to drown Samba as you believed she drowned you. What about the groom? You mean the man who left a deposit with Lady Evening Vanilla and I was what came of it? Hey, Aquino, I also knocked him over the head while he was writing. I dragged his body into the tackle room and tied him up. I heartlessly ran him through as he had run through Lady Evening Vanilla with his lust. He was as much to blame for my existence as, the more evil deeds Musume confessed to, the more ill Horo-sha became. She waited for Musume to finish describing the deed she had committed, and when Musume paused, as if she feared speaking someone's true name would give the owner power, Horo-sha urged her to continue. You can say her name. It won't hurt you to say her name. Say your birth mother's true name, Nico. The illness Musume's confession brought morphed into heartache, and Horo-sha didn't think she could bear it. The kitchen girl was her friend. She seemed to enjoy her life with the Gaku household. So how could Musume do this to them? What hadn't she seen? What had she overlooked, or maybe ignored would be a better word? Had friendship blinded her? She never imagined Musume could do any of those atrocious crimes. A whirlwind of doubt and heartbreak spun around in her mind, and Horo-sha was being sucked into the center of this emotional vortex. She had to distance herself from her feelings or they would overwhelm her and paralyze her. What now? Horo-sha asked once she thought she tamed her emotions. You talked about a painting that only you could see, Musume began. Kaioi, you were wrong. I can also see it. I am the painter, so I can see the strokes even before I brush them. You are wrong, Musume, Horo-sha stated with confidence as a single tear streaked down her cheek. You are not the painter, you are not the mastermind. You are only the brush. You can only create what the painter wills you to paint. You can see the painting but only as you apply color to the paper. You will never see the complete image, not until the final stroke has been swiped. I too can see, Musume started to argue, and then she saw something that shocked her. The younger girl's lip trembled, and then the most frightfully auspicious thing happened. The great Ronin detective, Kaioi, the menace and only threat to this plan, started crying. Not a single tear or two, but large sorrow-filled droplets streaked down her face. Musume was mortified. She had broken the Ronin so easily. Tears ran down Horo-sha's face. She broke one of her own rules. She was never to cry again. Horo-sha had shed too many tears over her family and the massacre. She promised herself never to cry over anything again. Why are you crying? Musume questioned as if she would break down and join her. Is this how you react when you lose? Have you never lost before? I am not crying because you were able to fool me. I'm crying because you killed Kipa and Aquino. You killed them in such cruel and painful ways. You, Musume, you did this. Did you also kill the guard who was watching the south gate so you could kill the groom with no interruptions? No, I just paid him to leave. It was easier and less messy. Horo-sha screamed. I thought I knew you. I thought I knew the person you were. I am crying because the Musume I know is dead. Maybe she was never alive. Maybe she was always a lie. But in my eyes, you murdered her. You murdered my friend, and I can never get her back. Musume felt Kaioi, felt Yoke's grief and sorrow as if she had murdered a third person. Tears watered her own eyes. She had only pretended to be Yoke's friend, but in truth, she had lied to herself. The peculiar, tea-obsessed, odd-talking younger girl had befriended her, and some small part of Musume's heart grabbed onto that friendship. She forced herself to sever the small tie, break any connection she had with the Ronin. She had Hado, Lady Rai, and Uncle. Musume paused in her thoughts and then corrected them. Hado and Lady Rai were all she needed. I can't undo what I have done, Musume spoke as if she had to explain the fact. As if she was able, she would undo them. You must accept that we are no longer friends. Actually, you should realize by now that we were never friends. You were only a small stone on the go board. You were placed on the board and your function is over. This is not a game, Horo-sha yelled. Kipa and Aquino are dead. Nico, your mother, she will be killed because of what you did. I am what I am, Musum said as she narrowed her eyes, suspicious of the knowledge the Ronin had gained while talking to Hado. Horo-sha insisted, you are what Hado made you. She lied to you about your origins. It is true that Nico gave you up, but the rest of what you were told. It was all a lie. Say what you want, Kaioi. I will not believe you. You would say anything to save Nico. I would if a lie could save her, but I believe only the truth will save her now. Horo-sha paused as the barracks courtyard clock chimed the 5 o'clock hour. She moved closer to the kitchen girl and begged her, it is closing in on 6 p.m. Confess to what you have done. Confess so that I may save Nico. Hado did very well if the great Ronin detective has nothing on her or me to convict us. I will give you nothing. You cannot use my words for no one else heard them. Run along, Kaioi. Run along. You only have an hour to spend with your precious friend. Musum spoke and was about to goad the Ronin some more when an unexpected thing happened. Horo-sha turned tail like some frightened tiger and ran away just as the kitchen girl had told her to do. She ran and ran as her mind raced after a way to save Nico. Ogre of Time haiku. Stomping ever forth, devouring seconds. Minutes. Giant clock monster. Chapter 53. Despair and desperation. The barracks courtyard. Horo-sha continued running until she came across the clock on the post. There were no guards within the courtyard and there were no guards within the barracks. They had all decided on a side. Most were loyal to Eshi and Nico, but a few deserted and joined the town magistrate's ranks with promises of becoming deputies with a pay raise and a bonus once Gaku Nico was dead. A harsh wind whipped through her traditional Japanese trousers as she stared up at the clock that not that long ago had chimed that only an hour remained before 6 p.m. She drew her sword as the clock and post took on the image of the Ogre of Time. Minutes and seconds had been her enemy the moment she stepped onto the Gaku estate. The Ogre of Time devoured hope. Horo-sha decided she would chop down the post and end the ogre's reign, but she knew that destroying one clock, destroying all the clocks in the world, would not stop the ogre from moving rapidly forward. Time had defeated her. Time removed any chance she had at a proper investigation. The Ogre of Time had won. Hado's scheme, her hatred of Nico and her love and time. Maybe she still had a chance to save Nico. Horo-sha would use the ogre and make him her weapon, but she had to be careful. The ogre could gobble her up. She sheathed her sword. She would need both hands for what was required next. Life lessons from tea. As with most things, tea takes time. From waiting for the leaves to mature, harvest, converting it into dried tea leaves, and finally waiting on it to brew in a pot. Time dictates many things. Chapter 54. One last desperate try. The White Daffodil Residence's courtyard. After a quick visit to the Red Clover residence, Horo-sha raced back to face Hado and paused just outside where the final showdown would take place. While she had been at Samba's place, Yashiro and his deputies along with the 2 deserters from the Gaku Guard surrounded the Red Clover residence. They would not let Nico escape. When the time came, Yashiro would drag Nico out and then he would behead her. Horo-sha slowly entered the White Daffodil residence, and on the raised platform, she found Lady Rai still sitting on her floor pillow and Hado standing beside her as if they hadn't moved the entire time she was gone. Where's Musum? I am here, Kaioi, the kitchen girl replied as she walked in. She glanced at the clock on the table and asked, do you still believe you can save Lady Evening Vanilla? I thought you would stay by her side the last 15 minutes of her life. I believe I can still save her, Horo-sha replied, turned her attention to the lady's maid, and asked, where are your guards? I thought you would have called them back to protect you. I have no fear of you, Hado began. You won't hurt me just because I won't confess. I sent our guards to assist Yashiro when he needs to storm the residence and take Nico by force. Yashiro called in 10 more deputies and now outnumbers those protecting Nico. She will die in. Hado glanced at the clock and said, a little over 10 minutes. Horo-sha wanted to shift the game to her rules, so she began with a simple question. Hado is not your real name either. Is it? No, it is the name Eshi gave me. I am his dove, his turtle dove. The first days that we were together, making love when we felt like it, we were inseparable. He even painted me, showered me with gifts. Our love story would have been uninterrupted if that vixen had not entered our lives. She will regret ever taking Eshi away from me, Nico. Hado continued to talk, but Horo-sha pulled into her thoughts. She had to find a way to save her friend. She had only minutes left before the clock struck again. Horo-sha searched what she knew. She re-examined every clue in her mind. The clock on the table struck 6 p.m. and the barracks courtyard clock chimed a second later. Horo-sha had wasted what little time she had left. She would not be able to save Nico. Your time is up, Ronin, Hado declared. Nico will be executed shortly. Confess to your crimes, Horo-sha yelled at her. It is too late to save Nico, but I must know. I must hear it from your lips. Didn't you plan all of this to punish Nico and have someone else kill her? Hado started to speak, but Musume spoke before she could and asked, what if Kaioi altered the clocks and set them back? Hado smiled and said, you are so clever, my daughter. She removed a pocket watch that was hidden in her kimono and looked at it and said, somehow the Ronin did change the clock on the table. Perhaps when she went and leaned on it with her back to us. She must have also altered the one in the barracks courtyard. I bet that was a sight to see. You climbing up the clock post, or did you find a ladder? No matter. Hado looked at the time again and said, it is only 5:43 p.m. You placed your stone, hoping to take most of the territory. But you lost, Ronin. Soon Nico will lose her head, and I will take the whole board. Horo-sha said nothing. She had hoped the ploy would work. It was a long shot. Everything depended on them relying on the clock in the residence. Horo-sha didn't know Hado had her own pocket watch. She would not save Nico. Musume, did you arrange what I had requested of you? Hado questioned. Yes, it is in the other room, the kitchen girl replied, and then raced into the connecting room and came out with a tray. A teapot and 4 cups were on the tray. Musume quickly set it all out on the table and poured everyone a cup of tea that had already been brewing. It is ready. Hado made her way to the table, and Lady Rai joined her. And then Hado motioned to a chair and said, come sit. Ronin, I hear that you are obsessed with drinking. Horo-sha glanced behind as if looking at the Red Clover residence that was on the other side of the estate. She thought she had gained 20 minutes, but her ruse was discovered. She turned back around and said, I don't think I'll be joining you for tea. Horo-sha turned her attention to the kitchen girl and said, tea should be shared with family, friends, and those you want to get to know better. I don't need to learn any more about you, Hado. I think I know everything I need to know. Musume, Hado began as she looked over the table. I don't see any honey. Be a dear and go get some. The kitchen girl rushed for the tiny kitchen and ran past Horo-sha. She waited a few moments to make sure Musume was out of earshot, and then Horo-sha moved closer to the table. Did you know? Hado asked. Know what, Ronin? That Musume is Eshi's daughter, Horo-sha replied. Hado smiled. Pleased she had been up against an observant opponent, and then she replied, when she was a toddler. I saw him in her. Horo-sha questioned, when you had keep a lie and tell Nico and Samba that he was taking the child to a family, did you know back then that you would use Musume to kill her own mother? It is not as you said, Hado answered. Yes, I paid off Kipa, but I didn't know Nico was pregnant until I saw him one night with a baby in his arms. I loosened his lips with silver, and he eventually told me everything. I offered him 2 extra pieces of silver for the baby than he would have received from the wealthy family. Keeper returned the wealthy family's money and told them the child had died. Hado motioned to the chair again and said, you should really sit down with us and have some tea. She removed her pocket watch and said, it's 6:05. Yashiro would have stormed the residence and should be dragging Nico out. Horo-sha turned to race back to the Red Clover residence. Do you want to see Nico beheaded? Hado called after her. I thought about going to the execution, but those things can get quite gruesome. Hado had beat her. She could not save Nico. All she could do was sit, so Horo-sha went over to the table, pulled out a chair, and slumped down in it. We have one, mother, Hado said as she turned and removed Lady Rai's veil. She placed a reed into her thread-closed mouth so that she too could enjoy the tea. Hado picked up a cup and blew on it until it cooled enough to drink, and then she set it in front of her mother. Lady Rai picked up the cup and enjoyed some of the brew. Horo-sha sat there defeated. It was well past 6 p.m. Time. The ogre? Had. Soul of ache. I have failed, my friend. I cannot save her. I cannot do anything for her. My soul aches. Chapter 55. What can't be undone? Several minutes later, Eshi appeared in the doorway of the White Daffodil residence as the last rays of the day started to dwindle slowly away. He was angry. He was mortified. His hands were stained with blood. Nico is dead, Eshi blurted as he took a few steps in. He didn't even bother to remove his sandals as he asked, did you hear me? Ronin, Nico is dead. I held her headless body in my arms, and now I have come to make you pay. Tears streamed down his face, but the Ronin couldn't look at him. She couldn't bear to see him. She could not save her friend. She had failed. Eshi spoke through his tears. Nico is dead and your family name has been dishonored. No more will the house of Shakadzuri be uttered without contempt and disgrace following. Someone give me a sword. I will make the Ronin pay. Horo-sha remained in her chair. She didn't even turn to him. She couldn't face him, not when she had failed Nico. Eshi, Hado blurted as she stood. Who are you to speak to me in such a matter? He questioned the lady's maid. It is me, Hado said as if no one else existed in the room. She spoke to him as if she was his cherished lover who had returned from a long journey. He was enraged with the Ronin and told the lady's maid, I do not know you, woman. Hado repeated, "It is me, your love. Your turtle dove?" Hado, as she spoke as he took another step as if his foot weighed 100 pounds. He looked at the woman who was standing and asked, "Is it actually you?" "It is, my love." He asked, "Why are you here?" "I have freed you from your prison. We can be together," Hado spoke, barely containing her excitement. "We can live the life we were meant to live." "I don't understand," Hado, as she stated as twilight approached. "What did you do?" She coyly turned her head from him as she said, "I should not tell you." "You must," as she demanded. "I came as we had talked about so long ago," Hado began. "I came and I am here. We can now be together as you had promised." Promised, as she spoke the word as if it had no meaning for him. "My wife is dead. How can you talk of such things? Talk of such things?" She repeated with a little anger. "Do you not remember our plans so long ago?" As she thought back to those days and said, "I remember after my first wife's death you would come over and I would drink away my sorrow. We did this for several weeks and then you mentioned the business your mother ran. I visited it and I never complained that you had fun with other women," Hado interrupted him. "We were destined to be together, you and I," he admitted with sorrow, not for her but for his wife who he had lost not that long ago. "Hado, I don't remember the plans you mentioned. What do you believe I promised you?" "You promised that I could be your concubine," she answered as if he should know. "I did not have the wealth or status to be your wife, but you promised you would make me your concubine." Hado paused, and when he didn't say anything, she repeated, "You were going to marry me, and I was going to give you many sons." Her demeanor changed to one possessed, and she spoke, "But then Riko seduced you. She whispered in your ear while you lay next to her in her bed. She took you away from me. You hated Riko," he said. "I did. Did you plan this whole thing?" As she asked. "I did. I carefully set the board, laid each stone in place, and sacrificed many of them so that I could win." "Why keep a?" as she asked as if his once head guard still mattered to him. "Did your plan include him stealing the staring feline?" "No, Keepa came up with that plan all on his own with the help of a certain merchant." Hado spoke as her heart pounded in her chest. All her hard work, all the years she devoted to her scheme, they had paid off, as she would soon be hers. She told him Keepa had to go. "I had to eliminate him. He would remember my face, and I couldn't hide behind a veil." "What about the old groom in Aquino, who was hired to take his place?" "The old groom did have to go. I needed Aquino on the estate for his own role, so I paid him to get rid of the old groom. I am not sure how he did it. We will never know. Aquino was one of my more important pieces. He thought we were going to work together and blackmail Riko. He thought he was only here to threaten her into giving us some gold. The fool. He received his reward in the end." As she spoke as he understood more of what she did, "You killed both of them, but not by your own hands. I needed an instrument, a fierce force to enact my moves across the board, and I couldn't be everywhere. I needed someone with as much hatred of Riko as I had." As she knew who she meant and said, "The kitchen girl." Musum. "Yes, what a more fitting weapon than Riko's own daughter." Hado spoke and then thought about the early years as she stated, "I nursed her on resentment, and then I weaned her toward aversion until I could spoon-feed her hatred. She gobbled up every bite." "Why did you tell the kitchen girl her mother tried to kill her?" as she questioned. "Why did you tell her that Samba tried to drown her and then Keepa buried her alive? How do you know these things?" Hado inquired as she glanced at the silent Ronin. "Kaiwe must have told you. I guess I can't deny it now. I did this for us." She paused and stated as a type of craziness set in. "I had started to formulate my plan. I told her those things so that when the time came for her to kill them, Musum would do so with no hesitation." "What about Riko? What about my dead sweet Riko?" he asked. "What did you tell Musum about her so that when the time came, she would let her mother die for a crime she didn't commit?" "I told Musum the name Riko gave her," Hado replied. "I just had to get Musum close to Riko for my plan to work. It wasn't until later that I discovered that Samba had lied to Riko and told her a boy had been born to her. It couldn't be more than perfect. Riko wouldn't even know her own flesh and bone was working in her household." He asked, "What name did you tell Musum was the one Riko gave her?" "I told her she named her Kakai, her little regret." "You did this all for me." "I did, Eshi. I did all of this for the both of us. Others must have helped you," he spoke. "The town magistrate. He is a little power-hungry. We will have to watch out for him. I convinced him over our games of go in the carriage to assist and well. See the clues I left as indicators of Riko's death." "What about my uncle?" as she asked. "Musum didn't kill him." "No, she loved him even with all his flaws. Gaku Tadao did treat her more like a grandchild than a child of a servant. He was going to ruin my plans. He wanted to take away what you planned on giving to your eldest son. Tadao would have disgraced your family by telling everyone that Sora was forging your family's paintings and selling the originals. Tadao's plans would have ruined my plans, so I killed him." I took the Lotus Frog Clan knife that I have cherished all of these years since we have been apart, and I enacted justice for you. You killed Uncle? Musum spoke as she returned from the tiny kitchen. You are the one who killed Uncle. Truth revealed haiku. Speaking words. Sounds. Speech. Lie upon lie. Truth. Hard. Sad. Truth. Sorrow follows. Chapter 56. When the truth is heard, Musum felt as if Hado, the one who was supposed to love her, had drowned her with lies and then buried her alive with the truth. Mounds of truth had been laid out before her, and they were suffocating her. She had always aimed her hatred at Lady Evening Vanilla. You are the one who killed Uncle? Musum questioned as she returned from the tiny kitchen, holding the honey in one hand. How long have you been listening? Hado asked her. Since you called me an instrument. Is that all I am to you? Musum asked. And what about what Kaiwi said? Did you lie to me? Did you lie when you said that Nico wanted me dead, that Samba tried to drown me, and Kipa buried me alive? Musum, I would never. Don't lie to me. I told you what you needed to hear, Hado explained. I told you. The hatred she had aimed at Lady Evening Vanilla turned on the one she loved more than anyone. Musum removed a dagger that was hidden in her kimono's sleeve and went after Hado to kill her. The Ronin, who had been very quiet, quickly moved and blocked Musum's attack with her sword. Move, Kaiwi. Let me kill her, Musum screamed. I can't allow you to kill her, Musum. You have enough blood on your hands. Horo-sha disarmed Musum by hitting her hand with the hilt of her sword. The kitchen girl took a few steps back as she rubbed her bruised hand. Out of the corner of her eye, Horo-sha detected movement, and by the time she turned around, Lady Rai had picked up Musum's knife and drove it into her daughter's back. Hado collapsed into her mother's arms, and Lady Rai positioned her so that her daughter could look into her face. Why did you do this? Hado questioned Lady Rai. Mama? Musum yelled and rushed to their side. Hado put a hand to Lady Rai's face and peered at her handiwork that wove around her lips. It wasn't until that moment she laid there dying, that Hado regretted what she had done to her mother. You had your doubts at the last, Hado spoke to Lady Rai. I believe you had your doubts about this plan all along. But you still went along. You still stayed by my side. You didn't dislike Nico when she worked for you. I think you even liked her as an employee, but you hated her when I hated her. I had even heard you hit her one day after I told you through my tears that she stole Eshi from me. Hado felt the life seeping away from her as she questioned. Why did you stay by my side all of this time if you were only going to kill me? Lady Rai picked up the blood-stained knife and cut the threads that had sewn her mouth shut. Some of her daughter's blood painted her lips. Her voice was raspy and her throat dry, but she managed to answer. You are my daughter, and I love you. I wanted what was best for you, but you wanted Nico dead. I tried to balance love and my duty to you as a parent. I failed as a parent. I spoiled you too much. I should have stopped you sooner when Eshi chose Nico over you. You had gone too far with Tadao. I actually loved him. I thought once you had Eshi, I could spend the rest of my life with Tadao. Mother. I'm sorry, Hado said as a tear streamed down her cheek. I was a horrible daughter. She realized she didn't have much time left, so Hado called out as if she couldn't feel the girl next to her. Musum. Musum. I am here, the kitchen girl said. I might have taken you to raise you like a sharpened blade, but you brought joy to my life, Hado told her as she seized the girl's hand and squeezed it out of desperation and pain. You made my sorrow bearable, and I did love you. She struggled to hold on to this world as she said, of all the things I have told you, this one thing is true and this one thing will always be true. I love you. Hado died, and Musum cried. The room filled with her wails as a monster mourned a monster. The ogre of time moved forward again. Lady Rai turned to the man, who the revenge plot encircled and also cost him someone dear, and she said, Eshi, I am sorry my failure as a parent cost you Nico, and cost those other men their lives. I could never deprive my daughter of anything, including vengeance. You can take my life. It will not bring your wife back, but maybe it will lessen the punishment against Musum. She is family, the only family I have left. Please take my life and spare hers. Life lessons from T. Even T does not always have a lesson. Chapter 57. All that is left is the execution. Horo-sha wanted to prevent another killing, but she had failed. She felt Musum's anguish as she mourned over Hado. Horo-sha understood what it was like to lose a parent. She moved over to Lady Rai and Musum and then peered outside. She told Lady Rai, Eshi has no need to take revenge against you or Musum. Why is that? Lady Rai questioned. The sun has just set. Nico's execution would have been at sunset. Lady Rai thought about what she had said, and then Lady Rai told her, You are a clever one, Ronin? Musum's face was wet with tears as she asked, What does she mean? Horo-sha explained, I told you once that I would lie if a lie would save Nico. I wanted the truth to save her, but the truth was slow to come to light. I lied to buy the truth more time. Explain what you mean, Kaioi, Musume demanded. Horo-sha glanced at the clock on the table and then admitted, I had you focus on 6 p.m. as if it was the deadline, but sunset was the true deadline. I was also afraid that Hado would expect me to come up with some sort of plan to save Nico, so I offered her one. I changed the clock in here and the clock in the barracks courtyard. The Ronin shouted, You can come out. Sora and Itsuki came into the room through a fake wall. Governor Manzo, 2 of his guards, Nico, and Gato were with them. They all walked through the courtesan wall. Hado never had a chance against you, Ronin, Lady Rai stated as she saw the crowd. I assume everyone heard Hado confess to the crimes that Musume, and she had rolls in. Nico stared at Musume with this confused, angry look only a mama bear could give. The kitchen girl was a little afraid of her now that Nico knew her identity. Musume turned her gaze away from her and focused on the only mother she had known. Lady Rai turned to the Ronin as Musume continued to cry, and Lady Rai said, I deserve whatever punishment is coming my way, but have pity on the child. She only saw the world as my daughter painted it for her. My job was to solve the crime, Horo-sha told her. Others will dish out punishment. Horo-sha walked over to Eshi and told him as mixed emotions ravaged her heart and mind. You did it. You did it when I could not. The time came and you protected your wife. I could not save her, but you did. You and your performance. He nodded, not knowing what to say. She stood there and wouldn't allow herself to cry. Horo-sha had only minutes before sat there defeated. The ogre of time had been her foe, but the ogre had fought for her side for once. With a little change in words from sunset to 6 p.m., Horo-sha had bought some time, but she had still used a lie. The lie made her victory hollow. Horo-sha hated lies and what they could do to people. She looked on as Musume, when she thought was her friend, cried on the bosom of her dead mother. Hado had been a woman full of malice and revenge, but she was also a woman who had found a place in her heart for her rival's daughter. Horo-sha's action stripped a mother from her daughter. Hado had brought this on herself with her revenge scheme, but Horo-sha had hastened and encouraged the end results. She looked at Eshi, then to Nico, and then to both Sora and Itsuki. She had solved the case, a case that had taken everything she had, and a case that took from her equally. Horo-sha walked out of the residence. She had to rest and collect her thoughts. Soul of tea. Tea can become bitter. Tea has become bitter as my soul. Chapter 58. Rest within a storm. The next day, the Red Lotus residence. No one bothered the Ronin. No one even walked by the grounds near the residence. Horo-sha laid on her futon and stared up at the ceiling. Night had come and gone, but she found sleep elusive. She got up at dawn and fixed herself some old tea from the day before. It had gone bitter, but no more bitter than her own thoughts about the case. She thought of Musume and Lady Rai, about their crimes and how they cost them both Hado. Hado's revenge cost Hado her life and the time she could have spent with her family. Her life. Horo-sha stood straight up, spilling her tea. She put her sandals on and ran to the Red Clover residence. Their lives. Musume and Lady Rai. Nico was facing a swift beheading. Would they do the same to Lady Rai and Musume? Would justice be swift and she would never see her friend again? No one was at the Red Clover residence. Horo-sha thought about racing to the White Daffodil residence, but decided against doing so. She raced to the back entrance of the manor, and by the time she removed her sandals at the Jenkin, the housekeeper appeared at the entranceway. Where are they? Horo-sha inquired in a panic. Who do you refer to? Emery inquired. Do you speak of Mistress Nico or Master Eshi? Horo-sha thought about it and realized she was more worried about Musume and Lady Rai than the family who hired her. She finally answered, Nico and Eshi. Follow me, Emery said. The housekeeper led her to the shoin and announced the Ronin. Emery slid the shoji to the side when beckoned, and Horo-sha rushed in. Eshi and Nico sat at their usual spot within the large room, but it wasn't as empty as the time when she first met the family. Governor Manzo and a man Horo-sha had never seen before were seated on the left side of the room. Several of the governor's guards were positioned behind him along the wall. Sora and Itsuki sat on their father's right, facing the governor. Speaking of the Ronin detective, Governor Manzo began and then motioned to her as he said, Here he is. The governor paused and then introduced the man next to him. Horo-sha. This is Agano. He will be replacing Yashiro as the town magistrate. By the discretion of the region magistrate, Yashiro has been reassigned. Reassigned? She questioned. Yashiro has friends in high places, so I was unable to completely remove him. He will no longer bother the Gaku family, Governor Manzo spoke, and then he turned and addressed Eshi. We should be going. I have a town to run, and Agano has much to do to transition into his new office. Everyone said their goodbyes, and then Horo-sha was alone with the Gaku family. Horo-sha, Eshi began. I wanted to thank you. Where's Musume? she interrupted. He glanced at Nico and then inquired of the Ronin, "You have not heard?" Her heart sank, fearing the worst as she repeated, trying not to cry. "Where is she?" Nico spoke up and said, "Maybe this conversation would be best talked about with just me and Horo-sha." As she nodded and reached over and squeezed his wife's hand, and then he and his 2 sons left. Punishment haiku. Justice swift. Sentence. Heads roll. Screams. Silence. Crying. Punishment. Quick pain. Chapter 59. The punishment. The manor. The shoin. No one else was in the room but Nico and Horo-sha and Horo-sha. It felt so empty, as if a great gorge had sprung up between her and the older woman. She was about to ask her again, but Nico spoke first. "What do you think should have happened to the kitchen girl?" "Should have?" Horo-sha repeated. She felt ill as she had felt when she discovered Musum had killed both of those men. Horo-sha could barely bring herself to ask, "Are you saying whatever punishment Musum and Lady Rai should have received has already been served to them?" "Yes, they have received their punishment," Nico finished when the Ronin couldn't. Horo-sha wanted to cry, but she forced herself to ignore her feelings that wanted to escape as badly as she wanted to escape the conversation. She didn't want to know, but she also had to know. Horo-sha asked, "What happened to them?" Nico was silent a few moments as she gauged Yoke's emotions, and then Nico said, "What should have happened to the mother and child of the woman who framed me and nearly succeeded in taking my life? What should have happened to the girl who nearly killed Samba? They are dead." Horo-sha spoke as she nearly allowed a sob to break free. "What would you have done differently, Horo?" I don't know. I would have found a way to." Horo-sha spoke as a tear streaked down her cheek as she couldn't bring herself to say any more. She wiped it quickly away. "What kind of woman do you think that I am, Yoke?" "You are a wife that dearly loves her husband, and you are a mother of 2 sons. A mother who had to hide in the shadows. You are kind and you are very protective of your family and friends." Nico questioned, "What would I do to safeguard those I love?" Whatever it took. It took everything within Horo-sha not to cry for the friend she had lost. She turned to leave. Horo-sha needed to find some quiet place to mourn for her friend. She might even need to leave the Gaku estate to find such a place. Nico found that she had been cruel to one who had endured much to save her. So she said, "Musum is my daughter, so I asked Deshi to make a deal with the governor. Both Musum and Lady Rai are under house arrest and may never leave the Gaku estate." "They are both alive?" Horo-sha uttered as if she didn't believe her. "They are." Relief poured over Horo-sha. Her friend wasn't dead and no one else had died because of Hato's plan. A punishment had been dealt. A light one, but one that made her happy. The mastermind scheme would take no more lives. Life lessons from happiness. Happiness can take you to great heights and leave you floating on air. Chapter 60. Not the groom's. Happiness. Horo-sha thought she wouldn't ever feel happy again. But she did. Her friend had been shown mercy. Part of the burden of failing so much during this case lifted from her shoulders, and Horo-sha let out a great sigh as she wiped her eyes dry. "I should tell you something," Horo-sha began as she still had news that might bring a smile to Nico's face. "Eshi is Musum's father, not Akino." Nico peered at her shocked and asked, "How could you know?" "Akino had exclusive rights to me, and Eshi had not even started coming for the time I would have gotten pregnant. In the world of science, there is this new study called genetics that looks into inherited traits." Horo-sha spoke all excited about the brand new field. "It is a visual study, so both the parents and the child are needed for the research. It is believed." Nico peered at her as if she had 4 eyes, so Horo-sha said instead, "Musum's dimples. Akino had no dimples and Eshi does. There are more things. I see both you and Eshi in her other facial features, and Musum also has Eshi family's gift for art. As for the time frame, did you deliver Musum later than you should have?" "I did. I was afraid when the time came for me to deliver and I never did. It wasn't until 3 weeks later. I thought about having her induce labor, but Samba insisted it would be fine. And then she assured me when the baby came that the baby was healthy. Have you forgiven Samba for lying to you?" Nico thought about how she would answer, and then she said, "My husband explained to me that an apt mind once told him, people who wrong us sometimes have reasons for wronging us, a reason for the misdeed. I somewhat understand why Samba lied and said I had a boy. It will just take me a little more time to completely understand her reasoning. So for the most part, yes, I have forgiven her, but resentment still clings to my heart. I still have a ways to go before I can completely forgive her." Horo-sha had labored all night over her worries and regrets, but at that very moment, she was happy. Nico was alive and Musum was alive. Her happiness didn't last long. Hato's hatred of Nico had been ingrained in Musum. What if she decided later to take her revenge on Nico? Or what if the mastermind scheme was still on track? "You must remain wary of Musum and Lady Rai," Horo-sha warned her friend. Musum still might try to. Silence. Riko ordered. You are never to suggest a thing like that ever again. Musum is my daughter. She felt a sting when her friend snapped at her. Riko had yelled at her before, but this shout, this declaration to be obeyed, felt different. Horo-sha considered her next words and said, what you are doing is unwise. Musum killed 2 men and nearly killed Samba. She can't be trusted not to finish what Hado started. I know Musum's misdeeds. Should I forgive them or should I punish them? She didn't know how to answer Riko. Yoke. Riko spoke, and then she said one of her other names, as if removing her given name from her vocabulary, as if removing the fondness she once had for her. Horo, you might be protective of me as if I was your mother, but I am not. Musum is my daughter. You are. You are Horo-sha. And you are to me. Again she felt as if Riko removed another layer of their relationship and threw it away. Riko no longer saw her as Yoke, a daughter she could have had, and she didn't see her as clever as Horo. No. Riko now saw her as Horo-sha, the wanderer. One who was alone in this world. One who had no place in the Gaku family. She felt a great rift form between them. Greater than the gorge that had formed when they first started this conversation. Go on, Horo-sha urged her when she didn't finish. I am what to you? You are. You are the Ronin and you are Horo-sha. It was the last designation that had any meaning between them. That had any fondness to it. Riko had first called her by that name. She had gone by Ronin for so long. At least Horo-sha was her name, unlike Ronin, which was only an offhanded address. Horo-sha felt as if she had reverted in Riko's eyes to an outsider who had come to solve a case for her husband. It is fine, Horo-sha said. I am a Ronin, one who was but a stranger to you less than a week ago. I am not your friend, and I am definitely not a member of your family or household. I have solved both cases that I took on, so I should be on my way. Before I go, I have to see Musum. I have to. You have to what? Riko questioned with directed anger. Since I showed leniency to my daughter, you now have to execute some sort of punishment on her. Is that how you see me? Horo-sha asked. You see me as some vengeful Ronin? The mistress of the manor didn't answer her. So she said, I have to know that you and your family will be safe when I leave. I have to talk to her. Riko considered what to do and told her. The White Lily residence. It is located in the center of the west wall. Emery can take you. Soul of doubt. I fear what the future will bring. What jealousy has already set in motion. Chapter 61. A prison of doubt. The White Lily residence. Emery motioned to the building in front of them, and then the housekeeper turned and left. 2 guards watched over the residence, and they nodded to the Ronin as she walked by. Horo-sha entered and found Lady Rai sitting on floor pillow. Musum had her head on Lady Rai's lap, and the older woman was stroking the kitchen girl's hair. Kaioi. Musum spoke as if her name had become poisonous to her. Horo-sha said nothing as the kitchen girl sat up and then stood and approached her. She thought Musum might hit her or at least slap her across the face, but the kitchen girl did none of those things. Why are you here, Kaioi? She wasn't sure how to answer. Horo-sha was afraid of what the future held for this household if Musum stayed. Why are you here, Kaioi? Again, she didn't have an answer, so she focused on the case that had been mostly solved. Horo-sha questioned, right before or right after you tried to drown Samba, did you push Riko? Oh, I see. Can't let things go? You have to know everything. Fine. I did, Musum admitted. I laid a simple trap. I needed Lady Evening Vanilla to fall into some mud I had freshly made. I pushed her from behind, but she fell harder and easier than I expected. At that time, I also planted the white horsehair. Do you have any more questions for me? What are your future plans for this family? Oh, Musum smiled and said, I understand now. You are afraid that I will gain their trust once again and then slit all their throats while they sleep. Horo-sha glanced at Lady Rai, who remained on her floor pillow. She also noticed that Samba must have tended to the wounds caused by having her mouth sewn together. She turned her attention back to the older girl and told her, Hado force-fed you a bitter pill of jealousy until you were as bitter toward Riko as she was. Musum pointed a finger at her and said, the case didn't bring you here. You are here for another reason. You are here because... The older girl's eyes lit up in pleased surprise as she declared, you are jealous of me. Horo-sha thought about denying it, but then she admitted, I am very jealous of you. You have something that I don't have. What is that? You have a mother who is alive. You have a mother who wants to give you a second chance. Horo-sha's heart saddened as she realized something she had only seen glimpses of, and she started to say, but there are no buts. You are jealous. Her but wasn't about the jealousy. Her but was about what Musum could do to those she cared about. The power she had. The hatred she still clung to. Musum could destroy everything. Horo-sha needed for her to understand, and her words weren't reaching her. So she grabbed her hands and held them tight as she said, if you harm or cause someone else to harm anyone of your family, I know, Musum interrupted as she felt the wrath and fear within her grasp. You will take up your sword of revenge again and track me down and enact your own sense of justice. I will, Horo-sha promised her. I will devote my life to this endeavor if you should hurt any of them. Musum laughed as she slapped her hands away, and then she became serious and said, I know you will do just that and you will succeed. I believe if your bloodlust was ever loosed, really loosed, you would be an unstoppable revengeful force. She glared at the younger girl and asked, Is there anything else you want to tell me? Fear haiku? Insecurities. Nightmare of waking moments. Heart devastating. Chapter 62. What's left to say? There was plenty more she wanted to tell Musum. She wanted to scream at her for murdering people. She wanted to yell at her for ever pretending to be her friend. Horo-sha wanted. She would not get what she wanted, so instead of yelling, Horo-sha nodded to Musum. She got choked up as she began to explain. For what she was about to tell the kitchen girl also affected her. I was going to tell you. You have a mother who is alive, but I fear not for very long, because you are afraid that I am going to kill her. I know. You already threatened me. Riko is sick. Very sick, Horo-sha continued her explanation. Samba has been treating her as best as she can, but I fear the disease she has will win. You are lying. I am not. Riko has severe headaches and she has been falling a lot. Samba has been treating her with acupuncture and herbal remedies. I don't believe there is a cure for what she has. I don't even know if there is a name for what she has. Musum said nothing, so Horo-sha added, Riko is dying. Your mother is dying. Musum remained quiet as she forgot about the Ronin and focused on Riko. Horo-sha said, You have to decide whether to fulfill Hato's revenge. Fulfill your own desire to hurt Riko for abandoning you, or spend what time she has left with her as a mother and daughter. You have a chance I was never given. You have a chance to get to know the woman who gave birth to you. Why should I care? She is going to die anyway. She is going to leave me as Hato left me. Be selfish, Horo-sha snapped at her as she lost control of her emotions. You are very invested in this family, Musum said, and then asked, Why don't you be her daughter and let me play the villain? She seriously considered her offer. What would her life be like if Riko took her in as her daughter? Adoptions were common. Horo-sha never had a mother to care for her. Though, she did have the priestess and her sister, Sakura, and they both took care of her as if they were her mother. Musum had made the suggestion in spite and to drive the blade of discord further into the Ronin's side. But when she saw that Horo-sha was actually considering it, she realized she didn't want to give up Riko. Hato was dead. Lady Rai was still alive. But Horo-sha wouldn't have her child-abandoning mother. Lady Evening Vanilla will never have you as a daughter, Musum declared. I know, Horo-sha spoke. She doesn't even want me as a friend. The Ronin turned and headed toward the exit. Horo-sha had said everything she had come to say, and there was nothing else left to do but to leave the Gaku estate. Musum watched her leave and her heart sank. She had been cruel to the Ronin while performing her duties for Hato, but even in the midst of the scheme, Musum still found someone with as clever of a mind as hers. I wait for your return, Ronin. One day soon or one day in the distant future. You will return, and I will be here waiting to outwit that apt mind of yours. And I, Horo-sha spoke as she turned around. ... will be eager to see what you have done with your life. Will you continue to hurt people or will you use your gifts to help people? Life lessons from T. Traveling like tea is best done light. Take only what you need for your trip. Chapter 63. Gathering her things together. The White Lily residence's courtyard. Horo-sha wiped her eyes as she left the residence. She had done all that she could for the Gaku family. It was time for her to leave before she did something that she would regret. She turned and headed for the Red Lotus residence. She arrived some time later. Horo-sha gathered all of her things, including her Ronin gasa, the conical hat made from bamboo, and a few things Riko had left behind. Horo-sha peered outside at the hot springs. She had neglected one of her vices. She should have spent more time in the soothing and refreshing hot water. Horo-sha looked at the table where the teapot from yesterday remained. Her stomach growled. She was hungry, but she would eat somewhere in town. Horo-sha took one last look around and then left, walking the private path toward the south gate. She was halfway to the southeast corner of the estate when someone called. Ronin. Horo-sha turned and saw Riko in the distance. She turned her gaze from her and looked in the direction she had been going and thought about continuing. She would have no problems outrunning Riko. Ronin? She called again, but with more anger in her voice. She turned away from Riko and started for the stable. Ronin? She called again, but in desperation. She stopped, turned, and walked to Riko. She didn't say anything when she arrived. She let Riko do all the talking. Are you leaving? Horo-sha nodded. Was harsh before. Everything that has gone on here over the past few days. You have been a part of it, Riko spoke, and when the Ronin didn't say anything, she added, Horo-sha, you should not leave as we have left things. She had gained one of her names back. She was no longer just a Ronin, but someone who deserved to be called by their name. But it still wasn't enough for her. Wanderer. One who does not belong. Riko continued to wait for the young woman to say something, and when she didn't, when she only peered at her with her sad light green eyes, she spoke again. Horo, please talk to me. I am sorry for the things I said to you. Clever. She was once again clever in the eyes of her friend. She took a deep breath to stifle anxiety. She could be this person, the clever Ronin? Horo-sha asked. What things? Do I have to say what things? Riko asked. You have already said them. Say them again to tear them down if you don't mean them. Riko frowned, not at the young woman's demands, but that she would have to utter her wrong against her once more. I am sorry that I let you think that you don't mean anything to me. You are my friend, one that I cherish. Horo-sha felt so much better, and she said, I am sorry that I got angry with you for wanting to forgive your daughter and find her a place in your home, as she has always had a place in your heart. She admitted, I do fear that Musum will hurt you. I am so afraid that her hatred of you is greater than the love she has for you. The love? I do know Musum loves you. I saw it when I spoke to her. You should know that I threatened her life. I will kill her if she does anything to you or your family. Yoke. Riko moved and wrapped her arms around the young woman. She had given the Ronin back the name that meant the most to both of them. She tried to explain to Horo-sha, I see in Musum part of me. I can be stubborn and cruel. I try to hide it well, or mostly try to hide it. You felt my vindictive side the last we met. She held Yoke tightly as she spoke. Musum is my daughter, and that will never change. I see in her the capacity to better herself. I know what she has done. My entire family has, but I talked it over with Eshi, Sora, and Itsuki. Eshi told them that she is their half-sister. We all talked it over. We are going to give her a chance. I even talked to Samba. She doesn't want to ever see Musum again outside of medical treatment, but she has agreed to live on the same estate with her as long as precautions are taken. The housekeeper or the steward will check on her every hour to make sure the guards are in place and she and Lady Rai are still within the residence. Riko pulled away and placed both of her hands on her face, and then Riko said, Musum has committed terrible crimes, and she will need to be punished for them. But she also needs to make up for them. I know you are afraid for us, but you should also be glad for us. Yoke, because of you, I am alive and I have my daughter in my life. I take back what I said before. You are a part of this family. You will always be a part of this family. You who put her house's name on the line to save me. I can never repay you for that. You can, Horo-sha said. You can make sure to live your life with no regrets. Yoke, you should stay a few more days, Riko insisted. Rest before you start your next case. Enjoy the hot spring, and I will have Emerald Dragon Empress tea with you. Horo-sha was like a child asking about her favorite cake as she inquired, Do you still have some? I do not, but I have placed an order. It could be here in a couple of days. I can stay a few more days, Horo-sha replied as if the tea and the tea alone convinced her. I should rest my apt mind before taking on whatever case is next. I will spend time with you, but I don't think I can spend any time with Musum. I am still so angry with her for what she did. I can understand that and I can accept that, Riko spoke. Soul of tea. I have found my bearings again. I know what direction I must go in as I know I love tea. Chapter 64. What lies ahead? The Red Lotus Residence. Riko had the cook brew up some specialty tea that used dates in the recipe. She, Samba, and Horo-sha enjoyed the tea within the Red Lotus Residence along with some wagashi. Horo-sha greedily ate most of the cakes as she had not had anything to eat that day. Riko and Samba left, and a few minutes later, Riko rushed in with the samurai detective in tow. The boy looked haggard as if he hadn't slept or ate much since he left. He said, Horo, I'm sorry it took me so long. You took just the right amount of time, she told him. Lord Tante spoke. I assume my help isn't needed anymore. I was able to solve this case with some assistance from those within his household, she told the samurai detective. You must tell me about the staring feline case and how you were able to solve it so easily, Lord Tante requested. Riko informed me of what he knew. You must also tell me about this second case. Have you given it a name? I have, she replied. I call it the Household of Death. Such an ominous name, the boy stated. Horo-sha proceeded to tell Riko and Lord Tante about the case and how it overlapped the staring feline case. She went into great detail, leaving out some things, but she did tell them about Hado, Musum, and Lady Rai after swearing them to secrecy. When she finished, she invited Lord Tante to stay with them, and he agreed and bunked with Riko, who seemed to have a better opinion of the old samurai since traveling with him. Another case dwelled in the future for her, and Horo-sha set her eyes on it. She did allow herself to rest, and Nico came twice a day to have tea with her while the three of them stayed an additional 3 days. Horo-sha kept her promise and did not see Musum again. The time came. She said all her bittersweet goodbyes and then headed for the town postings chief for her next case. The end. Check out more of Christy Lynn Higgins' audiobooks.
Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and you can also grab a free ebook of this audiobook by following this link. Today's video is an audio of an ebook, the first one in my Monster of Monsters series. The title of this ebook is Monster of Monsters #1, Part 1, Mortem's Opening, and the story centers around Kine. So grab the free ebook and listen along. Now for the audiobook.
Monster of Monsters #1, Part 1, Mortem's Opening, by Christy Lynn Higgins, 2017. Chapter 1. The Trials and Joys of Life. A young girl wearing a school uniform sat by herself under the shelter and shield of a great oak tree. The sounds of other children could be heard in the distance, but they nor she could see one another behind her woody fort. She ignored their laughter that bid her to join them on the playground. And she also ignored their conversations that talked of worlds she could never belong to. The girl had found a peace that was very rare to her, and she was enjoying the few minutes she had left before she would have to join the other children and learn. She sat alone on a small blanket next to a spiderweb that she could easily touch if she stretched out her hand, and she watched as the wind gently rocked the web. The morning dew that clung to its glistening threads fell off as sparkling droplets to the grass with each soft gust that blew their way. A brown spider the size of a quarter made its home there, and it didn't seem bothered by the wind or her presence. "Would you like some cheese?" she offered the spider after she broke off a small piece of her breakfast. It stared at her for a few seconds as if curious about her as much as the young girl was curious about it, and then it shook its head. "What about a cracker?" the young girl questioned as she broke off a piece, and the spider shook its head again. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm not sure I know what you eat. We haven't learned about you and your kind yet." The young girl spent as much time as she could alone. The other children could be cruel, and she found that she was happier alone. The young girl also found that if she looked hard enough she could find little wonders of the created world. They were hidden but all around her. The young girl held the cracker out as if expecting the spider to answer her, and then she pulled back the piece of cracker and cheese and ate them herself. She started to ask the spider another question when the spider turned its attention to 4 older girls as they walked by on a path that had a clear view of her shelter and shield. The young girl noticed them and leaned up against the tree so not to be noticed by the older girls. "I heard Karen will be devoured next," one of them said. "Karen? Which clan is claiming her?" The oldest girl, who was 8, questioned. "The White Crane clan wishes to devour her and claim her as one of their own," the first girl replied. "Her birth clan will most likely allow the White Crane to claim her, and Karen will be adopted." "The White Crane is a strong clan," the oldest girl stated. "Karen is blessed." "Yes, she is blessed," the other 3 girls repeated. The first girl noticed the girl sitting under the oak, who was trying to hide from them. So she motioned from the path and asked, "Who is that?" "Never mind her," the oldest girl replied. "Who is she?" the first girl repeated. "I would really like to know." The oldest girl became angry and replied, "I will not speak her name." The second oldest girl sighed, and then she said, "Her name is Kane." The 4th member of their group inquired, "What's the big deal?" "Just who is Kane?" she asked the oldest girl. "Is she a rival of yours?" "That toddler." The oldest girl yelled, "She's worse than a rival. She's a nobody at our school. She is ruining the purity of our people." The oldest girl turned and motioned for the others as she said, "Come on. I don't want to waste any more time talking about her." The second oldest girl glanced at Kane once more before joining the other 3 girls who had started back across the path, and Kane breathed a sigh of relief as she turned to the spider and said, "It's okay. They're gone. We can go back to our picnic." Kane picked up a small round fruit and offered it to the creature. "MS, spider, would you like a grape?" She looked at Kane with her 8 eyes and then shook her head. "I wish I knew what you ate," Kane spoke, but before she could say anything else, a voice above her called out, "What are you doing down there?" Kane looked up into the oak tree and saw a boy, who was 6 and slightly older than her, hanging upside down from a branch. He smiled at her, then released the branch with his legs, flipped, and landed on his feet. I am of the Brown Bear clan, and I am Bruno, he introduced himself, and then he said, I heard you talking. The boy questioned, who are you talking to? She looked around as if she couldn't believe the boy, who was a year older than herself, was talking to her. Did you hear me? The boy questioned. I'm only playing, Kane replied, not sure what else to say. Is that how you are supposed to speak to someone who is older than you? A second boy, who was 8, questioned her as he walked up to them. Kane blushed, then turned to the first boy, and repeated, I am playing, Senior Bruno. And they say you couldn't learn anything, but I see that they were mistaken. The second boy spoke, then cleared his throat, and said, I am of the Grey Wolf clan. And I am Friedrich? She nodded her head to him in greeting. What is your name? Bruno asked her. My name is, Kane started. You are supposed to start out by telling me your clan's name, Bruno interrupted. You must have heard the headmistress tell us she is from the Firebird clan. It is the first lesson we learn when we come to this school. She can't do that, Friedrich told him. No clan or house wants her. They say that she's cursed, he stated, and then he explained. They say that a monster killed her sire and dame, and they also say that same monster cursed her and left her alive to curse any clan or house that would claim her so none have. Is that why you are over here playing by yourself? Bruno questioned her. He walked around the blanket she sat on, and then he noticed the web and said, I see who you were talking to, or more like what? You were playing with this spider. Isn't she pretty? Kane stated. I find that I really like their kind. Nasty thing, Friedrich spoke up. We should get rid of it. Don't hurt her, Kane begged. He ignored her and told Bruno, Doesn't it remind you of a Cumuvan? It does, Friedrich answered. We should kill it. No, please don't hurt her, Kane begged. Bruno picked up a stick as he said, I'll smash it. Kane quickly got to her feet, cupped her hands around the spider, and gently took her off the web. She's touching it. She's touching the nasty thing. Friedrich yelled. Make her put it down. Let go of it. Bruno yelled. Let go of it. No, Kane said. You're not hurting her. She tried to run away, but the 8-year-old tackled her to the ground. Kane held onto the spider and didn't let go of her, and she hit the ground hard, knocking the wind from her. Get the spider. Friedrich yelled. Let me have the spider, Bruno demanded. Kane managed to say, No, let me have the spider or you'll get hurt. No. Bruno glanced at the stick he held, dropped it, then went over to the girl, and stomped on her hands as he yelled, Let go of it or I'll smash your hands. She didn't say anything but held onto the spider. Bruno kept stomping on her hands until he grew tired. He was about to start on her again when the other boy moved. Friedrich stood up as he heard the school clock chiming and said, Come on, we'll be late for class, and you know what happens if we're late. Bruno stomped on her hand one last time and then ran after Friedrich, who hurried for his class. Don't worry, Kane spoke a few seconds later as she sat up. She peered at her cupped hands that were starting to show the abuse Bruno inflicted on them, and she said, You're safe now. They're gone. You can go back to your web and... She opened her hands and found that the spider was dead. She had been unable to save her, and the spider's blood was all over her hands. Kane wanted to cry, but she held it in. Crying never did her any good. I'm sorry, Miss Spider, she spoke in a whisper. I'm sorry I sat next to your web. I'm sorry I was talking to you. I'm sorry that no one likes me. Kane took her hand and dug a hole for her, and then she gently set the spider in her grave. She piled the dirt on top of her friend, picked a nearby flower, and placed it on top, and then Kane grabbed her lunchbox, stood, and ran into the woods that surrounded the school. She ran and ran as the school bell's chime fell silent in the distance. Kane kept running until she couldn't run anymore, and then she slowed down and walked. The woods were dense, and little light filtered through the leaves of the oaks and maples. She continued walking until she came upon a very old structure that had long ago fallen into pieces, and she climbed on top of one of its marble pillars that laid stretched out like a log. Kane balanced herself, walked across it, then dropped down to the ground, and took a step to return to the school. But the ground beneath her gave way. She fell a few feet and rolled down a hill into a sandy cave. The area was dark, but she was still able to see in the area very well. Kane stood, brushed the sand off her skirt and shirt of her school uniform, and noticed she had tumbled down into some sort of structure. She glanced behind herself and saw that she could climb back up the hill if she wanted to get out. But Kane decided to explore. She walked around the area and then entered the tiny structure. Spiderwebs small and great covered the walls, and Kane was about to leave when one of the larger webs parted as if by magic, revealing a small tunnel. She entered the tunnel and followed it until it emptied into a large cavern where she found a huge platform the size of a football arena. Kane walked up to it and started to explore the area when she noticed movement in its center. Someone was there with her, and whoever they were lying among some rubble as if they were hurt. Kane's heart pounded in her chest, and she thought about leaving, but she felt as if that person needed her help, so instead of running away, she took a couple of steps towards the rubble that was about 15 feet from her. "So a little morsel has stumbled upon my lair," a lady said as if she was very weak. Kane paused when she was spoken to, and then she took 2 more steps towards the lady. "That is it, little morsel. Come closer," the lady spoke. Kane paused when a large spider the size of her hand ran across her shoe, and then she looked all around and saw that the cavern was full of spiders. The rest of them were still, and they all seemed to be looking at her. The lady in the darkness moved and grunted as if she was in pain, and then she said, "Come here so I can. Are you hurt?" Kane questioned as she took 3 more steps toward the lady. "That is a good little morsel. Now stay right there and do not run," the lady spoke as she tried to stand up. "You are hurt," Kane said. "Is there a way that I can help you?" The lady laughed and said, I think not." Kane continued toward her as the lady in the shadow again tried to rise to her legs. The lady breathed heavily as she spoke. "You are either a brave little morsel or a foolish one, or maybe a blind and deaf little morsel. I can hear and see fine," Kane stated. "I just can't see you yet. You're still hidden by all that rubble. Did it fall on you?" "No, I was injured in another way. I am here because I find it more comfortable to lie on these large rocks than the floor," the lady replied, and then she asked, "Is anyone with you?" "No," Kane replied. "I am alone. I am very alone." "Good, come closer." The lady started as she waved her on. "I am too weak to come to you." "Are you really hurt?" Kane questioned again. "I am badly hurt," the lady answered. "How did you get hurt?" "You could say there was someone who wanted to punish me, so they banished me here, but not before making sure I was unable to leave," the lady answered, then looked her over and said, "I believe you are big enough." "Big enough for what?" "I believe you are large enough to fulfill my requirements so that I can finally leave this place," the lady replied, and then she said, "Now come to me, little morsel." Kane continued less afraid until she stood before the lady, and then the lady managed to stand on her legs, and Kane looked up at her, and her expression turned to one of petrified wonder as she started. I know," the lady interrupted with a small grin on her face as she looked down at her, and she nearly fell down because of her weakened condition, but she managed to stay standing. "You should be terrified by my mere presence." Kane repeated as her heart pounded in her chest again, and her mouth widened in what appeared to be the preview of a shrill-filled scream. The lady said, "You must be very surprised to see one as me here. You must also be very frightened." Kane didn't know what to do first. She wanted to run, but she also wanted to express the awe and shock of the unexpected enchantment she discovered in the darkness, and uttered again, I know," the lady stated as she placed a hand on her own chest as if the girl had given her a compliment. "This must be your first time seeing one such as me, so you must want to scream. No one will hear you down here, so go ahead." The lady slightly bent and urged her on by waving to her as if patting her head, and said, "Scream. It will make you feel better." The lady straightened and then added, "There is nothing that I hate more than a stiff morsel." You're so pretty," Kane finally managed to exclaim with a smile on her face in which no scream followed except for a small one that was more of a shriek of pure happiness. The shrill-filled preview the lady had witnessed before on the child's face was only one of delight and amazement. Kane immediately moved, unable to stand still any longer, and ran around the injured lady as if seeing a majestic beast for the first time up close. She wanted to reach out and touch her, but Kane knew the lady was no animal. The lady was more like a great queen. Kane slowed her running to a concerned walk as she got a better view of the lady's form, and then she said, "I see now. Your legs hurt. Are you right in the head?" The lady questioned her. "Do you know what I am?" "I don't, but you are pretty," Kane replied, and then she said, "You remind me of—" "I do not care," the lady interrupted. "You see what I am. Are you not going to run away?" "Why would I run? Even if you say I can't do anything for you," Kane insisted. "I might be small, but I can help you." She remembered her lunchbox, so she moved a few feet away, placed it on a rock, and opened it as she said, "You must be hungry. Do you want the rest of my breakfast?" Kane removed the purple fruit and stated, "I still have grapes." She walked back to the lady, lifted the grapes, and said, "They're good. Do you not know that I'm going to devour you?" Kane's expression changed to one of confusion as she said, "I don't think I understand." "I will cause you pain," the lady said. "Do you understand that?" Kane frowned as she lowered the grapes and said, "Oh, I thought we could be friends. Are you not afraid of me?" the lady questioned. "No," Kane replied. "I just thought we could be friends and that we could help each other." The lady started to seize the little girl when the large spider returned and crawled up the little girl's leg. The lady waited for the little girl to shriek, but instead, she bent and picked up the spider. Is he your friend? Kane asked. He seems to like you a lot. And yet he crawled up your leg, the lady spoke and then glanced around the area at the rest of the spiders that made their home there. And then the lady said, the spiders do seem to have an unusual reaction to you. I have never seen them this still before. I like spiders, Kane spoke, but they don't seem to like cheese or crackers. The lady looked her over, and then she said, you are not as big as I thought you were. Here, give me those things you call grapes. She lifted them up, and the lady took them from her. And then she tried one of the grapes. Not what I am used to eating, but I guess I could eat these instead of you. I'll bring more food the next time I come, Kane stated. Why would you return? I might not devour you now, but you will get bigger. Sure what the lady was talking about, but then this idea entered her young mind, and she nodded, agreeing with the lady. I will get bigger, and I'll keep coming till I am bigger, and then you can devour me. She thought about it some more and then added, maybe I can bring you other things to eat. There is something wrong with you, the lady spoke, and then she asked, if you bring me food, what do you want from me? Someone to talk to, Kane replied. I've had friends before like this little one, she said as she lifted the spider, but they don't speak to me. I want someone who can talk to me. I can come once a day, and you can talk to me. I know of the school that is beyond these woods. Will you not be missed? My teachers don't like me, and I don't think the ones that I have before lunch will care if I show up or not. So I can come of a morning? What about school? You will miss out on learning. I might devour you later, but you will taste better if you are a little smarter. Maybe you can teach me, Kane said. I can bring you other things that you need besides food, and you can teach me. It will take me some time to heal, and I cannot leave this cavern until I am healed, so I guess I can endure having to talk with my food before I devour you, the lady stated, and then she added, but you cannot tell anyone that I am here. I know, they won't like that you're here, so I promise never to tell anyone. I guess I can only trust you on this. Come then. Come tomorrow with more grapes, and we will begin your lessons. What's your name? She questioned. My name's Kane. That is German, but it is not a name, the lady told her. It's what they call me, she said. It has to be my name. Can you please tell me your name? I do not think I will ever tell you my name, the lady replied. Why is that? This will be your very first lesson, the lady stated. My people only reveal their names to friends and family, and right now you are neither. Remember, you are a little morsel, and that is what I will call you. I don't think I understand. The lady explained, my people see our names as a part of us like an arm or a leg, but it goes even deeper than that. Our names are our very being, so we just do not tell anyone our given name. You have to be someone important to us or someone cherished. And little morsel, you are neither of those things to me, so if I should give you my name now, I would be breaking a sacred tradition, and I would be insulting my own pride. Kane thought about it, and then she said, I think I understand. I'll learn your name once we're friends. She clapped her hands together and peered up at the lady's face as she said, I can't wait. I bet it won't be that long, and I bet it's a very pretty name, like something that has to do with your beautiful eyes. You can tell me your name, and then you can devour me. She started to run back the way she came, then set the spider down, and started running again for the exit as she shouted to all the small 8-legged creatures. Goodbye. I believe there is something not right with that one, the lady told the spiders around her. I have never seen food so excited to be devoured that they would promise to return. Kane paused once she was some great distance away and yelled, Goodbye. Lady, see you tomorrow. The lady said nothing to her, only shook her head as she watched the young girl run out of her prison. And then the lady spoke to all the spiders around her. She is too small right now, so I will have to be patient. It will be enough for me to heal myself and leave this dreadful prison. The spiders started moving around at their normal pace as the lady said, My kind lives a very long time, so I can wait, and then I can enjoy my sweet, sweet morsel. The lady frowned as she added, I will only have to put up with her until then. The lady lifted her voice and ordered, None of you are to hurt her. She is mine. She is mine alone. The next day, the school had a special morning assembly, and it was mandatory that everyone attend. So Kane went with all her fellow students and sat with the other children in her grade. They all gathered in the gym where a huge red carpet had been rolled out over the basketball court, and chairs were set up for all the children, facing a stage, and a microphone on a podium was set up on the stage. The faculty sat in their chairs behind the podium and awaited the arrival of the headmistress. She arrived and walked out on stage as the children and faculty quieted without being told. What is that on the headmistress' head? A girl to Kane's left asked the girl to her left. It's a veil. I heard the headmistress wears it everywhere she goes. She even wears it while she's in her office. Why is she wearing it? I heard it said that her husband died long ago and that she's still in mourning over him. I heard it said that she'll never remove the veil until she either finds a suitable husband or she feels she has mourned her dead husband long enough. The headmistress took her place at the podium and began to speak for the few transfer students that just arrived today. My name is Headmistress Blindheart. You may call me Headmistress or you may call me Headmistress Blindheart. Both are acceptable. I want to welcome you one and all to another semester and to remind all of you to work hard. Many of you will be our future leaders, so sharpen your minds and hone your bodies and always strive to better yourselves. The world we live in wants to devour us and destroy what we stand for. But do not fear such a death. Hold solace that your clans or houses have already devoured you. Your clans or houses have eaten you from the inside out, and they own all of you. They are your family. Then glanced over the crowd, and seemed to look right at Cain as she added, and for those few of you who have yet to be devoured, do not give up hope. A clan or house may come along and see the potential that is in you and devour you, inducting you into their family. So work hard for your future family. I was not born into the Firebird clan. I was devoured into it, and I take pride that such a clan wanted me. Be it the clan or house you are born into or one that devours you, always put them before yourself. There is no self, there is only family. Headmistress Blindheart paused, and then she said, remember children, it is all about purity of the race. The strong and or smart succeed. The frail and mediocre fail, and their line will not be carried on. Entice a clan or house to devour you. Show them you can bring strength and prestige to their name. We are only as strong as our weakest member. The morning assembly went on for another 30 minutes, and then the students were dismissed to their classes, and Cain hurried into the woods. She brought the lady grapes as promised, and she also brought her crackers and cheese. The lady found that she didn't care for either the crackers or the cheese, but she did eat the grapes, and she ate all of them. What shall I teach you today? There is something I would like to learn about, Cain replied. What is important about a clan or house? Clan or house? Are they not what you call your families? They are, Cain replied. What is their purpose? These are questions your mother or father would be better suited to answer. The lady stated, you should not bother me with such things. You should ask them. My mom and dad died long ago, Cain stated. I'm not even sure what their purpose is supposed to be. What do you mean you do not understand their purpose? The lady inquired of her. The spiders of the cavern moved closer, but they kept their distance of the unusual girl except for the large brown spider Cain had picked up the day before. He crawled into Cain's outstretched hand when she offered to pick him up. She petted his fuzzy body. A mother or a father raise you, the lady said. They take care of you. The school takes care of me, so would the school be this family you speak of? Cain asked. The lady answered, I guess they could be. They just need to love you and help you grow up strong. No one at the school loves me. No one at the school even likes me, Cain stated. And then she bowed her head as she said, they say that I'm cursed. Why do they say you are cursed? I'm not really sure, but they say that someone killed my parents and put some sort of mark on me. The lady had been lying down, so she stood to her legs, walked around, and noticed her injured leg didn't hurt as much. And then she asked, do you know where this mark is? I think I saw it once, Cain replied. And then she motioned and said, it's on the back of my neck. Let me see. Cain walked over to her, lifted her long hair, and turned so she could see the nape of her neck. The lady looked closely and saw what appeared to be a small tattoo in the shape of a circle with markings inside. Curious, the lady said. It does appear you have been marked, but I am not sure of the purpose of this particular mark. The lady put a hand on the young girl's shoulder and thought about sinking her fangs into the little morsel's neck, but if she did that, she would ruin any chance she had of escaping her prison in the future. The lady was very tired and weak, and she would have given up long ago on ever leaving except for the revenge that fueled her desire to find her retribution. The lady needed to get back into play. Let us talk a little more about the school that is taking care of you. The lady spoke as she removed her hand from her shoulder. You said that they do not like you, but that they do take care of you. That's right, Cain answered as she turned and faced the lady. Teachers say they wanted to use me for something when I get older. So they must bear the burden of taking care of me until some other school takes over my care or a clan or house does decide to take me. Cain paused, and then she asked, can you tell me the purpose of a family in greater detail? I will try, the lady replied. A family consists of a mother, father, and siblings. What are siblings? Siblings are a brother and or sister. They are people somewhat like you who must grow up and learn. From the mother and the father, Cain questioned. That is correct. A family is two or more of those members living in a unit. It is how one learns so that they know how to survive through life, the lady replied, chuckled to herself, and muttered, you would have been better off if someone had been guiding you. Little morsel, then you would not be here with me. I like being here with you, but I do need a family, Cain said. "I need to find me a family," she then muttered to herself. "2 or more. I do not think you can just go out and find you a family," the lady said as she lay back down on the pile of rubble. "I would really like to have a family," Cain said. "They sound important." "I know you would, little morsel, but it is just not in your thread." "Oh, I guess I will have to make friends then. You can be my friend one day. You can tell me your name, and then we can be friends, or better than that, you can devour me. You are the most peculiar girl I have ever come across," the lady told her, and then she said, "As for your statement, one day might just happen. Now, what else should I teach you today?" 1 week later, the lady was lying down as Cain came into the cavern housing the arena-sized platform, and all the spiders seemed to let out a joyous squeal as she entered. Cain spread out her blanket, and she sat on it as she enjoyed her breakfast. She also started bringing her lunch and sharing it. "I learned about your people today," Cain told the lady as she gave the lady her grapes and had her try liver. "What did they teach you?" the lady inquired. "They didn't actually teach me. I overheard. Your people come from a place that is a giant island, and they say the sun sees it first." "Yes, that is where my people are from." "Do you miss your family?" Cain asked her. "I do. It has been many, many years since I have seen them. I hear on that island you have your own language that's different than ours." "We do," the lady replied. "Maybe one day I will teach you my language." The lady tried the liver and found that she did enjoy eating it almost as much as the grapes. She looked down at the girl and said, "You are looking thinner. You need to eat more if you are to fatten up for me." "I don't know if I can," Cain told her. "I've been sharing my meals with you." "I see," the lady said. "And we cannot have that anymore. You will have to start taking more food for yourself so that you can share with me without taking away from what you need to grow up big." "I will try," Cain told her. "You said earlier that you brought something new with you," the lady stated. "I did," Cain said. "I brought a comb. Kids are making fun of me because they say my hair's all messed up. Can you teach me how to comb my hair?" The lady sighed, having to do something so tedious. And then she held out her hand, and Cain gave her the comb. She took the plain blue plastic comb. "Turn around and hold still," the lady spoke, and then she took the comb and ran it through the girl's tangles, trying to force the teeth through the knots. Cain's head jerked back as the lady continued to assault her strands. The lady said, "Your hair is a real mess. It would be better if we shaved it off and let your hair grow back in. Turn and face me." "Good. Now, listen to me. I need you to go retrieve a pair of scissors and—" The lady paused as she noticed something out of the ordinary, and then she inquired, "What are those running down your face? Are you crying?" "You are. Why are you crying?" "Is it because I told you I would have to cut your hair?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry," Cain told her. "It's just that it hurts when you run the comb through my hair, so I couldn't help but cry." "Why did you not say something? You should have told me I was hurting you." "I don't know why I didn't say anything," Cain replied, and then she added, "I guess I thought it was supposed to hurt." The lady sighed again, but this time, the lady was aggravated with herself, not the child. She said, "No, I did not mean to hurt you, little morsel. I was careless and in a hurry, but I promise I will be gentler and take my time this time. Turn around. I will comb your hair again and do so as I should." Cain turned, and as promised, the lady took her time and removed the knots from her hair. And Cain didn't cry anymore. She actually enjoyed having the lady comb her hair. A few days later, Cain sat on a rock as she flipped through a magazine she found in the trash. "Look," she said as she lifted it so the lady could see. "These people have families, and don't they look happy?" The lady ate her grapes as she glanced at the picture, not interested at all in what the little morsel was saying to her. Cain pulled the magazine back down and continued looking at the images as she said, "I think I should find me a family." "A family is not something you can find," the lady told her. "We talked about this already, but if you want to waste your time looking for one, who am I to say you cannot?" "I need to know more," Cain told her. "Please tell me more about a mother and a father." "A father is someone who—" "A father is a male who teaches you things like what is right and what is wrong. He teaches you how to take care of yourself. He gives you wisdom. And you said something about love," Cain interrupted. "Yes, a father is supposed to love you," the lady explained. "He is supposed to care more about you than he cares about himself, and that is what a father is. A mother is a female who basically does the same thing. They sound like they would be nice to have, if you say so." The lady spoke, and then she said, "Hand me your comb. It is time to comb your hair." A few weeks later, "What are you doing?" the lady asked as she looked over Cain's shoulder. "I'm trying to write my name. I saw that the others can write words down on paper and can talk to people that way, but I have yet to learn to spell my name." "You cannot write. Your teachers must be very frustrated with you if you have not learned to write from them." Cain bowed her head and stated, "They do say that I'm slow and that it would be a waste of their time to instruct me more than once, so I haven't learned yet." They also said something about me not needing to learn. They also said that the new school they'll be sending me to, I'll have no need of knowledge there. You cannot go through life not knowing how to read, the lady scolded her. I guess I will have to teach you. How else will you be able to get me some of the things that I need if you cannot read? Write out your IBCs. We will start with that. 1 month later. The lady was able to walk the length of the platform twice before her legs started to hurt. Many of the spiders gathered on the platform when Cain came, but they never approached her as instructed. Everyone had a routine. Cain would arrive. She would play with the one large brown spider as the other spiders watched and made excited noises. Cain and the lady would eat breakfast. The lady would instruct Cain on some daily lesson, and then they would work on her spelling and writing. They would then have lunch. Cain would play with the large spider again. There would be a second daily lesson, and then the lady would comb Cain's hair before she left for the day. I brought you something, Cain yelled as she ran up to the lady. What is it? The lady inquired as she walked over to where the little morsel stood. Cain handed her a piece of paper that had been folded up twice. What is this? Read it, Cain urged her. The lady looked over the crude writing and saw that Cain still needed to work on a few of her letters. Can you? Cain asked her. Can I what? Read it out loud. I asked you a question. The lady spoke. You are invited to Cain's birthday party. Can you come? Cain repeated. You want me to go out there to some party? No, silly, Cain replied. We can have the party here. I can bring us a cupcake apiece, and we can sing songs and maybe play a game. Why would I want to go to some stupid party? I am not a child. Oh, Cain said as her joyous expression left her face to be replaced by a deep disappointment. I thought you might want to celebrate with me as I turned 6. No, thank you. Celebrate with your friends. The lady noticed there was also a drawing on the invitation. It was of herself and Cain smiling as they wore birthday hats. The lady let out one of her long sighs, and then she mumbled, I guess it is true what they say. Starve a child, and they will eat anywhere. What does that mean? Cain asked. Maybe one day I will tell you, the lady replied. Will there be grapes at this party? Lots of grapes, Cain replied. I guess I can come, the lady stated as if agreeing to be tortured. A week later, Cain's birthday. I made you something special, Cain spoke as she spread out her blanket. She had made each of them a birthday hat, and the lady reluctantly wore hers. Cain even made a hat for the large brown spider, and he wore it by spraying his webbing all over it and putting it on his head. Are you not the one who is supposed to receive gifts? The lady questioned. I am, but I wanted to make you something special. So I made the cupcakes, and I made them with lots of raisins. What are raisins? Dried grapes. So I think you'll really like your cupcake, Cain replied. Before we eat, I just need to light my candle. I'm supposed to have one for each year that I am, but I was only able to get one. She removed a candy cane striped candle and placed it in one of the cupcakes. And then she removed a box of matches with a leaping tiger on it with the name Tiger Strike. Cain handed the matchbook to her and asked, Could you light the candle? I'm not supposed to play with matches. The lady took the matchbox, struck a match, and lit the candy cane striped candle. Cain closed her eyes, then opened them a few seconds later, and blew out the candle. Why did you do that? The lady questioned her as she handed back the matchbox. I made a wish, Cain told her as she took the Tiger Strike and placed it back in her school bag. One I hope comes true very soon. The two of them started to eat their cupcakes and drink the juice boxes Cain brought with her. The lady saw what little morsel referred to as raisins and wasn't sure she wanted to try them. But she went ahead and did try the cupcake and said, This is good. I thought you'd like it, Cain told her as a giant smile beamed from her face. Raisins are just cute wrinkly grapes. The lady smiled at her remark, and then she asked, Would you like to have the gift I made you? Yes, please, Cain replied. Turn around. Cain did, and the lady placed a necklace over her head. You made this. Cain asked as she looked down at the necklace and turned back around. The lady nodded. Cain touched the silk-like necklace of braided material. And then she said, I thought it would be sticky, but it's very smooth. Thank you. It's very pretty. Does it have any meaning? I do not think I understand your question, the lady spoke. Your people's culture holds value and meaning with many of the things that you do or say. Does this necklace have any meaning? You want some sort of meaning with the necklace. It is made with threads of white, so it means I am very excited about devouring you, the lady explained. Threads of white are spider webs. They are, the lady told her. Someday, I will tell you a little more about the threads of white, but for now, we should enjoy your celebration. I'll show my friend what you gave me, Cain told the lady, then ran over to where the large brown spider hung on the web, and showed him her precious gift. To think, she would believe something that one such as I so easily made up, the lady whispered to the spiders around her. And she does seem to enjoy the gift I made her. Look how happy my little morsel is. I only made the gift a few hours ago and did not put much thought into it, but it is like she sees it as bottled sunshine because I made it for her. I guess it is true about what they say. When those around you turn their hearts from you, even the darkness is inviting. The lady watched Cain as she considered something, and then she questioned, but if I made it up, why did I mention the threads of white? Cain returned, holding the large brown spider as she said, we should celebrate your birthday when it comes. My people do not celebrate our birth. Our way of life is different than yours. We believe every day should be a celebration. If that is the case, we will celebrate your birthday today. Happy birthday. Cain then shouted with a childlike glee. Happy every day should be a celebration day. Several months later, Cain leaned against one of the lady's uninjured legs as she read to the lady from a book. That is enough reading for today, the lady told her. There is something special I would like for you to get me. What is that? Cain asked. Tea, the lady replied. I have not had green tea in ages, but I would settle for black if you cannot find green. It might be hard for me to get, Cain replied. They don't serve it in the cafeteria, and I'm not permitted to go to town. See what you can do, the lady said. I know you will try your best. 3 weeks later, can you teach me some of your language and about the tea ceremony you spoke of last week? Cain asked as she leaned her head against the lady. I guess I can, the lady replied. Today, I will teach you about the tea ceremony. It would have been better if you were able to acquire some tea for me, but I guess we will have to pretend. The lady drew pictures in the sand with her finger as she spoke. This particular tea ceremony is to bring about peace and understanding between two individuals. It is done by each participant sharing a written secret with the other. A secret? Why a secret? Cain asked. If done properly, the secret will create a bond between the two which is intended to bring a deeper understanding. The lady explained. Oh, Cain said. Tell me some more. A few months later, can you tell me your name? Cain asked. Do you think we are friends now? The lady inquired. She nodded her head. We are not yet, the lady spoke. We are far from being friends, little morsel. Should we perform the tea ceremony? Cain questioned. We can tell each other a secret. I do not think you have a secret strong enough to bring to such an occasion, the lady told her. When will we be friends? Cain questioned her. I thought we would have been friends a long time ago, or I thought you would have devoured me by now. I cannot get around how peculiar a child you are, the lady stated, and then she replied, and I cannot give you an answer to those 2 questions yet. I need to call you something, Cain said. You call me, little morsel. So can I pick out a name for you? I do not see why you cannot, the lady replied with a smile. Do you have one in mind? Not yet, Cain answered. I want to pick something from your language. I want it to be special, so I'll take my time and pick out something. My people select names that have great meaning. The lady spoke. Tell me more, Cain said. When we name our children, we select a name that tells of the relationship they will have with us, or others of our kind, or with the world around them. I think I understand, Cain said. I will pick a name that talks about the relationship you have with me. I look forward to hearing just what that name will be, the lady told her. A week later, Cain spread her blanket over a raised section of the platform so that the lady could peer down and see what she was looking at. I think I know what name I want to call you, Cain said with excitement. What would that be? I need to go translate it first, Cain said. I want it to be in your language, and I want it to be a surprise, so I will find the translation on my own. I'll tell you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a special day. After their time was over for the day, Cain ran out, and the lady watched as she left. Tomorrow will be a special day, the lady told all the spiders around her. I am strong enough now that I can leave this dreadful place. We can go, and I can finally have my revenge on the ones who put me here. All I need is a little morsel to give me the energy I need to journey home. The large brown spider whimpered at hearing what his mistress had in mind. The next day, Cain came running in, yelling, I've found the name. I've found the perfect name. The large brown spider ran out to her, and Cain picked him up as she asked him, What's the matter? You seem upset. Do not worry about him, the lady told her. He is just very excited about today. You would not believe how long I have been waiting for this day, the lady told her with a devious grin. So you're also excited about the name I picked out for you. I hope you like it. I hope you really like it. It's perfect. What name did you pick out for me? Before I tell you, Cain began. It wasn't that easy figuring it out. I translated it wrong the first time, but I believe I have it correct now. I'm so proud of you, my little morsel, the lady said as she moved up behind Cain, who had turned her back to her. Cain put the large brown spider down on a rock, and then she set down her school bag beside him. The lady had plenty of time to plan how she would kill the child, and she even picked out the perfect way to do so. The perfect instrument. She readied the instrument of her death as she asked, What name did you select for me? Akessen, Kane answered as she turned around with this big beaming smile on her face and asked, "Do you like it?" A wave of emotions flooded over the lady, and the ones that were the strongest were outrage and anger. "What name did you call me?" The lady questioned her as she forgot about the instrument of her death. "Akessen," Kane answered again as she asked, "Isn't it pretty? I really like it, and I think it suits you." "Do not call me that," the lady spoke angrily. "Do not ever call me that." "You don't like it?" Kane inquired as her joy fled. "I thought it was pretty, and it suits who you are to me. Do not call me that," the lady screamed. I didn't mean to upset you," Kane spoke, and for the first time, she was a little afraid of the lady. "I thought, do not ever call me that," the lady yelled as she grabbed her shoulders and shook Kane. "Do you understand?" The girl nodded near tears. "Now leave," the lady ordered her as she pointed to the exit. "You're mad. I didn't mean to make you mad. I'm sorry. The lady screamed all the more. "Leave now. I do not want to see you. Leave and never come back." The lady started to pace the room as she ranted. This was a mistake. This was all a mistake. She turned to Kane as rage saturated her face, and she screamed all the more at her. "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to me? You are a little morsel. You are something to devour. I do not care about you. Leave. Leave and never come back. You are a curse. You are a curse to anyone you come across. I'm a curse," Kane repeated as the world around her collapsed like a spiderweb that a rock had been thrown through. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned, "You see me as a curse? I thought you wanted to devour me. I thought you—" The lady screamed with all her might as if she was this great monster, and Kane jumped back out of fright, then turned and ran out as fear found a place in her heart. The next day, "I'm back," Kane called out before she could be seen. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me anymore." She hadn't seen one spider the whole way through the tunnel. "I'm sorry," Kane spoke as she slowly walked in, carrying a tray that rattled with china and seemed a little too heavy for her. "I didn't mean to upset you. I promise I won't ever call you by that name again." She paused before the great platform and asked, "Are you there? Please come out. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me." The lady didn't answer her as if she had already left the cave and Kane behind. "I found you some tea," Kane spoke, hopeful it would coax the lady out. The headmistress had some in her office along with this tea set. "I looked up how to make it, and it tastes good." She paused, waiting for a voice who usually greeted her by then, and when the quiet was the only thing that replied, Kane pleaded, "Please come out. Please come out and tell me you're not mad at me anymore." She walked up to the platform and saw that there were no signs of the lady or any of the spiders. Not even a fresh web. "Please come out. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you're mad at me, but I'm sorry." The cavern seemed to fill with silence like a giant beast breathing in sorrow. Kane set the tray down on a boulder and looked all around for the one who had packed brightness into her darkness. She searched for the lady who had brought joy to her hurting. Kane peered into the blackness of the cavern, and for the first time since entering the lair over 7 months ago, she felt alone, and it frightened her, not with fear but with despair. Alone was a very familiar term to her, and it was the kind of alone she had been used to. But she never realized the loneliness of it until she had something to compare it to. Companionship. Friendship. Love. She thought she had all of these with the lady, and Kane had ruined it with one simple word. The cavern seemed to enlarge as if she was inside a giant beast who had taken another deep breath, filling itself with more sorrow. The silence had given Kane her answer, and her little heart ached over something she had lost. The lady had given her something beyond the terms she understood. Something Kane didn't have a name for. The lady had brought her something she had been lacking in her life, and now with the lady, and that something gone, her soul trembled as devastation laid waste to her happiness. Her mind couldn't understand what sort of crime she committed to drive away the one person who had been there every day to nurture and care for her. Kane had no way to express the sheer solitude and loneliness brought on by the vacuum created in the wake of the lady's absence, so the only recourse she had was to lift her hands to her face and weep. Kane had always forced herself not to cry. It did her no good. And it still did her no good, but there was nothing else she could do. She had lost so much with one simple word, a word she thought would bring a joyous smile to the lady's face, but instead, it only brought her the lady's anger and rage. Kane understood she had done something wrong. She just didn't understand what that something was. Something lost and something wrong were all she was left with. "Please don't leave me," she sobbed as she lifted her voice and cried out. I'm sorry. Don't leave me alone. I want you to devour me. I want you to devour me so much that it hurts." She motioned to her chest and said, "It hurts right here. It hurts in this centermost part of me. I don't want it to hurt right here. Please come back. Please. Don't leave me." Kane cried for a while, and then she finished and said, "Please come out. "I don't want you to be mad with me. Tell me what I should do so that you're not mad with me." No one answered her please. "I went back and picked out a different name for you. Please come out. Please don't leave me." She started crying again. "I picked out Sensei. Is that better? Do you like that name better?" She listened again, but no one answered her. Kane waited a few hours, then poured the now warm tea into one of the teacups, set it on the platform, and then left. She walked out of the cavern and through the tunnel, bawling the whole way. The lady appeared from the shadows a few minutes later, walked over to the teacup, and picked it up. "You should not have called me that," the lady told the image of the child in her mind. "Things would have been a lot simpler if you had not have called me that." The lady lifted her voice and spoke to the horde of spiders who crawled out of their hiding spots. "We are leaving. We are all leaving. I am through with this dreadful place. Let us return." The large brown spider crawled up her leg, and the lady picked it up and said, "You though? You cannot come. You have been infected by that child. She does carry a curse with her, and she does curse anyone she comes across." She set the large brown spider down, and it crawled after the child. The lady peered down at the teacup she held, and then she took a sip of the green tea. "This is good. I should have told her this is good," the lady said, and then she screamed out in anger. "What am I doing?" The lady questioned herself. "I was supposed to kill the little morsel and devour her, but instead I let her go. She should not have called me that. She should never have called me Akasen. What a terrible name to call me, Akasen." The lady yelled as if screaming at the child. "I am not your mother. I never wanted to be your mother." She held the teacup tenderly in her hands as if embracing the child. "I never intended to be your mother." Chapter 2. Let's play the metronome. 28 years later, in one of the busy cities of the US, welcome to the Necht Ruprecht Corporation. "If everyone will follow me," a woman dressed in a business suit called out to a large group of people ranging from ages 21 to 36 who stood outside on a sidewalk. "My name is Mrs. Peacock, and I and the others inside will be guiding you through the steps you need to complete to join our contest, the metronome. Everyone, please move into the building. We need to make room for all the contestants and backup contestants who are standing out on the street." The group of 40-plus people followed her into the large corporate building and into a large lobby. She had them form 5 lines with 8 people in each, and there was also a 6th line with 4 people standing in it. 3 men and 1 other woman were also there, and they also had the same Necht Ruprecht Corporation ID badge. They helped arrange the 40-plus people into smaller groups. "I'll tell you a little history of our great corporation. Mrs. Peacock began as a few people were still coming in. The Necht Ruprecht were companions to St. Nicholas, who assisted in his work. The charity they helped bring about is one of the goals of the Necht Ruprecht Corporation, and is also one of the reasons we hold this contest a few times a year." She paused as she received a text message, and then Mrs. Peacock said, "Stay in your lines and please follow us into the next room." The 40 people were led to a reception area where student desks had been set up with paper and pens. The 40 people were instructed to sit and look through the papers. "After you have filled out your paperwork, you will be assigned a locker in the men's or women's area," Mrs. Peacock told them. "Go there and store any personal items that you have on you, for none will be permitted in the contest area. And then you are to change into your contestant colors. These jumpsuits will mark which of the 5 color teams you will belong to." The contestants did as instructed, and soon about half the group was in their designated locker rooms changing. One of the male contestants stood up and stated, "I left my license in my car in your parking garage across the street. I'll be right back." Mrs. Peacock nodded, and the male contestant rushed to the front and out, running into a person who was not part of the group. "Watch out there, buddy," the male contestant shouted over his shoulder as he continued out. The Brown Deliveries worker paused, then continued into the building, pulling a truck cart dolly, and went into the lobby and stopped. The worker held an old-fashioned clipboard and tucked it under their arm as they removed a piece of paper, read it over, put the paper back in their pants back pocket, and then walked over to the unmanned receptionist desk. The worker wore a brown cap, jacket, gloves, and pants along with a white t-shirt. The jacket and cap bore the insignia of Brown Deliveries, which was an image of a truck cart dolly. The worker also had a brown single-strap backpack over their shoulder. They parked the dolly beside the desk and waited. Mrs. Peacock noticed the new person who had their back to her, so she walked over to them and said, "You're late. You will need to hurry and join the other contestants over. I'm actually here to make a delivery." Mrs. Peacock noticed the Brown Deliveries insignia when the person turned and faced her, and she also noticed a small dolly that had been hidden from view behind the tall receptionist desk. The dolly had 5 boxes on it. Mrs. Peacock read their embroidered name on their jacket, held out her hand, and said, "Terry, we normally don't receive deliveries on contest day. Please let me see the delivery slip." Terry handed her the clipboard just as the male contestant returned with his license and went back over to his desk. Mrs. Peacock looked over the invoice and then arched an eyebrow as she said, "Please wait here." Terry nodded as Mrs. Peacock made her way to the security desk and made a call. "Ah, yes, I wanted to ask about." "Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking to controller. Sir, I have this person here from Brown Deliveries with 5 packages for basement level. One of the packages has to be signed for. I can have them wait and go down after the contest is over." Mrs. Peacock listened to the person on the other end, and then she said, "Understood. Goodbye." By the reception desk, Terry glanced around at all the people sitting at desks in the next area, and after a few minutes, Mrs. Peacock returned. "Wear this around your neck," Mrs. Peacock instructed. "The ID badge will allow you to work the elevator, so don't lose it. It will only allow you to go up and down once, so make sure you have everything before you go to make your deliveries. I don't need to be bothered by you again." Mrs. Peacock motioned to a single elevator as she said, "Use the one elevator that is over there. Press the B button, and the rooms you are looking for will all be on that level. Do hurry. I would like you out of the building before our contest begins." "Are you running some sort of game show?" Terry asked. "You could say that," Mrs. Peacock replied. "Is it like The Price is Right?" "No, I would say it is more like Survivor," Mrs. Peacock replied with a grin. "Remember to hurry and stick to the instructions written on the delivery slip." Terry took the lanyard, put it on, and headed for the elevator with the dolly in tow. Mrs. Peacock watched until Terry reached the elevator, and then Miss Peacock turned and went back to the 2 people who remained of her group that were still working on their paperwork. In another section of the building, a control center was set up and a controller prepared to start the next contest. 5 feeds on a wall in front of him showed video of 5 unknown locations, and at each location, a mysterious person was represented only by their hands, an object, and a code name. Their faces never appeared on the feeds, only their hands and the object. The first person, male, held a sword with a purple metal rose decorating its hilt. The second person, female, held a silver ink pen with a blue wolf imprinted on it. The third person, also female, had a bone china cup with a red phoenix on it. The fourth person, male, held a large clear marble with a yellow dragon on it. The fifth and final person, male, held a cane with a green serpent head, and on his hand was a ring with a family crest. Each of these people sponsored one of the color teams, and they had selected these people from all over the country and brought them together for this contest. The draft, as they called it, happened a month earlier. Controller, who was a man in his early 50s with salt and pepper hair and blue kind of icy eyes, spoke to the people on the feeds. "Make your wagers. The opening will begin in about an hour." Purple Rose spoke first, and he said, "I wager Team Purple will outlast Team Yellow in overall by 10 minutes. "I'll take that bet," Yellow Dragon spoke, and then he said, "I wager Team Yellow will have more points in the first minute than Team Red." "I will take that bet," Red Phoenix replied. "I wager Team Red will have fewer freeze-ups than any other team." "I'll take that bet," Green Serpent said. "I bet none of the teams will have a winner." He spoke and then waited, and when no one else said anything, he questioned, "No one wants to take the wager." "There has not been a contestant to win opening in the last 5 years," Purple Rose stated. "There might be if we were allowed to select a few of the elite from the Berlin Authority." Blue Wolf spoke. "It would make for better wagering." But Green Serpent said, "I for one don't wish to catch the eye of the Berlin Authority. If they catch wind of what we've been doing here, they will shut us down and the Mortem would be over." Controller interrupted. There were a few moments of silence as everyone considered the consequences, and then Green Serpent asked, "Will anyone take my wager?" Red Phoenix stated, "If you sweeten the deal, I might just take the wager this time." "What are you willing to pay?" 10 to 1. "Not sweet enough," Red Phoenix said. "Make it 50 to 1, and I will take the wager that there will be a winner of opening." "Deal," Green Serpent replied. "Any wagers from you?" Blue Wolf. Controller questioned. "None besides my standard wagers," she replied. "But Red Phoenix does have a point about no one winning opening. Maybe we should consider changing some of the rules of the Mortem so that more contestants make it through opening." "No, I believe that will never happen," Controller told her. "The 5 of you only need to select better contestants during the draft. Some of you have done well in the past. I believe you have just hit a run of bad luck." 5 years' worth, Green Serpent replied. "I believe it is high time that we have a winner for opening, just not this go around. I do want to win my wager. I am confused about one thing." Yellow Dragon spoke up. "Why do you tell the contestants that the game is called the Metrom and not the Mortem?" Controller replied, "If you were them and the game was called the Mortem, wouldn't you want more information about it than the tidbits that we give them? It is best to keep them in the dark until there is no escaping the darkness." There were other video feeds within Controller's room, and they currently showed footage of the basement level. Nearly all the areas of basement level were under surveillance. Some time passed, and Controller flipped a switch on his intercom system as he looked at the video feed of the lobby. "Mrs. Peacock, are the teams ready to move out?" "They are," she replied. "We had no need to substitute any players this go around, so I already sent the 4 backups home." "Thank you, Mrs. Peacock," he told her, then turned his attention back to the coaches and said, "We are nearly ready to begin." Controller flipped a different switch so that he spoke to the contestants, and then he stated, "Purple, red, blue, green, and yellow teams prepare to move to your designated elevators. It is almost time to go to the basement level. You have 20 minutes remaining, so take that time to prepare for a game like no other." Earlier and elsewhere, the elevator Terry traveled in came to a stop on the basement level, and the cab doors opened. Terry walked out and looked around. The basement level was dark and only lit by torches that lined the walls every 30 feet. The walls and floor were made out of dark brown hardwood, and the place smelled old but not musty. The elevator opened to a hallway with only one way to go, so Terry followed it for about 300 feet until it came upon a door at the corner. There was a black arrow above the door frame, and the arrow pointed down at the door. Terry checked the delivery slip to see if the symbol matched any of the ones on the instructions and found that the symbol did not. The hallway made a left turn and there was no other direction to go, so Terry followed it. The hallway was long and had no intersecting hallways that Terry could see. This stretch of the hallway was also different than the one that led to the elevator. Terry had excellent vision and had no problem seeing in dark places, but this hallway, it was almost like an unspeakable darkness was in the distance. The darkness seemed to devour the flame of the torches so that they weren't visible until Terry was about 10 feet away from them. The fires should light up the entire hallway, but darkness prevailed in small patches between the torches. Terry walked the hallway and came to a second door, and it was on the left side. A small pyramid was above the doorframe. The pyramid was 3-dimensional, and the symbol matched one of the ones on the delivery slip. So Terry grabbed the corresponding package and set it on the floor in front of the door, knocked, and left as the instructions stated. The third door Terry came across was on the right-hand side and had a bat above the doorframe, and the instructions again stated to leave the package at the door. Knock, and immediately leave. Terry did so and continued on and came to a fourth door, and it was on the left side with a fish above the doorframe. The symbol was like a stick figure fish a child would draw. Terry left a package, knocked, and continued on. Terry came to a fifth door on the right with a beaker above the doorframe, set down the corresponding package, knocked, and left. Terry came to a sixth door on the left with nothing above the doorframe and continued on to a door on the right at another corner. The hallway ended at the corner, and a connecting hallway was split and ran in 2 directions. Terry couldn't see anything in this third hallway in either direction, not even the next torch if one existed. Terry turned to the door at the corner of the second hallway, and a spider decorated the area above the doorframe. Terry smiled at seeing it. The instructions for this door were different, so Terry grabbed the last package, knocked on the door, and entered, leaving the dolly in the hallway. The area on the inside was different than the hallway. It was as if one had stepped into an old castle, or maybe the dungeon of an old castle would be a better description. Terry expected to see old dried bones chained up to the walls along with all kinds of medieval torture devices, but there were neither bones nor chains nor torture devices. Gray stones covered the walls and floor. Terry couldn't see if the gray stones also covered the ceiling, for it was so high up and covered in a white webbing that Terry couldn't see the ceiling. The dungeon castle area was huge, larger than the room should have been, considering how big the corporation building was on the outside and how far Terry had walked through the hallways. Terry imagined it was how the companions felt when they walked into the doctor's TIRDIS, which was bigger on the inside than it was on the out. The TIRDIS was bigger on the inside, but that was science fiction, and this was her reality. It was cold in the room or dungeon castle area, and a breeze swept in, blowing the white cobwebs of all different sizes. Terry carried the package a few steps in and noticed a white borderline on the floor 10 feet from the door. The line stretched across the floor from one wall to the other and stood in front of Terry like a finish line of a race. The instructions had said to call out and keep walking until the resident was found, but at seeing the white borderline, which appeared to be made out of webbing, Terry decided to stay behind it. "Hello," Terry called out. "I have a delivery for you, and I need for you to sign for it." Terry paused and listened and heard no one, so Terry called out again, but louder. "Hello, I have..." A thunderous sound filled the dungeon castle area as if a herd of buffalo was charging for the door. Terry thought about running for the entrance, but then a signal figure appeared in the distance, and the figure was running. Whatever the thing was, it was huge, about 20 feet tall and about 30 feet wide. and it had multiple legs, 8 in all. The creature continued running for Terry and then stopped about 5 feet shy of the white borderline. The momentum the creature created from running kicked up a gust of wind, and the windy wake filled with dust blew past and knocked Terry's brown cap to the floor. The huge creature before Terry spoke. "At first, I thought you were a man, but now I see that you are a woman." Terry said nothing to the large creature's comments. She didn't even pick up the brown cap that had been blown off her head. Terry stared at the wondrously terrifying creature before her as if she was caught in a dream. It was the kind of dream one was afraid of but didn't want to leave. A giant red spider with black markings stood before her, but this spider was different than most. A woman's torso stuck out of the back of the red spider's head. The woman's torso was of a normal size if she had been human, and she wore a black kimono with red and gold flowers. The woman part of the creature looked like a beautiful Japanese woman with long black silky hair pulled up and kept in place with a flower hairpin. The torso part of her looked human except for her beautiful 8 pitch black eyes that were arranged on her face in a complementing pattern. There was one small one on each side of her nose right on her cheekbones about the size of a pea. 4 larger ones along the line that humans' eyes normally occupied about the size of a quarter, and 2 more in the center of her forehead that were about the size of cucumber slices. These eyes had human characteristics in that they could blink and that they expressed the Spider-Woman's emotions. "You do not look like one of the contestants," the Spider-Woman spoke as she looked around the room as if searching for something. Terry started to speak as her eyes opened so wide her brown eyes could clearly be seen as thousands of thoughts filled her head. "There should be at least 7 more of you," the Spider-Woman interrupted her. "Where is the rest of your team?" Terry repeated as she tried to form a sentence from the jumbled thoughts and emotions that filled her head and heart. She was terrified by what seeing this being meant to the world as she knew it. If this wasn't a dream, her world was about to change drastically. "You do not seem as frightened by my presence as you should," the Spider-Woman interrupted again. "Are you in shock?" The Spider-Woman folded her arms as she peered angrily down at the one who intruded on her domain, and then she said, "You should be terrified by my mere presence. I believe you are in shock. I do not have the patience for such things. You need to answer my questions, and you need to answer them now." Terry repeated for a 3rd time as she shook her head from the sheer dreadfully incredible surprise of seeing a being that shouldn't exist in her world. She thought this creature would be furious with her intrusion, but the Spider-Woman almost seemed. She seemed irritated, and Terry also sensed she was somewhat disheartened over some duty she had yet to perform. "I can only imagine what is going through your mind," the Spider-Woman told her. "They never prepare you contestants for what you will meet down here. I almost feel sorry for you humans." The Spider-Woman saw that the woman only carried a box, and she said, "They also usually give you contestants a weapon. Have you hidden yours? Has your team come up with some sort of sneak attack?" "You're just like her," Terry finally uttered, but she didn't say it with panic seething out of her lips. She said it as if she was very happy to see this creature that should only exist in people's nightmares. "For the longest time, I thought I only dreamt about the lady or had made her up like an imaginary friend, but here you are. You're just like her." Her heart joyously raced as sheer unerasable enthusiasm filled her entire being, as she stated, "If you exist, the lady must exist, and if she exists, I can still find her." "I have no idea who or what you were babbling about," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Why do you not step over that line so we can begin the opening?" The Spider-Woman noticed the embroidered name on the woman's brown uniform, and she said, "Draw near. Terry, let us begin." My name's not Terry. I just borrowed this uniform. And I'm not one of these contestants you keep talking about. I'm actually a delivery girl." Woman, I have a package for you." "A package for me?" the Spider-Woman repeated. "I thought no one knew I was trapped here. Unless it is the person who put me in this prison or one of the other residents? Who is the package from?" The delivery woman glanced at the invoice and said, "It says it's from no one." "I know no one," the Spider-Woman replied. "Wait." The delivery woman spoke and then laughed. "I think I get it. The package not from no one but from no one." "I do not see how that is funny," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Give me the package." The delivery woman walked up to the white borderline, but she didn't cross it as she said, "I need for you to sign for it first." She lifted a clipboard, the old kind that had a wooden base and a metal clip that held the paper in place, and an ink pen was attached to it by a string. The Spider-Woman started to walk over to her, but she stopped, wary this was still a trick. "What is this place?" the delivery woman questioned as she continued to look around the area. "You said you're trapped here and that you're a prisoner." "We are on the basement level," the Spider-Woman replied. "And I might have misspoken before. I am not really a prisoner, though. I do feel like one." She peered at the human curiously, and then she said, "You act as if you have seen my kind before. "Are you sure you are not a contestant, or perhaps a being I know nothing of?" "I'm human, but I'm not a contestant." "I have encountered your kind before," the delivery woman replied. "I met her a long time ago. I am surprised you survived your encounter and was not devoured, or was this other, who was like me, dead?" "Wasn't dead, but she was injured," the delivery woman replied, and then she thought about her past, and the sorrow she had carefully sealed away leaked out as she mumbled. "The lady didn't devour me because I wasn't big enough." The painful memories remained with her a little longer, and then the delivery woman sealed them away again and questioned, "What sort of contests go on here? And who are the other residents you mentioned?" Controller's voice came over the intercom, and he said, "Residents of basement level. A new contest will begin in 5 minutes. It would seem that you have told me the truth about not being one of the contestants," the Spider-Woman said. "Contestants are not allowed on basement level until the opening has begun, and if you are not a contestant, you need to leave. Quickly draw over here to this rock so that you can climb up it and hand me the clipboard." The delivery woman started to go to her, but then she stopped before crossing the white borderline and said, "Give me permission to come into your lair, and I'll come to you, otherwise, you'll have to come to me. It would seem that someone taught you about the Kumasaki." "She did," the delivery woman said. "We were good friends, so she taught me many things, including that a Kumasaki is a white borderline made of very sensitive webbing, and the one who created it knows when something crosses the Kumasaki even though it's not physically attached. Sakai means boundary. Your kind developed the Kumasaki because, friends," the Spider-Woman scoffed, ignoring the rest of what the human had told her. "If she was your friend, tell me her name." The delivery woman frowned and bowed her head as the painful memories of her childhood that still afflicted her caused the centermost part of her to hurt again. The sorrow she could never get rid of ate at the emotional barrier she thought she had successfully erected. The sorrow seeped out again and stained her heart with rejection, forcing her thoughts to go back to that time when she lost everything over an ill-conceived name. "I thought so," the Spider-Woman spoke, drawing the delivery woman from her thoughts. "Our kind would never be friends with your kind. We only take pleasure in eating your kind," the Spider-Woman stated as she walked over to the human. Her body bowed low to the ground, and then the Spider-Woman held out her hand and said, "Let me have that clipboard." The delivery woman held up the clipboard and then lifted on her tippy toes to reach as far as she could, and the Spider-Woman took the clipboard. The Spider-Woman read over the delivery slip but found no other clues as to who sent the package. The delivery woman watched the Spider-Woman, and the sadness drained from her heart and hope returned, and that hope beamed from her face once again. The Spider-Woman glanced at the human a couple times while she read, wary she might attack her while she was searching for clues. "You have been smiling at me with this stupid grin since we met. I prefer when humans scream. Sorry, it's just that you remind me so much of the lady even the way you want to eat me. Now I do know that something is wrong with you," the Spider-Woman told her as she handed back the clipboard after she signed it, and the human took it. The delivery woman glanced back at the door as she questioned, "What is going on here? What is this place?" She faced the Spider-Woman as she continued questioning, "Why are you down here? And why do you keep talking about a contest? It sounds to me like you're being forced to do something that you don't want to." "I still cannot figure you out," the Spider-Woman said. "Are you part of the contest? You seem all innocent, but for some reason, I get this feeling that you're... I almost laugh when I think about it, but I do believe you are dangerous." "I'm only here to deliver packages," she replied. "But I do find it weird that... Why are you still here?" the Spider-Woman demanded as the sensation of fear intensified within her being. The other part of her, the giant spider, didn't seem to mind that this human was there. But she was becoming very wary of the human. And so she declared, "You should be running away by now, but here you are speaking to me as if we are equals. I prefer when humans run, and you could also do me the favor of screaming as you do so if you are not going to cross the Kumasaki. I would like to talk to you a little longer. I'm just so excited to talk with one of your kind again. I still can't believe I found another like the lady. What are the odds? Maybe you know her. If you cannot tell me her name, I cannot help you," the Spider-Woman told her as the sensation of danger intensified. "I forgot about that," the delivery woman spoke. "I guess I'll never find her," she stated with a deep-seated sadness that seemed to resonate throughout her entire body. But then the despair quickly turned into joy again, as she said, "At least, now I know that I didn't dream about her. If you are so keen on knowing names, why not tell me yours?" the Spider-Woman said as she needed to know the reason why she felt this way towards a seemingly normal human. "I have a designation, but it's not really a name. It's more of... how should I put it? It's more of what I am. Spit it out, human. There is not much time left before the opening begins. I am Kane." The Spider-Woman laughed a little bit, and then she started laughing harder as she said, "You did not lie. If that is your name, I might as well call you Baka. Baka. That word means fool. Cain means more of. Cain is... No. No. The Spider-Woman interrupted as she continued to laugh. From this time forth and until the day you die, to me, you will be Baka? Cain sighed as she received another name that belittled her. And then she asked, what should I call you? And before you say anything, I'm not asking what your name is. I'm only asking what I should call you when I address you. I could call you Kimuven, but I don't think you want me to refer to you just by your people's name. It would be like you calling me human all the time. For you can call me Shukujo, not that you will have much of an occasion to use it. If you are not a contestant, you will not be here long, Shukujo. I like it. It suits you, Cain said. Do you know what it means? Shukujo questioned. I do. It means lady of refinement. And you are definitely a lady? Cain replied. I can tell these things, and you're so pretty. You must be a Kumikazoku. You are definitely an odd human, Shukujo spoke. But I am amused that you think of me as royalty. I would like to ask you a few more questions if I might, Cain said. And then she asked, can you leave? What are you asking me? Are you a prisoner here? You said you were and then you said you weren't. All the residents are, but most of us are volunteer prisoners, Shukujo replied, and then for the first time, she spoke with concern for the human as if a memory forced her worry to the surface from a place she had long ago buried it away. And she said, you really should be leaving now. The opening is about to begin, and I do not believe you will want to see what comes next. You appear to be a kind soul, not that I am sold on the mask you are wearing, but there is something about you that is somewhat familiar. So for the sake of that familiarity, I will tell you that you should leave before you see something that you cannot unsee. I would like to speak to you just a little longer, Cain told her, not sure what the Kimuven was implying. I haven't talked with one of you in such a long time, and it feels nice to be able to speak with one of your race again. Before Shukujo could reply, Controller came back over the intercom and stated, opening will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soon groups of people could be heard shouting to one another outside in the hallway as they ran in all different directions across the wooden floor. About 10 seconds later, Cain turned as the door burst open, and 8 people rushed in. They were armed with either a sword, spear, or battle axe, and they rushed at the Kimuven, crossing the white borderline and attacking the 20-foot creature. Cain started to go after the people to stop them from hurting her, but she paused before crossing the white borderline. She watched as the 8 people attacked the Kimuven and then blood splattered her own face. It wasn't the Kimuven's blood, it was the 8 people's. The humans never stood a chance against a creature such as she, and Cain stood there in shock as she watched the Kimuven tear apart the people as if they were paper dolls. The battle was over in less than a minute. She stared up at the one who was like her teacher as the human's blood ran down Shukujo's entire body. Cain never imagined the terror and the horror she visited day after day the 7 months she knew the other Kimuven, the one she knew as the lady. Fear awoke in her and stirred, wanting to be released. The fear started at the middle of her spine and slowly burned up her back. Don't be afraid, Cain spoke softly to herself. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Everything will be. Shukujo turned to her and saw a different expression on the human's face than what had been there minutes earlier. They had talked as if they had known each other for years, and the experience brought back pleasant memories. But now Cain stared at her as if she didn't recognize her, as if she was terrified of her, and that sight brought back terrible, unpleasant memories. That is the look I was waiting on, Shukujo told her. I will score quite a few points for that very expression. Now draw to me. Draw to me and cross the Kumasakai. Allow me to rip you apart as I ripped apart the others of your treacherous kind. Don't be afraid, Cain spoke louder as she edged her way toward the door behind her as flight or fight kicked in. There is nothing to fear. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. Do you not see me standing here? Shukujo questioned her. There is a lot to be afraid of. I can deliver a wide range of deaths upon you. So do draw near and let me indulge in the pain I can deliver. Fear swelled in her and grew so rapidly that she couldn't control it. So Cain turned, bolted out of the room, and entered the hallway as she heard more people screaming. She ran to the door with the beaker on it and flung it open, hoping to find a way out, but instead, she came across a haze of purple smoke that made her a little dizzy. She saw a man in a white lab coat wearing a gas mask, and he was dragging one of his 8 victims across the floor to the back of the room. Cain realized if she stayed in that room any longer, either the gas or fear would be the end of her. So she fled the room and went to the next. She ran to the door with the fish on it, flung it open, ran in, and found she was standing at the edge of a dock. The dock was up high and looked over other docks of different levels that were mostly hidden from view by a thick white fog. Cain saw who she thought was a human man, so she climbed down a ladder to the next dock, which wasn't covered in fog, and approached him. Are you all right? She called out to the man with his back to her. "Stay back!" He screamed as he turned around and faced her. He was armed with a sword, and he shook it at her as if it was only a walking stick as he yelled again. "Stay back. I won't hurt you," Kane told him. "And I'll stay right in this spot. Are you all right? The others? They're all gone," he spoke. "The water," he started as he turned and faced the swamp. "The water took them, and now they're all gone." Kane glanced at the murky waters as a different type of fear afflicted her, and she edged back a few steps as she said, "Why don't we leave? Come with me, and we'll leave." They both could hear people screaming in the distance, and the man turned to her and asked, "What kind of contest is this? What kind of contest kills off its contestants?" "I don't know," Kane replied. "I think we should leave." She waved him over to her as she said, "Please, come with me." He took a step to go to her when a hand reached up out of the fog, snatched his leg, and pulled him over. The man managed to grab the edge of the dock as he screamed for her help, so Kane ran for him across the dock and dove for his outstretched hand. But she missed him, and he was dragged into the fog. She thought about climbing down to the next dock, but the sound of something large splashing into the water incited fear to return, and the burning fear residing on her back intensified. So she forsook the man and fled the room. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid," she kept repeating to herself as she ran into the hallway. "I'll find a way out. There has to be a way out." All the screams had died down by the time she reached the room with the bat. Kane opened its door, rushed in, and found a man lounging on a scarlet velvet couch in what appeared to be a parlor of an old Victorian mansion. There seemed to be a mist about the room, not like the purple smoke or the white fog of the other two rooms, but a red mist for hiding things. Kane wasn't frightened by the alluring man who had very attractive shoulder-length black wavy hair that fell over his face and over the face of a woman he was embracing. Kane slowly drew to him as if she needed to be with him, as if she needed to stay by his side forever. She noticed he was kissing the woman on the couch with him, and Kane peered at her as if seeing the woman for the first time, and she felt herself flush. Kane realized what she had walked in on and started for the door to give them some privacy at a time she should be worried about her own safety. But then the man lifted his head, and his hair fell back into place. He turned to her and saw her, but Kane was no longer embarrassed to have disturbed them. She was afraid, very afraid. His eyes, they were all red as if they were full of blood, and she realized he wasn't kissing the woman but drinking of her. The shock reset her senses. The mist of the room lifted, and Kane saw that 7 bodies laid scattered about the room and that they were all dead, drained of their blood. She turned her attention back to the vampire who once more took of the blood of his female victim. And the victim. She was still alive. The woman stretched out her hand for Kane to help her, but the burning fear that had been with her since opening warned her. It warned Kane she needed to run, so she ran. She abandoned the woman to her horrible fate, and she ran to the door with the pyramid on it, and then she opened it to find a desert land and some sort of Egyptian tomb. She didn't go in this time but stood at the threshold to see if this door would lead to an exit or only lead to more horrors that would be seared into her memory like some brand of terror. A small sandstorm encompassed the large room, or maybe desert plain would be a better word for it, but Kane could still make out a tall mummy about 7 feet tall covered in aged linen wrappings. But he was also donned in gold and other precious stones and gems as if he was once a great Egyptian pharaoh. The mummy held a man by his throat as blue scarab beetles by the dozens came out of a hole in the mummy's other outstretched hand, and the scarab beetles attacked the man. The man screamed as the carnivorous beetles started to eat him alive, and all Kane could do because of her fear was shut the door. She couldn't save anyone. Everyone was dead or dying. She wanted so badly to help all those people, but her fear wouldn't let her. Her fear still pushed her to escape. So she started for the elevator. Kane wanted to run, but she was barely able to walk toward the elevator as all the horrible images of carnage, torture, and death bombarded her mind. She passed the last door with the black arrow symbol on it and didn't bother to open it. Kane turned the corner and walked about 10 feet from the last door, paused, and started to cry when she heard this howl. She turned and faced the way she had come, and she heard what sounded like something running on all fours towards her across the wooden floor. Her heart thundered in her chest as she turned and sprinted for the elevator that was 300 feet away as the unknown creature drew close to the corner. She sprinted as fear made her run all the faster, and then she entered the cab and quickly pressed the lobby button. But nothing happened. The creature howled again before he turned the corner and ran toward her. Kane punched the lobby button with her finger several more times, and then she hit the door close button as the hairy creature with sharp teeth neared. Fear seemed to split her back open along her spine as death on all fours approached, and Kane stepped back from the buttons to the very back of the cab. The brown hairy creature leapt just as the doors slowly closed, and the elevator shook as the creature hit. Kane collapsed to the floor as she heard the creature claw at the doors on the outside. She wrapped her arms around herself and sobbed. She was safe for now, so all she had to do was control her fear. Kane rocked back and forth, trying to console herself as she pushed back her fear. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "Don't be afraid. Everything's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Don't be afraid." Kane knew she didn't have time to cry, so she crawled forward a few feet, then leaned and put her ear to one of the doors. And she heard the creature on the outside trying to claw its way in, but eventually, he gave up and walked away across the wooden floor. Kane grabbed one of the railings and managed to stand and move back to the buttons. The fear that burned down her spine lessened and seemed to seal itself back up inside her. So she stared at the elevator control panel, and with her mind at a calmer state, Kane realized why the elevator refused to obey her command to go up. She removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when, moments earlier, in Controller's room, "I officially call the opening done," Controller spoke. "Coaches, you may now satisfy all wagers." The coaches did so, but then, actually, Red Phoenix spoke up. "I have won our bet, Green Serpent. There is a winner for opening." "Are you talking about a survivor?" Green Serpent spoke up. "And are you referring to the delivery woman?" "I am," Red Phoenix replied. "She is still alive. She isn't a contestant, and all the contestants are dead, so there is no survivor. And I win our wager. Controller, can we have a ruling on this?" Red Phoenix requested. "Who won the wager?" "Let me see. The rules state that anyone who is on a level when the contest begins becomes a contestant. So this delivery woman is now a contestant." Red Phoenix wins the wager. "We have our first survivor in 5 years to make it past opening." Green Serpent grumbled, and then he said, "You will have your money within the hour." Controller spoke. "Now that we have someone to survive opening, we should talk about the next wagers." Yellow Dragon stated, "This was my first opening, so I'm still quite new to all of this. Can you explain the next step in the Mortem? Does this contestant become a resident?" "I almost forgot," Controller said. "You took over the coaching position of Yellow Fox after his untimely demise, so I should explain things in depth." Controller cleared his throat and then said, "The contestant doesn't become a resident right away. The contestant must survive 7 days with the other residents, and then they become a resident, or they could kill one of the residents, and then they automatically become one of the residents." Controller paused, and then he said, "You see, as coaches, you each have one of the residents as your player. You inherited Yellow Fox's resident, and now it is your job to guide them through the Mortem. You can even give them gifts and equipment as you see fit, all so that your resident may ascend to the next level. And by doing so, you are also taken to the next level. And each level we attain, we gain one of our wishes." Yellow Dragon spoke. "Correct," Controller replied. "One of your minor wishes will be fulfilled, but you have to win the Mortem to gain your ultimate wish." Purple Rose questioned, "How was a human, not part of the opening, allowed onto the basement level to begin with?" "I am still looking into that," Controller replied. "She was delivering packages, and Mrs. Peacock called the high-ups and gained permission to send the delivery woman through." "The high-ups? Do you mean one of the Mortem Masters gave her permission to send the delivery woman through?" "Now that is interesting." Purple Rose spoke. Blue Wolf added, "If one or all the Mortem Masters allowed the delivery woman to go on through, they must be up to something. I believe I'm a little more interested in this delivery woman now." "Back to what you were telling me about the wishes," Yellow Dragon stated. "I am not allowed to divulge wishes of coaches, but I can tell you the first 3 wishes of Yellow Fox since he is no longer with us. His first wish was that he would have sole ownership of his family's company. His second wish was that we could find a way for him to marry his mistress without losing half his fortune to his current wife. His third wish was that we could find a way to create a male offspring. Yellow Fox was sterile, so I believe we were thinking of cloning him if he ever made it to the 3rd level." Blue Wolf spoke up. "I believe that was more information than any of us needed to know." "My other question is," Yellow Dragon began, "if this contestant becomes a resident without killing one of the other residents, who will be her coach? Will you bring in a 6th coach? Only 5 coaches are permitted for the basement level," Controller replied. "One of you will acquire her and have 2 residents, doubling your chances of making it to the next level. It also increases our chances of losing money." Green Serpent spoke up. "He is correct. Any failure by a resident costs their coach," Controller stated. "We can decide on a way to determine which coach she will belong to if and when this Kane, I believe she said her name was, survives. There are 7 days. I doubt she will make it past 2. And speaking of which, let us make Deadpool wagers." Before we get into that, Red Phoenix interrupted. "I would like to get to know our contestant since she was not part of the draft. I would like to ask her a few questions." Green Serpent spoke up. I think we all would like to ask her a few questions since she wasn't part of the draft. None of you are permitted to speak to a contestant, Controller told them. I never heard of such a rule, but I might have an idea to get around that rule. Red Phoenix said, we can all ask her questions through you. The present basement level elevator. Kane removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when Controller spoke over the intercom. I should tell you that if you leave now, you will not be able to return. Why would I want to return? Kane questioned him. This is a horrible place. You can make a lot of money playing the Mortem. I'm not interested in money, she told him. I can't be here. I want to leave. Do you understand the position you are in? Controller questioned her. I'm not sure how you stumbled across the Mortem, but you are here now, and I can't let you leave. I should also add that you can't threaten us with people finding out that you are here. You're far below ground on a level that isn't in the building's blueprints, and all video recordings of you on the premises have already been wiped. No one will find you here. I can't be here, Kane repeated. You have to let me go. I can't be here. As I said before, I can't let you go unless... Unless what? Kane questioned. Unless you win. If you win the Mortem, I'll allow you to leave. Whoever created this contest is mad, she stated. I know, Controller replied. This place is madness, but the only way you are going to escape is if you win. How do I win? She asked, not wanting to know but buying her some time to think. It is simple, Controller began. To keep going you have to survive 7 days. But I should warn you, no one has ever won the Mortem. I understand why. It's impossible. I can't survive down here with all those creatures for 7 days. I can't unless I kill them and... Now you are getting the idea, he spoke. No. I won't kill. I won't pick up a weapon. There has to be another way. I can't stay down here 7 days. Those creatures. Fear will. She tried to calm herself, but her anxiety made all her words flow incoherently as she said, the monster will want to destroy. I'm afraid. And, so is the nature of monsters, Controller stated. They want to kill and destroy, and that is why this Mortem is so much fun. Who can predict what anyone will do? Everyone, the coaches, the residents, even myself, we all have our own agendas, and we have to survive to make them come true. I don't understand what you're saying, and I can't be here, Kane insisted. It's not safe. You have to let me go? Now I am the one who is afraid. I am afraid I can't let you go, Controller replied. Think of it as you have no other choice but to survive, and it will make everything more. What is the word I am looking for? Clearer. Kane said as she moved to the center of the cab to see if she could spot a camera. But she didn't see one. No, fun was the word I was looking for, or maybe entertaining. Now you can either survive or die, that is up to you. And the creatures, Kane mumbled. How do I stay down here and not die? Controller interrupted. You will have to use whatever skills you possess. Now, enough chit-chat. You need to run if you are going to survive. Run. Correct, run, Controller spoke. I am opening the elevator, and our guard dog is waiting outside. He hasn't been fed in a few days, and he's very upset he wasn't able to snag a contestant for himself. The cab doors opened before Kane could object, and the creature that had chased her turned at the sound. The creature was slightly smaller than her and completely covered in brown fur. He looked at her as he licked his chops. If you haven't figured it out yet, Controller said, that is a werewolf pup. He is much smaller than an adult but still strong, and he is very, very hungry. The end. Next, look for the continuation of the series in Monster of Monsters #1, Part 2, Mortem's Contestant.